This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. A wooden house with a size of 10 square meters, with wind blowing through the windows. On the table, a yellow diary was blown over a page. Page 1. I think I probably didn't wake up. Otherwise, how could I dream about Fantasy World? The worst game of the century. Damn you, planner. It's okay to waste my youth during the day, but you continue to torture me at night. It's worth mentioning that this is the top 1 epic rubbish game of the year that netizens jokingly call feed-based plot. I paid 100 yuan to get a spot in the internal test because the game's illustrations were so good. As a result, in just 3 months, this game has made everyone give up, so that the client's funding chain broke and had to shut down the server. Planner, can you take out 1/10 of the money you spent on the illustrations and polish your preschool plot? Page 2. I think I'm still asleep. I've played this game over and over 100 times. I've completed all the main and hidden quests. I've touched every inch of the map. And I've gotten all the hidden dungeons and treasures. I've trained all the professions to max. I just can't get through it. Why do I still dream about this game? Page 3. Not awake yet? Drink some water and continue sleeping. I'm fucking sleeping. Page 4. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Why am I still in a dream? My head hurts. I'm starving. Is it because I slept too long? Forget it. I can't starve to death even if it's a dream. Eat and sleep. I may. Probably. Perhaps. Maybe. Really can't wake up. Page 5. I suspect the whole world is a huge fantasy world. Page 6. I traveled through time. Page 7. Yeah. I really traveled through time. From a scientific perspective. I think it's completely scientific. From a theological perspective. I don't know enough about metaphysics. No cheat codes. No systems. No plugins. Page 8. Yeah. No parents. No relatives. My legs are a little lame. And my right hand is broken. Okay. Let's start with the hell difficulty. Right. Let's see what I have. A small wooden house. Shabby furniture. And only a small, heavy bag of gold coins left. The gold coin has a large portrait of Emperor Duze printed on it. It is an authentic royal gold coin. Okay. It still gives me a way out. First, use a gold coin to treat my physical disability. Page 9. F***K. No one told me that this is the Friend Empire now. Then what about the gold coins of the future empire? A cold wind blew in from the window, making the diary turn pages, until the last page was turned. The plan to kill the Demon King. The Demon King has the innate ability to distinguish true from false, top physical fitness, and an inexhaustible source of magic power. Mastering black magic, necromancy, falling into a violent state upon death. 3-stage transformation. The Demon King first appeared in the Winter Dungeon and exited the dungeon at the highest level. Rumors about the Demon King seem to be related to the fall of the Friend Empire. According to the Demon King himself, he was very weak at the beginning, unable to do anything and unable to protect anything. Snap. The diary was closed. A hand covered with calluses and chilblains reached out, put the closed notebook into the chest pocket, and then put both hands together in front of the mouth. Huh? A breath of hot air came out. It's so cold. Rubbing his hands together. 3 years. Su Bei waited and watched for 3 years. Su Bei, who knew the plot of the game, knew that if he didn't do something, he would die in the end. No one wanted to die. Something had to be done. When he first crossed over, the brave adventure team had not been established. The devil had not awakened. The angel would not come. And the devil was still sealed. The world was still in a thriving illusion. And all this beauty was destroyed in these 3 years. War, poverty, conflict, contradiction. Now, the Friend Empire collapsed. Duz was newly established. Everything returned to the beginning of the plot of Fantasy World. For 3 years, Su Bei has been wandering in the fantasy continent like a transparent person, hiding his presence, watching the kingdoms change and the people suffer. He also felt unspeakably lonely. But he couldn't do anything, for fear that changing something would trigger a butterfly effect and cause the most critical plot to change. After all, such a disaster is just the beginning. The future will only get worse. Everyone will die. Unless the devil is killed. 3 years to sharpen a sword. Only today, Su Bei straightened his collar. which was not messy, and put on a cylindrical hat with 3 patches. He took the tetanus sword he found in the trash can, and put on his ancestral black windbreaker. He entered the cold and noisy night. The entrance to the winter dungeon. Subei sat in the bushes, with his back against a pine tree, hiding in the shadows, because his body was stiff, and he changed his sitting position. A thick layer of snow fell from his cylindrical hat, fell on his shoulders, and was shaken off and slapped on the ground. Isn't it tonight? Subei sighed, curling up tighter due to the low temperature. After all, it was a clue deduced through various details. If the devil really couldn't be encountered, there was no way. Crack. The sound of footsteps on the bushes was heard. A figure wearing a huge black felt hat emerged from a distance. The figure was blocked by the wide black magic robe on his body, and the details of the person could not be seen clearly. Is it the devil? Subei frowned and observed the every move of the person. The devil shouldn't be a magician, right? But the possibility of disguise cannot be ruled out. The figure gradually approached the winter dungeon, stopped at the entrance of the dungeon, and hesitated. It seemed that he was considering whether to go in. There were at least a few hundred adventure groups entering the dungeon every day, but the magicians who entered alone were definitely a minority. What's more, it was late at night. Subei no longer hesitated. Nothing looked more like the devil than this sneaky, dog-like guy. Shoo. Draw the sword and move forward. Subei stood up with a lot of noise, and he didn't try to hide. The figure paused, trembling slightly, and clenched his hands holding the black magic robe. But he didn't take the next step. Subei kept walking, getting closer and closer. And then he realized that the body under the felt hat opposite was so petite. Maybe only 1.34 meters. In Subei's impression, the Demon King was a tall man of 2.5 meters, with a burly figure and bright eyes. Kung raised his hand. The sword pointed at the bottom edge of the felt hat, and swept away the black hat. The felt hat fluttered, swept by the wind and snow and swirled upward. The snow-white long hair spread out, like a peacock spreading its tail, and then fluttered in the wind. A pale and delicate face was slightly raised, and the eyelids drooped, like white jasmine growing against the cold wind. The Devil King could not be human. Absolutely impossible. The Devil King is a demon. A man. A scumbag who plays with the hero. This is the conclusion Subei came to after seeing it with his own eyes 100 times. Subei frowned tightly, realizing that he might have made a big mistake, and he might be involved in an incredible side quest. The cold wind blew, and the snow hit Subei's sword and the girl's shoulders. The wind and snow were very strong, and Subei's hand holding the sword kept shaking. It might be because of the snow, or it might be because of the cold. The girl's ethereal tone was light and tired and hoarse. Are you here to kill me too? Chapter 2. The plan failed halfway. Subei nodded indifferently, then tied the iron sword to his waist, took off the cylindrical hat on his head with his right hand, and walked towards the girl. On the silent snow, like a silent movie playing with the sound of wind. The sound of tap tap. Footsteps was heard again. 1 step. 2 steps. Malice surrounded the girl, as if she was drowning, and her breathing became difficult and disordered. Looking at the huge body close at hand, the girl took a half step back and closed her eyes tightly, waiting for the upcoming, unpredictable way of death. Please give me a quick death. Thank you. The girl gasped softly, and then her head was wrapped in warmth and softness, and her nose smelled a mixture of hay and sawdust, and an unspeakable smell that made her feel uneasy. The girl opened her eyes slightly, and the big cylindrical hat was tilted, covering her half-open eyes. No. This is not the key point. The key point is, I didn't have time to feel the joy of surviving the disaster, and felt the malice fading like a tide, and the footsteps behind me gradually receded. The girl immediately turned right, her movements as graceful and neat as a butterfly dancing, if you ignore the toes that almost lost their balance due to the large amplitude. At the same time, the girl's wide magic robe was propped up by the cyclone, and a gorgeous skirt was looming under the magic robe. The diamond-studded skirt edge was vaguely visible, reflecting on the snow at night. Shining. That malice came violently and left inexplicably, after realizing that if she didn't do something, the man opposite would really just walk away. The girl took a deep breath, took a breath with all her strength, clenched her fist, and expanded her mouth, which could only fit 1 finger, to the size of a walnut. My name is Jasmine. What about you? perhaps because of malnutrition and long-term life on the run. Jasmine's shouting could only barely cover the wind and reach Su Bei's ears. Su Bei's footsteps did not stop. His steps were crisp, and his movements were neither hurried nor slow. But if you look closely, you will find that he left very quickly. In the time it takes to say a word, he has walked 10 steps away. Su Bei didn't want to get involved in trouble, although he recognized the wrong Demon King. Su Bei, who was familiar with the plot of Fantasy Continent, knew without thinking that the girl named Jasmine opposite was definitely a trouble. Maybe it will be a big trouble, or even several big troubles in a chain. According to the setting in Fantasy Continent, you must complete the task after accepting it. Otherwise your attributes will be reduced. And what is more terrifying is that your luck will be reduced, leading to dangers in the later stages of the game. So without full confidence, Su Bei can only choose the safest way to deal with the task. That is, not to accept the task. There is only one life. This is not a task he should take on with his one life. He should just lie in the corner and eat and wait for death. Live a long life. Be otaku playing games. And occasionally save the world in order to live a long life. Seeing that Su Bei was still walking, Jasmine paused, gritted her teeth, and said in one breath, "If you want to escape the crime scene quickly because you recognize the wrong person, it would be too bad. You should apologize. Right? What do you think of the shameless man who picked up a magic hat worth 10 gold coins and paid it back with a cylinder hat worth less than 5 copper coins?" Su Bei paused for a second. "You said shameless man? Right? Then let this gentleman continue to be shameless." Su Bei suppressed the urge to respond, and as he looked at the corner ahead, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Diana?" Jasmine's voice was soft and light, drowned out by the sound of the wind and the sound of footsteps. Inaudible. Hard to hear. If the wind was still blowing. But the wind just stopped at that moment. Jasmine's voice came through clearly. Su Bei paused, then started running. "My name is Diana Fran. Diana likes this hat." After seeing that she couldn't keep Su Bei, Jasmine smiled bitterly, casually took off the worn-out cylindrical hat on her head, put the brim of the hat against her chest, and said seriously, "Thank you for your gift. May the Empire bless you." The voice was as thin as a mosquito. But Su Bei still heard it. It would be fine if he didn't hear it. If he heard it, it was not something that could be solved by running away. Su Bei knew this great name, and also knew the meaning behind it. Diana Farron, the princess of the last emperor of the Farron Empire. There is no plot about this princess in Fantasy World. But from the brief mentions of other characters, this princess played a very important role in the war between the brave and the devil. The war between the old members of the Farron Empire and the Duz Empire was also one of the important reasons for the destruction of the world. And this princess has the most orthodox bloodline of the Farron Empire. Her blessing carries the fortune of a dynasty, according to Su Bei's experience in playing the game. He triggered the pre-task and met Jasmine, who escaped. The mission was triggered. Jasmine's wizard hat was intercepted and opened, and the other party had already paid the reward in advance. The blessing from the princess of the Farron Empire. This expensive reward was worth his serious consideration of this mission. The blessing of the princess of the Farron Empire might save his life in the future. In this case, escaping would not work. In this case, at the corner, Su Bei leaned half his body and looked sideways. On the opposite side, Jasmine put on the mismatched cylindrical hat again and waved gently to Su Bei, who turned back. Even the gesture of farewell was so gentle. "Huh?" Su Bei exhaled, turned around, and walked slowly and firmly. He walked towards Jasmine. Seeing Su Bei approaching, Jasmine's expression also became lively, and the waving action was stuck and paused. "Put forward your commission, Diana Fran." Su Bei's tone was flat, as if he was fulfilling an obligation. "I prefer the name Jasmine. So what's your name?" "Su Bei." Su Bei continued, "What is your commission?" "Commission?" Jasmine, who was a little confused for a while, finally understood the current situation. "Commission? Are you willing to help me?" Jasmine's lips were slightly parted. Her eyebrows were raised, and her eyes were wide open in joy. Her pair of delicate blue pupils were as bright as sapphires. "Yes." Su Bei nodded. "You pay me, and I will complete the commission for you. You can make your request. I may not be able to do it. I will try my best to do it. Reward?" Jasmine bit her lower lip, thought for a moment, and took out a scroll from the inside of her wide magic robe. It was engraved with the symbol of the Farron Empire, a magpie. This was a magic scroll, engraved with a secret method treasured by the Friend Empire. The scroll was surrounded by a very dense source of magic. This is the most precious thing I have. Can I take it as a reward? No. Sube waved his hand, glanced at the scroll, and then looked away. You gave it, so I don't need it. Eh? When? After noticing Sube's unquestionable gaze, Jasmine's brain was on standby for a moment. Then she hugged her chest and whispered, No. No. I can't be rewarded. I'm still young. The sight was somewhat frozen. Jasmine's hurried expression stopped for a moment, and she saw the shock and hidden contempt in the other's eyes. And her pale cheeks were flushed, as if white jasmine was dyed by roses. Is it that blessing? Jasmine buried her head in the cylindrical hat and squatted down. Her small body was covered by the magic robe, like an ostrich burying its head in the desert. At this moment, she even wanted to stuff her whole body into the cylindrical hat. Chapter 3: Mr. Social Anxiety and the Runaway Princess. Although I don't know why Jasmine has such an inexplicable idea, which leads to such a strange illusion. However, the reason is no longer important. Because, looking at Jasmine curled up in a ball, Sube, who is full of home attributes, can't help but want to reach out and touch her. Just like touching a docile kitten, quickly restraining the strong impulse that may constitute harassment. Sube used a calm tone as much as possible, and said indifferently, Blessings are rewards, so you can make your request. Sube tried not to look at Jasmine, half turned his body to give her space to calm down. He continued, Restore the dynasty, kill the enemy, etc. I will do it seriously. Perhaps Sube's tone was too flat, or the strategy of changing the subject was successful, or the answer was too shocking. In short, after hearing Sube's remarks, Jasmine stretched out her hands in a hurry, pulled the back of her cylindrical hat back, revealing a pair of mouths slightly opened in amazement. Mr. Sube, I'm not so impatient to let you die. This kind of thing is not something you can do just by agreeing. Besides, I haven't thought about it. Molly thought for a while, then hesitated and said intermittently, Indeed, I am being hunted by many people. People who want to kill me, imprison me, use me to overthrow the new dynasty, many of whom are my elders, and they used to give me all kinds of precious gifts on my birthday. So, I don't plan to do anything to them. Looking at Sube's expressionless face, who showed no other expression because of her words, Jasmine hesitated again and put forward the only request she needed without thinking. Please take care of me, Mr. Sube, until I can survive on my own. How to take care of me? Food, clothing, shelter and transportation? Sube frowned. Being a father? It's not that difficult. No. 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 Molly's little head swayed with her hands, and the slightly larger cylindrical hat on her head jumped back and forth. No. No. I mean, I'm in trouble and dangerous now. But, I want to live. Molly raised her head and expressed her thoughts in a firm tone. The strong belief of wanting to live was completely accepted by Sube. I see. But Sube thought, scratched his head, and looked embarrassed. So, it's not possible. Mr. Sube. Molly raised her head and lowered it instantly, with a cylindrical hat covering her face to hide her loss. No. It's not this question. Of course, it's no problem to survive temporarily. However, even Sube himself, who has mastered the entire plot, is not sure that he can survive in the turmoil of the future era. Such a commission is too difficult. However, looking at the wilted Jasmine, Sube's breathing became slightly heavier, and he wanted to reach out and pat her shoulder to encourage her. But after clenching his fist, he loosened his hand and quickly retracted it. Then, Sube said in a cold tone, Leave it to me. I will work hard. Although there are few people in the winter dungeon at night, we have to leave first just in case. Ah? Molly raised her head again, with a quick exclamation and joy. Really? Don't scare me. After adjusting the cylindrical hat and confirming that Sube was not joking, Molly breathed a sigh of relief and followed Sube step by step, muttering to herself and protesting in a low voice. Bad Mr. Sube, Molly complained, but couldn't help but smile softly, and soon her face was covered with moisture. She wandered for nearly 3 months, from the prosperous city of Holy Light to the border of the kingdom, hiding during the day and traveling at night, passing by, seeing the people's misery, the nobles' extravagance, and experiencing life and death crisis. She was betrayed, assassinated, food was swapped, and the well was poisoned. This was the first time Jasmine met someone who had no ill will towards her. Yes, no ill will, since she awakened the ability to detect malicious intent and exposed it. Her life has changed. It was really hard to walk this way. The biting cold wind, mixed with ice and snow, almost blew off the cylindrical hat. Ah, Jasmine explained quickly, holding the cylindrical hat tightly, and followed Su Bei's footsteps. Stepping on them, the tears on her face froze into ice chips, fell to the ground and shattered into ice chips, shattered together with the past. Su Bei walked in front, without looking back or speaking. The wind was very loud, so I pretended not to hear it. Poke. Huh? Su Bei suddenly shuddered and trembled all over, after realizing that it was a soft finger poking his back. Su Bei trembled and quickened his pace. Huh? After venting her emotions, Jasmine wiped her tears and wanted to talk to Su Bei, but was frightened by this reaction and forgot the question she was about to ask. Jasmine blinked twice and followed him. Poke. Su Bei was startled again, took 2 quick steps, turned around and looked at Jasmine. Those cold eyes seemed to have asked his question. What are you doing? Jasmine smiled foolishly, opened her eyes wide, and asked curiously, Mr. Su Bei has few expressions and doesn't like to talk. Isn't it because he is aloof? Su Bei paused. Is it because of social phobia? Nonsense. How can an otaku not be socially phobic? Su Bei neither admitted nor denied. That is, he did not answer. He turned his head and said sullenly, Don't poke me. If you have something to say, just say it. Poke. Caw. Su Bei turned his head and organized his words. But he didn't know how to stop it. After all, being poked is not a sin. He turned back helplessly, but his pace became faster. You know, people always like to force prostitutes to be good. In other words, after knowing that Su Bei was a social phobia, Jasmine became more talkative. She wanted to see how Su Bei would talk more. Mr. Su Bei, why did you want to kill me in the first place? Whether it was the former Friend Empire or the current Dis Empire, there should be no laws against killing people at will. Right? Could it be that you are the killer? Molly explained in an exaggerated tone. Obviously, she also thought that this reason was completely impossible. But after waiting for a long time, there was no response. So Molly pouted and stretched out her finger again. I poked. I saw Su Bei trembling and speeding up 2 steps. Molly followed closely, holding the cylindrical hat with one hand and stretching out a finger with the other hand, constantly poking. I'm so curious. Mr. Su Bei, unable to withstand Molly's attack, Su Bei finally compromised. He turned around and stopped. I'm sorry. Molly quickly retracted her hand that was stretched out in the air, grabbed the front of the cylindrical hat with both hands and put it down, and apologized quickly. Oops. I got too proud of myself. Stupid Molly. I finally found someone who had no ill will towards me and was willing to help me. How could I be so rude? Molly condemned herself. But she heard Su Bei's sigh. I can answer your questions. Don't touch me. Chapter for the Bad First Commission. I am Su Bei. A social phobia. Before crossing over, I was a middle-class student who sat alone in a corner at school with no sense of existence and mediocre grades. After school, I stayed at home playing games and never went out. I was a dead otaku with a computer and a happy water bottle. After crossing over, I also lived alone for 3 years. Maybe it was because of social phobia that led to my life trajectory. Or maybe it was because of this kind of life that I developed social phobia. In short, I am very socially phobic at the moment. To be more precise, I should be not good at dealing with interpersonal relationships. Or I have never dealt with interpersonal relationships at all. This includes how to interact with people normally. Well, it's social phobia. So when Jasmine acted like she was familiar with others and made some physical contact between the 2 parties through playing around, Su Bei felt very uncomfortable. Even if he knew that the reality now was the game fantasy world. Even if he tried to complete Jasmine's commission as a task. But when Jasmine's finger landed on Su Bei's back, Su Bei couldn't use. It's just a game. This statement paralyzed myself. As a result, Su Bei could still feel the heat when walking on the snowy ground in the winter night, which was 20 degrees below zero. He felt restless, as if ants were crawling on him. His face was burning, as if it was burned by the scorching and flickering flames of a torch. And Jasmine was that fire. He wanted to escape. He wanted to run. It was really a bad experience. Sube looked at the sky, trying to treat Jasmine's actions as natural contact. No! Who would stab someone in the back after just knowing them for a day? This is not a normal thing. When Sube was distracted, Jasmine realized that she had gone too far and stopped her hand. Looking at the dazed figure in front of her, Jasmine called out softly, "Mr. Sube?" "Yes, I am." Sube responded very promptly. Maybe he was scared of being poked. Although the response would feel unnatural, it was much better than physical contact. I am really only suitable to be a lonely killer. Sube thought so, thinking about how to answer Jasmine's question, and finally told the truth. I got the wrong person. No wonder. That's right. So the malice in the air at first completely disappeared after she took off her hat. Huh? Jasmine grabbed both sides of her cylindrical hat with both hands, blinked, and suddenly thought of something, thinking about the brainstorming triggered by this idea. So will someone else pass by at that intersection? Jasmine's eyes widened instantly. No! This is impossible. The final route she took to escape from the winter dungeon was a prophecy made by her teacher, the great magician Dorian, who was honored as the prophet. The teacher has observed that in countless parallel worlds, there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance that someone will pass by near this underground city. So before meeting Sube, Jasmine once thought that she could survive, and then enter the underground city to hide and wait for rescue. Meeting Sube is already 1 in 10,000. And with such a possibility, how could there be a second 1 in 10,000? There is no second person who can appear. Jasmine swallowed her saliva, and her face turned slightly pale. Could it be that the person Sube wanted to kill was still herself? It wasn't that he recognized the wrong person, but that he made a mistake? Molly's body was shaking with fear. Her steps were much weaker, and her mind was still in a daze. Unconsciously, bang, her head collided with her back, and Molly sat on the ground with her buttocks unsteady, holding her head and still thinking. After a while, she finally mustered up the courage and asked calmly, "Hey, Mr. Sube." "I am." Sube had turned his head at this moment, hesitating whether to lend a hand to Molly. "Can I ask what kind of person Sube wants to kill?" This is not an easy question to answer. This is the answer that flashed through Sube's mind at the first time. He couldn't say that he knew the direction of the plot, guessed the whereabouts of the initial Demon King, and carried out the Demon King beheading plan. It would definitely not be a good thing to expose himself as a time traveler. Sube thought so and gave an ambiguous answer, similar to Fran and Duze. Standpoint issue? Jasmine continued subconsciously. As the person at the center of the storm, Jasmine instantly understood Sube's vague answer. So Mr. Sube, is he on Duze's side? But if so, there is no reason for him to let me go. Jasmine became more and more confused. Her eyes lost focus. She bit a finger at the corner of her mouth, and fell into deep thought. I shouldn't be curious. I can't figure it out. But the invader should be the evil party. Is Mr. Sube doing something bad? Jasmine stood up, but did not shake off the snow on her body. Instead, she raised her head and continued to ask carefully. Killing is always wrong. Sube did not deny it. But this was not Sube's true inner answer. He just answered the question with sincerity and righteousness, which made him feel very second-rate. That is, shy. Killing is a wrong means, but it is not necessarily wrong. Is it really wrong to exchange a small mistake for peace? Sube didn't know, because the Demon King at this moment, he was not yet a Demon King, and he had not invaded humans. Profound. Mr. Sube. Jasmine felt that her brain was not enough. Is it because Mr. Sube realized that killing is wrong, so he turned back? But Mr. Sube knew it was wrong from the beginning, and he must have thought it through before doing it. So Mr. Sube shouldn't think that what he did was wrong. But he still told me that. It's a lie. It's a lie for a child. But forget it. Jasmine bit her lower lip and gave up the idea of asking further. She was afraid that if she continued to ask, she would get some terrible results. After lightly brushing it off, Jasmine immediately changed the subject. Let's not talk about such a serious topic. Let's talk about Mr. Sube's hat flying off my head. Sube was also relieved because the topic was over. He was afraid that if Jasmine continued to ask, she would accidentally expose her identity as a time traveler. However, isn't the answer to the next question obvious? To confirm your identity. Molly organized her words and said in a relaxed tone, of course. It is more important to survive than to blow off the hat. Even though it's just a hat. But that hat is at least a gift from my teacher. The tea-like smell hinted that the hat was very important. Molly certainly didn't want Subei to repay. She just wanted to see if Mr. Subei's facial expression would change, because he was unable to repay. It would be best if I could see an expression of embarrassment or panic. As long as it wasn't this expressionless face. Do you want to pay it back? However, Subei's expression remained unchanged. Can you? Jasmine pouted. A little disappointed. It was obvious from Subei's appearance that he couldn't take out 10 gold coins. 10 gold coins is the income that an ordinary adventure group can earn in a month. It is the expenses of a poor family for a lifetime. It is the funds that even a poor noble can't take out in one go. Subei looked like he couldn't take out 10 gold coins. Probably not for now. Subei said seriously. Although he had a bag of gold coins. He didn't know if he could show it to others. It was better not to expose it for the time being. For himself, he found a pretty good job and saved 2 silver coins and 43 copper coins in 3 years. It was still a long way to go to get 10 gold coins. Then there's nothing I can do. Jasmine sighed. Her cylindrical hat sank slightly, and her eyes under the brim secretly looked at Subei. I will pay it back. Later. No change. Will there really be no change? Could it be facial paralysis? Jasmine sighed. A little disappointed that she didn't see the unexpected change. And stretched out her hands and crossed them. Well, that's not necessary. Please treat me well in the future to pay it back. Chapter 5 Chu District. Winter City. Chu District is a slum area on the border of Winter City. The roads are rugged, and the ground is made of uneven gravel. If a carriage dares to come, it will fall apart. The buildings in the district are mostly wooden houses or inferior stone houses. Most of the residents in the district are old, weak, sick, disabled or homeless children. Subei's family background is good in Chu District. After all, he has a relatively good job. So even the aisle at the door is clean and flat bluestone. It doesn't hurt to sit, but it still hurts a little after sitting for a long time. At this moment, Subei was sitting at the door, waiting for Jasmine, who was taking a bath in the house, to finish. According to Jasmine, there is nothing happier than taking a bath after 3 months of running around. If there is, it is a hot bath. Subei could understand. So he went to prepare a wooden barrel and boiled a bucket of hot water. Just like the common people who had never seen the world when they entered the noble area. The common people area was also very new to Jasmine. A princess who stepped into it for the first time. So the hot water is boiled with charcoal and coal? So it's candle lighting? Hey, Mr. Subei. This bed is so hard. Can you really sleep on it? Do you just eat this cake? Don't you need a staple food? That? And that? Finally, under Subei's cold gaze, Jasmine blinked embarrassedly, stopped asking questions, and proposed to take a shower. While waiting, Subei was thinking about how to deal with Jasmine's identity. First of all, the civilian area of Winter City must be the most suitable place for Jasmine to hide her identity. After all, many civilians can't even recognize all the characters, and don't know that the kingdom has been rotated, let alone what the princess of the previous kingdom looks like. So no one will tip off. Secondly, the consumption level in the civilian area is low, and it is not difficult for Subei to support one person. Finally, Winter City is very far away from King Duze, and even if he is really discovered, there is enough time to react and escape. After thinking about it, Subei asked in a slightly raised tone, "How old are you?" Inside the house, the sound of water splashing and falling was mixed with an exclamation. Eh? Subei's sudden voice startled Jasmine. Old? What do you mean old? Jasmine said without hesitation. Just turned 18. 18 years old? Subei fell silent. I just turned 18 too. I am 1.8 meters tall, with a mature face and a strong body. Jasmine is 18 years old, 1.4 meters tall, with a childish face and a small body. She thinks I'm a fool? Tell the truth. Jasmine stammered. Actually, I'm 16. After saying that, Jasmine half buried her head in the barrel, staring at the door and blowing bubbles out. I didn't lie on purpose. I don't want to be treated as a child. Everything is kept secret, and the life trajectory is arranged by adults. This is the world of children. Adults don't care whether children are happy to do this, but only care whether they can achieve the desired effect by doing so. Until Jasmine's final escape plan. It was all arranged by adults. Su Bei didn't expect so much. At this time, he was thinking about what the 16-year-old Jasmine could do. Of course, staying at home is also possible. But it is too deliberate and easy to be exposed. If you want to hide your identity, it is better to create a new identity. And this identity can be recognized by many people. 16 years old seems to be acceptable. At this age, you can do some work such as waiter. With your cute appearance and natural blue eyes, you will probably be very popular with everyone, and you will soon get a new identity. 10. 4. This time it's real. Don't scare me. A voice of grievance came from the room. Maybe because Su Bei was thinking and didn't make any sound. The silent atmosphere made Jasmine's heart beat very fast. Jasmine felt inexplicably panicked and nervous. She was afraid that Su Bei would hate her for lying. As a result, Jasmine spit out a new number. Su Bei paused, frowned, and remained silent. No more. I'm not a child anymore. Don't treat me like a child. Jasmine's voice was soft and gentle, and her whole body was like a broken glass bottle. Just hearing the sound could make people feel her emotional fragility. Su Bei didn't know how to respond. After a moment of silence, he said softly, "Go to school." Eh? Jasmine blinked. Go to school? Daughters of noble families rarely go to school. In the eyes of nobles, girls under the age of 16 are not suitable to show their faces outside. Not to mention the king daughter. They are all directly invited by their parents to the world's top teachers for one-on-one private teaching. Going to school is a very novel and desirable thing for Jasmine. Can I? I have never been to school. Molly was a little excited. She couldn't help but stand up from the wooden barrel, revealing half of her body. She quickly covered her chest and squatted down, looking at the window carefully. The wooden house was ventilated. There were holes in the window. Gurgle, gurgle. Bubbles were coming out of the wooden barrel, and it would laugh from time to time. Well, let's do it this way. Go to school. Su Bei sat at the door and nodded. Going to school is a very good choice. At the age of 14, Jasmine can just attend the junior department of Winter Academy. And Su Bei happens to work at Winter Academy, and has a quota for his children to go to school for free. Just apply in the name of my sister. It is also convenient for daily care. More importantly, students of Winter Academy eat for free. This can save a lot of money. While thinking, Su Bei suddenly thought of something very important and blurted out. Jasmine, are you a professional? Ah! Jasmine had just finished washing and hid behind the wooden barrel to change clothes. As a result, Su Bei opened his mouth and the bucket of water was pushed over. A bucket of water is quite a lot. As a result, Jasmine's clothes were completely soaked. Too bad. Damn, Mr. Su Bei. Jasmine puffed her lips and complained in a low voice, keeping her eyes on the wall. There was a set of clothes hanging there. Jasmine bit a finger, lowered her head and thought, looked up at the clothes in the corner, and then lowered her head to look at the wet skirt on her body. She continued to think. Let's do it. After a while, Zika. The wooden door was pushed open. After a long time without waiting for an answer, Su Bei turned around strangely. Silence. Eyes met. Keep silent. Jasmine was wearing a loose casual outfit, the collar of which even fell from her shoulders, making her look like a skirt. Her lower body showed a section of her bare calves, making it hard not to wonder if she was wearing too few pants. Jasmine's cheeks were red, and she held the collar of her clothes together with both hands to prevent them from slipping off. Su Bei's eyes went dark, and he almost vomited blood. Jasmine raised her head guiltily, and signaled with her eyes, as if the host was inviting guests into the house. Do you want to come in? Chapter 6. Activate the backup plan. As soon as he entered the room, Su Bei was dazzled by the glittering skirt on the wall, not to mention the valuable magic gems inlaid on the hem of the Lolita princess skirt. The materials used to make the skirt alone might be enough to buy half of Chu district. Hanging on the edge of the skirt was a black magic robe that was one size larger. The two pieces of clothing were shaking, dripping with water, and the shorts and top that should have been on the wall were put on Jasmine. After figuring out the situation, Su Bei sighed, put away the wooden barrel, reignited the charcoal fire, and hung the skirt and magic robe next to the charcoal fire. During this time, Jasmine was still getting used to her new clothes, and didn't say a word until she finished studying them. Then she found that her skirt was already hanging next to the charcoal fire. So she curiously asked, will it be better to put it outside to dry tomorrow at noon? Such stupid remarks. Of course. Normally this is no problem. But this is Chu District. Winter City. The public security is extremely poor. If such an expensive piece of clothing is hung outside to dry, the parts of the clothes can be found in 10 people's homes the next day. And the fabric of the clothes can be found in every corner of Suzhou on the third day. After Su Bei gave a brief explanation, he sat on the only chair in the room and motioned Jasmine to sit beside the bed. Are you a professional? Of course. I'm awesome. The teacher said my talent is the best in the world. Su Bei was stunned for a moment, then asked intently, what level? M. Jasmine blushed and whispered, Magic Apprentice. A 14-year-old first-level magician is considered a genius in Winter City. But you are the former princess of the kingdom. Is the genius who is called the top talent only a first-level magician? Su Bei rubbed his temples, without looking at Jasmine, who was a little embarrassed, took the notebook from his chest and tore off one of the pages. Introduction to the school. Su Bei handed it over. The note recorded in detail the information of Winter Academy and Jasmine grade, as well as some precautions. Jasmine grabbed the collar of her clothes with her left hand, stretched out her right hand to take the note, and read it carefully. Tomorrow, we go to school. After Su Bei finished what he had to say, he stood up, sat on a chair far away from Jasmine, and said lightly, Go to sleep. I have to get up early tomorrow. Jasmine blinked, patted the bedside, and asked in confusion, Mr. Su Bei, don't you want to sleep in the bed? Su Bei looked at Jasmine with a helpless expression as if saying, Are you really a well-educated princess who is so stupid? Ah! Jasmine suddenly realized how stupid her words were. Her face turned red, her head lowered, her eyes closed, and she covered her head with the quilt on the bed. Good night, Mr. Su Bei. After a while, Good night. Su Bei responded, turned around, opened his notebook, and looked at the task of his next node recorded on it. According to the plot, 2 years later, the Demon King appeared for the first time from the Winter Dungeon, launched a magic tide to capture Winter City, which became the first demon stronghold, and the hero held the holy sword and called on countless strong men to resist the magic tide outside Winter City. Now it is still 2 years from the beginning of the game plot. Su Bei cannot change the plot easily, lest the plot changes in an uncontrollable direction. Since the plan to kill the Demon King has failed, the only option is to start the backup plan. Get to know the genius who has not yet grown up, and increase the chance of survival in the future. According to some plot speculations, Winter Academy is the most convenient hub. This is also one of the important reasons why Su Bei stayed in Winter Academy. It was late at night. Su Bei recorded information in his diary, and the moonlight sprinkled on the table, like a night lamp. On the bed, a pair of sapphire eyes looked at Su Bei at the table, smiling and blinking. Chapter 7 Jasmine goes to school. Su Bei goes to work. Early in the morning. The sun has just risen. The dawn is breaking. About 6 o'clock. The dawn in Winter City is always very late, and it is still winter now. Su Bei got up early, tidied his appearance, glanced at the bulging small bag on the bed, and still felt it was a dream. It's really a bit outrageous. Noticing that the quilt was falling down a little, Su Bei went forward to lift the quilt up, and found that Jasmine slept in a very careful posture, curled up in a ball with a frown, looking very insecure. Just pulling the quilt up for her, she almost woke up. Then, after preparing a simple breakfast, she went out. Half an hour later, Jasmine woke up slowly. Her eyes were still a little confused. There were cooked pancakes and a set of school uniforms on the bedside. Huh? After recalling the series of things that happened yesterday, Jasmine spread her hands in a trance and looked at herself in a daze. Maybe she really had a new life. Soon, Jasmine sat up from the bed, changed her clothes, and went out of the room. Outside the house, looking at Su Bei, who was sitting on the chair and watching the sun rise in a daze, Jasmine asked curiously, Mr. Su Bei, are you thinking about something? Hearing the voice, Su Bei did not change his movements, and asked in a calm voice as if he was talking to himself, Will the future be good? Jasmine puffed up her lips, walked forward, shook the chair where Su Bei was sitting, and said softly, Mr. Su Bei, cheer up. How can you say such a depressing thing? It will definitely be fine. Su Bei came back to his senses, looked at Jasmine, who had changed her clothes, nodded, and then walked in front. Let's go! Molly followed behind him. and continued to think and counsel him. We have experienced a bad life, and it won't get worse no matter what. The future will definitely be good. Mr. Subei, you must have confidence. Subei turned his head. Ah! Molly blushed and stopped giving chicken soup, lowered her head, and moved forward to avoid her sight, pushing Subei forward. How can you turn around suddenly? Mr. Subei. As soon as his hand touched his back, Subei got goosebumps and hurriedly took 2 quick steps. Would you be embarrassed if someone looked at you? Subei thought so, but didn't ask. Winter College is very close, right in the middle of Chu District and Hua District of Winter City. Winter College is also very big, and it is the largest building in Winter City. But Winter City is very small. Winter City is the smallest town in J's empire, a backward city that nobles despise the most, a gathering place for civilians and poor people. So it's not profitable to open a college here, and it all depends on the dean's love. Subei admires such people. Even though they are in troubled times, they are willing to light up the world. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Subei led Jasmine into Winter College and the office building. After taking a few deep breaths, he knocked on the door of the principal's office. Come in. Subei pushed the door. Inside the room, a white-haired old man with a monocular eyepiece sat on a chair, and the table in front of him was filled with various books and materials. Kanwan Kurt, the principal of Winter College, was an amiable old man. The room was very messy, and there was barely room to stop. Subei led Jasmine forward. Hello, principal. I am an employee of Winter College. According to employee rights, I have a preferential policy that my children or relatives can attend school for free. This is my sister, who is 14 years old this year. I want her to study in the 3rd grade of the junior high school of the college. Subei said a series of scripts that he had memorized long ago, and pushed Jasmine, who was confused behind him, forward. Hey, Jasmine exclaimed, and happened to meet the principal's eyes when he looked up. After a long silence, Principal Kanwan said slowly, the freshman admissions office is not here. You can go to the opposite side of the building downstairs. There is the dean of the junior high school. But Subei was stunned when he heard the beginning, and he took Jasmine by the collar and walked out of the house quickly, closing the door before leaving. But I can enroll my child in school first. Kanwan opened his mouth slightly, looking at the closed door, and fell into deep thought. Is that child still so socially anxious? By the way, when did that child have a sister? Wait, the sister that the child brought with him seems a little familiar? Kanwan thought, touched his long chin beard, shook his head, and said to himself, forget it. I guess it's a mistake. After all, Winter City is so small. It's not surprising to see someone familiar. Then, Kanwan lowered his head and continued to deal with the documents on the table. The document read about the tentative treatment of the magic weapon Extreme Cold. Outside the house, Jasmine looked at the calm Subei, blinking her eyes, and was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. Mr. Subei, so you are so socially anxious? Go to the freshman admissions office, Subei said lightly, as if nothing had happened. Only the 2 drops of sweat on his forehead indicated that his master was very tormented, nervous, so he spoke very fast, and he couldn't change his habit of not daring to look people in the face. Of course, Subei knew that he was very socially anxious. But even if he wanted to restrain himself, his body would react involuntarily. Sure enough, I am only suitable for playing games. Subei thought so. His body trembled, subconsciously took a step forward, and turned his head. Jasmine came forward and touched Subei's sweat-soaked back. Seeing Subei trembling and avoiding, she puffed up her mouth to express dissatisfaction. Then she volunteered, why don't you let me do it, Mr. Subei? Subei led the way in silence. When they arrived at the dean's office, Subei pushed the door open and Jasmine walked in first. Then she turned around and said gently, Mr. Subei needs to wait at the door. Leave it to Jasmine. After a while, a lazy voice came from inside the room. Parents, come in and sign, and you can leave. Subei entered the room and saw a pen and a piece of paper on the table. But Subei stood at the door motionless and said in a deep voice, I can't write. Ah? Oh. Yes. I forgot. The exclamation at the beginning was from Jasmine. The calm response at the end was from the headmaster. Subei said expressionlessly, I can't read. Just press your handprint and you can go. I will take the students to the classroom. The headmaster nodded and pointed to the ink pad on the table. Many adults in Winter City are illiterate, which is not a strange thing. After all, reading is something that respectable people do, and the price of knowledge has always been expensive. Subei followed his instructions, pressed his fingerprints, and left the room. He and the dean were old acquaintances. Jasmine just needed to go to school normally. The dean would take care of it, and no longer needed his help. Subei was already half an hour late for work, so he needed to get to work as soon as possible. Then, he returned to the school gate again and walked into the guard room at the gate. "Bug, why are you late? Don't you know that your job is a charity given to you by the school? If you have this attitude towards work, get out of here as soon as possible. I will report to the school and fire you. Do you know how good employees you can recruit with 10 copper coins a month? They would rather sleep in the office to serve the school than to hire lazy bugs like you who oversleep." Students passing by the door could hear the roar in the room from across the room. Everyone knew that it was the gentle head of the staff who was scolding the employee Subei, because there were only 2 employees in the school. Chapter 8: The Windsor Sisters. 10 minutes later, Subei walked out of the security office with an expressionless face and sat at the window. When the school was first opened, Subei worked as a security guard. At the beginning, the head of staff saw that the 15-year-old Subei was lonely and had no one to take care of him. So he discussed with the college and took him in as a staff member. Subei's lonely and taciturn personality made a deep impression on Sven, who thought he could make good use of him. So he exaggerated Subei's image and spread it secretly in the college. In just half a month, all kinds of rumors and stories spread in the school, and several short stories were circulated. If you don't obey, you will be caught by the staff and thrown into the winter dungeon. The Winter City strange stories of the staff calling you a child. When the staff stares at you, you are stared at by terror. So Subei's reputation is very loud among the students of Winter Academy. In fact, Subei does look very cruel, with an expressionless face, cold eyes, and a cold tone. It is indeed very cruel. After the story spread, Subei even had an excellent resume of making people cry, no matter which student was late once. After experiencing the punishment of writing a self-criticism in front of Subei, he would not be late again. It greatly reduced the truancy rate and lateness rate of students. It is really a rare guard talent. At this moment, Subei was sitting at the door, and the students passing by the school gate quickened their pace a lot, for fear of being stared at by Subei. In fact, Subei stared at others. After all, Subei is very socially anxious. However, because of the students' preconceived notions, no one would notice this fact. And because of fear, no student took the initiative to greet Subei. Of course, there are exceptions. For example, Alyssa, a descendant of a noble family. At the door, Alyssa smiled gently and greeted every student passing by, including Subei, who was guarding the school gate. "Good morning, Mr. Su." "Hello," Subei responded coldly, recalling the history of the Windsor family. As the only 2 daughters left in the Earl of Windsor's family, Alyssa and her sister Amandla are the 2 with the highest titles in the Winter Academy family. Unfortunately, when the kingdom changed, the Windsor family stood on the wrong side, resulting in heavy casualties in the Windsor family, almost to the point of extinction. And only the 2 sisters survived through the transaction. But it should be a big price to pay. The specific content of the transaction is unknown, but it is known that the 2 of them can only inherit the title of Viscount. And the title is not hereditary, which means that their descendants will be stripped of their noble status. Today, Alyssa and Amandla live in a very tight financial situation, and studying at Winter Academy is their best choice. Despite this, Alyssa still maintains a positive and sunny attitude towards life and is not defeated by reality. However, Amandla is addicted to gambling and alcoholism, and sinks into depravity all day long. The main reason why Subei is very concerned about this period of history is that there is still a plot about Alyssa in the later period of Fantasy World. She will become one of the few remaining 6th-level professionals. However, the specific profession is glossed over by the ambiguous description of the plot. Maybe it's a hidden profession. At this moment, Alyssa was walking on the road, her smooth blonde hair shining in the sun, her slender figure, full of youthful vitality, attracting the attention of countless boys. Despite this, no boy dared to come up and talk to her, and only when Alyssa took the initiative to say hello could she get a response. There are 2 main reasons for this. One is the huge gap between the status of commoners and nobles. The second is that the shackles of the Windsor family are too heavy, and the deep-rooted thoughts of common children warn them not to get too close to criminals, so as not to be labeled as rebels. Alyssa knew it too. Even so, she didn't get tired of it, and insisted on greeting everyone. Alyssa kept a positive and sunny smile and walked towards the high school. Half an hour later, the entrance was deserted. Because of Su Bei's great reputation, no one dared to be late, and the latest student arrived 5 minutes earlier than the closing time. Then, the class bell rang. Su Bei closed the school gate and picked up the broom at the guard's door. After closing the school gate, Su Bei's job was a cleaner. There is a lot of snowfall in Winter City in winter, and Su Bei is the only one who sweeps the snow. The school means that Su Bei can just sweep the snow for the sake of doing so. But Su Bei always sweeps the snow clean after each snowfall, mainly because Su Bei is idle. As soon as Su Bei picked up the broom, a hand stretched out from the door and waved from the school gate to the school. It was a calloused, but white and beautiful hand. Su Bei looked at the owner of the hand. His face was full of alcohol. His eyes were slightly squinted, and he wanted to open them, but couldn't. He was tall and plump, with a mature and charming face. What was out of place was her outfit. The cold winter in Winter City was a nightmare for people. But Amanda still wore a mature and bold short skirt. She was a typical example of someone who preferred elegance to life. Teacher Amanda, you are late. Shut up. Su Bei. As long as you don't say I'm late. I've never been late. The implication was to let me in quickly and help me hide the fact that I was late. Su Bei looked at Amanda outside the door calmly, with no intention of opening the door. Hiccup. Amanda burped and raised her right hand. Swoosh. A silk scarf shot out from Amanda's sleeve, wrapped around Su Bei's wrist, and pulled it forward. Little Su Bei, you don't want all the students in the school to know about your social phobia, do you? Amanda stretched out her left hand across the school gate, just about to hook Su Bei's chin. Caw. Su Bei took out the scissors that he had prepared long ago from his pocket, cut the silk scarf with a click, and avoided Amanda teasing. Without dozens of repetitions, the action cannot be so natural and skilled. Open the door for me, little Su Bei. Amanda stretched out her hand and hung on the school gate. If she had nothing to hold on to, she might have fallen to the ground. It was hard to imagine that such a person would be a teacher at Winter Academy, and a combat instructor at the high school. Teacher Amanda, you are drunk. Go back and rest for a day. I will ask for leave for you. Su Bei made a serious suggestion. With his cold tone, his attitude seemed very tough. He was just socially anxious. Not a bad guy. How could he allow a teacher who was so drunk to enter the school and abuse students? Not to mention that she has to go to class later. No, little Su Bei. I haven't been in class for 3 days. If I don't get paid, I won't have money to support little Alyssa. You don't want to see Alyssa being pitiful and being toyed with by others for food and clothing, right? As she spoke, Amanda pretended to wipe away her non-existent tears. Is it because the teacher has no money to drink? Amanda opened her eyes a little, paused. Su Bei's heart skipped a beat, and even his expressionless face became tense. Shall Su Bei? Please. Whoa. Teacher. Please. Just let the teacher in. Amanda without wine is like Winter Academy losing Amanda. The whole person will not be able to hold on. Please be kind. Teacher will introduce my sister to you. Just let the teacher in. The teacher needs this money too much. Whoa. Chapter 9 Snow Sweeping. Little Su Bei. Little Su Bei. Little Su Bei. Please. Su Bei finally bowed to reality, and couldn't even hold on for 3 minutes. Mainly because it would be too embarrassing to be seen by other students. Su Bei sighed, and quietly opened the school gate. Little Su Bei. Amanda was about to hug Su Bei tightly and kiss him hard. But as soon as she stretched out her hand, Su Bei had already retreated 5 meters away and stared at him coldly. Allah? Amanda tilted her head and looked at Su Bei drunkenly. Little Su Bei. Don't you want the teacher to thank you? Su Bei said very quickly, no. After a pause, seeing that Amanda was about to move, Su Bei emphasized again, no. In the past 3 years, Su Bei had dealt with this Viscount lady the most, and he had no way to deal with her. When a social phobic meets a social bull, it is like meeting a natural enemy. Wow. I'm sad. Does little Su Bei hate the teacher? The teacher also knows that he is not a good person. He likes drinking and gambling. And he is not considerate of others. His cooking is not good either. Perhaps it was a flash of light before he passed out. Amanda suddenly became energetic. She wiped her eyes and pretended to cry, while mumbling, blaming herself like a bamboo tube. Suddenly, Amanda paused. She passed out. She fell to the ground. Did she drink like this? Then she didn't sign in. Su Bei sighed. What a stupid drunkard. We can't let Amanda sleep here like this. Not to mention the bad image. More importantly, it's the responsibility of the guard if she falls drunk at the door. In short, it's very troublesome to deal with it afterwards. So deal with it beforehand. Su Bei looked around first. If no one is watching, there will be no misunderstanding. Su Bei walked forward and took off his coat. He wrapped his coat around Amanda's bare thighs under her short skirt, hooked his hands, picked her up like a princess, and walked towards the guard room. After the gentle chief worker finished teaching Su Bei a lesson, he left. So the guard room was currently empty. Su Bei put Amanda on the only bed in the room, frowned as he looked at her sleeping posture. Amanda's clothes were a little messy. Su Bei didn't know whether to pull up her collar or pull down her skirt that was slightly lifted up. After hesitating for a moment, Su Bei gave up and covered Amanda with his coat. Then, Su Bei picked up the broom and prepared to continue the snow-clearing work that had not yet begun. When leaving the guard room, I could still hear Amanda mumbling in her sleep. You bastard Kaksu. You are the 37th man who dares to reject me. Winter Academy is very big. It educates most of the children aged 13 to 18 in Winter City. The first thing you see when you enter the school gate is the junior high school. There is a lot of snow here, but the snow has been piled up into snowmen or various decorative dolls by the children. So it is very convenient to deal with. When Su Bei was cleaning the snow, he heard the voices of teachers in the school teaching students to read, and he would inadvertently look inside through the window and learn some content. Yes, I learned it secretly. Su Bei didn't know the characters in this world. The two worlds have the same accent, but the characters are written in completely different ways. The characters in Fantasy World are mostly graphics or circles and curves, forming a logical civilization of its own. This made Su Bei confused when he saw the characters for the first time, and he couldn't help but sigh. Are these circles and crosses some kind of ghostly talismans? After 3 years of occasional sneak peeks and learning, Su Bei can now recognize some simple characters. As for his own name, he still can't write it. He continued to clean up, passing by classrooms that taught monster knowledge, as well as knowledge on identifying medicinal herbs and materials. Su Bei didn't need to listen to any of this. For old players who have played Fantasy World 100 times, except for the inability to pass the level, all the other plots in the game are no secrets. There is a certain distance between the teaching buildings. After Su Bei finished cleaning 2 buildings, 2 or 3 hours had passed. The building in front of him was his last task in the morning. This building is very different from the previous ones. This building is the largest building in Winter Academy. This floor is responsible for teaching the junior high school professionals. It covers almost all the children with certain talents in Winter City. Most of them will become adventurers, choose to enter the dungeon, conquer the Sky City, and so on. At the same time, they are also the backbone of the future fantasy continent. They carry hope. But that is a tragedy. Future professionals are the ones who die the most. Su Bei retracted his sight and silently swept forward. The sound of children chatting happily came from the playground in front. From a distance, many girls were seen around the playground, among which Jasmine with long white hair was particularly conspicuous. A battle drill was being conducted on the playground. A green-skinned goblin was surrounded in the middle of the students, and the students in front of him kept rotating and fighting against the green-skinned goblin. On the side, a teacher gave evaluation and guidance to the students. There was a battle going on in front of him, and Su Bei could still see many boys secretly staring at Jasmine. After being discovered by Jasmine, they pretended to talk about their glorious past with their classmates around them to show their excellent side. It can be seen that Jasmine is very popular. It should be so. Jasmine looks sweet and lovely, gentle and ladylike, and is an alternative among the generally rough and heroic people in Winter City. Such a person entering the student group is undoubtedly like throwing a bomb into the deep sea, a lamb into a pack of gray wolves. It is natural to be the group's favorite. Su Bei was very happy that Jasmine was welcomed. Just don't be bullied. Among the boys who paid special attention to Jasmine, there was a boy who stood closer to her than the others, and he was well dressed. taller and more handsome. He had a long sword on his waist, short flowing golden hair, a high nose bridge at a young age, handsome appearance and bright eyes, and was the Prince Charming in the hearts of countless female students. He was Lancelot William, the hereditary Baron, a first-class knight, the team's #1 attacker. He has been to the winter dungeon 3 times with the adventure group, and once he broke through the 10th floor of the dungeon with the group. His deeds are more widely spread in the school than Subei's spoofs and weird stories, and are the topic of conversation for many classmates. Retracting his gaze, Subei just took a look and stopped paying attention, and began to clean the snow silently. There is nothing to pay attention to. The comprehensive combat effectiveness of the green-skinned goblin is not even as good as that of an adult, and this goblin is still captive in the school. And its combat effectiveness is much worse than that of the wild. Not to mention that this goblin didn't even have a weapon. But even so, it's not easy for the children to defeat it. There are many reasons. But Subei thinks the main reason is that they are too safe. There is no crisis, so there will be no progress beyond the limit. This point was deeply felt when Subei went to the dungeon for the first time. Chapter 10. Subei in the eyes of students. Although they were practicing, most students were not paying attention to the class. Students of this age group are interested in everything except class. Chatting, daydreaming, looking around. Soon a student found Subei sweeping the snow. Wait, look, is that the one? Strange talk employee? Yes. Remember that the troublemaker Pete from the next class was late last year, and he kept crying after writing a self-criticism. This year, he suddenly changed his ways, and worked hard. Yes, Pete was selected as a 3 good student this year. Does that employee really have such terrifying power? The discussion was not loud, and it was only spread among a small group of people at first. But the novel topic quickly spread like a virus. Then, more than half of the students noticed the employee who was sweeping the floor, secretly watching Subei and whispering, being watched from time to time. Subei naturally felt uncomfortable all over. However, he just raised his head slightly, and all the eyes that dared to look at him disappeared instantly. No, there was still a familiar gaze with a hint of curiosity and the gentleness still on Subei. Subei turned his gaze away. He saw jasmine eyebrows and eyes curved, like the crescent moon in the night sky of Winter City. Their eyes met. Jasmine smiled at Subei without dodging, and waved her hand gently. Fortunately, the student's eyes were not on Subei now. Otherwise, he might become famous again. Subei hated too much attention. After all, he was still a social phobia. A reputation that caused panic, such as ghost stories, was acceptable. Or the more the better. This will allow Subei's daily life to remain undisturbed. Sensing Jasmine's increasingly presumptuous gaze, and the tendency of people to walk towards Subei, Subei's cold eyes narrowed. Jasmine's warning eyes frightened her so much that she stopped waving her hands immediately. Jasmine snorted softly, puffed up her face, and looked away. The sound was so soft that the female classmates next to Jasmine could only hear a slight movement. However, for Lancelot, a first-level apprentice knight, the sound was very clear. He cast his eyes curiously, looked around and glanced at Subei, stroking the long sword at his waist, thinking. As for the topics of the classmates around him, Lancelot sneered and disdained to join in. Where is the strange talk about employees? All fears are caused by the lack of one's own strength. And he, Lancelot, is destined to become the princess's only knight attendant and become an excellent holy light knight. How could he be scared by this fictitious strange talk about employees? Compared with other peers, Lancelot seems too mature, with a kind of indifference and arrogance that keeps people away from him. Only when he looked at the new student Jasmine, Lancelot would show an interested look. After realizing that Jasmine was very concerned about the topic that the students were discussing, Lancelot frowned. He also focused on the students' conversation. As for the class, it was just a green goblin, and it was just a matter of one sword. Jasmine took 2 steps closer to the direction of the nearest discussion and said softly, "Staff ghost talk. Is it that gentleman?" Student Jasmine, "Please don't talk about him. I heard that he can know what you are thinking and will come to you at night. Don't scare me." The boy next to him punched the guy who spoke first. "But to be honest, that fierce teacher Amandla becomes very docile every time I see her. I heard she was tamed." "Really? Even that teacher can't resist the horror of the ghost story staff? It's incredible that teacher Amandla can be tamed. Is there really anyone who can beat teacher Amandla?" It's unbelievable that my cousin Kashu was beaten to a slight fracture because he rejected teacher Amanla's confession yesterday. Oh my god. Isn't your cousin a senior adventurer? He is a junior shield warrior. He is a second-level adventurer. Could it be that the employee ghost is a third-level adventurer? Does our school have a third-level adventurer? To be able to tame teacher Amanla, he must be at least a third-level adventurer. Right? Can he really beat teacher Amanla? Really? When I was sick last time and asked for leave, I saw teacher Amanla lying in the guard room in dishevel. Did teacher Amanla get a good beating from him again? Did he pass out after being beaten? Really? His face was red and swollen. And he was unconscious. Crying? But I heard that teacher Amanla is a real assassin. A profession that is more difficult to tame than a shield warrior. Yes. Yes. A second-level assassin is the nightmare of all professionals. And I dream of becoming an apprentice assassin. Is it possible that the strength of that employee is unfathomable? The more Jasmine listened, the more outrageous it became. And her face suddenly turned red. Tamed or something. Why would you use such a bad word? Do these idiots read with half of their cerebellum? But Mr. Subei is so scary in school. Jasmine felt much better after hearing the version of Mr. Subei that she had never heard of before. When I thought about the socially anxious Subei who was speechless in front of the other students, and the silent oppression that caused the students to imagine themselves, there was an inexplicable sense of comedy. It turns out that I am not the only one who is scared by Mr. Subei. While Jasmine was letting her imagination run wild, the students' discussions became louder. The teacher finally couldn't help it. Pa. 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 3 quick and loud claps sounded intermittently. Everyone, line up in groups. The teacher stared at the students who stood up obediently with a dark face, and gave them a meaningless scolding. You bunch of rubbish. Are you going to go back to the fields instead of studying hard? Or do you want to go to the processing plant and work on the assembly line for 12 hours a day? Do you think you are much better than the students in the ordinary class? I tell you, you scum. Among you, only 1/3 of the students can enter the vocational department of high school. The rest have to go back to the ordinary class and learn survival skills from scratch. Do you want to be like that employee and just sweep the garbage for the rest of your life? The voice was very loud. Subei heard it clearly, but it seemed as if he didn't hear it, and his hand holding the broom didn't stop for a moment. He didn't care. The students all shut up, lowered their heads and said nothing, frightened by the teacher's roar. Only Jasmine raised her head and opened her mouth slightly, wanting to refute. After thinking for a long time, she didn't know how to say it, because she used to think that cleaning garbage was not a decent job. But isn't this a personal attack? The person involved was present and pointed at him and jokingly said to everyone, "Do you want to be such a person?" Such irresponsible words. It's like a parent pointing at other children and saying to their own children, "Why can't you be like him? Why are other children like this and that?" It's the same truth. Jasmine subconsciously wanted to refute. She thought Mr. Subei was a very good person. In the class, she could feel the kindness and malice released by the people around her, most of which were kind, but not without malice. But Mr. Subei, he had no malice towards everyone. He is really a good person. Why do you say that about him? How can you do that? Jasmine gritted her teeth. In the silent atmosphere, you can hear Jasmine heavy breathing, and the sound of her footsteps as she took a step forward with courage while panting. Then, Jasmine sharp protests with a gentle voice. How can you do this? No matter what profession you are in, you deserve respect. Chapter 11. Amanla decided to confess to Subei. Silence. Still silence. The atmosphere fell into silence, and Jasmine's face turned red under this pressure. Shy. Nervous. Want to escape. The eyes were like thorns, focusing on her body. Stupid Jasmine. How come you become like this just after school started? Jasmine swallowed her saliva and prepared to accept the blame. In the palace, children who refute adults usually don't have a good result. No. It's the same everywhere. But it felt a little different. The abuse did not come as expected as Jasmine expected. After watching Jasmine protest angrily, she lowered her head and prepared to accept the blame. The teacher was stunned. He didn't know what this student had experienced, but it was always some bad memories. He thought of the dean of studies who brought Jasmine here and mentioned that this new student was the sister of the employee. No wonder. The teacher began to feel guilty. The students were whispering. They seemed to be curious about why the seemingly gentle Jasmine suddenly lost her temper. Some students were dissatisfied and began to agree. Yes, yes. My father is just a pancake seller. But I never look down on him. The pancakes he makes are the best in Winter City. Then the discussion became louder and louder. In the eyes of children, parents are always omnipotent, even though they know that the other's profession is not very high-end. Yes, yes. My father is just a waiter. But he is really amazing. When he was young, he was a bard who traveled around the world. The teacher's ashamed expression gradually became helpless, and she smiled at the innocent children. Students, the teacher needs to say sorry here, especially to Jasmine. Jasmine raised her head. Huh? I have never experienced such an atmosphere before. It turns out that adults can also admit their mistakes. The strong contrast gave Jasmine an illusion. If those adults were like this in the past, maybe they wouldn't have to grow up so quickly. Jasmine wanted to cry, but Jasmine told herself that she had grown up. So you can't cry? Only children cry. She is still young, so she naturally doesn't understand the huge cultural difference between Winter City and the capital. The education methods of nobles and commoners are also different. At least in Winter Academy in Winter City, repressive education is not popular. Then, the teacher bowed and apologized solemnly. I am very sorry for what I said just now. I, Ethan Brown, want to say sorry to the children. However, the teacher still wants to make it clear that the teacher is a rough man and can't express well. The teacher does not mean to discriminate against any profession. The teacher just thinks that if you want to be an adventurer, you can't do it without a desperate attitude. Ethan said, unbuttoning 2 buttons on his collar and pulling open his collar. The air was filled with gasps of surprise. The dense wound silently told the cruelty of adventure. Every scar is a bloody lesson. I personally think that if you can't get into the high school department, most of you will try to be adventurers. After all, who doesn't yearn for a tense and exciting life? Holding weapons to conquer the stars and the sea. Riding a dragon to kill monsters. Everyone wants to be the protagonist of their life. But being an adventurer is not a job that can be done with a smile. If you don't have a correct attitude, I won't allow you to go to the off-campus practical training at the end of the year. Now, get out of class is over. After the first student left the team, the students also scattered. I don't know if Mr. Ethan's words can leave a mark in the students' hearts. But no matter what, at least, Jasmine liked the atmosphere here from the bottom of her heart. She subconsciously looked up, wanting to find Su Bei's figure and share the joy. Of course she couldn't find him. Su Bei had left long ago. After he finished sweeping, he left the teaching building, thinking about something in his mind. At the end of the year, there will be an off-campus practical assessment. The junior high school department will have a similar assessment every year. The school will accept some sea-level combat missions through the Adventurer Association, and redivide them into 5 levels of difficulty, D, C, B, A, and S based on the student's strength, so that students can form teams to accept the missions. The end-of-year assessment for the 3rd grade of the junior high school is also called the baseline test, which has a key impact on whether students can be promoted to the high school. In previous years, students would choose to fight hard in the last year and choose difficult tasks beyond their ability. Therefore, the disability rate of 3rd-year junior high school students is not low every year. There are even several death cases. I hope Jasmine will not choose tasks that are too difficult. It will be troublesome if she gets injured. Su Bei thought so and returned to the guard room unknowingly. Inside the house, Amanda has woken up. She rubbed her half-awake head and recalled her bad memories before getting drunk. Hearing footsteps, Amanda looked up and smiled gently at Su Bei, who had no expression on his face. Su Bei, how did the teacher get here? I'm drunk. Su Bei responded. Amanda's smile froze. She looked like she had eaten shit. So embarrassed that she covered her face with a quilt and cried like she had no hope in life. Wow, I'm not drunk. Am I? At this point, have you not realized that a big reason why you can't get married is because you are really bad at drinking? A typical person who loves to eat and play. Yes. Su Bei said the truth. Amanda covered her ears with her coat, rolled on the bed and shouted, shut up. Who wants to listen to such words? You ignorant kid. You who can't understand the atmosphere. Su Bei closed his mouth, sat on the chair, and made himself a pot of tea. Tea is the most common variety in Winter City. It has no taste and is not expensive. So Su Bei doesn't feel bad about making tea. Of course, the main reason is that the tea bags were distributed by the school. How many times have you seen me drunk like this? Su Bei, little brat. Amanda looked at Su Bei, who was sitting there drinking tea, and vaguely felt that this boy had become more handsome. Yes, when they first met each other, Su Bei was only 15 years old. Now he is 18 years old. He has grown up. 18 years old is the age to get married in Winter City. Cultivation system? This is not bad. Amanda's eyes brightened a little. Su Bei hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter. He took a sip of tea and responded, 17 times. So many times? Amanda was surprised. In this case, apart from silencing him, the only decision was that one. I remember it very clearly. Su Bei. Amanda's voice was a little close, and Su Bei's hand holding the water cup was a little unstable. Su Bei turned his head and looked at teacher Amanda, who was so close, frowned, and sat a little deeper in the chair. Except for Alyssa. No one has seen me drunk so many times. Su Bei noticed something was wrong. Teacher Amanda's tone was too gentle. The bitch in the neighbor's house also clamped like this when she was in heat recently. Unconsciously, our relationship has reached this level. Amanda blinked and moved closer to Su Bei. The warm breath sprayed on Su Bei's nose. Su Bei broke out in cold sweat on his back. Not appropriate. Amanda narrowed her eyes, and the fists hidden behind her were cracking, clenched a little tighter. Su Bei recalled those predecessors who refused teacher Amanda and became disabled, and said very quickly, I like young ones. You know I have a very cute sister. Do you know about the training system? This is my lifelong dream. Su Bei interrupted the spell in advance, responded to the other party with what he was going to say, and persuaded him with emotion and reason. Su Bei himself could not imagine that the strong desire to survive could make him say so many words in one breath without stuttering. Sure enough, he wanted to live more than anyone else. At the door, the sound of tap-tap footsteps was heard, and a shadow quickly fled from the guard room. Su Bei suddenly felt a headache. Things were moving in a strange direction, and getting more and more crooked. That guy. It shouldn't be Jasmine. Right? It shouldn't be. Right? Su Bei deceived himself. Let's go back 5 minutes. 5 minutes ago, Jasmine wanted to share her joy with Su Bei and tell him that she liked this school and the students here very much. When she found someone in the room, Jasmine stopped and hid at the door. She was going to give Su Bei a surprise after the chat. As a result, she heard the amazing chat content. She thought she could eat an unexpected big melon. Unexpectedly, the melon fell on her head. At this moment, Jasmine widened her eyes and even forgot to breathe for a while. She only heard the whirring wind blowing past her ears. She ran quickly towards the teaching building. She was still mumbling. No. No. Jasmine is too young. Absolutely not. How could this happen? Jasmine's eyes were confused and misty. She just felt dizzy. Chapter 12. The baseline assessment requires signatures. Woohoo. It seems that the little guy at the door has misunderstood. Amanda reached out and stroked Su Bei's head, with an expression of watching the fun and not minding the trouble. Is it really appropriate for such an expression to appear between a teacher and an employee? It's not appropriate. Su Bei sighed and decided not to remind him. He immediately stood up and avoided the restless hand on his head. Amanda's hand was like petting a kitten. It was a bit presumptuous. Teacher Amanda, please don't make fun of me. Amanda looked at Su Bei calmly, and suddenly narrowed her eyes and showed a fox-like smile. I'm not kidding. Su Bei looked calmly at Amanda's exaggerated performance. Hee hee. I didn't scare you. Amanda narrowed her eyes and gave Su Bei a wink, tilted her head, and stuck out her tongue. Acting cute is not suitable for an aunt who is almost 30 years old. Su Bei's expressionless face made Amanda feel bored. Okay. That's it. Amanda's spirit suddenly slumped, and she glared at Su Bei fiercely. I hold grudges very much. If you reject me, you will definitely suffer the consequences. Then, Amanda walked lightly, stretched her back to Su Bei, raised her hand and waved, and left the room. It's time for class. See you later. No. See you next time. Looking at Amanda's provocative eyes before she left, Su Bei changed his attitude from the bottom of his heart. After that, there was no more interruption from teacher Amanda. Everything was peaceful and normal, just like the days 3 days ago. The next 10 days were also like this. No, there was something different. Because Jasmine lived in his room. A living person. With one more person, he could still live a similar life as before. It should be said. Su-bei is indeed. Su-bei naturally knew the reason. After Jasmine overheard those words at the door that day, she would be more or less wary of him. After all, they were a single man and a single woman living under the same roof. Moreover, the two parties had only met a few times, and could even be considered strangers. After knowing that the other party had bad intentions, it was normal to run away. But Su-bei did not expect that Jasmine would return to this room that night. Although the two had not had any extra communication since that night, it was just that Jasmine's eyes evaded a lot when she looked at him. This reminded Su-bei of the time before he traveled through time, when he was not a otaku. At that time, he was still a junior high school student, because a female classmate often asked him to borrow an eraser. Su-bei thought that there was a natural bond between the two, and he thought that they were different from each other. So he confessed his love. The confession letter was read out in public. Su-bei can still recall the tragic scene of his execution, and how disgusted a girl of this age would be when someone she didn't like confessed his love to her. Even though he thought so, Su-bei didn't mean to explain. It's good now. He liked the atmosphere of not disturbing each other. The commission he accepted was to help Jasmine live well. As for the relationship between the two, as long as there is no disgust, everything else is fine. After all, Su-bei was afraid that his unsmooth expression would make Jasmine feel that he was trying to cover up his desire. Or maybe Jasmine had already taken it lightly, and it was because of his excessive self-consciousness and self-sentiment. If he forced an explanation, it would make both parties more embarrassed. In short, doing nothing and keeping the status quo is good. As long as I do nothing, I won't make mistakes. This has been Su-bei's life creed since he became otaku. It is also a rule that Su-bei has always followed during the 3 years of traveling through time. Experts only fight crucial battles. I am an expert. Tonight, Su-bei and Jasmine did not communicate. Su-bei leaned against the table, looking at the dense plots about the game timeline in the diary. The latest plot at this time. Is that weapon appearing? Many people will die. Just as Su-bei was thinking. The silence that lasted for 10 days was broken for the first time. Hey. Su-bei felt a familiar yet strange touch on his back, and he sat up straight. He turned his head and looked calmly at Jasmine, whose fingertips stayed on his back. Jasmine lowered her head, avoiding looking directly at Su-bei, and stretched out her right hand to hand over the paper in her right hand. The assessment will be conducted at the end of the year, and the parent's signature is required for this assessment. Thank you, Mr. Su-bei. It was a bit polite, but Jasmine has always been very polite. Su-bei looked at Jasmine, and after taking the paper, he hesitated to do anything. Jasmine was a little nervous when she was looked at, and she rubbed her hands nervously, and asked with a stiff upper lip, "Any questions?" "Mr. Su-bei, I can't write," Su-bei said calmly. "Ah?" Jasmine exclaimed, and suddenly realized, yes. But the admission introduction. I copied it when I was bored. Hey, is this okay? Jasmine recalled that Mr. Su-bei would always make changes in his diary. And suddenly she felt that he was mysterious. In just a blink of an eye, Jasmine quickly thought of a solution and proposed it. I teach you? Jasmine pointed her slender finger at herself and asked in a somewhat uncertain tone, "Is it okay?" "Mr. Su-bei, thank you." Su-bei stood up from his chair and motioned Jasmine to sit down. Jasmine came closer, blushing, blinked and met Su-bei's eyes, then looked away as if nothing had happened. Jasmine sat down in an elegant posture, picking up the pen and writing as smoothly and freely as if painting. 3 seconds later, a string of scribbled characters appeared on the paper. As expected. I couldn't understand it, but copying was not difficult. So Su-bei was able to quickly learn the shape of the name and laboriously depict it. I can write my name now. When writing, Su-bei's expression was very focused, and his profile was three-dimensional, which made Jasmine look at him a few more times. Sometimes Jasmine would wonder if what Su-bei said in the guard room was true. She was not sure whether it was true or not. But what she was sure of was that Su-bei had no ill will towards her from beginning to end. That was enough. This was more reassuring than anything else. As for liking me, it was probably a lie. Right? It was impossible to tell. Is it a means to reject teacher Amanla? If you think about it this way, Mr. Su-bei is also very pitiful. Jasmine smiled slightly as she thought about it. Although she had some guesses, it would be a bit difficult for Jasmine to just pretend that nothing happened. Every time she saw Su-bei, She would think of what he said that day. Thinking of those words was enough to make an underage noble lady embarrassed to the point of wanting to flee the city. Rumors are scary. Damn it. Why do you use me as a shield? Stupid Su-Bei. Shameless, Mr. Su-Bei. Jasmine looked at Su-Bei's profile and glared at him with dissatisfaction. Su-Bei happened to turn his head, and the words he was about to ask stopped at his lips. Su-Bei paused, a little confused. What did he do wrong again? Chapter 13. Mr. Su-Bei in Jasmine's eyes. Not bad. Molly hurriedly looked away and spoke first, praising him to hide her panic. Stupid Mr. Su-Bei. Why did you turn your head suddenly? Molly nervously looked for a topic to ease the embarrassment of being discovered. The assessment will be in 3 days, and it will take 2 days. As Jasmine spoke, she looked at Su-Bei uncertainly and said, About 2 days? Are you asking me? How could I know how many days it would take? By the way, can you really complete the assessment with this stupid look? Su-Bei looked at Jasmine. His eyes filled with unresolved worry, and he couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Then, he subconsciously asked, Sleeping overnight? If it's 2 days, you should be staying overnight. Right? But the leader of our team is that teacher, who is very reassuring even at night. Jasmine looked at Su-Bei, considering whether to mention that name. I wonder if bringing up that name will ruin the good atmosphere now. Will it be awkward? Is it Teacher Amanla? Su-Bei took up the missing name without any concern. Ah, it's Teacher Amanla. Molly nodded quickly. Mentioning this name is not as awkward as imagined, or it has no effect at all. Molly looked at Su-Bei, who was not affected at all, and wondered what kind of person Mr. Su-Bei was. He was taciturn, and I thought it was caused by social phobia. It turns out that he is really socially anxious and taciturn. He seems to have a paralyzed face and is not emotionally rich, or very poorly emotional. Shameless. Oh, yes, Mr. Su-Bei is really shameless. He will be rude and use himself as a shield. He doesn't like older people. It's hard to tell whether he likes younger people. Could it be that he likes people of the same age? And Mr. Su-Bei doesn't care about life. He doesn't like any food or entertainment. He doesn't drink, smoke cigars, play cards, brag, or even socialize. It's like people who are not from this world. Can't blend in with this world. But he exercises every day, has a regular schedule, gets up early and goes to bed late, and writes a diary every day. His life is as precise as a clock, as if he has a firm goal, and he only works towards this goal. It seems out of place. Mr. Su-Bei. It's really strange. What's the matter? Su-Bei looked at Jasmine, who was staring at him in a daze, and said strangely, No. 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 Jasmine came back to her senses and waved her hands, not asking out her curiosity. She felt that the relationship between the two of them was not good enough to casually talk about these topics. So Jasmine racked her brains and desperately looked for other topics. No. I mean, isn't Mr. Su-Bei curious about what mission I took? At this moment, Jasmine looked flustered. Her eyes were wide open, blinking constantly, and a red color spread across her snow-white face. Very cute. Su-Bei nodded, trying to show an interested look, and asked, You say? Looking at Su-Bei with this expression, Jasmine stared at him with wide eyes, puffed her lips, and complained, You don't have to be so forced. You can tell from Mr. Su-Bei's expression that you are not interested at all. Yeah. Su-Bei nodded in agreement. Too bad. Jasmine couldn't help it anymore, and she was so angry that she stretched out her hand to pinch Su-Bei's neck, and then shook it back and forth. Jasmine's hands were very small, and she could only pinch half of Su-Bei's neck when she made a circle, and the hands were very soft, and the force was very light, just like a massage. Su-Bei was stunned. Then he looked at Jasmine strangely. This posture was not ladylike, not like the action that aristocrats would touch. Jasmine let go of her hand embarrassedly, looked around, and said, Classmates will play like this. I don't have very good friends, and it feels very interesting, so I want to try it. It's no big deal. Jasmine let go of her hand, put her hands behind her back, and pretended to be relaxed. If he hadn't seen the red and purple earlobe steaming, Su-Bei would have thought it was really nothing. Could it be really interesting? I didn't expect that in less than half a month. Have you become a commoner? If you were thrown into the palace, people who had never seen you wouldn't recognize you as a princess. Su-Bei couldn't help but sigh. It takes at least a year, or even longer, To teach a lady of noble etiquette. And it doesn't even take 10 days to get rid of these etiquette. Jasmine. Duh. She walked back to the bed, sat down, swung her legs, and said dissatisfiedly, well, even if Mr. Subei is not interested, I will tell you. Just treat it as a part of the commission. The tone of arrogance is very strong. It can even make Subei think that he is watching an animation. But at this moment, the picture falls on reality. So Subei turned his head and planned to listen to Jasmine finish her words. Although he did not think that the tasks assigned by the school would embarrass Amanla. Yes, it doesn't matter if Jasmine can't complete it. As long as Amanla is there, there will be no problem. The sea-level mission of the Adventurer Association is not difficult for an assassin who may break through the 3rd level at any time. It can be said to be a piece of cake. The difficulty of a general sea-level combat mission is between the 1st and 2nd level adventures. Moreover, Amanla has been coaching for 8 years and has a 100% zero casualty record in the assessment. The combination of the two is why Subei can put his mind at ease. However, just listen to the content of the mission. It's nothing big. So Subei nodded and said, you say. It's the cannibals. Molly held up a finger. I'm still confident in my own strength. But I don't dare to be too arrogant. So I didn't choose the most difficult S-level mission, but chose the A-level. The destination is Silent Village. About 50 miles away from the academy? But because the mission target is the cannibals, there is a reason why I have to choose it. Subei didn't continue to listen to what Molly said. After hearing the word cannibals, he fell into memories. Cannibals. Humanoid monsters. They have the same appearance as humans, which is difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. They transmit information between races through smell and feed on humans. They used to be a very large race, because they hunted humans too recklessly. The great magician Lin Gray, who first knew about humans, joined other great magicians and used forbidden magic to exterminate them. This is a rough description of the history of cannibals in the game. However, cannibals did not end there. Cannibals still appear in the subsequent plot, and it is confirmed that the origin of this race is Silent Village. Subei didn't remember whether the Winter Academy had ever accepted this mission in the game. After all, the plot of the game was too huge. But this mission was not completed until the middle of the game. So if the Winter Academy had accepted this mission, it must have failed. And facing the cannibals, it is impossible to fail the mission without casualties. The difficulty of this mission is definitely not sea level. Not to mention the possibility of the students of the Winter Academy completing it. This will kill people. Chapter 14 Flexible Birthday. Looking at Subei with a serious face, Jasmine comforted him. Don't worry too much, Mr. Subei. Either we are facing a whole group of cannibals, or a few bad guys hiding in the crowd and doing bad things quietly. And our mission is to help the villagers of Silent Village identify the cannibals who have hidden their identities and find them out. The population of Silent Village is less than 1,000. With the potions distributed by the Academy, we can quickly search them all. And, if it doesn't work, I can still rely on my innate ability to judge whether they have any ill will towards me. The mission is not that difficult. So, Mr. Subei, don't worry. Molly smiled and introduced the difficulty of the mission to Subei, as well as her own grasp of the mission. It sounds fine. But Subei still felt something was wrong. If the mission content and difficulty standards given by the Adventurer Association must be correct, how could this mission always fail and no one could complete it? Subei didn't know where the problem was. He needed to be responsible for Jasmine's safety. So, avoidance was the best solution. So Subei looked at Jasmine, silent, hesitant, and looked very embarrassed. Any more questions, Mr. Subei? It was the first time that Jasmine saw Subei show such an expression. And she was so nervous that she grabbed the quilt tightly with her hands on the bed and clenched it hard. She thought Mr. Subei would agree easily. After all, it's not a difficult task. But Mr. Subei's expression made Jasmine a little unsure. My birthday is in 3 days. Subei said something extraordinary calmly. Jasmine was so surprised that she tilted her head and widened her eyes, forgetting to blink for a long time. Huh? Birthday? Birthday? I've never heard Mr. Subei mention it. No one has celebrated it together before. So I didn't mention it. Subei sighed and lowered his voice a little. Although his expression didn't change much, Jasmine could still feel the loneliness on his face. How could I do this? Jasmine felt very guilty. They had been living together for half a month. But she didn't even know his birthday, although it was because Sube kept it a secret. However, when she thought that Mr. Sube had been alone for more than 10 years and had not even celebrated his birthday properly, Jasmine felt a little depressed. If it's a birthday, it should be celebrated properly. In this case, this mission cannot be completed. Jasmine's face was visibly disappointed. Soon, she raised her head again and smiled. But it doesn't matter. I will apply to the school tomorrow to change to a task that does not conflict with the time. It just so happens that William has accepted the only S-level task in the college. There are still 5 days before it starts. I will apply to join his team. Completing an S-level task, if you perform well, can give much higher credits than an A-level task. Sube looked at Jasmine somewhat forced smile, and nodded in silence. After a while, a muffled voice sounded. Thank you. And? Sorry. Jasmine smiled slightly. No need to apologize, Mr. Sube. And you have to remember my birthday. It's September 9th. Although it is still December. If I tell Mr. Sube in advance, and he still hasn't remembered it, Jasmine will punch him hard. So, with this decision, time turned to the next evening. That evening, when Sube was boiling water, his right eyelid kept twitching. Mr. Sube, the school said that it is snowing too much recently, so all the tasks that need to leave the town have been postponed for 4 days. I can spend your birthday with you first, and then do the tasks. Jasmine's face was filled with unconcealed happiness. She didn't miss the baseline test, and she could spend this birthday with Sube. It's really great. When Jasmine finished speaking, Sube's right eyelid finally twitched until it cramped. He paused while boiling the water. He was stunned. He considered, slowly turned his head, squinted at Jasmine, hesitated, thought over and over again, and hesitated to speak. Is it possible? I mean, if I remembered the birthday wrongly, the birthday will be postponed by 4 days. Will you believe it? It was difficult for me to say so many words in one breath. It would be great if it could work. Anyway, the birthday thing was fake from the beginning, and it would not affect it if it was postponed for a few days. Oh! Molly's eyes, which were usually too small to open, now completed a dangerous arc, and her smile became a little colder. Mr. Sube, do you still treat me as a child? Too much. Mr. Sube, when is your birthday? Molly rushed forward angrily, and was about to grab Sube's neck to punish him. Sube took a step back and avoided Molly, who rushed over. He sighed, hesitated, and continued. The new year is coming soon. Aren't you going to celebrate the new year together? The fake birthday is December 28th. And 4 days later it is January 1st. Celebrating the new year together. This reason is still tenable. Right? But Jasmine is not an idiot. No matter how stupid she is, she should have found something wrong. She put her hands on her waist and said angrily, I will accompany you to celebrate the new year. It's still in time for the assessment after the new year. It's all because of the bad weather here. Otherwise we would have a collective holiday after the assessment. So, Mr. Sube, do you have any extra excuses to stop me from completing this task? Jasmine stared at Sube, with the momentum of being ready to fight back. She was not stupid, and had already discovered Sube's intention. Although she didn't know why Sube tried every means to prevent her from participating in the basic assessment. But using birthday as an excuse was too bad. Jasmine looked at Sube angrily and said unhappily, So, Mr. Sube, your birthday is? When is it? The day after tomorrow. Sube said immediately. Hey, so you didn't lie at the beginning? Sube looked at Jasmine calmly. His eyes were calm, which made the self-righteous Jasmine feel a little guilty. Jasmine's angry face quickly softened, and she said embarrassedly, I didn't mean to be mean to you. Who told you to lie to me later? Mr. Sube, you can't treat me like a child. I have my own judgment. Besides, the dangers I encountered during my escape are much more than you can imagine. It's just a mission. It won't be difficult for me. Sube looked at Jasmine's determined eyes, and finally nodded. The new Jasmine will also work hard for new goals. At this moment, she is full of energy, like a flower that is trying to break through the bud and is about to grow and bloom. Perhaps, it is not a wise choice to fight against it. Helping her bloom is. Chapter 15 First Birthday. There are always people who carry the burden for the future of others. Since there are always people, then one day it will be my turn. Sube wrote in his diary. What he was about to do violated his principle of no care. No matter any plot other than the key plot. No matter any task other than the key person. No matter any place other than the key place. The location and plot of Silent Village will not have any impact on the general direction of the future. The same goes for Jasmine. She is the character who should have died. Even if she really died because of the plot, it would not affect Su Bei. The buffs were clearly fully stacked. However, Su Bei still decided to take care of it. He promised to let Jasmine live well. Once you accept the commission, you must complete it well. He convinced himself in this way. Although, he also knew that this reason did not make sense. However, when Su Bei saw Jasmine with a lively look in her eyes, he would think of their first meeting. He lifted the hat. Jasmine's eyes were hollow and numb under the hat. This was not a look that could be described simply as despair. Those eyes had lost their vitality, as if they were wandering in the world. Homeless ghosts. Su Bei had seen similar eyes in the mirror countless times. That was clearly another self in the world. Today, although Jasmine has regained her vitality, Su Bei can still feel the loneliness and desolation in her bones, disguised with gentleness and smiles. It is the last life of the Friend Empire, out of place in a strange kingdom. Jasmine wants to live, and try to live for the dead country and people. Su Bei also wants to see Jasmine live well. She is the only soul-like companion in this strange world. It can make him less lonely. So, after Jasmine decided to go to the Silent Village, Su Bei also began to prepare. There are few records about the Silent Village in his diary. Just a few simple descriptions. During this time, he repeatedly recalled the route to Silent Village and the plot of the game about Silent Village. This careful recollection actually recalled a very important clue. That was said by a minor NPC who had accepted the task before. In order to pass on this sentence, that person paid a heavy price. In Silent Village, you can't trust anyone, because he is very likely not a human. At first glance, this is nonsense, because the appearance of cannibals is no different from that of humans. But is this really the result? Su Bei was still thinking, and there was a knocking sound outside the window. Dong, dong, dong. 3 soft knocks pulled Su Bei back to his thoughts. Su Bei looked up and saw Jasmine holding a birthday cake and smiling at the window. So, it was her birthday. Su Bei had no concept of time or birthday, so he didn't prepare too much. But Jasmine remembered it clearly. This was indeed a surprise. However, Su Bei asked, "Can it still be eaten?" Snow fell on the cake. "Can it really be eaten?" Jasmine's energetic voice came clearly from the window. "That's too much. Mr. Su Bei, don't you feel surprised?" Su Bei smiled. It was a rare smile. Although it was not a birthday, it had a birthday atmosphere. Cake, candles, snow. So, let's just treat this day as a birthday from now on. It should become an unforgettable memory. Surprised? Thank you very much. Jasmine, who saw Su Bei smile for the first time, also widened her eyes. Hey, Mr. Su Bei. Su Bei blinked and looked at him calmly. You can laugh too? Jasmine's surprised tone made Su Bei feel puzzled. What a stupid remark. Is it strange to laugh? Do I look like I can't laugh? Su Bei showed a look of contempt. Jasmine hurried into the house, took off her cotton gloves and blew on her frozen hands, shivering, and said, "It's because you have never laughed. Mr. Su Bei, you can't blame me for thinking so. It's really cold outside." Molly rubbed her hands, and the air she blew out condensed into frost, and the ice particles stuck to her eyelashes. Flickering, she put her hands next to the fire, and when she felt that it was not warm enough, she put her face close to it. No wonder the school here has a late holiday, but the holiday is a full 2 months. If it gets colder day by day, it's still warmest to lie at home. That's right. The winter in Winter City is very cold, and it will get colder day by day after winter. Therefore, Winter Academy always has holidays much later than other regions. As compensation, the holidays are also very generous. It's getting colder day by day recently. Didn't Mr. Su Bei buy you a thick cotton coat? Jasmine looked at her new cotton coat, and then looked at Su Bei's patched coat. Her clothes were bought by Su Bei, but Su Bei didn't buy any for himself. Su Bei thought he didn't need them, so he didn't buy any. He had been wearing his patched coat for 3 years, and it was still quite warm in the house. It would be cold if you go out, but he didn't have much money. Su Bei responded perfunctorily and said he would buy it right away, but he had no intention of buying it. TSK. Anyway, Mr. Sube never tells me anything. After a pause, Jasmine continued, if you don't have money, just take a diamond from my skirt and pawn it. I won't wear it again in the future. Since Jasmine integrated into the Winter Academy, she has never worn the diamond-studded skirt again. She realized that such a skirt is not suitable to be worn in Winter City. Enough of the small talk. Mr. Sube, let's cut the cake. Molly walked towards Sube holding the cake. Crack. A clean cut. With a flash of light. The cake was divided into 8 neat pieces. Molly's hair stood up, and her whole body trembled. Mr. Sube, has anyone ever told you that you should make a wish before cutting the cake? Oh, I forgot. Sube nodded, remembering that there was indeed such a thing. Besides, you can't cut it while I'm holding the cake. Wouldn't you feel guilty if you cut me? Molly bit her lower lip and said angrily. Sube was stunned for a moment, then said calmly, no. What he meant was that he wouldn't cut Molly. Molly subconsciously thought that he wouldn't feel guilty. So Molly broke down, grabbed a piece of cake, and slapped it on Sube's face. Go to hell. You nasty, shameless, hateful guy. Molly rarely cursed, although Sube didn't think it was a swear word. It was indeed the first time he saw Jasmine so angry. For the first time, there was the breath of a living person. Then the scene was in a mess. After the battle, Jasmine's face was covered with cream. Sube's clothes were also dirty. At this moment, the two of them were eating cake and chatting casually. In fact, it was basically Jasmine who was complaining angrily, and Sube kept apologizing and explaining. The candlelight was jumping, and the small room was filled with 2 shadows, swaying with the wind. The wind and snow became more and more violent. The outside and inside of the house were clearly divided. Chapter 16. Entrusting Jasmine to the family. He set off alone. Bang. Suddenly, there was a violent noise outside the door, and the wooden door was shaking. The palm was very powerful, and it didn't seem like someone was visiting, but was here to destroy the house. Bear? Sube narrowed his eyes. In such weather, with Sube's social circle, it was absolutely impossible for someone to visit at this time. Sube quickly picked up the iron sword on the wall and moved closer to the door. Bang. Bang. The 2 sounds were more violent, and it could be seen that the bear outside was not in a good mood. Maybe he was starving. Brown bears rarely attack villages unless they are extremely hungry. Chu District is too close to the forest and is the border of Winter City. The probability of encountering a bear at this time is not high, but it is not impossible. Sube always thinks about the worst development. Open the door. Raise the sword. For eyes are confused. Inside the house, Jasmine widened her eyes, hurriedly stepped forward and pulled Sube's sleeve, and greeted outside, Teacher Amanla? Why are you here? Amanla raised her eyebrows, looking at the sword blade close at hand, and could clearly see the rusty lines on the sword blade. If you are hit by this sword, even if you don't die, you will probably need to get a tetanus vaccination. Thinking of this situation, Amanla shuddered. TSK. I didn't expect that little Sube has this skill. Why didn't I see it before? Amanla quickly extended her index finger and pushed the sword aside. Smiling, it can be seen that she is teasing. Sube had a blank expression on his face, put away the sword, and stood straight at the door. It seemed that he was asking what you are doing here. What? Are you not welcome? I came here specially to celebrate your birthday. Amanla took out a brand new coat from behind her back. The coat was very full, and it was obvious that it was filled with cotton or goose feathers. Birthday present? Do you like it, brother? Sube was stunned. How did Amanla know that today was his birthday? He had only made up the time 3 days ago, and had not told anyone. There was only one possibility. Sube did not take the coat, but was pulled 2 steps inside by Jasmine, making room for Amanla to enter the house. Sube turned his head and looked at Jasmine. Before Jasmine could speak, Amanla explained, Hey, don't scare my students. Jasmine took a leave early to buy a birthday cake for you today. You should know that if there is no good reason, it is impossible for students to leave early from my school. Sube nodded. Indeed. Amanla's main point is I cannot come. But you can't. If I come, you can't leave early. The double standard teaching model aroused strong disgust among students. This is also one of the reasons why she has been the most unpopular teacher in the school for 5 consecutive years. So, Every time I get drunk, I bother you, and I have thought about apologizing. What? You don't want to accept it? Amanda raised the coat in her hand. Sube had no reason to accept this kindness. It was just his job as a security guard. He was about to refuse. But Amanda threw the coat on the bed. It's useless for me to take it back. There are 2 girls in our family. Alyssa will definitely not wear it. By the way, this is my wine money for the day. Are you sure you want to refuse my kindness? This was the 3rd time Amanda asked. Her eyes were narrowed. Her teeth were gnashed. And her joking tone was obviously full of real anger. Another refusal might turn into an accident. So Sube quickly put away his coat and hung it on the wall. Thank you. At the same time, Jasmine brought over the only 2 pieces of cake left on the table. Teacher, do you want to eat? Amanda was not polite. She grabbed a piece and stuffed it into her mouth. She finished it in 2 bites. So there is a reason why she can't get married. Jasmine widened her eyes in horror. So big? Her mouth is so wide open. Can a girl really open her mouth so wide? It feels like anything can fit in it. At this time, Amanda was eating cake, frowning and looking around, wondering, is there only one bed? After a while, seeing that Sube didn't say anything, Jasmine responded, yes. There is only one bed at home. So you guys? Amanda's mouth twitched, and she asked with difficulty, how do you sleep? Ah! Jasmine thought of something, exclaimed, and replied with a red face, it's not what the teacher thinks. We didn't sleep together. Hearing this unexpected but reasonable answer, Amanda was even more confused. Then the question is, where does little Sube sleep? Jasmine pointed to the table. Yes. Amanda took a breath and looked at Sube to confirm. Hiss. It's so cold. You sleep on the table? Jasmine also felt that this was really too much. And she lowered her head, feeling a little guilty. Sorry. I'm so selfish. This, Amanda blurted out without thinking. It just so happens that there is a baseline assessment recently. So I took Jasmine home to live with her and taught her some practical combat skills, as well as some precautions for fighting in the snow, etc. I have 2 girls at home, so it won't be a problem. Besides, I'm not at home every day, and Alyssa is always alone. She has no friends and talks to herself every day. I feel like she's going to break down. So, I tutor Jasmine, and Jasmine will keep Alyssa company. As a reward, I customize a double bed with bunk beds for you. What do you think? Amanda made a series of speeches. Although she mentioned that she was paying Alyssa to accompany her, she was also thinking about Sube and Jasmine. There was really no reason to refuse, even if Sube didn't want to accept other people's kindness. Jasmine was the core person in this matter. Sube looked at Jasmine. Amanda also looked at Jasmine. Huh? Jasmine was stunned after realizing that she was the one who made the decision. Thinking carefully, it did cause a lot of trouble for Mr. Sube. She was somewhat used to Mr. Sube's days around her, but she couldn't keep embarrassing him. Why not stay at teacher Amanda for 2 days? After thinking about it, Jasmine looked at the hand that Amanda held out, hesitated, and still stretched out her hand. Did I trouble you, teacher? Amanda held Jasmine's hand and raised her eyebrows. It was a bit strange. These hands were too smooth and soft, not like the hands of ordinary people. Oh, no, it's not a problem. Teacher, I want to have a cute and beautiful sister like Jasmine. Isn't Senior Alyssa also great? Molly asked in confusion. Don't mention it. Alyssa is very thorough in everything. I can't help her at all. She's called a sister, but I haven't fulfilled her responsibility as a sister. Molly noticed that when Amanda mentioned Alyssa, she always had a smile in her eyes, which was a pride that could not be concealed. She was a little envious. She had only seen such eyes on her father before. Senior Alyssa is really great. You're great too. Amanda noticed Jasmine's sudden sadness, reached out and touched her head, and said goodbye to Sube. Well, it's getting late, and the road is not easy to walk at night. I take Jasmine back first? Sube nodded, and watched Jasmine reluctantly turn back and wave back. If you really miss it, you can come to 123 Wall Street. Alyssa will treat you well, Amanda said, and took Jasmine out of the door and stepped into the wind and snow. Sube sighed. This is good. He can concentrate on dealing with the affairs of Silent Village first. He doesn't have to worry about whether Jasmine will be hungry for the time being. One less burden. It's obviously a good thing. But Su-Bei still feels a little disappointed. Can a deep bond really be established after more than 10 days of getting along? Su-Bei is not sure. He doesn't even know if Jasmine will come back. Maybe not? Compared with the cabin here, the villa over there is more suitable for the princess to live in. A princess in poverty is still a princess. I think Jasmine only regards this stop as a midterm in her life, not the final stop. Su-Bei looked at the crowded room, which couldn't even fit an extra bed. For the first time, he felt a little empty. Su-Bei sat on the bed and smelled the familiar scent of jasmine. He was stunned, grabbed the quilt, and put it in front of his nose. Mr. Su-Bei. The door was pushed open, and snow rushed in from both sides of the figure at the door. Jasmine widened her eyes, watching Su-Bei's actions, and forgot to speak for a while. Chapter 17. The Second Outing. That is, Mr. Su-Bei. Molly's stunned face regained its composure, and she cast a strange look, wanting to say something but stopping herself, swallowing her non-existent saliva, and slowly said, "Are you a pervert?" "No." "Really not?" "No." "Do you need an explanation?" "I can listen." "Yes." The two of them talked very quickly, and then fell into silence. After waiting for a long time, there was no explanation, and Molly's face gradually turned red. And soon it was red, and hot steam began to bubbling from her head. She might faint in the next second. Before Jasmine boiled, Su-Bei finally thought of an excuse. Check the quilt for odor, and see if it needs to be changed. "Huh?" Jasmine's face quickly cooled down, and then turned red with shame. "What are you talking about? How can a girl's quilt have an odor? It should be fragrant." "Right," Jasmine argued with a red face. But after seeing Su-Bei's strange look, she became a little uncertain and quickly moved closer to the quilt, picked it up and smelled it. No smell. Molly blinked and hesitated. "Is it supposed to be nothing? Maybe it's a little bit of my own smell?" Molly sniffed her cuffs, and her face turned redder. "There is a strange smell." Su-Bei frowned. "That's body odor." "Body odor? How can it be considered a strange smell?" Molly stamped her feet and shouted. "From childhood to adulthood, relatives and elders have said that I have a jasmine scent on my body. So my nickname is Jasmine." Su-Bei suddenly realized, although I have heard of it before, this is the first time I have personally experienced it. It turns out that girls really have their own smell. "Really? I came back just to tell you not to throw away my quilt and sheets. I still need to continue sleeping in the future. Did you come back specially just to explain?" Inexplicably, because of this sentence, the warmth began to spread from the stomach, and then spread to all the limbs. Su-Bei nodded and said lightly, "I won't throw it away. I only have one set of sheets and quilts." "Aw?" Jasmine showed a strange expression and cried out. "So you want to cover yourself with this quilt? What else?" Su-Bei asked in confusion. Jasmine bit her lower lip, revealing an expression of wanting to say something, but not knowing where to start. "Well," Jasmine pouted, carefully extended a finger from her sleeve, and pointed at Su-Bei. "It's up to you. But don't do anything weird." The action was a little cute, and not strong, as if the other party would compromise if they were a little tougher. "What's strange?" Su-Bei was even more confused. The scene stopped. Su-Bei looked at Jasmine's red face again, cold and ruthless like a robot. I don't know." Jasmine hesitated, stamped her feet, and ran out of the house. Outside the house, a head poked in and confirmed again and again, "Mr. Su-Bei is really not a pervert. Right?" Su-Bei cast a cold gaze and said nothing. "Humph." Jasmine laughed, listening to the footsteps gradually fading away. Su-Bei finally breathed a sigh of relief. He is socially anxious, but not an idiot. And he is also a hardcore otaku. How could he not know what strange things are? However, once you get into this topic, you really can't get rid of it even if you jump into the Yellow River. Fortunately, Jasmine is not very smart. Su-Bei walked to the door and watched Jasmine back as she left. In the distance, under a pine tree, Amanda held Jasmine's hand and walked towards Wall Street. "If you don't want to leave, why do you want to leave?" Amanda asked curiously. She watched Jasmine walk away, looking back every 3 steps. After walking for 10 minutes, she suddenly ran back. "Mr. Su-Bei thought of many reasons to stop me from taking the test this time." Jasmine clenched her fist and continued, "Mr. Su-Bei is very worried about me. I don't want him to worry too much. If I can complete this task beautifully this time, Mr. Subei will definitely look at me with new eyes. Right? He will trust me more in the future. Amanda's eyes softened a lot, and she couldn't help but smile. Huh. You're really an idiot. Just like my Alyssa. Molly showed a resentful expression and stared at Amanda. Too much. Teacher Amanda. Amanda reached out and rubbed Molly's hair with a moderate force, messing up her white hair. Ha ha ha. I mean, it's very cute. Little Molly. You treat me like a child too. Molly gritted her teeth. Amanda said with a smile. You are just a brat who never grows up. Right? This sentence hit Jasmine's sore spot. What she didn't want the most was to be treated as a child. So Jasmine fought back with the most vicious words. I don't want to be said that by teacher Amanda, who has no teacher ethics. As a result, Amanda also broke the defense, rubbed Jasmine's head with both hands, and said word by word, huh? No. Teacher. Ethics? What did you say? Little devil. I take back what I said before. You are not as cute as my Alyssa. I won't take back my comments. Last time, I saw teacher Amanda confessing to Mr. Subei in the guard room. Ah. Shut up. Little brat. Amanda was anxious. The snow was getting heavier and heavier, and the figures of the two were gradually buried in the wind and snow, and gradually disappeared. That night, Subei didn't sleep. He packed his luggage, a patched windbreaker with a rusty iron sword tied around his waist. The cylindrical hat was taken away by Jasmine, so he had to wear the hat of the windbreaker. It didn't keep warm. The temperature outside was very low. I didn't wear the new coat that Amanda gave me. Calculating the time, it was just in time for the new year. The new clothes were kept for the new year. Festive. After everything was ready, Subei resolutely plunged into the wind and snow again. Chapter 18 Characteristics King soar same frequency. The road leading to Silent Village is quiet and deserted, with few people. In reality, Subei has never walked this road, but he has simulated it more than 10 times in his mind. Silent Village is located outside the border of Dis Kingdom, and also outside the border of Elf Lake of Elf Kingdom, and the border of Forging Township of Dwarf Kingdom. Located in a mountain range among 3 countries, it is a no man's land. This location is very awkward. Once a country occupies it, it will be vigilant and hostile to the other 2 countries. Therefore, it is always out of the jurisdiction of the 3 countries, and is a very unpleasant area. It has become a no man's land. This place is remote, with scarce resources. It is difficult to get in, and even harder to get out. Even the sun can hardly get in. There are basically no tourists coming here all year round. Despite this, a small village is formed here. The border of Winter City is cold enough, and the temperature in Silent Village is even lower to the north of Winter City. If you stretch out your hand, you will lose consciousness in 10 seconds because of freezing. It is said that the Dwarf Kingdom further north has snow all year round, except in winter. If a dog licks a steel bar, its tongue will never be pulled out again. However, because the Silent Village is located between the mountains and the forest, it is difficult for the snow to fall in large pieces, so it will not be buried by the snow. At this moment, Subei has left the border of Winter City. There are no soldiers or knights blocking him, and even the documents for exiting the customs are not required. This is not seen in other borders of the Deuce Kingdom. There are 2 reasons for this. One is that the civil strife has just ended, and the war has not spread to Winter City, so the soldiers here may still belong to Fran and dare not show up at will. Second, the border of Winter City is sparsely populated, and it is snowing now. No one cares anyway, and no one is willing to stand guard in the heavy snow at night. Subei took a small road and did not run into anyone when he left. The snow was getting heavier. When the sun rose, it was almost 9 o'clock. After a night of rushing, Subei's body temperature was a little low. He took out the hot water bottle from the inside of his coat, took a sip, and put it back inside his coat. Hot water is very precious in winter, and it can easily cause fatal disasters if it is not carefully hidden. It's not just about people. There are also animals. In this cedar forest outside Winter City, white-haired brown bears, snow pythons, and snow wolves are prevalent, and they survive by preying on herbivores such as snow deer and snow rabbits. Animals that survive in the snow are usually large and have lush hair. They rely on fat burning to get calories and supplement fat by eating a lot. And humans are also on their menu. Today, Subei is surrounded by snow wolves. 7 or 8 snow wolves. Their hair blends into the snow scene, and their eyes emit green light. Snow wolves are tough hunters in the snow, and many adventurers would rather meet bears or pythons than wolves, because snow wolves always travel in groups, and their wolf kings are close to the strength of magic beasts. Even experienced first-level adventurers may fail and become food for snow wolves. At the same time, when Amandla led Jasmine into the academy, it attracted the attention of classmates, and they discussed the relationship between the two in private. However, the discussion died down quickly. When teacher Amandla walked to the desk, the class had returned to silence. No one dared to anger teacher Amandla, or they would be beaten. Moreover, today was a very critical day. All the students who were about to take the test gathered in the class, preparing to test their professional characteristics and make future life plans. This made the teenagers feel like they were injected with chicken blood. The young and energetic students all dreamed that they could activate their unique characteristics. Everyone lined up in an orderly manner for the test, and after the test, go to the playground to study and practice. Let me make it clear that you who can become professionals must have characteristics. At this moment, Amandla showed the dignity of a teacher, and her tone was serious and convincing. However, most of you are talented as soldiers or generals, so there is no need to worry when encountering this situation, because this is normal. Occasionally, other one-word characteristics will appear, such as sensitivity, spirit, source, and even elemental characteristics such as fire and water. No matter what characteristic it is, it will have a limited impact on your future upper limit. Remember, you must have confidence in yourself in order to continue to survive. Characteristics are important, but not absolute. Now, start the test. The test was very fast, because most of them were common characteristics. Basically, everyone would be tested for characteristics after touching the crystal ball, and every special characteristic would be sent to the principal's office as soon as possible. Principal's office. A strange guest came to the office for the first time in a long time. The guest had beautiful black straight hair, wore a white nun's uniform, and sat in a dignified and elegant posture. Her hands were placed on her knees, and she exuded a pious smell. Elena, the saint of the Holy Light Church, learned and mastered various Holy Light skills at the age of 18, and became a third-level high-level Holy Light priest. Now, she is traveling around the world to calm herself down, and is ready to break through at any time. And bringing the crystal ball to assist in the test is a temporary task she received. I didn't expect that there are many students with potential in this remote winter. Is this the reason why the temple master left the Holy Light Church? Elena's voice is neither soft nor hard, but cold, like a machine repeating. Not really. Principal Canwin raised his reading glasses with his fingers and moved his eyes to the front. Also, I betrayed the Holy Light and don't deserve this title. The head of the temple is joking. You betrayed the Holy Light, but you didn't betray your faith. The Holy Light is always around you, isn't it? The affinity trait is really annoying. Maybe you should go play with the elves instead of joining the Holy Light, Principal Canwin said jokingly. But it didn't seem to be a joke. The Holy Light is my faith. Disrespecting the Holy Light is the greatest insult to the saint of the church. But Canwin noticed that Elena's tone did not change much. Elena was not angry at what he said. Canwin frowned, and a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. He lowered his head to look through the information sent to him, praising the special features in it. Joseph, the son of a blacksmith? His talent is spiritual. Not bad. Very good. He will be a great assistant, which is exactly the scarce position in the academy. Elena's cold voice continued. It's a great trait. She has the innate ability to communicate with the other world. Summoner is a good choice. Canwin ignored Elena's agreement and continued to read, then frowned. Julie? Fire? Elena asked in confusion. It's a very powerful trait. She can be the #1 main attacker, and is a partner with a high degree of compatibility with the Holy Light Church. Is the temple master dissatisfied? She is a very shy girl. She majored in priest, and also studied pharmacist. Fire is not a very compatible trait. The two chatted briefly, tacitly not mentioning the past. Suddenly, the discussion became heated. Elena spoke first, with some surprise in her tone. The Holy Light Church has always been open to talents. 2 characteristics. The detection equipment I brought is too simple and difficult to detect. Elena was suddenly stunned after seeing the name and appearance of the student. Canwin frowned and quickly made 3 movements. He first took the note from Elena's hand. Then he stood up, revealing half of his empty arm. Then, he slowly walked towards Elena. Elena raised her head, her face unchanged. Her eyes began to glow with gold, and even her hair turned from black to pure gold. Jasmine. That's the one. Right? Cameron felt very oppressive, and he was thinking whether to leave this immature saint here. He perfunctorily said, "She is just the sister of one of my employees." Elena stood up, her golden hair flying. Holy Light will not be afraid of the opponent's strength. Her mind is extremely strong, and she is never afraid or scared. Elena looked directly into Cameron's eyes, and said seriously, "I will not admit my mistake. We played together when we were young. Her characteristic is the source. She has an endless source of magic power in her body." Cameron hesitated for a moment, and said nothing. Once he took action. Either Elena would die and face the wrath of the Holy Light Church, or Elena would live and bring news about Jasmine. Both results are not friendly to Cameron. After thinking for a while, he uttered a secret. "You can't take her away. This is a prophecy made by the prophet. This is the 1 in 10,000 chance. Lord Dorian has made countless prophecies. Only 1 in 10,000 can he encounter that variable. Is the Holy Light Church ready to bear the wrath of the Mage Tower?" Elena remained silent. It was at this time, in the same class, more incredible information was circulated again. The students who heard it all fell into silence. The battle between Principal Cameron and Elena that was about to break out also dissipated. The King characteristic. It is recognized as the strongest one-word characteristic. It is said to be the best at fighting among all the characteristics. Even the two-word characteristics are far inferior. Elena was attracted by the talent. This is a very powerful characteristic, enough to make the holder famous. Just because the founding emperor of the Friend Empire was also a king. The old king died, and the new king appeared? Lancelot William. Cameron pondered and sneered. Throughout the ages, there have been many kings, but there is only one founding emperor of the Friend Empire. Besides, it's not right to say that he is the best fighter. Right? After all, one once lost to the same frequency. Elena nodded, saying without comment, "Keep your thoughts and actions in the same frequency, and every step will be as meticulous as a robot, without wasting any effort. The same frequency is indeed more suitable for fighting. However, the high load consumption makes most of the same frequency owners short-lived. In general, Wang is better. Besides, the same frequency hasn't appeared for a long time, and Wang is right in front of us." Elena was as obsessed with Holy Light as a gambler who was addicted to gambling. If she could take Wang away, she might be able to add another temple to the Holy Light Church, or even a temple leader, to make up for Cameron's vacancy. She had an irresistible urge to ask Cameron to take the student away. If there were no more important things, she would do it anyway. But, compared to Jasmine, even Wang had to be put aside for the time being. She gradually calmed down, looked up at Cameron, and said seriously, "I don't believe what Principal Cameron said. After all, you have deceived Holy Light. I will go and see with my own eyes what is so special about this so-called variable. Moreover, the Holy Light Church is not afraid of any force. Even the Mage Tower." Chapter 19 Bard. Wilderness. Tavern. Elena took Su Bei's information and left Winter Academy soon. She planned to go to Su Bei's house to check the situation first. During this period, Cameron did not stop him. Cameron felt that even if he faced the saint of the Holy Light Church, one of the top talents in Duz, Su Bei would not be helpless. Because Su Bei was also a genius boy. Winter Academy recruited Su Bei as a new employee just because the applicant was Su Bei. Cameron witnessed with his own eyes that Su Bei opened up 20 floors of Winter Dungeon overnight and evacuated safely. Even if he was at level 3, if he was a support profession, he would not dare to say that he could clear the 20th floor alone. Therefore, Su Bei was at least level 2, and he was the top combat profession. Maybe he could be level 3. Su Bei didn't know that he had exposed his strength, and he was being closely observed. Of course, he had never hidden it. This had an impact on his plan, but not much. He always followed the principle of not changing the direction of the plot, so as not to increase the uncertainty of the future. From beginning to end, Su Bei had been moving forward according to the planned route. Didn't go astray. At this moment, unlike the bustle of Winter Academy, the cedar forest fell into silence again. No fancy sword flowers. No tragic battle. Su Bei swung the long sword lightly to wipe the blood off the sword, and sheathed the sword. Clean and neat. He walked slowly and steadily, with the soles of his feet as a circle, and the surroundings were covered with blood. but his windbreaker was clean. Not a drop of blood. Behind him, 8 wolves and the Wolf King were lying on the ground, each with a scar on their necks. The scar was not deep or shallow. Everything is just right. No extra effort was wasted. Subei took out the kettle, took another sip, and walked in the snow. The sun was shining, and there was a tailwind. It was suitable for traveling. Near the silent village. At night again, the weather suddenly turned cold. Not far away, there is a tavern. It is located between the silent village and Winter City. This location is very smart and sensitive. Subei walked towards the tavern. Inside the store, the tavern was not as quiet as he imagined. Subei thought that there would be few people in the tavern. After all, the place was too remote. There are quite a few people. Subei took a quick look. The bartender was a middle-aged man with stubble, which fit the stereotype of a drunkard in Subei's mind. His eyes were dull, and his hands were unsteady. There were 5 students sitting at the door on the left side of the tavern. Judging from their school uniforms, they were students from Chintzy Town. The teacher leading the team was a fat man, smiling, sitting on the far right of the team, chatting with a bard. There was an adventurer on the right, who looked like a lone wolf, with black hair, and it was hard to tell whether he was a man or a woman. The adventurer was wearing a black coat, the same as Subei's, which blocked most of his features. The adventurer was Elena. Elena traced Subei's route through clues, figured out Subei's intention, and flew all the way here. After some effort, Elena successfully overtook the car and arrived at the only way to the quiet village first. It's not difficult to find out Subei's route. It's not difficult to figure out Subei's destination. And none of this matters. Elena's purpose is to understand Subei through the process. Noticing Subei's gaze, Elena also cast her gaze and glanced at him. He is too young. It is very likely that he took Jasmine in to satisfy some vulgar hobbies. And his eyes are cold. He is not a good person to get along with. He is handsome, but a little gloomy. The summary is 4 words. Very bad impression. Elena frowned slightly and retracted her gaze. Subei also retracted his gaze and stopped at the wooden sign at the front of the tavern. There is an introduction to the tavern on it. You can stay overnight in the tavern. The fee is not low. 10 copper coins per person. The price is very expensive, but no one has any objection. On the contrary, it still makes Subei feel that it should be so. Opening a shop on this road is either for making money or for saving one's life. Subei rarely indulges himself. He paid for the accommodation and ordered a glass of boiled water and a piece of black bread. 13 copper coins in total. Then, he sat in a corner, listening to the chat between the bard and the teacher leading the team, and drinking boiled water by himself. He drank it with big gulps, and the water flowed down his collar. The identities of the 2 people can be known from the conversation. The bard is an elf named Carl, who is currently writing a travel biography. After arriving at this tavern in the morning, he looked for inspiration here. The team leader is named Harley, who takes students to take on some simple adventure tasks, assists with tutoring, and lays a solid foundation for their high school life. According to him, his students are all first-level strength, and they are a perfectly configured team. Today, they successfully hunted a first-level snow wolf king with their own efforts, and decided to celebrate, and happened to find this place. The adventurer on the right has no interest in all this. There is a plate of fruit platter on his table, and it seems that he has only taken a few bites. It was late at night. Harley saw that the students were a little sleepy, so he stopped talking to Carl, returned to the students, and told them to go to sleep. Carl was very tactful and stopped talking and prepared to go to sleep. After a while, Subei lay on the table and looked like he was asleep. After a while, the lone adventurer also leaned against the wall with his hands, breathing evenly. It was late at night. It was foggy. The bartender opened his cloudy eyes, smiled slightly, and the corners of his mouth gradually widened, revealing a row of bloodshot teeth. The flesh between the teeth was vaguely visible. The next moment, a shiny machete was pulled out from the front desk by the bartender. The blade was very sharp. It was a fine butcher knife. Then, there was a sound of approaching footsteps, and the sound of objects dragging on the ground. Help! The voice stopped abruptly. Then, there was a sharp explosion. Ah! All that was heard was the hard bones being chopped, the blood clots being chewed in the mouth, and the increasingly weak cry for help. Subei slowly opened his eyes, revealing a slit. A little weak. Not taking precautions. I lost my strength in the first place, and was unable to respond. Poison? Looking at Harley, who clenched his fists and trembled slightly, and his 4 unconscious students, I understood something. Maybe the food was poisonous. Or maybe the water was poisonous. No! Su Bei frowned. There was something else. Fog? Su Bei held his breath. After a while, his strength gradually recovered. Su Bei looked around, looked into Harley's eyes, and pinched his nose. After Harley held his breath, his face was still pale, and he couldn't exert any strength. Harley shook his head in disappointment. It was all a trap. Food. Fog. The poison would not erupt immediately before eating, but would be triggered by the sudden fog. At the same time, the fog itself had some effect of suppressing strength. So this tavern was both money and life-threatening. Although Su Bei looked cold, his heart was not cold. After he recovered his strength, he stood up quickly. He didn't have an antidote, and he couldn't hold his breath all the time. He had to make a quick decision. After hearing the noise, the bartender turned his head in confusion. He didn't turn his head, but turned his head over with his hands. He was still biting a piece of his arm in his mouth, chewing it, showing a bored expression, and said in a muffled voice, "Are you sending your head?" Chapter 23 Man Team. Yeah. Su Bei nodded and responded. The bartender looked at Su Bei's sword-drawing action and became more and more confused. After drinking poison, eating poisoned bread, and being drugged, even a third-level monster would lie on the ground and tremble. Not to mention a human. He was a tender little guy. The bartender's confused action quickly turned into fear, because the sword arrived. Very quickly. Only for a moment. A head flew in the air, and his eyes were still full of disbelief. It was unreasonable. Even if it was a third-level paladin with the strongest physique, or a priest with purification in the Holy Light Church, it was impossible to eat so much poison without being affected. What kind of monster is this? Even until the bartender's head fell to the ground, he still couldn't figure it out. Actually, it's not hard to think about it. Su Bei is certainly not a monster. Drip. Water fell along the lapels of his coat. Su Bei shook his windbreaker again, leaving crumbs on the ground. No way. No one would eat food given by others when they go out. Right? Seeing Su Bei's action, Elena's face froze. This suggestive action gave her a hard slap. That's right. She was tricked. When she was out, she faced open and above-board plots and had never encountered petty thefts. If it weren't for Su Bei's caution, she might be in a very bad situation today. At this time, the holy light power in Elena's body was recovering on its own and purifying the toxins. After having a certain amount of magic power, Elena immediately chanted a spell and released the purification spell. A soft light circle rose, exploded, and rain fell. The people who were drenched by the rain regained their strength. Haley, who had regained his strength, couldn't help crying and walked towards the bartender's body, beating the corpse with his fists, until the bartender's body exploded, revealing the heart that exuded a foul black smell. Harley suddenly froze. Cannibals. It turned out to be cannibals. Harley covered his face and cried, crawling towards the dead student. After a long time, Carl finally woke up and rubbed his eyes in confusion. Last night he ate the most and was poisoned the most. When he woke up, Su Bei had already left the tavern. He took away the half of the black bread that was left, and searched all the copper coins in the tavern. He knew how to do things by the way. Su Bei walked, took a bite of the black bread, and raised his eyebrows. It was indeed bread purified by the holy light. Soft and sweet. No wonder the holy light priest is a very good auxiliary profession. Maybe I will hire a holy light priest as a chef in the future. I don't know how much it will cost to hire that adventurer just now. Su Bei thought about it, and continued to move forward. Hey, adventurer. Wait for me. There was a shout behind him. After Carl figured out the situation, he comforted Harley, and then had a new idea. Nothing is easier than teaming up with adventurers to get good materials. And Su Bei's calmness made him feel at ease. After making up his mind, Carl hurriedly left the tavern and chased Su Bei. Brother, what are you going to do? Take me with you? Carl thought. Although Su Bei looked young, he was powerful. Then, he was the elder brother. The greater the ability, the greater the seniority. No. Su Bei stopped politely and refused it politely. Carl opened his mind and quickly reached into his pocket and took out a gold coin. Su Bei was silent. He was short of money. Building a house required money. Buying a double bed required money. His sword was also tattered. Seeing Su Bei silent, Carl gritted his teeth, reached into his pocket again, and turned his pocket upside down. He took out 3 gold coins and several silver coins. Then he started to promote himself. That's all I have. How about letting me follow you? I can introduce you to a lot of things you don't know. You know, bards have always been the best guides for adventure groups. Okay. Su Bei interrupted Carl, stretched out his hand, and took the gold coin from his hand, feeling a little reluctant. To be a tour guide, you have to pay to be a tour guide. Both paid and given. It's really easy to make money in the other world. Is this the world that has not been polluted by capitalists? Su Bei sighed, and moved his eyes to the side, showing the gold coins in his hand to Elena, who had followed him at some point. Being closer, the black windbreaker could not cover Elena's hidden features. This was the first time Su Bei and Elena met at close range. Do I want one too? Elena was stunned, and pulled the hat on her windbreaker, revealing a face and soft black long hair, trying to use beauty to exchange for tickets. This trick works for many adventurers. And adventures are nothing more than for treasures and beauties. And Elena's appearance combined with the holiness of the holy light is a sure kill for many adventurers. After seeing Carl and Su Bei form a team, Elena realized that it would be easier to observe if they formed a team. So she had the same idea. But she didn't bring any money. No matter where she went, there were believers of the Holy Light Church who would take care of her food, clothing, housing and transportation. After thinking about it, she had to use this remaining method. Seeing this, Su Bei turned around and continued to move forward. Carl followed closely. Did he agree to this? Sure enough, he was just cold-tempered. But his mind was not pure. Jasmine must not follow him. Elena commented and followed him. So Su Bei turned back again and looked at Elena, a little confused. What's wrong with this guy? He didn't pay the protection fee, but he wanted to follow the group. He looked at Elena coldly, stretched out his hand, spread it, and revealed the gold coins in his hand. What? For me? No. Elena realized the situation and was stunned. She wouldn't be embarrassed, because she couldn't feel embarrassed. But her brain was indeed a little off. Doesn't it work? Or am I not pretty enough? As their eyes met, Elena spoke first. Her cold voice sounded, saying, I can buy on credit and give it to you later. No. Su Bei refused, looked at Elena's distressed expression, looked at the black bread in his hand, and then blinked. Then, Su Bei raised the bread and pointed it at Elena. You cook. Elena was confused. Cooking? When did she learn to cook? When she saw the traces of starlight on the black bread. Her unmoved mood began to fluctuate. This was anger. She would only have this emotion when people were disrespectful to the holy light. This guy actually used her holy light magic as a seasoning. And he used the cheapest black bread. Elena looked at Su Bei coldly, and her impression of him became worse and worse. She spat out 3 words forcefully. No problem. Yes. Although she was very angry, Elena still agreed. For Jasmine, in order to see Su Bei's true character, this is a necessary sacrifice. But the answer surprised Su Bei a little. I didn't refuse. And he wasn't angry either. It seems that he is a marginal figure in the Holy Light Church and is not devout to the Holy Light. A new trainee apprentice? At this age, he is still a trainee apprentice who has not reached the first level. His talent should not be very good. Okay. Su Bei nodded, very satisfied with this test. I have even thought about hiring her as a nanny and cooking after the matter is over. I hope the price is not too outrageous. I heard that the treatment of apprentices in the Holy Light Church is not good. And the other party does not look smart. I wonder if I can trick her into working for me with a copper coin a week. If it doesn't work, I can just pay 1 silver coin a week. Su Bei narrowed his eyes. When he thought about being able to eat decent food in the future, he felt much better. Chapter 21 Silent Village. The village is not big. Much smaller than Winter City. The village is not small. A little bigger than Chu District. But the population is visibly sparse. The village is not as backward as Su Bei imagined. Think about it. There are mountains and water. If there are some recreational facilities, such as taverns, casinos, tea houses, etc., a good tourism industry can be developed. This is Su Bei's first reaction. People are like people. And dogs are dogs. It is hard to tell which one is a cannibal. Let's just treat them all as cannibals. Brother, are there really cannibals in this village? Carl asked in confusion. Not to mention cannibals. He didn't even see a ferocious beast. Su Bei shook his head. I don't know. He really didn't know that Silent Village was the birthplace of cannibals. Maybe in the suburbs. Maybe in a crowd. Cannibals don't expose themselves. And it's difficult for low-level professionals to catch them. Brother, I take care of the food and lodging. Okay? I have acquaintances here. Carl asked, keeping a low profile. Su Bei was given enough face. Su Bei nodded and said sullenly, Okay. Elena did not speak either, and was as cold as a third party who had forcibly inserted herself. The three of them were led by Su Bei into a two-story apartment. Carl greeted the owner of the apartment enthusiastically, then pointed at Su Bei and the other two, and whispered something. Soon, the three of them moved in. The bard is really popular everywhere. The room was simply decorated, with several pairs of slippers on the floor, of various sizes, and it was easy to find the right size. There was also a coat hanger on the entrance, and Su Bei hung his windbreaker next to a pink jacket. Brother, there aren't enough rooms. Just two in front and back. Do you think it's appropriate for you and this sister to stay for one night? Su Bei was stunned for a moment and looked at Elena. Elena also paused. Shouldn't I ask her opinion on this matter? Elena looked at Su Bei coldly, without saying a word. Su Bei also looked at Elena coldly, not knowing how to start. Carl looked envious, thinking that the two of them had fallen in love. So he arranged for them to stay in the room at the back. After a short break, it was time for lunch. The owner of the apartment prepared a table of rich food. The meat was freshly hunted outside the village, and the vegetables were also grown at home. We are friends now, so let's eat as much as we want. By the way, do you need some malt wine? Seeing that no one was talking, Su Bei practiced a stiff smile repeatedly, brewing for a while, and was about to speak. No need, Brother Jimmy. We have a secret operation. Carl winked. Su Bei hurriedly lowered his head and pretended to eat, although no one else noticed his movements. Elena was staring at him sideways. At this moment, Su Bei was overwhelmed by embarrassment and discomfort. He should act alone. Tired, Su Bei closed his eyes, sighed, and just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. After taking a series of quick breaths to stay calm, Su Bei calmed down and poked Elena with chopsticks. Then he pointed his thumb at the dining table. Elena just stared at Su Bei and didn't say anything. Holy light is not for cooking. It is disrespectful to the holy light goddess. Su Bei saw that he was ignored, so he didn't say much. Elena certainly didn't do this for no reason. She just noticed Su Bei's little action. Social phobia? Elena frowned. Not a good character, but not too bad. However, her impression of Su Bei was not high to begin with, and now it has dropped to the bottom. So there is no intention to fulfill the obligation. Thinking of this, Elena looked at Su Bei with more pity. Just leave tonight, and find a way to take Jasmine away by force. As for Su Bei, there is no need to observe him any further. He is just an ordinary person with flawed personality and no obvious talent. If he stays in the crowd, he will become a passerby. He should not be the 1 in 10,000. If there is such a probability, it should fall on the king, or Jasmine herself. After all, knowing Lin Gray first can also make mistakes. The prophet once predicted that Elena would not go far on the path of God and would eventually walk on the path of man. But now Elena is extremely compatible with the path of God and will soon reach the end. So the prophet will make mistakes. Although Lord Dorian is a respected great mage, how can there be no variables in predicting the future? After Elena calculated, she moved her eyes back. She lost interest in continuing to observe Su Bei. In her eyes, Su Bei was not as worth spending time as the apple slice in front of her. After watching Elena pick up a piece of apple slice with chopsticks and swallow it and chew it, Su Bei took a deep breath to calm down and remained silent. He wanted to say something, but didn't know how to say it. Carl finally found Su Bei, who was out of place, and quickly picked up a piece of beef and put it in his bowl. The beef was crystal clear and looked very appetizing. What's wrong, brother? Why don't you move your chopsticks? Eat quickly. You're welcome. We are all family and good brothers. Su Bei couldn't resist Carl's enthusiasm, so he could only nod. Okay. After eating and drinking, Sube went to the toilet. He stared at the dirty towels on the wall in a daze. Soon, the four of them returned to the room. Elena and Sube were in the same room. In the room, Sube glanced at the layout, and then looked at Elena, who was still eating cherries, with pity in his eyes. No wonder adventurers are in a high-risk industry. Sube thought for a moment, hesitated, but couldn't help asking, "What are you doing here?" Elena paused while eating cherries, but didn't stop. After a moment, she spit out a fruit core and said lightly, "Investigation. Investigation. Investigating cannibals?" Sube's expression became more and more puzzled. "Have you investigated?" Elena nodded, looked at Sube coldly, and continued to eat cherries. "I have investigated." "What's the result?" Sube asked. "It's not worth investigating. A waste of time." Elena felt a little bored and didn't intend to continue playing this stupid question and answer game with the other party. She stood up and prepared to leave the house. She was also preparing to leave the silent village. She didn't know why she followed into the house. Maybe she wanted to observe Sube again and give him a chance. But no matter how she observed, she could not see the other party's outstanding advantages. Too ordinary. Yes, ordinary. Like apples among fruits and cookies among snacks. It's not that it's bad. But there are always better choices. Seeing Elena turn around and prepare to leave the house, Sube's brows tightened a little. He wanted to hold her back, but there was no reason to do so. He could only watch Elena leave. Sube is socially anxious. But he is really a good person. Calculating the time. It should be soon. Sube glanced around the house again and recalled the layout downstairs. There were several styles of water cups. Towels of different ages had different smells. And because of different ways of use, the creases on the towels were also different. Coats of various seasons were hung in the entrance hall. Both new and old. And also children's. Sube thought that this family had a large population. But the house was decorated in a brand new and clean manner, without the usual daily necessities. And it was obvious that the owner cleaned it frequently. So it is a guest room for guests. Why do we need to prepare the guest room all the time? Unless there are guests staying here frequently. From the gaps in the windows, the dead corners on the doors, and the corners of the walls, it is easy to get the information that this room is often maintained. It means that there are guests staying here frequently. It means that the extra daily necessities belong to the guests. But why don't the guests take the daily necessities away? Are they too lazy to take them away? Or can't they take them away? Sube always holds the worst plan and makes a presumption of guilt. Goo. Sube closed his eyes and ignored his stomach protesting because of hunger. This is what happens when you don't eat. He didn't dare to eat. He used a fake move to eat. After arriving at the silent village, there was no weirdness everywhere. Then there was weirdness everywhere. This mission is very difficult. And the mortality rate and failure rate are also high. Now it seems that it is really weird. Just like a village where humans live. If Sube had no experience in playing games, he might treat this mission as an ordinary mission. Holding the sword tightly in his hand, Sube quietly waited for the movement outside the house. Soon, it was foggy. Chapter 22. Elena's skill failed. It's foggy. Not just the room, but the entire silent village. Where does the fog come from? What is the nature of the fog? Sube couldn't figure it out for the time being. But the appearance of fog means that something bad is going to happen. As the fog dissipated, heavy footsteps began to sound outside the house. The sound of heavy objects dragging on the ground. The sound of impact. The sound of heavy objects hitting each other. Mixed together. The sound of ping pong continued. Sube opened the room and saw Jimmy, with a crazy grin, attacking Elena crazily. Bang. Elena, whose magic power was suppressed, was just a beaten RBQ. She used a 1-meter-long staff as a stick to resist the attack. But her close combat was barely human. It can only be said that she had no rules. But she could always block Jimmy's attack just right. This is also a common problem of the magic system. Without magic and treasures, she is a disabled person. Elena is still healthy after all. It can be seen that she has not neglected physical fitness training. After all, in Sube's eyes, Elena is just an apprentice priest. So he didn't have much expectations for her. So, Sube quickly turned her attention to her opponent. Looking at Jimmy again, he had already fallen into madness. His eyes were bloodshot, and the whites of his eyes were invisible. He ran with his hands and feet together, and his body strength increased to the strength between a monster and a first-level monster. In other words, he only had a body but no monster characteristics. Or Jimmy was originally a first-level monster. That is, a cannibal. And the only characteristic of a cannibal is that he looks like a human, without the blessing of the characteristics. The threat of the cannibal is very small, at least much lower than that of monsters of the same level. But this is the general situation. At this moment, with the fog as the home advantage, the strength of the cannibals obviously cannot be measured by level. Bang! After sensing Subei's presence and being hit again, Elena adjusted the angle of the staff to resist and flew backwards in the direction of Subei. Cough. Hit the door from behind and made a muffled hum sound. Soon, Elena stood up with the support of the wall, gritting her teeth and looking at Jimmy indifferently. Are you a first-level knight or a second-level knight? Do you have the strength to resist for 10 minutes? Elena had seen Subei's swordsmanship, and only knights would practice swordsmanship. Subei nodded, but did not speak. Talking requires breathing, and inhaling mist will affect physical strength. With his physical fitness, he can hold his breath for 5 minutes. He turned his head and looked at Elena's pale face and trembling hands, thinking that she had eaten a lot. Was she still strong enough to stand up after being covered with double debuffs of food and mist? Could it be that this lady was not a priest, but a first-level holy light knight? Elena noticed Subei's scrutiny, and felt uncomfortable, unwilling, embarrassed, self-blaming, and all kinds of emotions mixed together. If she hadn't left the room on her own, recalling the various hints from Subei's eyes and words, Elena clenched her hands tighter. She did her homework before coming, but didn't take it seriously. She thought it was just a few ogres mixed in with the crowd, and she could easily find and purify them with her holy light. But she didn't expect the silent village to be so dangerous. When she left, the fog had just spread, and in front of her, on the street outside, cannibals were blatantly eating humans alive. Many ordinary people hid in their houses, and every household turned off the lights and dared not go out. It can be said that human survival is already in jeopardy. In this form, the introduction given by the adventurer was that the few remaining cannibals had mixed into the human race and were lingering on. Are the Adventurer Association just for free? It's time to deal with those stupid donkeys with their heads tied to the sky. Elena gritted her teeth. The anger in her mind flashed by. And then she said in a deep voice, the commotion caused by the fight between Jimmy and I just now has at least attracted a circle of cannibals around us. Don't make too much noise next time. We are all poisoned, and once we are surrounded, it will be difficult for us to survive. Looking at Elena, who was talking freely, Subei showed a look of pity again. Talking will make you breathe. Keep talking and keep breathing. Then you will always have no strength. You and I will join forces to occupy this territory first, and then fight out after you recover your strength and magic power. With the affinity characteristic, Elena's magic power recovers very quickly, as long as she is given 10 minutes. It is enough to release the purification spell. In other words, she needs at least 10 minutes. She turned her head to ask Subei's opinion, but after seeing his eyes and the action of pinching his nose, she was stunned. So that's it. Was the reason for losing strength the fog? No wonder the state recovered so quickly in the tavern. But it was extremely difficult to recover in the silent village. So it is related to the concentration of the fog and the amount of inhalation. Elena looked at him dimly, felt the magic in her body, and swallowed her saliva. This is troublesome. Not to mention 10 minutes. It will take an hour to recover. Damn it. Elena? You idiot. Thinking of the several cannibal teams outside, Elena could no longer remain calm, and her face became paler. While she was talking, a heavy force hit her from the front, and the sound of breaking through the air was loud. The physical fitness of first-level professionals and ordinary people is 2 levels, and the physical fitness of knights is even ahead of other professions. It can be said that before the 3rd level, the knight can beat any profession unilaterally, except for the ranger. The rest of the mages, priests, rangers, and assassins are toys. It was only when the second job transfer was enabled at the 4th level that the knight became a useless meat shield profession. At the same level, the physical fitness of the monster is comparable to that of the knight. In other words, without the help of external objects, under the same circumstances, the monster of the same level can beat the professional one alone. At this moment, Jimmy was like a beast that had lost his mind. He didn't care whether there was one person or two people in front of him. He raised his hands high and smashed them down, mixed with the smelly saliva, so that Elena could no longer remain calm. There is no place to hide in this position, and there is no way to use the force. And you will be pressed hard. If you are pressed by that Jimmy, and his saliva drips on you, even if you take a shower 100 times, Elena can't accept it. I would rather be pressed by Sube 100 times than be pressed by Jimmy even once. No. Don't. Elena's heart stopped suddenly, and she closed her eyes in panic, and swung a stick with both hands. Boom. She was not pressed as expected. Elena slowly opened her eyes, took a deep breath, and looked at Sube, who kept his hands raised in front of her, and was stunned. Jimmy disappeared. The door of the apartment was knocked open, and a foul wind rushed in. Elena opened her mouth, unable to remain calm, and blinked stupidly. The door was broken. Broken. This time, she was dead. Elena really couldn't maintain her divinity at this moment. Her eyes went black, and she almost couldn't stand. Outside the door, chaotic footsteps kept approaching. There was no time to mourn Jimmy, who flew out, because the next to appear was the cannibal team. Chapter 23. I suspect that Silent Village is a huge werewolf killing. Facing danger. It is obvious that breaking the divinity will cause greater harm to Elena. The probability of the saint of the church being broken in the process of walking the path of God is not low. Elena is not the first case, nor will she be the last. And this possibility has greatly increased after she participated in the Silent Village incident. It is mainly due to 3 reasons. First, the fog can suppress the surge of energy and stimulate certain desires. That is, it suppresses the divinity and stimulates the desire of a certain person. Second, the body will activate the protection mechanism after the divinity is suppressed. Once it falls into a life and death crisis, the human side will occupy the brain and make subconscious actions. There are also various other reasons. For example, Elena cultivated divinity in the middle of her cultivation, and her divinity is unstable. Another example is that Elena, as the saint of the Holy Light Church, was repeatedly hit by the same trick, and the self-blame and regret that came from within made her relax a lot in maintaining her divinity. Once the divinity is broken, it is extremely difficult to recover. Anyway, Elena knew she was finished. Stuffed full. Once her divinity was broken, all kinds of emotions instantly flooded in, filling Elena's brain to the brim, making her dizzy. Don't stuff. Don't stuff. No more stuff. She raised her staff tremblingly and hit her head with a hammer. Bang, bang, bang. Quiet. Still quiet. Bang. Sube watched Elena knock herself unconscious. So fragile? Can't even take this little blow. No wonder he wants to go to the path of God. It turns out that human nature is too useless. 3 minutes. Sube muttered in his heart, calculated the time of holding his breath, and walked outside. It should be afternoon. But it doesn't feel like afternoon. You can't see the sun when you look up, and you can't see your fingers when you stretch your hand out. The fog is very thick, and there is no sense of direction outside the house. You can only feel the violent airflow. Sube closed his eyes. His heartbeat gradually slowed down, and he threw the knife in his clenched hand lightly, and reversed his grip. Reverse grip will shorten the attack distance and bring the benefit of increasing the defense area. Northwest. 2. About level 1. East. 1. Less than level 1. Due north. 1. Based on strength. It may be level 2. After judging the situation, Sube only made 3 moves. First, he moved his right foot back, raised his long sword forward, accumulated strength, and took the lead. Before being surrounded, he rushed straight towards the strongest cannibal. Then, it was like a truck crashing in. The potential energy brought by inertia and the technique of hitting the vital point directly. Even the level 2 was torn to pieces in an instant. Finally, he put away the sword. With smooth and flowing movements, he retracted his sword with a large amplitude, and cut off the other cannibals who surrounded him. Elegant and steady, the airflow disappeared, which meant that there were no other creatures around for the time being. But Sube looked up and looked at the figures hiding in every household in the fog. He couldn't see anyone, and couldn't tell whether they were humans or monsters. But Sube could feel that things were far from over. Yes, in the thick fog, in every household, apart from the shivering ordinary people, There were still countless scarlet eyes staring at the figure in the fog. Grinning, Sube remained silent, retracted his gaze, and walked towards the house. He couldn't see through the fog, so naturally he couldn't see the hidden cannibals. 3 minutes. It took 3 minutes for the fog to dissipate. Sube could feel the fog dissipating at a very fast speed. He paused, then looked up again. Sube could easily look at the trembling people hiding in the house. They looked at Sube in fear and panic. The cannibals hid their differences very well. He looked back at the ground. The bodies of the cannibals were lying on the ground in pieces, like ordinary people who died innocently and tragically. Oh! When the fog rises, it is hard to see the specific situation. So when it dissipates, it is hard to tell whether the survivors are human or ghost. Their eyes are filled with fear, panic, and uneasiness. They don't look like good people. Sube smiled softly. So I am a wolf? Back in the house, Elena has regained her composure. Her face is as frosty as when they first met. Sube was stunned and couldn't help but wonder, are you okay? Strange. Didn't the character collapse just now? Why did he go back again? Elena nodded and said calmly, I'm fine. Is everything settled outside? Sube nodded, ignoring Elena's strange behavior, and walked straight to Carl's room and kicked hard. Bang. The door was kicked open. At the door, Carl was lying on the bed as if dead, with his head tilted to one side and drooling. If it weren't for the continuous snoring, it would be difficult to tell whether the other party was still alive. Damn it. Can the guy who is sleeping in the room while the fight is going on outside just die? What's going on? Sube turned his head in surprise. What's going on? Elena looked at Sube expressionlessly, standing elegantly, without any reaction to the voice just now. I didn't say anything. Carl was sleeping. Who else could it be but you? Did you hear it? Sube shook his head, turned around and walked forward indifferently, shaking Carl hard. What's wrong? Is it time for dinner again? Carl woke up in a daze. After hearing Carl's words, Elena's face darkened, and her hands, clenched it tighter. Why wasn't I the one sleeping soundly? This way I wouldn't be like this. Oh. Sube turned his head suddenly and looked at Elena. Elena looked at him strangely with an expressionless face and frowned. Is there something wrong? Are you mumbling? Definitely mumbling? Strange. Is it an illusion? For the first time, Sube was a little unconfident in his judgment. Afterwards, Elena was startled by Sube's sudden turn of head, and she clenched the staff in her hand unnaturally, switching hands back and forth to hide her uneasiness. How can you hear such a light sound? That's why knights can enhance their senses. It's not fair. It's too unfair. After breaking the spell, Elena realized that if she returned to the church in this state, her status as a saint would definitely be revoked. Such a heavy blow was simply unacceptable to Elena. So, after careful consideration, Elena made a decision to make up for the loss. First establish the character, and try to slowly restore her divinity. However, something Elena didn't expect happened when she set foot on the divine path. Elena, because she was indifferent to emotions, always said whatever she thought. She would not lie, nor would she hide anything. After she broke the spell, this habit had been deeply rooted in her bones. But her inner emotions were richer than before. This led to this state. She could not suppress it. She could not suppress it at all. There were too many complaints. How could she not say it out? Ah, fuck. Damn Sube. Damn it. Damn it all. I will die too. Go to hell. Elena could not suppress it, and her inner thoughts suddenly shouted out. The scene fell into silence in an instant. Chapter 24. The First Target. What are you looking at me for? Elena looked down at Sube and Carl with a condescending arrogance, and said in a cold tone, shouldn't the cannibals go to hell? The holy light shines on me, guiding me to purify all ominous and evil. The tone was solemn, and the expression was serious. In a trance, it seemed that a holy light fell on Elena. Carl and Sube were stunned. Carl was really shocked. Sube was stunned because he recognized Elena's identity. Elena, with friendly characteristics, is the current saint of the Holy Light Church. Her strategy priority is ranked 7th in Sube's notebook. 2 years later, Elena will break her divinity and regain her humanity after witnessing a tragedy. As a result, her strength will fall and disappear, and she will be abandoned by the Holy Light Church. 3 years later, the hero invites the downtrodden Elena to join the team. and the official game plot begins. In the later stage of the game, Elena will maintain her half-god and half-human state, inherit the authority of the Holy Angel and the Disciplined Angel, and start a series of battles with the Demon King. That is, one of the big daddies in the later period of fantasy world. And Sube also made a record in his diary. He originally planned to take Elena away when she was at her lowest point, give her meticulous care and attention, and take advantage of the opportunity to leave an indelible mark in her heart. She was severely controlled by her. In the end, he made it one of his trump cards to survive. Now it seems that the set plan is not feasible. However, at this time point, in this mission, how could there be a plot about Elena? And from this look, it seems that Elena divinity has been broken, and the human side far exceeds the divine side. Combined with this point of view, recalling the voice heard before, it is not an illusion. After all, in the game, Elena personality characteristics of being silent on the surface, but actually sharp-tongued, arrogant and narrow-minded also impressed Sube. Although I don't know why Elena appeared here. Since it has happened, I can't pretend that I didn't see it. Something must be done. At least we can't let Elena die in this village. After all, from the current observation, Elena's brain and strength are not very good, and she is a fool who jumps into the trap. After Sube made up his mind, he looked at Elena with a painful look. Sube sighed, took a deep breath, and showed full enthusiasm. After all, before completing the game, the process of obtaining the props to pass the game has always been very hard. It is normal to put in more effort. It was this look that made Elena feel very unhappy. What kind of look is that? Are you dissatisfied with me? That look was like her kind old father looking at her naughty self when she was a child. Elena looked at him without any fear, hiding the discomfort from her heart, and said lightly, "Is there any problem?" After Sube looked away, he thought about it, and walked forward under Carl's shocked eyes, pulled Elena's sleeve and dragged her to the back room, and closed the door. To make a long story short, I talk and you listen. Sube lowered his head, thinking about what was wrong along the way, and provided Elena with a strategy to show his sincerity. There are many cannibals disguised as ordinary humans in the silent village. The cannibals are not stupid. Unlike other low-level monsters, they know how to use food and poison to capture prey. The fog affects the living habits and ferocity of the cannibals, and at the same time suppresses the physical strength and magic power of humans. The fog lasts for about 3 minutes, and you can prevent poisoning by holding your breath. The holy light magic can purify food. I need your help before eating. Sube talked about his conclusions at length, but these conclusions were already obvious. Elena said dissatisfiedly, "Do I look like a mental retard?" Sube's calm eyes clearly gave a rude answer of "Isn't it?" This made Elena grit her teeth and grit her teeth. "I won't fall in the same place 3 times. I'm serious. Don't look down on me. By the way, isn't your personality a social phobia? Why can you talk so much? I still like your aloof look. You should recover for me." Sube sighed as he looked at Elena, who was gradually changing. Elena realized that something was wrong with her, and quickly shut up. The scene was awkward. Of course, Sube was not embarrassed. But Elena's feet had already dug out a 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment in her boots. "I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it at all. How could I say what I was thinking directly? Ah. Elena's eyes were filled with murderous intent, thinking about the possibility of killing to silence the witness. Of course, Elena was just thinking about it, and the holy light would not allow her to do bad things. Soon, the two left the room. Outside the house, Carl looked at his watch, then at the two of them. His eyes widened. He hesitated to speak, and slowly said, "Brother, only 5 minutes? I have medicine here. Do you want to take it? My medicine is very effective. 1 pill." Bang. Carl fell down slowly. Behind him, Elena kept holding the staff, and circles of white smoke floated up from the top of the staff. Comfortable. Finally vented the emotions. Elena no longer wanted to suppress her emotions. She looked up at the surprised Sube and smiled. Then she said calmly, "He's too noisy." She raised her hand and released holy light to purify the food left over from lunch. "You go eat first." Sube pointed at Carl, hesitant to speak. "You go eat first." Elena's tone was heavier, and she showed a terrifying smile. "Okay." Sube closed her mouth, turned around and walked towards the living room without looking back. Bang, bang, bang. Behind her, Elena gritted her teeth and poked Carl's head with her staff to vent her inner dissatisfaction. Drive your car. You useless bastard with a head full of yellow garbage. You should go to hell with the cannibals. I always feel that Elena is more perverted than in the game. Su Bei ate the leftovers and thought about the feasibility of kicking Elena out of the strategy list. 5 minutes later, Carl rubbed his head with a weak step and said to himself, "Brother, I heard that the cannibals are out again. Am I almost killed by these people? I feel a heart-wrenching pain in my head." Su Bei looked at his nose and his heart. Eating by himself, shaking his head subconsciously. But after seeing Elena cold smile, he thought it was better to have less trouble than more. So he shook his head and nodded again. This really confused Carl. He frowned and asked in confusion, did he almost get killed by a group of plants? It can only be said that he can do reading comprehension. Beside Carl, Elena had a dark face, patted his shoulder, and said coldly, "Eat first. I will treat you." Carl's eyes lit up. There is a holy light priest in the team. Why should I be afraid of getting hurt? No. Carl's brows twisted again, and he asked curiously, "Why do you have to eat first? Can't you treat me first?" That half of the group of planners hit very hard. And I have a severe headache. Elena clenched her lower teeth tightly, resisting the urge to hit Carl to death with a hammer. And her body kept shaking. Seeing this, Carl suddenly realized. I understand. You just finished. And you are also in great pain. I am ignorant. It's time to eat first. Everyone should eat first. Bang. Elena clenched her right fist and maintained the hitting posture. Her expression management completely collapsed and was a mess. The wooden chair held in her left hand was under her palm. Crack, crack, crack. Crushed into powder. Seeing that there seemed to be a black aura surrounding Elena, she was about to turn black. She slowly raised her head. Her brows twisted into a shape, and her eyes were fierce. Immediately, Elena glared at Su Bei fiercely, and screamed, "If he wakes up, you have to explain. You must explain. I really can't hold it in any longer." Chapter 25 Bonfire Party. Brother? Why do I feel like I've slept for several hours and am dizzy? Carl touched his head and found no wounds, which made him even more confused. Why is it painful and pleasurable? Su Bei looked at Carl with a squint and said, "She treated you?" Carl suddenly realized. Yes, I was beaten by the cannibals, and she treated my wounds. She is a good person. Carl nodded and asked again, "Is she okay?" I mean her body. Carl didn't know how to explain. But Su Bei interrupted Carl immediately when he saw Elena's face darkening again. Stop talking about this. Carl was puzzled and asked curiously, "Aren't you my buddy? Is there anything else that can't be said?" She doesn't like it. Su Bei was a little tired and looked sideways, signaling with his eyes. Oh, sister-in-law is shy, so I won't say it. Su Bei looked empty-eyed, and his head started to hurt. So he didn't explain. It was mainly troublesome. It was a little difficult to change Carl's mind, and it was enough to achieve his goal of not talking nonsense. Then, Carl thought of something and spoke louder, wanting to convey it to Elena, who was sitting far away, saying, "By the way, Silent Village will hold a bonfire party tonight. First, it is a tradition, and second, it is to welcome guests. My good brother Peter asked me to take you there. Are you going, brother?" Su Bei looked at Carl, waiting for the next words. If it was just this, Carl would not have conveyed it loudly. There must be some hidden information to convey. It should be good news. Seeing this, Carl smiled mysteriously. The usual bonfire parties in Silent Village are just a formality. But this time is different. This time, I use my connections to organize a large party. Almost everyone in Silent Village will go, whether they are human or ghost. When the fog rises, the cannibals can no longer hide their identities. Whether they are human or ghost, they will be exposed. This is the easiest time to catch all the cannibals. Then, Carl winked again. Besides, Silent Village is hospitable and likes to entertain guests from afar. We can invite handsome men and beautiful women to dance. The last sentence is unnecessary. Su Bei nodded, without any other expression. And Elena was also thoughtful. Time flies. There is only one day and one night left before the Chinese New Year. This is also the time for Jasmine to leave and complete the assessment. At this time, in the Windsor family's pastry shop, Alyssa was wearing a maid outfit and was busy paying the bill. It was indeed busy. It can be seen that the busy work made Alyssa unable to calculate the bill, and she often gave customers a few less copper coins, or took a few more pastries. On the side, Jasmine hurriedly corrected the mistake and stopped the leaving guest to explain. But Alyssa just smiled, tilted her head, and said distressedly, "Really? So I made a mistake? Huh?" Senior Alyssa is obviously the first in the grade in math. How could she not know that she made a mistake? Jasmine complained loudly, as if she felt sorry for the money wasted because of the miscalculation. And the guests also watched this scene happily, laughing and joking. No, Alyssa is the descendant of the Viscount. A genius girl. How could she make a mistake? There was some sarcasm and contempt in her tone. However, Alyssa didn't seem to realize this at all. It was because of this that there was always a constant stream of customers in front of Alyssa's pastry shop, just to spend some money to watch the jokes of the nobles, as a pastime like after-meal snacks. Only Jasmine was seriously calculating the bills and arguing with the customers. But how could she handle it alone? After calculating the price of one order with great effort, Alyssa had sold 5 orders before she noticed. While busy, Alyssa looked at Jasmine and smiled softly. As for Amandla, today is her drinking day. She will not drink tomorrow to ensure that she is full of energy when she sets out the day after tomorrow. Unlike the Windsor family, Lancelot, a descendant of a baron, does not need to be busy for life. At this time, he was drinking and celebrating with the noble boys of the same age in Dawn Town. As for the assessment task, although it was rated as S-level by the Academy, it was actually still just a C-level task of the Adventurer Association. Even the most difficult task among the C-level ones was not difficult for him. After all, he was the king. At night, in the center of the village, a bundle of straw was tied up and entangled, and no one knew what was tied in the middle. But it was tight and tight. The torch was surrounded by the straw, emitting hot flames. A plate was placed with pork, mutton, beef, and home-cooked malt liquor. Before the show started, many people sang and danced around the torch, singing ancient folk songs. The 3 Subites were particularly abrupt among them. One was the difference in clothing, and the other was that they stood aside stiffly, which was out of tune with other people who were enjoying the atmosphere. Soon, there were 2 of them. Sube and the other man watched Carl leave. Carl walked up to a girl with a graceful figure and started chatting with her. He took out the harmonica from his pocket and played a pleasant rhythm. The bard's skills were activated, showing himself like a peacock spreading its tail. Soon, Carl and his female companion jumped hand in hand and joined the bonfire party. Only Sube and Elena stood there motionless. Elena couldn't dance. Before she became a priest of the Holy Light Church, she was just a common girl and had never learned to dance. Forget about it after that. And there is no time to learn these etiquettes. The same is true for Sube. Before crossing, he was a homeboy, and there was no need to learn the duet dance. After crossing, he was always alone, not to mention that he was also socially anxious. At this moment, in the crowd, Sube played a unique skill of social anxiety and hid his figure very well. After a while, he disappeared from Elena's sight, completely lost his trace. Elena was confused. Where is the person? After a while, she found that she was confused too early. Young and beautiful girls have always been the object of pursuit by young men. Not to mention a beautiful girl like Elena, who is as holy as an angel. Just seeing her arrogant and indifferent face is enough to arouse the desire of men to conquer her. So Elena was surrounded. She was invited to dance, sing, drink and eat meat. Elena had never seen such a scene. Usually, when someone confessed to her, no matter how bold, they would not be so naked. It is hard to say whether the folk customs in the north are simple or only in the silent village. The unreserved eyes of these men made Elena feel like ants crawling all over her body. A bold, obscene smile, an undisguised greedy look, nakedly swept over Elena. Elena couldn't stand such a look, so she just didn't bear it. The thumb of her right hand brushed the oak ring on her index finger, and the staff appeared in her hand again. She waved the staff unceremoniously, sweeping a piece of open space. Her eyes looked around coldly. Are you all here? If you are, stand up one by one. I will use the holy light to detect the cannibals, catch the traitor for you, and clear the obstacles. Hearing this, thousands of villagers were stunned. For a moment, thousands of heads looked at Elena. Chapter 26. Am I the only good guy? I can only say that Elena is smart and knows how to talk. She thought that when everyone was gathered, she would use a survey spell to check everyone inside and out and catch the wolves directly. But she didn't think about how she would deal with it if they were all wolves. It was this sentence that ignited the peaceful atmosphere. At this moment, thousands of eyes stared at Elena. Pressure. Full of oppression. It was as if a pair of invisible hands were pinching her neck. The heavy pressure made Elena breathing heavier, and she instantly felt creepy. No. Not. Are they all wolves? Elena suppressed her trembling and remained calm, looking around with the corner of her eyes, looking for Subei's trace. She didn't think Subei could kill so many cannibals. It was just that it was more reassuring to have a companion to fight side by side. This way, they could die together, and she wouldn't be the only one to be eaten alive. The moment of silence was soon broken by the voices of the villagers. This lady is really joking. We are all old acquaintances. We definitely know who is a cannibal and who is a good person. We have lived together for more than 10 years. Among the villagers, an old man who led the way walked out of the crowd with a cane. The people behind him looked at him with respect. This is the most respected old man in the village, and also the village chief. That's right. Besides, there are still many children and old people. If your magic harms them, who will make up for the loss? Elena wanted to say that the holy light did not harm ordinary people. But the villagers were talking one after another, and it was impossible to get in the middle of it. Wait. Strange. The villagers were divided into two types. Among the villagers, in addition to the group that talked freely, there was another group that looked terrified and trembling. The former group was vaguely led by the village chief, and the second group had a rope wrapped around their necks, like a pet being raised. Elena was angry. She is not a fool. The situation became clear. So, suddenly, under the stunned eyes of all the villagers, Elena's staff instantly pointed at the village chief. Holy light survey. A bloody black gas rose to the sky, and the holy light fell, condensing into subtitles. Ogre, the leader of the cannibals, and the villagers affected by the holy light survey were all cannibals without exception. Silence. Still silence. Only the sound of Elena swallowing saliva was heard. Too impulsive. When she was cultivating her divinity, she was a person who did whatever she thought of. After she became a human, this habit has not been corrected. I just couldn't help it. How could you treat a human as a pet? Elena bit her lower lip tightly, and a heart of justice shook violently in her chest. However, she still misjudged the strength of her opponent. At the moment when Elena's staff was pointed down, the ogre grabbed the front end of the staff with his right hand. The force was so great that it could actually explode in the air with a bang. The ogre raised his head, and the corners of his mouth stretched into an incredible arc. His huge front teeth were exposed, neatly blackened. That was the dark black color left by the accumulation of blood, corrosion and drying. Even from a distance of 1 meter, Elena could easily smell the disgusting stench. The pressure suddenly surged. She didn't expect there was a third-level ogre, the leader of the cannibals, an ogre with the best physical strength among the third level. What's more, behind the ogre stood the cannibal army. Elena felt that things were getting serious. The strength on paper was very different. The ogre was level 3. The thousands of cannibals behind him were also in the half-level, level 1, and level 2 ranges. This was not something that a high-level holy light priest like her could handle. If it were in a dungeon, this would be a super large special group, requiring at least 3 teams of adventurers with perfect coordination to take turns to clear the map. Elena's face sank. Corona. Holy light condensed at the top of the staff. First it was a dot, and in the blink of an eye the light condensed into the size of a fist. Blinking again, the ogre's entire body was engulfed. It immediately exploded, like a small sun, with high temperatures emitting everywhere. This was her last few attack spells, and the bodies of the cannibals affected were melted by the high temperature and burned into a ball of blood. However, the ogre at the center of the spell only had one arm blown off, and his face was blackened by the smoke from the explosion. Great attack. Elena encouraged herself in her heart. As long as she had a few more similar attacks, she might be able to take the ogre away first. According to the records, the strength of the ogre is not outstanding among the third level, but the body is extremely strong. And she, Elena, is an elite third level trained by the Holy Light Church. Suddenly, Elena's eyes widened, and her hand holding the staff trembled a little, and there was a resentment in her chest that had nowhere to vent. Behind the ogre, a cannibal came with a human dog and tore off one of the human dog's arms. Ah! Damn! You damn beasts! All dead? All the people in the village are dead. Then, the sound stopped abruptly. A head was twisted off by the ogre. The ogre, crunch, crunch, ate, and the injured body recovered visibly. In 10 seconds, a brand new arm grew out, and there were hundreds of such human dogs in the crowd. Elena remained calm, tapped the staff again, and released a spell completely different from the corona. Sundial, hidden in the dark shadows. The barely visible shadow shot silently towards the ogre's chewing mouth. The ogre just raised his hand and smiled even more happily. The ray blasted the head in his hand. The ogre opened his mouth and said incoherently, "I thought if you knew what was good for you, you would enjoy the bonfire party and have fun together. Everyone can have fun and leave happily. We will wait for the next batch of adventurers. You should stop making trouble and leave early, since you don't know what's good for you. Just stay and be your pet." As the ogre spoke, he spit out an eyeball with a tuoi sound and grinned. "I don't know how the priests of the Holy Light Church taste. I will eat one of your hands, and then I will eat the other one when you grow back. I give you good food and drink every day to supplement your nutrition. When I'm happy, I take you for a walk. When I'm unhappy, I use you to vent my desires. In a few years, we will have a few little ogres who will inherit your and my abilities. They must be very talented. It's a pity that you are a little ugly. Your mouth is not big enough. Your eyes are not red enough. And all the nutrition is on your chest. But it's okay. Cannibals are never picky about food. And there is a long way to go. You will slowly like this kind of life." Every time the ogre said something, Elena's face darkened a little, and her clenched silver teeth almost broke. She clenched her staff a little harder. This is not only her magic weapon to kill the enemy, but also her weapon to commit suicide. If she would live that kind of life, she would rather kill herself with a stick. The cannibals gradually surrounded them. Elena fought and retreated. The situation was stalemate and full of crisis. Chapter 27 Magical Weapon 17 Gluttony. Let time go back 10 minutes. At the other end of the village, in a house, Subei searched the house for evidence. He heard the hidden message in Carl's words. Everyone went to the bonfire party, so all the houses were empty. As long as Carl was at the bonfire party, no one would notice that 2 people were missing. As for Carl's safety, no matter how many cannibals there are, as long as everyone maintains a tacit understanding and does not reveal each other, they will be safe for the time being. I believe that Elena can also analyze these messages, which are all relatively simple inferences. She should search for evidence in other safe places. Right? Should be right? At this moment, Subei felt a little uneasy. During this period, Subei went to many houses and found enough evidence. Evidence that can reveal the fact that Silent Village was occupied by cannibals from more than a dozen angles. These evidences are enough. As long as they can evacuate safely and bring the evidence back to the Adventurer Association, the matter will be over. After that, perhaps a high-level professional who has changed his job twice will come to deal with it. Jasmine's safety is also guaranteed. As for the other way to pass the level, it can only be a bad strategy and is not within Subei's consideration. After all, the sentence "don't trust anyone" given in the game plot is already a very clear hint. All members are wolves. Who dares to attack directly? Anyone who has played the game knows that it is the most difficult to confront the boss directly, and it is very likely to encounter a plot kill. At the very least, you have to kill the mini-boss first, or clear the small monsters first. But these are just stupid strategies. As a senior game player, Subei will naturally look for the easiest way to pass the level. After collecting the evidence, Subei searched for other hidden messages, intending to add 2 more pieces of evidence to the exposed evidence. Until now, Subei found a notebook. It was not written by him. It was written by an old man, who seemed to be the village chief of this village. Yes, this is the village chief's room. Suddenly, he seemed to hear something coming from the other side far away. Forget it. Maybe the bonfire party has started? Subei ignored the noise and opened his notebook. The notebook was mostly written in pinyin, probably because there were too many uncommon characters, which made it convenient for Subei. He could read pinyin, but not many characters. Page 1. The Supreme Lord gave me the ability to summon black fog. which can enhance the strength of our race and suppress the abilities of alien races. This gives us more confidence in occupying the silent village. Page 2. We pray. We bless. We pray devoutly. The Lord's black fog spreads. And we fight bravely. Page 3. The Lord is great, merciful, and omnipotent. He teaches us to carry out human activities, and guides us to win the big with the small, and the strong with the weak. Page 4. We successfully occupied the silent village, raised people and dogs, developed the tourism industry, and established a complete industrial chain according to the Lord's instructions. Page 5. We no longer need the power of the black fog. From then on, whenever the black fog descends, it is the Lord who guides our actions. Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page 9. Su Bei flipped through the pages until the last page. The Lord is about to tell me his identity, and develop me into his believer. He is a demon. He is God. He is 1/52nd of this world. He is the source of incomparable power. He is. A horizontal bar covered his name. If you flip through the pages again, there is no content. It looks like a quote from an elementary school student. But if you think about it carefully, you can find the horrifying truth. Silent Village was occupied by a certain existence on its own. The ogre was just a tool pushed to the front. Su Bei closed the diary and exhaled. He originally wanted to avoid this plot, but he didn't expect that he would run into it head-on. This is the special weapon he mentioned in his diary. Gluttony. Magic Weapon 17. Is one of the 7 extremely terrifying war weapons of the Demon Clan, and has a terrible power that can catalyze the power of some monsters. One of the abilities is to release the strongest appetite in a person's heart, suppress other desires, and obtain gluttony energy. The black fog is the embodiment of the ability, which contains a variety of debuffs, including but not limited to suppressing physical strength, magic power, mental strength, attention, etc. Even a time traveler like Su Bei who is not used to eating food from another world will have a strong appetite. The food in this world is really too bad. This is also the key reason why Elena and Carl can't help eating poison food. The second ability is to release the energy of desire and feed back to friendly units. This is a terrible ability that can quickly mass-produce a large army of monsters. The third ability is the core skill of many magic weapons. Concrete. Able to create a puppet that adheres to one's own will. At this moment, a hurried shout came from outside. Brother! Brother! Elena is in danger. She is surrounded by cannibals. Carl rushed into the house, panicking and stumbling. He looked panicked, and the situation seemed very urgent. But Su Bei turned around, and was greeted by a sword. Yes! Su Bei drew his sword. The silver light fell on his head, and Carl's stunned face froze. His fingers raised. His fingertips pressed against the falling sword, revealing a confused expression. Brother? What are you doing? Why are you cutting me? Su Bei changed from chopping to slashing, and the long sword cut horizontally, changing his moves before Carl could speak. Swoosh. The sound of wind came first. There was no feeling of cutting. It was like a wooden stick hitting an iron block, and the recoil made Su Bei's hands tremble a few times. Carl was thrown out, and slowly stood up in the pile of debris. The clothes around his waist were torn, revealing his bloody waist. But there was no wound on his waist. The wound healed in the time it took him to stand up. Brother, your strength is level 3. I thought it was level 4. I wanted to coax you away, but now it seems that there is no need. Carl stood up, patted the dust on his feet, and smiled. By the way, brother, guess what my strength is? The embodiment of gluttony. The strength is above level 3, but not level 4. It is the top existence among professionals, but because it cannot be transferred twice, it cannot reach level 4. However, for level 3, the extreme level 3 and level 4 have the same effect. Su Bei leaned forward slightly, like about ready to be launched. Carl twisted his neck, his body in a very relaxed state, and did not rush up to fight Su Bei directly. By the way, brother, why did you suddenly stab me with a sword? I didn't show any flaws along the way. Did I? Or you can tell me what's wrong with me. And as a reward, I will knock Elena out and give her to you. You know, she is the treasure of the Holy Light Church. I want to jump around for a few more years, but I'm sure I won't be able to enjoy it. Su Bei looked at Carl's leisurely posture and couldn't tell his motives. Brother, you'd better agree quickly. If you agree too late, You may end up with a bunch of puffs. You know that the beasts of the ogres are very barbaric. They only know how to mate and reproduce, and have no interest at all. In just 3 years, a whole village of cannibals was born. Carl smiled, and inadvertently, fog began to fill the house. Su Bei's eyes condensed. There were many flaws, and Su Bei had guesses along the way, which was why everyone was at peace. However, now was obviously not the time to chat. No time to explain. He decided to believe Elena. So, Su Bei did not hesitate and took action again. Carl could not be allowed to open his domain. Chapter 28 Su Bei's Strength. Taking a side quest may help you pass the level quickly, or you may encounter a hidden boss. Unfortunately, Su Bei is facing the second situation. It may be because flipping through the diary triggered a key plot. It is also possible that the boss is coming for him. Facing gluttony, Su Bei showed all his strength for the first time. How strong is he? Su Bei himself doesn't know. After crossing over, as long as Su Bei has learned low-level skills in the game, he can learn them again in one go. Moreover, it is all professional skills. Yes, he is not an ordinary 3rd-level professional, but a 5th-level professional. However, Su Bei has never been able to perform a second job change. That is, to enter the awakening. Failure to awaken means that it is impossible to develop characteristics and obtain exclusive abilities. It also means that it is impossible to advance to the 4th and 5th levels. Not to mention breaking through the 5th level and becoming a 6th-level demigod. This may be the drawback of all professions, or there may be other reasons. It is also for this reason that he gave up the idea of improving his own strength and turned to thinking about conquering other key characters to achieve the purpose of survival. In short, among the 3 levels, he is also a supermodel. If you are in the game fantasy world, you can see that the level above gluttony is stuck at the threshold of 40, and Su Bei is 39. But he has 5 professional titles behind him. Do you understand the value of 5 professions? 5 professions means that Su Bei has obtained the common skills of 5 professions. The common skills of the ranger, agility, eagle eye. The common skills of the assassin, agility, weak point attack, low frequency burst. General skills of mages, meditation, dexterity. General skills of priests, meditation, resistance to adverse conditions. General skills of knights, enhancement of 5 senses, basic physical resistance, basic magic resistance, and various status buff skills of 5 professions. Su Bei did not learn useless skills, or even damage skills, but learned all the skills he needed and used them immediately. The moment he raised his sword, dozens of low-level buff skills were superimposed on Su Bei, such as Holy Light Blessing, Clear Mind, and Increased Damage. Dense lights fell on Su Bei. At this moment, if there was a game panel, then Su Bei's panel would be pulled to a level far beyond the 3rd level. At this moment, even if it was an awakener, Su Bei thought he could kill you. Hey, is this true? Carl's laughing face couldn't hold it anymore. He opened his mouth, but didn't know how to comment. Brother, this is too outrageous. Turn it off quickly. Listen to my brother. Turn it off. Carl also knows what's good. I've never seen a professional who can get so many buffs. When he joined the adventurer team as the main attacker, he might not be able to get all the benefits. Which professional would be content to be a support? An adventurer who does not learn damage spells is not a good professional. And even if he is a support, who would waste energy to learn all the low-level buffs? Isn't this just idle fish? Let's not talk about how much energy it takes to learn and master a skill. You have such a good talent, but you don't prepare for awakening and promotion. Are you planning to die at the 3rd level? These low-level skills will be eliminated in the later stage. It was full of complaints, and Carl didn't even know where to start. He regretted it now. Very regretful. He shouldn't have been so close to Su Bei. He wanted to sneak attack, but ended up losing more than he gained. At this distance, even a 4th-level awakener couldn't withstand Su Bei's burst. So Carl smiled, blinked, and waved his hands quickly, saying, Brother, misunderstanding. It's all misunderstanding. What did you say you were going to do? Carl smiled. His calves moved very fast, and he retreated whoosh whoosh. The next moment, Carl's head flew up. Fast, very fast. Before Carl could react, the Su Bei people arrived. When he saw the sword light had already arrived. Then the head flew up. There were no moves, not even swaying forward or backward. Carl touched the non-existent head with both hands, and after the head was separated, it also used its tongue to control the direction. Gurgle gurgle, and turned around, rolling to the side of the body, and was picked up by his own hands and put back in place. Outside the house, black mist continued to flow into Carl's body, repairing his wounds. Soon, Carl recovered as before. He showed a look of fear, gnashing his teeth and breathing in and shouting, "Brother, it hurts. It really hurts. I almost died. Just a little bit." The expression was exaggerated, and the action was exaggerated. Subei frowned, knowing how much this almost was. As long as the puppet is not dead, the servant will not die. Carl can repair himself by sacrificing the gluttonous breath in other cannibals. But the pain was real. No one wants to be beaten. Carl narrowed his eyes, finally took out his weapon, and said fiercely, "This body of mine has the royal blood of the elves, and has the top elf talents and skills. Don't force me to turn against you. Do you think that just because I keep calling you brother, you are really my brother? I'm going to be angry. Let you know who is the brother between us." Carl drew his bow, and the bow burst into a bright light. The bow was engraved with beautiful and gorgeous elven runes. The bow was made by the skilled dwarves, and was a rare treasure. "This bow will hurt a lot. Don't blame me for being rude." The voice stopped abruptly. Subei swung the sword again. Subei passed Carl and their figures crossed. Dozens of sword lights cut Carl's body into more than a dozen pieces. He turned around and watched the black fog outside the house rushing towards the meat. And the meat kept squirming and closing. At this speed, it is estimated that it will be a complete Carl in a short while. Can't kill. Very troublesome. Subei didn't plan to waste time here. So, Subei waved his sword, wiped the blood, and walked out of the house. The black fog spread very quickly. In the short time in the house, the whole silent village was filled with black fog. When you step into the black fog, your vision will become very poor. Ordinary people can't even see their hands in front of them. Even Subei, who had received a series of buffs, had his vision reduced to about 10 meters. However, Subei could sense a light in the distance. The light was getting dimmer and dimmer, like a candle that was about to burn out its last fuel. For Elena, this was her last bit of magic power, and it was considered an extraordinary performance to have held on until now. However, the effect was still not great. She had killed dozens of cannibals, and at this moment, she had reached her limit. It was not her fault that she was not strong enough. But as a priest in the early stage of auxiliary profession, it was amazing that she could achieve this step. For Subei, the only good thing about the early holy light priest was that each skill was like a beacon. At least it could indicate the location. This little bit of light was helpful, helping him to identify the direction. As for the cannibals in front of him, it was just a piece of paper. Subei raised his sword and stabbed it fiercely like a sharp arrow outside the thousands of cannibals. It pierced the piece of paper to pieces. When he first entered, his speed was slowed down. When he saw the light flashing in the distance, it dimmed instantly, almost dimming to the point of disappearing. Subei held his breath and suddenly accelerated. Faster and faster. More and more fierce. Looking down from the highest point of the silent village mountains, you can see a line that was initially uniform, and then at a very fast speed, cutting a black chess piece into two. In the blink of an eye, Subei rushed to the deepest part. Finally, he stopped in front of Elena, panting softly. Why are you still here?" Elena kept raising her hand, maintaining a layer of light shield in front of her. The light shield blocked the black fog and resisted the attack of the cannibals. It can be seen that the light shield is a good treasure, probably the treasure of Elena. But now the light shield has lost its light. Only a thin layer of transparent outline, and it looks like the energy is about to run out. Elena opened the gap and let Subei in. At this time, her magic power was overconsumed. Her brain was in a daze, and she couldn't maintain her established personality. She looked at Subei's bloody and short breathing, and was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. "Follow me. Wait for the holy light shield to end, and I will recover and have a final burst. I will find a way to take you out. And then you run quickly. Take my ring. Go to the Holy Light Church, and tell them about this ring and the situation here. Remember to try to distance yourself from it when the time comes." Elena's footsteps seemed to be her last words, and each step left a faint trace of blood. She waved her hand, put the staff back in place, and handed a wooden ring to Subei. Subei took the ring and said, "Yes." Elena continued to talk to herself. "Speaking of which, where did you go? I thought you ran away. But you were not far from me. You should have run away. But it's hard to run away now. They are all cannibals. It's hard to imagine that there is a village of cannibals living peacefully on the border of the Duz Empire." "Yes." Subei didn't know what to say, so he answered with difficulty. "I really can't stand it. I know that the best way is to endure it and escape to find foreign help. But seeing these monsters treat civilians like livestock, I can't control my emotions. It is said that the saints die first in troubled times. If I am. But now is a prosperous period. Why do I still want to die?" "Yes." Subei nodded, and also felt that Elena was right. Elena is very good at analysis. "I don't understand. Are the Adventurers Association just for free? Have the soldiers at the border of Winter City not explored this place? How many people will die if such a cannibal army attacks the border of Winter City? Why is it like this?" "Yes." Subei kept nodding, looking at Elena, who was dazed and her eyes were hazy, and kept answering her words. Elena was really overexhausted and couldn't suppress her thoughts at all. With her current habit, she would say whatever she thought. This led to her talking nonsense all the time. She felt that the light shield was about to dissipate. So she stopped her chattering, gritted her teeth, held up her last breath, and straightened her body. "Be ready. I'm about to explode. When the time comes, you will run away looking at the hole I tore open. You can use as much strength as you can. Do you hear me?" Subei nodded again and said, "Yes." "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Elena was confused and frowned. "Yes." Subei nodded. Elena finally couldn't help it, thinking that she was going to die soon. So she just had to endure it. But she couldn't endure it after thinking about it. She was going to die anyway. So she couldn't hold it back any longer. So she opened her mouth and cursed. "Are you a repeater? You stupid pig. Can't you say a few more words? You are a jerk. I'm going to die. And you don't even know how to say a few more words. I hack you." Blood rushed to her throat, and she fainted before she could finish her words. Her body twitched, and she fell backwards, like a wooden stake. Maybe I was too anxious. Subei thought so, stretched out his hand, and caught Elena. Elena's back was soft, but her body continued to be hot, like a furnace, steaming. The whole person was like a puddle of water. When he first saw Elena, Subei found that she was burning herself. She was probably preparing to release a big move. Most big moves with longer pre-swings are more difficult to interrupt. They are all irreversible, unless there are special reasons. Fainting from anger is also a kind of. Subei sighed, raised his hand to tear off 2 strips of cloth from his windbreaker, and tied Elena behind his back. This dress has been with him for 3 years, and he didn't expect it to be broken here. In the distance, Carl sat on a chair carried by 4 cannibals. In front of Carl, the cannibal held a stone club and looked fierce. It looked like it would be a fierce battle. Of course, Subei was not invincible. When he rushed in from the outside, he had already consumed a lot of his physical strength. But in the quiet village, the black fog was still spreading. He needed to find a suitable balance between holding his breath to isolate the black fog and consuming physical strength. He must be able to solve the problem to the greatest extent before this breath ends, and ensure that his physical strength is not exhausted. The cannibals rushed forward, without any warm-up, and went all out as soon as they raised their hands. Subei slightly turned sideways, wiping the fist wind with a very small arc to avoid the attack, and drew a sword with the arc of his body swing. Elegant and fast. He did not immediately kill the cannibals and Carl. Instead, he fought aimlessly, and at will in the demon tide. Like a small boat, drifting with the waves, going with the flow. At this time, Carl narrowed his eyes, received the message from the black fog, and suddenly turned his head to look beyond the mountains. I didn't see anything, but I always felt someone was spying on me. Indeed, someone was spying on me. In the far distance, on a mountain range, a girl was holding a telescope, observing the situation in this quiet village. I looked closer. The girl had a fox tail, and a heroic and gentle face. She looked at the scene in the quiet village with a puzzled expression. Who is he? Why is he making such a big fuss here? Didn't the omniscient angel say that the magic weapon would eventually fall into the hands of the devil? It seems that the omniscient one is not omniscient. Just let it go. If you stay any longer, You will be discovered. Let's go back first. By the way, go back and laugh at the omniscient one. The girl shook her fox tail and left the top of the mountain, giving up her observation of the silent village. After the girl left, the battle in the silent village was almost coming to an end. The battle did not last long. Subei's movements were not fast, but his harvesting speed was not slow. More than 3 cannibals died under his sword every second. In just 5 minutes, the ground was covered with corpses and blood flowed like a river. At this time, the fog in the field was much lighter. The black fog stimulated the cannibals' greed, and they were suppressed by the hellish slaughter in front of them. As a result, the cannibals dared not move forward. A circle of open space was left around Subei. Carl frowned and said distressfully, "Brother, you have killed enough. Why don't you take the burden on your back and go first? I will cover you and make sure you have a smooth journey." "Brother, listen to my advice. Why don't you stop it?" Chapter 29 Tianming. "Brother, you are really my brother. I beg you. Go away. Let's part ways in peace. You will still be my brother, and I will still be my brother next time we meet." Carl's expression was sincere, and his emotions were genuine. Subei nodded and said lightly, "Yes." He exhaled and inhaled again. Subei felt like he was inhaling powder after inhaling some mist. And he felt a little intoxicated and shook his head. He even felt that Carl was a beauty to behold. Soon, Subei suppressed his appetite, and his mind could not help but flash that he was indeed a glutton. And low-level professionals would go crazy after inhaling. At this time, all the cannibals above the 2nd level were killed or wounded. The ogre lay at Subei's feet and lost his breath. The rest of the cannibals ran and hid at home, in the mountains, lakes, and groves. They looked at Subei in the center with horror, as if they were looking at a demon. At this time, Subei was holding a sword and looking at Carl indifferently. "Brother, it's useless for me to say anything. So just kill me. I won't resist. I admit defeat." Carl sighed and raised his hands. It looked like he had given up struggling. But Subei knew that the other party could fake his death and escape. So Subei swung his sword and killed 2 more cannibals lying at his feet pretending to be dead. Carl's body trembled and struggled. "Brother, you know, it won't affect me if you kill them all. Aren't you tired of killing them? How about I be your hostage? No matter if there is anyone behind you. It's enough to take me to get the job. Right?" At this time, Carl dispersed the black fog and showed his sincerity. Subei shook his head. "Gluttony. You are a weapon spirit. I want a magic weapon." Carl showed an expression of as expected and said in surprise, "Strange. My last appearance can be traced back to the war between gods and demons. And the time I have disappeared since then is at least 3 times your age. How do you know me? So you came for me. No wonder. I was plotted against by someone with ulterior motives." Subei frowned. "Who came for you?" "I was clearing obstacles for Jasmine and met you by accident." After thinking about it, it felt that it would be troublesome to explain. After all, this time of mowing the grass had drained Subei's physical and mental energy. So Subei nodded and said, "Yes, brother. Is it the power of the devil or the power of the angel behind you? Could it be the power of the heroes who have not yet been born? It shouldn't be the power of the empire. Right?" Carl racked his brains to recall the last time the Ragnarok happened. He had never seen any force that cultivated such a perverted professional. Could it be that behind you is? Carl showed a horrified expression, opened his mouth, and smiled bitterly. Subei was confused and wondered who was behind him. "There is one person on his back. Are you talking about Elena?" Subei still hasn't figured it out. He was really tired after the incident. Not only was his brain not working, but his steps were also not very stable, forcing the buff overdraft his mental strength. And the side effects came at this moment. "I feel that my body is hollowed out. Now I just want to eat and sleep." Subei thought about going back quickly, because it would be the new year before dawn, and he had to go back to celebrate the new year with Jasmine. "I can't just eat noodles. I have to buy some meat and some luxurious fruits. I don't know if there are couplets posted here. I think they are not posted. But you can post one. Also, I don't know how Jasmine is doing now." At this time, Subei's desire to go home and lie in bed reached its peak. After hearing Carl's question, Subei didn't think much, just nodded subconsciously and replied, "Yes." Subei didn't pay attention to what the other party said, nor did he remember what he replied. His vision was a little blurred. passing through Carl. Looking behind Carl. After the bonfire burned out and the straw was burned, the naked stone statue could be vaguely seen. The stone statue was burning at the bonfire party. Without careful observation, no one would have thought that the stone statue contained the body of Gluttony. Subei raised his hand and swung his sword. He cut the stone statue open, revealing a black magic sword inside. He also cut Carl open. Subei moved closer and pulled out the sword with force. Carl, who was broken into pieces, moved faster, and each piece of meat trembled and closed like chicken blood, until the sword was pulled out by Subei. Carl's meat stopped moving, as if time had stopped. In a blink of an eye, it was dawn. Subei tied the sword to his waist and shook Elena, who was about to fall from his back. He walked towards home. Chapter 30 Talkative Gluttony. Brother, how did you find out that something was wrong with me? I didn't expose myself. You were sleeping every time the fog came. There's nothing I can do about it. Brother, I need to meditate and calm my main body. The distance is too far, and I have to sleep to communicate. But you can't be so sure about this, right? Yes. Subei nodded, feeling a little annoyed. The passing adventurers looked at Subei, who was talking to himself strangely. From a distance, you can see that Subei has no one around him except the unconscious person he was carrying on his back. So who is talking? However, if you look closely, you can hear another sound coming from the sword on Subei's waist. Subei has a headache. I thought I would be at peace if I avoided Carl, the chatterbox. Unexpectedly, he turned into another form and returned to Subei again. That's right. This magic sword Gluttony is Carl's body. Tell me, brother. Tell me. I'm curious. Tell me. I tell you where lust is hiding. You know, this continent is dominated by yin and yang. If you and I join forces and give lust a name, the three of us will be invincible. When the time comes, It is true that as a geeky gal game that was originally famous for satisfying the sexual fetishes of the majority of men, the game fantasy world does have more female characters, and the players control male characters. It greatly improves the player's senses and gaming experience. However, due to the limited scale, the game did not develop towards porn, but focused on polishing the plot. Although the plot is also a piece of shit. But now Subei is not a player, but a time traveler. This place has become the real world. If anyone can get a sword of lust, who knows? He can really start a harem and let the plot develop in an unspeakable direction. Subei was thinking wildly, but was soon called back to his senses by the noise of Gluttony. Brother, can you satisfy my curiosity? Okay. Tell me how you found it. We work together and are invincible. Subei exhaled. He had never thought of cooperating with Gluttony. After all, this was a magic sword, and it was born to stand on the opposite side of the human camp. However, if a few words could buy peace along the way, Subei would accept it. Thinking that there was no one around, Subei thought about it as a game strategy and said thoughtfully, on the first night, the bartender was closest to you, but he didn't catch you, but instead caught a student in a crowd, which made me a little confused. Gluttony interrupted immediately. Isn't this normal? I am tall and strong, and he is just a student. No matter how you look at it, he is the easiest to deal with. And is it possible that his special liking for children is his habit? Do you understand? Some people are just Shotokan. Subei glanced at Gluttony until Gluttony shut up. Then continued, they are a group. And in the case of Fog, the person who looks the most threatening should be dealt with first. And the bartender's actions were very purposeful. He didn't even look at you, as if he deliberately passed you by. Gluttony said angrily, well, even if he recognized me, his actions were a little obvious. But that's not enough for you to analyze that there is something wrong with me. Right? Subei nodded and continued, a lot. For example, when you are here, the cannibals are fine. But when you leave, the cannibals go crazy. Where you are, there is Fog. It's okay for Elena. You are a bard with enough experience. But you still eat and drink without any precautions. You don't seem to care whether the food is poisonous. And you know a lot of people in the village. But you don't know about cannibals. And the most suspicious point, you can contact the whole village to participate in the bonfire party. I think it's time for you to tell us that everyone in the village is yours. Gluttony was silent, then laughed and said, indeed. I can see that you are a smart person. I thought of reminding you and letting you leave on your own initiative. I didn't expect that you would become the host and almost rob my house. I didn't expect that the big-breasted and brainless idiot on your back would blow himself up, causing things to develop to an irreversible point. After that, it was a fight. In fact, I don't want to go against you. It's not good for me. Who knows? It's hard to confirm whether what Gluttony said is true or not. Subei had an indifferent expression, but there was still a hint of weirdness in his heart. He always felt that Carl was chasing him. Starting from the first time they met in the tavern, everything was premeditated, and he was approaching him on purpose. Even his attitude towards him was particularly flattering. Like, trying to please him? And Subei didn't notice that after Gluttony was tied around Subei's waist, the sword body was even closer to him. If he turned into a human form, he could easily see Carl greedily absorbing the smell on Subei's body. A terrifying, intoxicating, and familiar smell. This is that. Definitely that. Right? The smell of the devil. This time I arrive first, and I will be the main body in the future. The Gluttony sword body flickered obscurely, hiding the excitement in his heart. Obviously, he didn't realize his future fate. Chapter 31 New Year's Eve. After a long journey, Subei finally returned to the cabin. Subei sped up the journey home, and it was not dark when he stepped into the house. But it was getting dark. In short, the sun was setting in the west. Jasmine said she would come back for the new year, but she hasn't come back yet. No one has been to the empty room, and the table beside the bed is covered with dust. As for Elena, Subei casually threw her into the guard room of the college. It was impossible to take her home, not to mention the bad influence of a single man and a single woman. The atmosphere between the two of them made Subei uncomfortable. Social phobia towards strangers is normal. Subei and Elena are not familiar with each other. After all, they have only known each other for a day and a half. When carrying Elena, Subei would usually forget that there was a person on his back, so he had no impression, not to mention at other times. Reality is not like a game. No matter how much you like a character in the second dimension, it will become different in the third dimension. As for the strategy, it is no longer necessary. I saved her life, and she will return it in the future. The morality and principles of the Holy Light Church are still trustworthy. The Holy Light Church is like a pyramid scheme organization, and every public official produced in it is a saint. There is no need to say more about compassion. What is borrowed and returned, and not owing favors to others are also basic attributes. The main point is that it is easy to fool. In the diary, Subei drew a circle around the line of Elena, wrote the 3 big words already conquered, and marked it with brackets. Subei opened the window. The wind and snow raised dust, hitting Subei's face, which was icy cold. This made Subei feel more energetic. Then, Subei sat on the chair and recorded the information about Gluttony in the diary. By the way, Gluttony was thrown into the pile of sundries by him, together with a pile of broken copper and iron pots and pans. Subei was not worried about who would pick it up, because his house was shabby, and no one was willing to look through his garbage. They were afraid of finding some stinky socks or dead mice. Of course, there was nothing like that at home. Subei rubbed his frozen ears and closed the windows slightly. The wind was much quieter, but acceptable. Since he left Gluttony, he had never heard Gluttony speak. So, Subei's ears were much quieter. As for whether he would take out Gluttony and use it again in the future, Subei thought it would not happen. It is impossible to use it, but it is a pity that it cannot be destroyed. I don't know who put Gluttony in Silent Village, or he was sealed there. After a simple record, Subei held on and took 2 silver coins out of the house. When he came back, he had a bag of meat, a bag of fruit, and a bottle of juice in his hands. The meat is duck meat, which is more expensive than chicken meat, so there is no need to worry about spending more money during the new year. The fruits are apples, oranges, and bananas. The main reason is that these fruits can only be bought in Chu District. If you want to eat better, you have to go to Hua District, but it is too far. Moreover, Subei wandered to Winter City and had no identity in Chu District. It was very troublesome to enter Hua District without identity, and many procedures were required. Subei arranged the fruits on a platter, took out the spatula and pot at home, and fried the meat himself. Winter City is a food desert, or the whole world is like this. Maybe it's because the game fantasy world doesn't have food design, which led to Subei never having a good meal here. Not as good as the takeout I usually order. and not as good as cooking by myself. Sube is not picky about food, and can eat whatever is available. But since it is the new year, there still needs to be some atmosphere. All this is not troublesome. But Sube has not done it for a long time, so it took some time to prepare. Finally, put the fruits and stir-fried pork with green peppers in place, and pour 2 glasses of orange juice. There is still plenty of time, and I don't know when Jasmine will come back. Or is she too busy and won't come back? It's okay if she doesn't come back. After more than half a month of getting along, it is easy to become unfamiliar because of 2 or 3 days of separation. People are always like this. In a daze, Sube slowly closed his eyes. He was sleepy. He hadn't had a good sleep for too long. So, Sube fell into a deep sleep. He didn't know how long he slept, until the sound of da-da-da footsteps rang outside the door. The footsteps were light and cheerful. Chapter 32, the first New Year's Eve. I'm back. The door was gently pushed open, and a head poked in from outside the house tentatively, just like a kitten carefully tearing open a bag of cat food. Mr. Sube? Woo-woo. Realizing that Sube was resting, Jasmine quickly covered her mouth and made a woo-woo sound, then walked into the house with light footsteps. Then she turned around and closed the door very carefully, then turned around and looked at Sube carefully. At this time, Sube held half of his forehead with his hand, like a high school student taking cultural classes, closed his eyes, and kept nodding and dozing off, which was very interesting to watch. Jasmine felt novel and moved closer. Just getting closer. Jasmine quickly frowned in confusion, and then moved closer. Strange. There was a strong smell of licorice on his body, probably just after taking a shower, but it still couldn't cover up the slightly more serious, pungent smell of blood. Oh! A quick shout, followed by Jasmine covering her lips with her right hand. Brainstorming. What did Mr. Sube do? The definition of what he did is very broad. He could have gone back to his old job of killing people, or he could have just killed a goose for the new year. Jasmine swallowed her saliva and suddenly heard a very soft call. Who is calling me? Staring at Sube, who was nodding sleepily in front of her, Jasmine realized that the sound was not coming from in front of her, but from behind. Jasmine turned around, looking suspicious, and tiptoed towards the source of the sound. In the pile of debris? Jasmine lowered her head and looked at the pile of pots and pans, but she didn't see any living creature that could speak, so she attributed everything to being too tired. Yes. For the final exam, she worked very hard, learned and successfully used the 2nd level magic. These past few days were really too hard, and the only time she had to rest was to worry about senior sister Alyssa's snack shop. Pursing her lips, Jasmine looked at Sube, who was dozing off, lifted her skirt, and sat down in front of him. It was Jasmine sitting that woke Sube up, and he opened his eyes naturally, looking at Jasmine staring at her. She thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Hello." Jasmine sighed, and the expected reunion came to an end after the greeting that began with this sentence. How can you say hello like this? Aren't we familiar with each other? Mr. Sube, don't you miss me? How can you think so? We have only known each other for half a month and haven't seen each other for 2.5 days. Sube shook his head, feeling that it was not quite right, and nodded insincerely. A little bit. Molly pouted, very dissatisfied. Okay. Mr. Sube, if you don't know how to talk, don't talk. Sube nodded, and then looked at Molly and fell into silence. To him, today was no different from 2.5 days ago. He just did something troublesome. The trouble level of the matter was about higher than getting up and brushing teeth, and slightly lower than killing the devil. It was a question of wanting or not wanting. However, Sube's silence did not make Molly feel better, but made her angry. Mr. Sube, what are you daydreaming about? I'm daydreaming. Sube thought for a while and said sincerely, I'm not asking questions. I'm saying, Molly was so anxious that her words burned her mouth, and she didn't know how to make it clear. She was looking forward to meeting again. She always felt that Mr. Sube treated her differently from others. He treated her well without utilitarianism, and without asking for anything in return. This feeling has only been felt by her mother. It's like raising her as a daughter? Jasmine blushed as she thought about it, and her eyes looked at Sube strangely. And when they met again, Jasmine could feel that the other party was more kind to her. But why didn't the way of chatting change at all? Hungry? Sube was puzzled. and saw that Jasmine also began to be dazed. So he pointed to the food and fruits on the table. Eat. Forget it. This is Mr. Sube. Cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Jasmine convinced herself. So her mood improved again. And she picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. With just one bite, a tuft of white hair on Jasmine's head stood up. Where did this come from? Sube's half-open eyes also opened. A little curious. No way. There really is alopecia. Maybe she had her hair taken care of by teacher Amanda. Of course. It was also because there was no way to take care of it here in Sube. So Jasmine's hair looked smooth and refreshing at this time. And a tuft of usually messy hair suddenly appeared, hanging down like a wheat ear. It stood up again at this moment. I bought it. Sube answered first, then looked at Jasmine's hair standing up high and shaking constantly, and then asked, Are you in a good mood? Jasmine narrowed her eyes, showing an expression of enjoying the food, and nodded as a matter of course. Good. Very delicious. I haven't eaten such delicious food in the capital. Where did you buy it? Go east for 400 meters. Sube's attention was attracted by the shaking hair, and his eyes followed the hair up and down. It's really good. Jasmine took another bite, squinting her eyes to enjoy it, and suddenly opened her eyes and asked curiously, Are they still responsible for it? When she asked this question, the hair on her head was bent into a question mark. Not responsible. Sube rarely showed a surprised expression, looking at the hair, holding his chin and thinking for a moment. There is a magic reaction. It seems to have nothing to do with whether the hair is taken care of. Is it the source of magic? Or is it the embodiment of magic? Irresponsible? Then who did this? Molly was eating when she suddenly stopped using her chopsticks. She then widened her eyes and looked at him without saying anything. Sube didn't say anything either, but that expression clearly explained the answer. Molly pouted and her expression quickly became aggrieved, and even her hair was in the shape of a question mark. Such a complex pattern. She gritted her teeth and asked, Mr. Sube, did Molly make you feel troubled? No. Sube asked curiously. So why do you feed me pancakes every day when your cooking is so delicious? Jasmine felt wronged, and even her hair fell down. Who knows what it's like to eat that kind of plain pancake without any meat or taste for half a month? Troublesome. Sube said seriously. Mr. Sube really thinks I'm troublesome. Jasmine lowered her head. Cooking is troublesome. Sube denied it quickly. Jasmine stared at Sube with her big eyes curved with tears, and didn't say anything. The sapphire eyes had some tears on the edges, and they didn't blink, and they were very close, silently protesting Sube's attitude. Cute. So cute. Sube subconsciously reached out and touched Jasmine's head. Jasmine was stunned, and her eyes were sore that she forgot to blink in each other's impression. This was the first time that Sube took the initiative to touch Jasmine. It seemed that with this touch, the relationship between the two became much closer. Or perhaps because they were much closer, more intimate actions occurred. With the sound of fireworks, the fiery red sky illuminated the silent night. It's New Year's Eve. Chapter 33 Magic Tower. Windsor Family. Wow. Alyssa. My sister didn't get married this year either. Amanda hugged Alyssa tightly and cried about her dissatisfaction this year in her arms. Mainly, she had already cried about last year's dissatisfaction last year. Alyssa also stroked Alyssa's back and said softly, Sister is great. She will definitely find a good partner next year. Really? Alyssa asked. Alyssa smiled and nodded, definitely. Wow. Alyssa is so nice. She is really my sister's little angel. Winter College. School director's office. After a long time, the 4 school directors all sat down. Winter College principal Kim and Kurt sat in the main seat, looking at the other 3 unreliable school directors. Tapped the table with his index and middle fingers, and said seriously, Sven, take your wine. We are in a meeting now. Sven, the head of the staff, is the top assassin of the Friend Empire. He once assassinated the Elf Queen and successfully escaped. He is a famous figure in the Dus Empire. However, after hearing what Cameron said, he paused and put away the wine in a huff. Audrey, stop playing with your fox tail. Now look at me. Look at me! Audrey, half beast, half human, one of the 4 school directors, the dean of the high school department, and the only sword master missed by the Friend Empire. It is rumored that she has a commission relationship with one of the 52 angels. Audrey glared at Canwin, bared her teeth and roared. but still put down her tail and lay on the table like a puddle of mud. She hated it most when people interrupted her when she was playing with her tail. Sophia? 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 Oh damn. You shouldn't be doing research here. You should focus on me now. Sophia, the director of junior high school, was once responsible for Jasmine enrollment. She was the most outstanding researcher in the Friend Empire and a powerful clergyman. Hearing Camlin's roar, Sophia put on her earplugs more tightly and continued to write formulas on the paper and pen in front of her. This is a very powerful combination and a perfect adventure team. Paladin Camlin, Shadow Lord Sven, Sword Saint Audrey, and Holy Priest Sophia. Only in the remote winter city can such an old-time force be concentrated. After all, the Duz Empire will not allow the top forces of the old forces to be concentrated. Once they rebel, the blow to the Empire will be devastating. At this time, the four sat around the table and started a meeting about the Silent Village. Audrey, you have been to the Silent Village. What did you see? Camlin didn't intend to beat around the bush and asked directly. Su Bei is indeed very special. But he is not beyond the standard. He deserves attention. I'm not sure whether he needs to increase investment, but I'm very interested in him. Then Camlin looked at Sven and asked, You have been with him for a long time. Is there any way to solve his problems? Sven shook his head with a strange expression. Wondering, he is very strange. He has not received any divine baptism, and no god has opened the way for him to awaken. I can't solve his problem of advancing to the 4th level. Camlin frowned tightly, like a dark cloud that could not be dispelled. How could this be? As long as one has the qualifications to become a professional, even a baby should have a way to awaken. He pointed at the table with his index finger and finally looked at Sophia. Is it possible that he suddenly appeared in this world? Sophia then took off her earplugs and said lightly. Sophia did not leave the topic because of the earplugs, but kept listening to everyone's conversation. Because earplugs are not for isolation, but for noise reduction. Apart from this possibility, is there no other possibility? Camlin frowned. Sophia picked up the paper on the table and continued, Yes. The god who favored him died. Shit. Then it's better to treat him as a time traveler. Camlin frowned even more. The latter is even more outrageous than the former. Every god can travel in the sky forever. Who can kill them? Sophia thought about it and said sincerely, There are other possibilities. After all, I am only at the 5th level, and I don't understand a lot. Then, he summarized Sven's words. It's very difficult. Why not give up? Is there no other way except giving up? Camlin continued to ask without giving up. Sophia took the research report and said, It's just a prophecy. The probability of the prophet's prediction being wrong is 1/3. So this one is not a big deal. She always only looks at the data to speak. There is also a way to awaken. Sophia suddenly said again. Camlin could already imagine that this method was very difficult. But he still replied, You tell me. Break through the 5 levels of the magic tower, and get the recognition of the magic tower. Camlin frowned and couldn't help asking, Can you break through 1 level? Sophia cast a look, as if she was looking at a talking monkey. Fuck. That thing was broken by a human. When I was at the 3rd level, I had to crawl out when I entered, and I was almost devastated. Camlin thought of some bad memories, frowned and cursed. This magic tower is also from another world, copying the power of various gods when they were young. But the power level is not high. The entire tower is only at level 3, and there are rewards for challenging it only when you are at level 3 or below. Of course, if you are at level 2, the magic tower will also adjust the god's strength to level 2. But this is a disadvantage for adventurers, because some adventurer skills require level 3 to learn, and level 2 will have fewer skill combinations, and the god skills will not change regardless of level 1, level 2 or level 3. Only the mana source capacity and power will change. But even if it is level 3, it will not help. Although they are all at level 3, they are young gods after all, and their power and understanding are not at the same level as ordinary people. Many level 5 awakeners do not want rewards to brush the tower, but they can't pass a level. Even if they pass a level by luck, they will soon fall at the 2nd level. Only after passing the 5th level can you get a sword move that is not too powerful. After passing the 10th level, you can get the 2nd sword move. It is said that you can get a move every 5 levels. The top floor is the 25th floor. But until now, I haven't heard of many people who can pass the 10th floor. In ancient times, it is said that a recent god passed the 15th floor and obtained the 3rd style. But he was unable to continue. It is a superfluous creation that demigods disdain to challenge. Professionals cannot challenge. And awakened people will challenge it when they are bored. Compared with the magic tower, other professionals are more willing to spend time to challenge the dungeon, the sky tower, or various ruins. At least they can gain something. How about arranging him to go there and try? Cameron looked at Sven and asked. You are the boss. Why are you asking me? Sven curled his lips. I like this kid. What if you want to kill him? Could it be that you gave birth to a son for me to play with? Fuck. Do I look like your son? Cameron cursed. Sven did not speak, lowered his head, and dared not recognize him. It just so happens that the Princess of Duz is also going to break into the magic tower. And with many Duz geniuses, let Su Bei sneak in. When Su Bei is seriously injured, they can help treat him if they can't bear it. How about Sophia? You take a team to fish? Cameron asked. Sophia refused without even looking at Cameron. You go. And you will be given a 3-month vacation to do research. And you will be allocated 10 gold coins. After thinking for a while, Sophia nodded distressedly. Chapter 30 for the first day after the New Year. It is called New Year's Eve. But in fact it is just a leap over that second. The fireworks bloom until the end. And the splendor is only a few moments. However, this is Su Bei's first New Year in the other world. In the true sense, it has a certain commemorative significance. Su Bei and Jasmine sat on the chairs, looking through the window at the fireworks that kept exploding outside. Most of the fireworks came from the Chinese district of Winter City, with Wall Street as the center. Scattered and decreasing, there were also some in Chu district. Dotted. Jasmine's eyes widened, sparkling in them, watching the fireworks explode one after another. The capital city doesn't have these. But it's not that there are no fireworks. It's just that the fireworks in Latinum are set off with magic, which is more gorgeous than natural creations, but lacks the instantaneous explosion when the real thing explodes. It's a little quieter. Maybe it's not bad. Su Bei looked at Jasmine's hair shrinking with the fireworks, and felt inexplicably interesting. This was a rare time for him to have free time. And his expression softened a lot. Do you want to buy it? Jasmine pursed her lips. Next year? Su Bei thought he had heard it wrong. But when Jasmine continued to say with a smile, I mean, can we celebrate the New Year together next year? Mr. Su Bei? We could also set off fireworks then. Su Bei was suddenly stunned. He had heard this sentence many times. Primary school classmates said, keep in touch after graduation. Or junior high school classmates said, let's get together and meet during the next vacation. Another example is high school graduation. That grand graduation ceremony. Everyone ate and drank, and swore to meet at the top. Of course, the end of the story is that they lose contact. So, see you next year. This kind of words is similar to never see you again in Su Bei. If they lose contact for more than 3 days, Su Bei will think that this relationship has come to an end and will not contact them again. Maybe it's because they don't trust others. Or maybe they lower their expectations so that they don't have to pay for the emotions caused by being let down. But Su Bei still smiled and nodded in response. It should be so. In this way, the new year is over. Su Bei had no intention of visiting. Of course, no one would visit. A year had passed, and the house had not changed much from before. It was worth mentioning that the bed was now a double bed, which meant that Su Bei could sleep on it for the first time in a long time. Late at night, after a simple celebration, the two of them laid down on the bed around midnight and prepared to fall asleep. Su Bei slept on the lower bunk, in case of any unexpected situation, so that he could respond in time. After hearing Jasmine even breathing, Su Bei also fell asleep. He fell asleep quickly and slept deeply. He was too tired. The night got deeper. It was estimated that the day would soon dawn. Jasmine's upper and lower eyelids kept touching, as if they were opening and closing, and she was a little uneasy. So she quietly got out of bed, on the lower bunk. Seeing that Su Bei was still sleeping, Jasmine did not disturb him, but walked a few steps and stood in front of the pile of sundries. Her expression was a little distressed. Why is there a strange voice calling me all the time? After careful identification, Jasmine confirmed that the source of the sound was in this pile of sundries. So, Jasmine leaned down and squatted in front of the pile of debris. After observing for a moment, she looked at the hilt of the sword sticking out from inside and watched for a moment. After confirming, She slowly stretched out her hand. Is this it? Lord. Great Lord. Just as she was about to stretch out her hand, Gluttony suddenly trembled like crazy and sent the hilt of the sword to Jasmine's hand. The sudden sound and movement scared Jasmine, and she forgot to resist. Lord. The future king. I am Gluttony. I finally found you. I finally waited for you. Waves of Gluttony energy surged towards Jasmine, and then turned into strands of black energy and sent them to the hilt of the sword. In the blink of an eye, Jasmine's 1.4-meter body, clang, grew bigger. Her figure became slender and graceful. Her innocent blue eyes turned into evil and slender ones. But her face became more and more indifferent. Her strength remained at the second level, and many terrifying magics that she had never used but seemed to be born with flashed in her mind. This scared Jasmine so much that she was thrown away by Gluttony in an instant, and thrown into the pile of debris with a clang clang. Soon, Jasmine's body returned to its original state, and returned to its original shape, leaving only the messy hair spinning constantly, showing the unrest in her heart. It was a CPU burn for Jasmine, and this movement also woke Su-Bei up directly. He didn't move much, just turned over in the bed, turned his body sideways, looked at Jasmine, and asked, "Where is the house being destroyed?" Jasmine turned around in a daze, obviously not coming back to her senses, and kept repeating, "Mr. Su-Bei, it's over. It's over. Mr. Su-Bei, I'm in trouble." Then she showed a frightened expression, as if she thought of the evil rituals in the rumors, and stuttered, that sword, talking, calling me, Mr. Su-Bei. He gave me a strange energy. Am I going to be broken? I am going to become a demon. If I become a demon, please be gentle, Mr. Su-Bei. Molly was dizzy and didn't know what she said, but she felt that she was definitely dead, and she was also dazed when she spoke. No, please be ruthless. Don't let me do evil. Jasmine thought about it, and suddenly her eyes became red. She thought about how her life had just gotten better, how she had suffered so much to gain peace, but she died in just a few days. Why was there such a dangerous sword in the house? It was placed among a pile of miscellaneous items. Jasmine was very sad, and she blamed herself and felt wronged. She thought that if she hadn't been curious about everything, she wouldn't have touched the sword by following the sound. Ignoring the messy remarks made by Jasmine, Su-Bei quickly extracted the key words from her words. Then Su-Bei realized that something was wrong with the air. So he squinted his eyes and observed. And he really found some gluttony mist. Combining the action of Jasmine grinding her teeth and what she said, he quickly figured out the situation. So, Su-Bei asked, "Are you hungry?" After that, he stood up, walked to the stove, started a fire, and put the cold dish on it to heat it up. It is normal to want to eat after touching gluttony and absorbing gluttony mist. Now is not the time to think about whether you are hungry or not. Right? Although it is not bad to die with a full stomach, I am still a little hungry. Molly has relaxed her mind and accepted the fact that she is about to die. She sat by the bed and thought about what wishes she had not fulfilled before she died. She should do them as soon as possible. She also thought that if she died, Mr. Su-Bei would be alone again. He is so kind. And she doesn't know if he will be bewitched by the devil and tricked into working for her. By the way, that is a magic sword. Su-Bei heated up the food and did not forget to explain to Jasmine, not noticing Jasmine's psychological changes at all. As for the matter of binge eating, he also chose to tell the truth, mainly because there was nothing to hide. "Oh," Jasmine said, "oh." Although the truth was scary, since they had already accepted death, there was nothing unacceptable. But Jasmine was still shocked. The food was quickly heated up, and Su-Bei placed the plate on the table, looking at the uneasy Jasmine, and knocked on the table. "Don't worry. It's fine. It won't turn into a puppet. If he wants to trade or give you something next time, he is just bewitching you. Don't believe it." After talking to Jasmine, Su-Bei stood up again, picked up gluttony from the pile of sundries, and warned loudly, "Be honest. If you bewitch my people again, I will send you away." The Holy Light Church is happy to collect such a magic sword. It was only after such a long time that Jasmine realized that she was really fine. The drooping hair suddenly stood up straight and kept spinning. Huh? Feeling the strange magic that suddenly appeared in her mind, Jasmine became confused again. She looked at Su-Bei with a guilty conscience, not knowing whether to speak. Isn't it that I accepted the bewitching? No. But why did I get magic? Jasmine racked her brains, but couldn't figure it out. Chapter 35 Goodbye Elena. Sube explained to Jasmine. But Jasmine didn't listen at all. Oh. Is this a magic sword? Mr. Sube. Can a magic sword be kept at home? Does it need to be packed in a box and kept? What is Mr. Sube's identity? Why does he have a magic sword? Jasmine wanted to ask one question after another. But of course, the answers she got were all perfunctory and irrelevant. But Jasmine didn't care. Because until now her mind was still echoing. My people? These 3 words. She swallowed her saliva, and used flustered questions to cover up her shyness. Mr. Sube meant family. Right? Mr. Sube. Do you think of me as your sister? So we are already family. Jasmine thought about it, and suddenly smiled slightly. The content of the conversation between Jasmine and Sube also confused Gluttony. 10,000 doubts were pressed on his lips, and he dared not say a word. People? What do you mean my people? What people of mine? Fuck. This Demon King is still so young. And you can still do it. You are really a beast. Brother. Combined with the scene he saw, things suddenly became confusing. The guy who carried the Holy Light Church saint and stood on the side of order. His wife is the future Demon King? I can't accept it. They are not in the same camp. Brother. Although he approached Sube at the beginning because he had the breath of the Demon King, this identity change was really unacceptable to him. He thought Sube was the servant of the Demon King. Looking at this situation, Sube didn't know that his master was the Demon King, and his master had not yet awakened. What's even more outrageous is that the master has to listen to Sube. Gluttony is not stupid. After careful consideration, he decided not to reveal the master's identity. I don't know what my brother thinks of the Demon King and the demons. I must ensure the safe development of the Demon King. But if I want to have a good relationship with the master, I can't get around my brother. So Gluttony came to an incredible but reasonable conclusion. It's better to please my brother than to please the master. Gluttony's brain was working fast. After careful consideration, he flattered her. Brother, I just saw that she was your woman, and thought if I could make up for my mistakes and let her say a few good words for me. I was playing with her. After all, you are the brother, so she is the sister. Right? It is only natural for me to be nice to her. I thought she was hungry, so I gave her some energy to replenish her energy. These 2 sentences successfully confused the 2 people. My sister? Sube's mind turned very quickly. He first pointed out the most critical mistake, and then warned again, don't have any bad thoughts. No, brother. I will just chat with my sister in the future, and I must not have any bad thoughts. I am your most useful dog. I will do whatever you tell me to do. Sube also frowned, very puzzled. Why not be a good magic weapon? Why be a dog? Will Jasmine learn bad things from him? Jasmine's hair was also wagging. She didn't think at all. Just felt that there was a sword talking in the house. And it was a little more lively. It became lively. Jasmine likes to be lively. The next day, at dawn, Jasmine had a pair of panda eyes, and was sleepy. After chatting all night last night, she embarked on the journey of the final examination with binge eating and Sube's blessings. Sube also returned to school and did his own job. It has been snowing a lot recently, and Sube's job at school is to sweep the snow. In a few days, there will be no need to sweep the snow. It's not because the snow has stopped. It's because the snow will keep falling, and it will get heavier and heavier, and it will never be swept away. The cold winter in Winter City comes early and leaves very late. Mid-January to early February is probably the coldest time in the city. At that time, every household stayed at home, prepared enough food and water to prepare for the winter, and some even stayed in bed for a whole month without getting out of bed. It could be that they are preparing for hibernation, or they are just lazy. However, the weather is pretty good today. The snow is falling a little slower, and there is sunshine, but there are not many people. As the time for the final exam is approaching, the school has become much quieter. Without teachers and students, it seems empty. In such a large playground, only Sube can be seen sweeping the snow with a broom. His back is a bit lonely. In fact, there are still people. Elena stood not far from Sube, frowned at Sube's back, and was a little confused. Both of them are alive. She thought at least one of them was dead. Oh, one of them was dead. And it was Carl who had no sense of existence. She subconsciously began to review the battle at that time. At that time, there were about thousands of cannibals. And a cannibal leader. That is, an ogre. It would be no problem for me to burst and kill the ogre. But I should not be able to break out of the encirclement. My body can't hold on for that long. If I had to break out of the encirclement, I would definitely be dead. And my body should be extremely weak after the burst. The kind that would fall down if the wind blew. And under such circumstances, both of us actually came back. And still unscathed. Could it be that the guy also exploded? We worked together, and went hand in hand to break through the magic tide of Silent Village. That should be the case. It seems that the other party also has good strength. Enough to break through the second-level magic tide and bring himself back. At least a third-level knight. Elena thought. Walked up coolly. Patted Su Bei on the shoulder. And under the other party's puzzled eyes, said coldly, "It was a pleasure to cooperate with you last time. Are you interested in forming an adventurer team with me?" What cooperation? What team? What strange development? Shouldn't you join the brave team? Su Bei frowned, summarized the 4 questions, and asked a question. What? Elena was slightly stunned, thought about it, and then repeated, "Let's form an adventure group and go to the dungeon together. The materials can be distributed according to contribution. Or even equally." Elena thought that the other party must be too surprised to receive her invitation, and couldn't believe that such a good thing had happened. So she thought she didn't hear it clearly. Well, I will make another invitation. Elena thought so, and never thought that the other party would refuse. After all, she is a holy light priest, the top nurse in the priest profession. She will follow the promotion route of the Holy Light Church in the future. She can be promoted to a demigod without worrying about the orthodox way to become a god. As for the matter of the divinity being broken and unable to awaken, it should not be a big problem. Elena believes that with her talent, it is not a problem to condense the divinity again. It is only a matter of time before she breaks through the awakener. Should I? Elena hesitated for a moment, and quickly convinced herself that she had to believe in herself. Now she just needed to hide the fact that her divinity was broken, so that no one would find out. If she was found out, her status as a saint would definitely be revoked. When she thought of the consequences of revoking her status as a saint, which might eventually lead to unacceptable consequences, Elena's heart stopped instantly, and even her breathing became heavier. She had to go to the dungeon quickly to get the treasure that repaired her divinity. If that didn't work, she could only rely on the treasure that erased her emotions. But if you do this, you will never feel the current emotions again. These thoughts flashed through Elena's mind for only a moment. But then, Su Bei's answer made Elena's expression change instantly, and she could no longer maintain a calm attitude. Su Bei did not stop his actions, but asked back, "Your divinity is broken. What's the point of forming an adventure team? You can't be promoted. Don't you go to the Holy Light Church for instructions?" Elena's calm face suddenly turned pale. Her slightly drooping hands clenched tightly, and her footsteps unconsciously increased, leaving deep marks in the snow under her feet. Chapter 36, The Second Commission. Elena still remembers the miserable life before being taken away by the Holy Light Church, and swears that she will never live such a hard life again. Her father was a soldier of the Frank Empire. After the war, he got nothing but a lot of illnesses. No priest was willing to treat a sensitive person like him, so he could only maintain his life by taking a lot of medicine. Her mother died in a demon tide. After her adulthood, her sister chose to become an adventurer, constantly going to dungeons to collect materials, just to support the family's living expenses. Everything was bad, but life was good. But the goddess of fate did not favor Elena's family, but dealt a heavy blow. That's right. The adventure group led by her sister Nina accidentally opened a hidden copy in the land of the dead copy in Shenghui City. It was a not-so-strong adventure group, but it entered an extremely special hidden copy, which resulted in the entire adventure group falling into a sleep from which they could not wake up. Since then, Elena has never been to school again. At the age of 13, she was seriously out of touch with her peers, and she didn't even dare to express her envy, because it would only make his weak father desperately work to mine to support the family. And all this changed when Elena was 15 years old. That year, she was detected to have an unparalleled talent for holy light, and cultivated her divinity to become a saint, in exchange for taking the path of godhood and ascending to demigodhood. The Holy Light Church paid a powerful treasure to continue Nina's vitality. And the Holy Light Church also allocated a large amount of gold coins every year to buy medicine for her father and maintain his life. If she lost her status as a saint and was discovered by the Holy Light Church that she had lost her divinity, those high-ranking leaders of the church would not have any mercy at all and would immediately withdraw all their bets on her. Unless Elena died while maintaining the Holy Light Church, or provided huge benefits to the Holy Light Church, because they are all inhuman gods. They only see the exchange of interests for the Holy Light Church, and will not change for a small character like her. Things cannot be allowed to become like this. Family is Elena's only weakness, a bond that she cannot abandon even if she is on the path of God and cultivating divinity. The Holy Light Church cannot know that her divinity is broken. She cannot lose all of this. Absolutely. Elena clenched her fists, raised her head slightly, and said calmly, "Who are you? How do you know about me? Are you investigating me? Tell me that you know about this. Are you trying to threaten me?" Elena stared at Subei's back, not noticing that she had bitten her lower lip, and blood kept dripping, smashing the plum blossoms on the snow. Subei shook his head expressionlessly. "You think too much." He didn't think so much, but just said it when he thought of it, and didn't expect it to cause such a big commotion on the other side. Fantasy World does not mention why Elena became a saint, and why she needs this identity. Subei does not know that she is so obsessed with this identity that she is afraid of others knowing that her divinity is broken. She is even willing to accept threats. But it is also foreseeable. After all, at the beginning of the plot, Elena's divinity was broken, and only the brave team accepted her, and others did not even dare to approach her. It's just that Subei does not think that having divinity is a good thing. In the later stages of the game, the ending of such people is usually not very good. There are two paths in the Holy Light Church. The path of divinity is not for everyone. There are only a few people who can walk this path. This does not require talent, but requires a good fit with the Holy Light. At the same time, their position in the Holy Light Church is irreplaceable, because they are all vessels for the Holy Light Goddess to descend to the world. Subei looked at Elena, who was a little collapsed, and didn't know how to answer. He couldn't say that this was a plot you had to go through. Right? Subei couldn't bear Elena's heavy gaze. So, he could only focus on the broom in his hand, and lowered his head to sweep the snow. Elena lowered her eyelids, looked at Subei, who was silent, and even no longer looked at her, no longer pretending to be emotional, and gave a bitter smile. "Put forward your conditions. I can't give up my identity as the Holy Maiden of the Holy Light Church. You keep the secret for me. Before my divinity is restored, I can promise you anything. I won't tell anyone," Subei said calmly, without putting forward any extra conditions. "No." Subei stopped the broom, did not look back at Elena, and heard her repeat the sentence firmly. "No." Indistinctly, sobbing and panting could be heard. Elena never believed in unprovoked kindness. Her childhood was only about the exchange of interests, and it was the same when she came to the Holy Light Church. Even now, she only believes in this. "I only believe in the exchange of interests. If you put forward your conditions, I will do it. Even I can do it." Subei looked up and saw Elena staring at him, repeating, "I can do it too." Subei was silent, finally realizing the importance of this matter to Elena. It was so important that he could give up everything just to make a lie come true. After a moment, Subei slowly said, "No need." You hesitated. Elena looked at Subei calmly. "No need," Subei repeated. It was not hesitation, but shock. "You hesitated," Elena emphasized. "I said, no matter what the conditions are, I can agree to it. You just need to put forward your request. Otherwise I can't believe you." Elena's voice became heavier, as if it contained a hint of murderous intent. It seemed that if Subei didn't come up with something, she would use the last resort. Can she do it? Kill him, and then keep her secret. Should she do this? Elena didn't know. She was 18 years old, and she should have her own ideas. But she was only 18 years old, and she didn't know how to do many things. At this time, Subei turned his body and asked, "Do you want to be promoted to the 4th level, or do you want to gain divinity?" Subei knew that he could not avoid this unexpected plot. Elena was an SSR who could survive to the late stage and had the aura of a protagonist. There was no need to be hostile to her. So, give her a hand, help her, gain her friendship, and increase the possibility of survival in the future. So, Subei regarded dealing with Elena affairs as the second commission in his life. It was not just a simple matter of concealing the divinity, but dealing with the entire incident. It shouldn't be difficult, right? After all, in the game fantasy world, he had experienced the whole process of the brave team dealing with Elena divinity. He knew what materials were needed. So, with this in mind, he asked the question just now. Is there any difference? Elena raised her head, and on her calm face pretending to be strong, there were a pair of lifeless eyes. It seemed that she was about to be crushed by life. Chapter 37. Is it wrong for Elena to come to my house as a maid? Elena is only 18 years old after all, and she shouldn't be under such pressure at this age. Although, the other party does look like an adult. At least compared to herself, who was 18 years old, and could only play games. But such suffering is still too much for her to bear. Subei sighed, gestured unnaturally, and said at length, there is a difference. Restoring divinity means that your path to demigodhood must go through the Holy Light Church. If you don't restore it, you can be promoted through other ways. I must have divinity, Elena said in a deep voice. No explanation was given for why, but Subei could sense the firmness in her tone. After all, there was something wrong with the plot. In the game plot, Elena completely abandoned her divinity, but half of her divinity remained and could not be dissipated. In reality, Elena's divinity did not exist, but she was still pursuing the restoration of divinity. I don't need you to do anything extra. Just keep a secret for me. Elena looked away and rejected Subei's good intentions. Okay. Subei nodded, and then made a request. If you don't have other plans in your free time, you can come to my house to cook and clean before the divinity is restored. After a moment of silence, Elena nodded heavily. Okay. The matter came to an end for the time being. Subei continued to clear the snow forward, and Elena's eyes behind him were uncertain, without the vitality that should be at this age, but full of vicissitudes. Before the divinity was broken, there was no humanity in her pupils, and after the divinity was broken, most of the time, only fatigue and numbness could be seen in her eyes. Perhaps not being a human being and being a believer who only thinks about holy light is really a better choice for Elena. Subei cleaned up silently, recalling the plot about Elena in the notebook. Maybe he needs to go to Shanghui City. That is where Elena lived, and he can understand what she has experienced. In this way, it will be easier for Subei to complete this commission. However, the plot will not proceed according to Subei's thoughts. Soon, Subei was taken to the office by the gentle chief of the staff. There is a holiday trip during the winter vacation. Someone is needed to take care of the students' food, clothing, housing and transportation along the way. This is your job. These are the original words of the Sven worker. The specific location and time are not given. If the destination is not on the way to Shanghui City, then Elena matter will be put on hold for a long time. There is a conflict in time. Subei sighed deeply. The next day, Subei seemed to wake up from a dream. But it seemed that he was still dreaming. It felt like he was not awake. Or maybe he saw a ghost. So Subei lay down again, deciding to take a nap after a long absence. You can get up now. The voice was cold and icy. It was Elena. For sure. But he didn't remember ordering this wake-up call. Subei sat up from the bed, looking at Elena with empty eyes. In front of him was Elena in a maid outfit, holding a broom and a rag, cleaning the house, which was not too dirty. She cleaned it very carefully. Even the gaps by the windows were clean. There was a cup of steaming boiled water, and a piece of black bread beside the bed. It was sprinkled with holy light as a condiment. Elena cleaned up in an orderly manner, as if these were commonplace for her. It can be seen that she often does similar housework. Seeing Subei wake up, Elena's cold voice sounded, 2 copper coins for breakfast, 20 coins for clothes, a total of 22 coins. Tie it up. You can get up and eat. The boiled water will get cold in a while. Subei drank the boiled water on the table in one gulp, a little dazed, and said, What are you doing? Elena sat on the chair as expected and sneered, Cooking and cleaning. Isn't that just a hint that I'm a maid? Although I haven't been a maid, I have done a lot of similar work. I think I won't disappoint you in terms of basic housework. No, that's not what I meant. Although it's also good. Subei pushed the bread on the table in front of Elena. You eat it. As for these, Subei looked around and pointed at everything. There's no need to do this. Subei did not accept the maid service with a clear conscience. It was not difficult for him to prepare breakfast and clean the house. But it was difficult for him to accept others to prepare these things for him. Maybe he was not born to be rich and could not accept a life of being served by others. Elena picked up the bread. And her actions were not polite. And her words were equally impolite. Before I regain my divinity, I need to stay here with you for a while. You can see that I have lost my divinity. And perhaps others can see it too. I think I should avoid this from happening again. And Jasmine and I are friends. Good friends. Isn't she living with you? I mean, the former princess of the empire. Su Bei was a little surprised. And he neither denied nor admitted it. He didn't know to what extent the so-called friend in Elena mouth was. But he knew that Du Zhe would not allow the princess of the Friend Empire to live. To avoid Elena from deceiving him, Su Bei remained silent, looking for a solution to the problem in his mind. Without waiting for Su Bei to speak, Elena continued, I will try to condense the divinity before next month. So I will only disturb you for 1 month. I won't expose Jasmine affairs. At least before I condense my divinity again. I have no qualifications and status to protect her. You can take me in. Or you can hold me here as a hostage. Anyway, you won't suffer any loss if you keep me. After saying that, Elena looked around the house and asked, Speaking of which, where should I sleep in such a small house? Maid service should not include sleeping service. Right? I think I can squeeze in with Jasmine. What do you think? Su Bei looked at Elena, who was talking to herself, and felt a headache. The other party is a very opinionated person. And the same is true for the later plot. Most of the decisions of the brave team are made by Elena. Perhaps it is family reasons that force the other party to develop in this direction. But this is not good news for Su Bei. This is not in line with his fate. After thinking for a while, Su Bei didn't know what to say. After a long time, he slowly uttered 2 words with great difficulty. Not good. In an instant, Elena's back suddenly collapsed. And her slightly loosened hands suddenly exerted force and clenched. At this moment, Su Bei finally understood that Elena didn't want to keep him here as a hostage. Nor did she have a special hobby of serving others as a maid. She had to do this to monitor him and prevent him from exposing her. She was so uneasy that she didn't trust Su Bei or anyone else. She wanted to avoid this possibility even if it cost her a lot. No one knew how much Elena racked her brains and how much effort she put in to come up with these reasons that were easier for both parties to accept. So, Su Bei gave up the idea of asking the other party to leave, and continued what he had said before, saying, I mean, if you can't sleep well with me, you can squeeze in with Jasmine. The transition was very abrupt, and you can see that Elena's eyes still had some resentment. Su Bei didn't look at Elena, and didn't even know where to look, somewhat distressed. In this case, the double bed is not enough. Does it have to get a triple bed? But it's only a 20 square meter room. How can a triple bed be squeezed in? Su Bei's head is too big. Perhaps he is the one who should move out. Chapter 38 Jasmine's Secret Decision. If you encounter a beautiful girl falling from the sky one day, don't worry. Wait a little longer. Maybe there will be a second one. Of course, life will not become better because of a beautiful girl falling from the sky. But the same is true for 2. Although it won't get worse. After 3 days of maid service, Su Bei quickly adapted to this kind of life. It's no different from normal life. In order to restore her divinity, Elena rarely has extra conversations unless necessary. Su Bei has always been like this. During the process of getting along, there was no erotic plot that is common in games. When both parties are careful, the probability of accidents will be extremely low. In this strange way of getting along, 3 days passed quickly. And the wonderful balance that both parties tacitly understood was soon broken after Jasmine returned. Hey. This. Jasmine slammed the door hard. And after carefully confirming that the shabby wooden door was her own door, she pushed the door open again. Inside the house, Elena, wearing a maid outfit and sitting on a chair, smiled at Jasmine, while Su Bei sat by the bed, flipping through his diary without saying a word. Bang. The door was closed again. Click. The door was opened again. Repeatedly. Just like in a storybook. A scene would change when the door was opened. Jasmine expected the same change to happen in front of her. However, facts are facts. Not fairy tales after all. This old wooden door was not a random door. Finally, it could not bear the weight and a section of the wood fell off, breaking a hole of medium size. Then, Jasmine realized a possibility and opened a gap slightly. The cat at the door showed an incredible expression and began to reflect on whether she was the redundant guy. How could it be that in just 3 days, Mr. Sube got married and lived a shameless married life? Maid outfit, high ponytail, long black hair, proud figure, and the exclusive brilliance of the holy light. Jasmine looked at Elena with suspicious eyes. While feeling that she looked familiar, she was also wondering if the other party had any intentions. How could such a beautiful and charismatic sister like Mr. Sube, who has nothing to offer except his looks? Before Jasmine could figure it out, she didn't notice that the door in front of her was opened. When Jasmine came to her senses, a pair of hands kept growing bigger in front of her. Soon, Jasmine was caught by Elena at the door. Elena grabbed Jasmine's sleeve and walked towards the bed. When Jasmine finally recognized her in surprise, she showed a kind expression. Sister Elena? You, why are you here? Long time no see. Jasmine. Although Elena's expression was gentle, her tone was cold. During the years when Jasmine was hiding, she spent some time in the Holy Light Church. The person who was responsible for protecting her at that time was Elena, who had just become a saint. At that time, Elena's divinity was not perfect, and she was a gentle big sister. But at this moment, although Elena's movements were gentle, her eyes were cold and indifferent, and her tone was emotionless. This made Jasmine realize that the other party had finally embarked on the path of God and lost the emotions that humans should have. So Jasmine became more confused. Jasmine's eyes kept turning around Sube and Elena. Would a person with divinity have the intention of falling in love? It shouldn't be. A very incongruous scene flashed through Jasmine's mind. When the goddess of holy light descended, Elena was flirting with Mr. Sube. Was it the goddess of holy light who was flirting with Mr. Sube? Or was it Elena and Mr. Sube who were flirting with each other? Or do two people have the same feelings? Then wouldn't that be a taciturn thing with the holy light goddess? Oh my god! Wait, what am I doing? What am I curious about? Jasmine suddenly covered her cheeks, realizing that she was blaspheming the gods. Jasmine's fingertips opened a gap and looked at Elena carefully, feeling a little guilty. After Elena spent a lot of time talking, she used a new argument to convince Jasmine, and the other party accepted such a strange combination in the room. Is it to protect me? Jasmine lowered her head. Her curiosity was quickly shattered by Elena's reasoning. Elena looked at Jasmine's lonely expression and felt a little distressed. But she was not aimless, and what she said was not without reason. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is protection. Now, all matters in the Duz Empire have entered the final stage. According to the latest news from the capital of Latinum, the current princess, Her Highness Luminera, is about to put down the official duties she is handling and prepare for a relaxing journey to the Magic Tower. This is not good news. The princess is free, which means that the current royal work has come to an end. There will be more free time to hunt down the remnants of the Friend Empire. The Winter City, which is located on the border of Duz and is usually difficult to govern, is likely to become a key investigation site. Jasmine clenched her hands anxiously. Before she had time to share the joy of completing the basic assessment, she fell into panic. If she wanted to continue to escape, she could only evacuate to other countries or enter the winter dungeon. What will happen in the future? After listening to the entire conversation between the two, Sube realized that Jasmine was a little uneasy. So he walked up and reached out to touch her hair. It will be fine. I promised you. So you will be fine. The words are difficult to understand, but this is the commission Sube accepted. Sube promised to protect Jasmine's safety, so he will do it. Jasmine looked at Sube, who was clumsily expressing his concern, and was silent for a moment. Under the other party's firm gaze, she slowly nodded. However, she did not feel relieved, but secretly made another decision. If this would implicate Mr. Sube, I would leave by myself. I would not implicate anyone. Jasmine did not know how powerful Mr. Sube was, but no matter what, she had no reason or necessity to let Mr. Sube fight against a country for her. And the emotion that Sube did not discover in time was noticed by Elena. Elena looked at Sube and Jasmine strangely, opened her mouth, and decided to remain silent. This is not something she should worry about. She can't protect herself, so she has no right to worry about other people's affairs. So, under Jasmine's guidance, this conversation was ended. Soon, the topic turned to another direction. Jasmine began to share with Elena the joy of this period. About Winter City, about Winter Academy, about New Year's Eve, and about the final exam. Although it is so harmonious now, Elena knows that Jasmine's emotions just now are like a deep-sea bomb. It was buried unconsciously and sank to the bottom of the sea. One day, it will explode silently. It is indeed a deep-sea bomb, buried in the deep sea, sneaking into a corner that no one has discovered. It will only blow up itself. It will not affect anyone else. In this way, it is the best choice for everyone. Chapter 39: The Brave Luminera. After comforting Jasmine hastily, Subei no longer paid attention to the topic between the two. His thoughts were diverted by a special name and place mentioned earlier. Luminera. Duz. The jewel in the eye of Emperor Duz. A 16-year-old genius knight. A royal bloodline favored by the gods. The chosen son of heaven. And the future brave. This is the strongest thigh ranked first in the strategy ranking in Subei's diary. It's still a thigh that you have to hold. Holding on to this thigh means that Subei can get a ticket to survive to the end. But the reality is not as simple as imagined. Jasmine's identity is destined. And it is not an easy thing for Subei to make friends with this hero. The first thing to consider is to ease the conflict between Luminera and Jasmine. This is very difficult. It's not just because of personal stance, but also political factors. And the magic tower. Is it the tower of the hero? The tower that is full of legends in the official plot. Subei flipped through the diary and summarized the memories in his mind. The plot of the magic tower appeared before the official plot. There is not much description of this copy, but the various names of this tower can be obtained from the names of various forces, such as the Tower of the Brave, the Magic Tower, the Tower favored by the gods, the Tomb of the New Adventurer, the Thing from the Other World, the place closest to the gods, etc. The reason why this tower is so famous is that it created two key characters in the plot, the hero and the devil, the predecessors of Luminera and the devil. Both became heroes and devils after passing through this tower and successfully stimulating their special abilities. Perhaps, passing through the Devil Tower is not necessarily related to becoming a hero or a devil. It is possible that they can pass through this tower because they are the future heroes and devils. But at least we can get a glimpse of their talents. It can only be described in 4 words. Terrifying. Both are geniuses who can be recognized by the gods, and are the absolute protagonists of the game fantasy world. They are the chosen ones that he, the player, needs to go through countless attempts to defeat after joining the game. Looking through the diary, Subei confirmed that Luminera would go to the Magic Tower at the end of January. This was also the time recorded in the diary. When he had to go out, he had to go to the Magic Tower, at least to get acquainted with the future hero. Subei recalled his arrangements at this time, and was suddenly stunned. Did the gentle head of the staff arrange another task? Subei rubbed his chin. When he thought about the tasks at the academy, he had a headache. If necessary, he could only ask for leave. After all, making money is for a better life. But a better life requires living. So there is nothing to weigh. Since there were no extra events, time quickly came to mid-January. It was extremely cold. In mid-January, the snow and wind in Winter City were so strong that it was outrageous. Let me give you an example. In the morning, Jasmine went to get the report card for the final exam, and she was blown away by the wind as soon as she went out. In a second, there was only white snow in the field of vision. Oh my god! That person weighed more than 70 kilograms. And Subei was stunned by the sight. But Subei was not worried about the other party's safety. After all, he was a second-level magician, so it was not a problem to take care of himself. In the room, Elena and Subei were left, and the cat was wrapped tightly in the quilt. Yes, both of them were in the quilt. Elena completely gave up the maid service and surrendered to the damn weather of Winter City. She swore that after restoring her divinity, she would never step into Winter City again. Subei didn't say much. Persuading someone to leave the quilt is almost the same as persuading someone to study medicine. Just now, Elena made a half-monthly work report to the Holy Light Church through the crystal ball she carried with her. Even in the cold weather of 20 to 30 degrees below zero, she was sweating profusely. Of course, her face remained calm. She was afraid of being discovered. After finishing the report, Elena sat on the bed, exhaled, and her body became warm. Do believers of the Holy Light also lie? Subei asked curiously. In the conversation just now, At least 3 out of 10 sentences Elena said were false. If it was an ordinary person, it would be fine. This lying rate would not be too outrageous. But most of the believers of Holy Light do not like to lie. They are pure and honest. It can also be said that they are stubborn and stupid. This is the case after the restoration of divinity. I am a person now, and I don't want to die. Elena was not shy about it, and her words were not respectful to the Holy Light. The belief of the believers of Holy Light in Holy Light is the highest among all the believers of God. With Elena's current attitude of believing in Holy Light, it is hard not to think that she is a heretic. Will it affect the restoration of divinity? What do you care? Elena gave Su Bei a stern look. What a joke. After a moment, Elena sighed and continued, yes. But in this horrible weather, it doesn't matter if I spend a few more days or less. Or do I need to pay extra for staying for half a month longer? You won't have the heart to let me leave Winter City in such a blizzard. Right? I can't bear it. Su Bei answered sincerely. The main point is honesty. After living together for more than half a month, the two of them became more familiar with each other. They no longer kept silent like they did at the beginning, and occasionally talked a few words. Maybe talking helps the body heat up. When Jasmine was not at home, Elena would relax her divinity and take a break, which led to her talking more. The whole morning passed in this lifeless conversation. At noon, Jasmine rushed back to the wooden house early, and with a whoosh, she opened the wooden house like a ball of fire and shot into the house. Looking closely, you can see that Jasmine has several buffs on her body: maintaining temperature, increasing speed, resisting wind and snow, reducing friction, and so on. Many of them do not appear in the low-level magic collected by the Winter Academy. Even a knowledgeable gamer like Su Bei has never seen them. Perhaps it is the private magic of the Friend Empire. I'm back. After the emergency break, Jasmine held up the test paper in her right hand with a big excellent on it, and blinked her eyes expectantly, like a primary school student waiting for praise from her parents. The look clearly said, Mr. Su Bei, you see, I can do a great job when I go on a long journey alone. Not bad, Elena said coldly. The character changed quickly. Elena first restored her godly side and became aloof. Great. Su Bei did not hesitate to praise him and smiled. But Su Bei's smile was unnatural. Not only did it look ugly, but it was also a little scary. Ahem, I was praised by Mr. Su Bei. Jasmine's face turned slightly red. She pulled the hem of her hair hard with one hand hidden behind her back and pretended to cough twice to cover up her shyness. Hee. Then, Jasmine began to vividly describe her final exam paper. Here, scout the enemy. Mosmine pointed at the test paper and explained with a solemn expression and a frightening tone. Guess how many cannibals there are in Silent Village? Wait. Where? Elena tone and eyebrows slightly raised. This was suppressed by her great restraint. Otherwise she would have shouted out loud. It's Silent Village. A remote village with mountains and water. Has Sister Elena been there? Jasmine blinked very quickly. This long-lost name was like a knife stabbing Elena's forehead, and with it came many very bad memories. Elena's expression was as embarrassed as if she had eaten shit. Her mouth slightly open, but she didn't know where to start. And then she closed her mouth tightly. Then, she shifted her gaze from Jasmine to Su Bei's face. Elena realized Su Bei's motivation for going to Silent Village in the first place. But how did Su Bei find out that there was something wrong with Silent Village in advance? Elena thought, and looked at Su Bei again. Maybe this guy is really amazing. Maybe he can become a very reliable teammate? Elena's not very smart brain began to work rapidly. Chapter 40. Elena begins brainstorming. You can't imagine that the Silent Village is full of cannibals. At least dozens of them. Among them are several powerful second-level monsters. Teacher Amanla thinks it's impossible for us to complete this assessment and plans to submit a return application for us. However, after observing the state of the cannibals, I discussed with my teammates, and our team unanimously agreed that we could give it a try. Guess what the result was? We have finished cleaning. All of it. It was really tiring. We worked all night for 2 days to complete this assessment. It was originally an A-level task. But when we submitted the results, the Academy made an exception and gave us an SS score. So my graduation result was the best in the class. No. We know. Looking at Jasmine's excited narration, Elena silently complained, not wanting to break her fantasy. But for a group of first-level professionals to be able to kill so many cannibals in 2 days is also a great feat. However, It's a little strange that those ogres are not in good condition. How should I put it? They are just too weak. Too weak? Elena muttered to herself. Could it be that her holy light caused an indelible debuff? Elena frowned slightly, thinking that she had left a mark, and asked casually, "Tell me more about it." Jasmine blinked, thinking back to the original scene. Thinking, and hesitantly said, "It's the second-level ogres. Most of them are in a dying state." That's right. They seem to have experienced a great war, and they have almost no complete fighting power. Many are missing arms and legs. There are some healthy first-level ogres, but not many. But Molly rubbed her knees with both hands, racking her brains to come up with words that could barely describe the scene. They seemed to be completely numb to death, and they looked very terrified. Yes, terrified. When Molly said this word, she couldn't believe it herself. How could the monsters be afraid? No matter how much the cannibals resemble humans, their murderous nature and beast-like instincts determine that they will not easily show fear. The competition between monsters is more cruel than that between humans. Being timid means being killed by the other party, and there is no room for maneuver. At the head of the bed, Elena, who had poked her head out, had already sat up and outlined the scene of the silent village based on Jasmine's words. How could it be? Even if I exploded, it would not be enough to kill an ogre and accurately clean up most of the second-level cannibals. Can I do this? Elena was confused and asked, "How many cannibals are there in Silent Village?" Jasmine answered without hesitation. "Dozens? Do less?" Elena's eyes widened. "Not even 100? Such a surprised attitude scared Jasmine and made her lose confidence. Jasmine came back to her senses soon. "That's not right. I was at the scene. Why are you so surprised?" Jasmine looked at Elena in confusion and hesitated. "Dozens. 70 or 80. Less than 100. Elena could be heard breathing rapidly, frowning and saying nothing. "Impossible. There can't be dozens of them. I can't do it. Even if I risk my life, I can't kill only a few dozen cannibals. The cannibals' killing instincts are crushed, unless the goddess of light descends. I can't do it. So it's not me." Elena lowered her head and looked at Su Bei, who was in the lower bunk. Su Bei was lying on the bed, facing inward, quietly looking at the diary in his hand, scribbling something, and had no intention of joining the conversation. Is it him? But if it was Su Bei, why didn't he say anything? Can Su Bei do it? Dealing with so many monsters is no less than dealing with a demonic tied by himself. The more Elena thought about it, the more incredible it became. She suddenly realized a possibility that she had never set limits on. Maybe she had never exploded at all. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to wake up that day and be in such good physical condition. So it was Su Bei who exploded. And it could only be Su Bei. It can't be that bastard Carl. Right? What price would Su Bei have to pay to resolve that situation? It's not just the cannibals. There's also a third-level ogre. Can a professional do this? Su Bei can't be an awakener. There's no trace of an awakener on his body when he fights. No outward aura. No concrete characteristics. Nothing. Excluding the possibility of an awakener. There is only one possibility. He paid an unimaginable price, made a deal with a demon or some taboo, and gained a terrifying power beyond his realm. What will the price be? Not body organs, but something else. Part of the soul? Lifespan? Or some kind of emotion? Yes, it is very likely an emotion. The other person's character is more flawed than the one who cultivates divinity. And it is a very obvious flaw. Is it fear? Or anger? Could it be desire? All are possible. But desire is the most likely. After all, it is impossible to see that Su Bei has any desire for her. Elena lowered her head, looked at her snow-white arms, and the proud figure above, and frowned. I am the saint of the Holy Light Church. An 18-year-old beautiful girl, with such an identity and appearance. Is this something a man can resist? No. Even the believers of the Holy Light have an unconcealed desire to please me. Thinking of this, Elena finally figured out the whole story, and sighed in distress. So that's it. No wonder he is not interested in me. After figuring it out, Elena recalled the conversation just now, and continued the conversation with Jasmine. It's nothing but encouragement or something. But Jasmine could feel that Elena's tone was more perfunctory, as if she had something on her mind. This made Jasmine even less confident. No. Aren't dozens of cannibals a small number? Jasmine blinked in confusion. Pa. The awkward chat between the two ended tacitly after Su-Bei closed the diary. Su-Bei glanced at the listless Jasmine in front of him, frowned, and was a little strange. What's going on? When she came back, she was as proud as if she had picked up money. How come it's gone after a while? In order to find the answer, Su-Bei raised his head again and looked at Elena with kind eyes. Wait. What happened? Elena's eyes were like the guilt Su-Bei showed to the dog after snatching a bag of bacon from its mouth. He couldn't be blamed. After all, he really had no money to eat when he first came to Winter City. No, that's not the point. Why did Elena look at him like this? What did I do? Su-Bei lowered his head, looked at the strategy he had prepared, and fell into deep thought. So, did you tell me what happened just now? Chapter 41 Dark Elves. Su-Bei did not get the answer he wanted, and this matter was quickly forgotten in the passage of time. Soon, time entered the end of the month. Today is a very special day. For this day, the whole city of Winter City celebrated. Just to celebrate the beauty of today. Not only Winter City, but the entire Duz Empire is like this. Because the most precious treasure of the Duz Empire, the Duz Empire's Princess Luminera, announced a notice to travel far to visit the people. She will arrive at Shanghui City the day after tomorrow and promulgate a series of policies to benefit the people in Shanghui City. And Winter City, located next to Shanghui City, has also benefited in part, including but not limited to distributing high-quality bacon, food, vegetables, fruits, etc. There are also a series of policies that can see benefits. Of course, these policies are for the entire country. For example, lowering the threshold for civilian children to enter school, reducing taxes, etc. Even the usually deserted Chu district has become lively, and the villagers are walking around and talking about the changes in the empire. For them, it doesn't matter who is in power in the empire. What matters is whether they can get visible benefits. It can only be said that after the Duz Empire recuperated, the first step of recovery was quite beautiful. What's more, after knowing the princess's itinerary, they formed a team in advance and went to Shanghui City to see the princess's appearance, fantasizing that they could be appreciated by the princess and become the princess's personal guard in one step. Everyone was happy, except Jasmine. After learning about Luminera itinerary, Jasmine smiled and pretended to be indifferent. However, Su-Bei and Elena could see obvious loneliness in those eyes. It makes sense. After all, she was once so popular and loved by the people. But now she lives a life of displacement. Su-Bei didn't know how to comfort Jasmine. So after thinking about it, he suggested, let's go shopping. As expected, no girl can resist the attraction of shopping. So, today's itinerary was determined. Winter City. Commercial Street. Are you suitable to go out? Su-Bei and Elena walked side by side. Not far ahead, Jasmine was jumping and looking around. Elena responded coldly, it doesn't matter. I'm almost healed. The cold tone and the aura that kept people away made Su-Bei feel like he was standing next to a sculpture. It looked like it had been repaired. So Su-Bei said no more. However, this was not the case. With Elena's efforts day and night, the divinity was about to be restored and entered the final stage a few days ago. What makes Elena nervous is that the restoration of divinity is still in the final stage today. Yes, this last step can't be completed, and it has been stuck for several days. It's like a perfect glass bottle, which is broken and then put back together, and the cracks on it can't be erased no matter what. Is this the only way? But only by cultivating divinity and passing the promotion route of the Holy Light Church can one become an awakener of the path of divinity. That is, a Holy Light messenger. In this way, the needs of the Holy Light Church are met. The Holy Priest, who was promoted through the human nature route, could not satisfy the Holy Light Church. Elena had not mentioned the fact that it could not be completely repaired to Su-Bei. First, it was unnecessary. Second, the other party could not help him. In short, it was unnecessary. If it could not be completely repaired, he could only be promoted by force. Elena clenched her palms and made a decision secretly. In front, Jasmine looked at the street that was most frequented by adventurers from a distance, and was very curious. It was a very special commercial street, responsible for the sale of slaves and warcraft pets. And most of the people who came and went were professional adventurers in their 30s and 40s. For those who are still stuck in the profession at this age, the possibility of promotion is not high. It is better to contract slaves with special characteristics or powerful pets to improve the immediate combat power. And this commercial street is quite attracted to Jasmine, who is still a student. After discovering Jasmine's interest, Subei hesitated for a moment, touched the 3 gold coins in his pocket, and nodded with difficulty under the other party's expectant eyes. There are 2 routes in the commercial street. The 3 people first entered the slave market. When she first entered the slave market, Jasmine was like a child entering a toy store, and was very curious about everything, touching the head of this half-fox man, rubbing the little hand of the cat woman. The cheapest slave she touched was worth 1 gold coin. The further she went in, the rarer the quality of the slaves became, and the higher the price of the slaves would be. Soon the general price exceeded the limit that Subei could afford. From then on, she could only feast her eyes. After walking about half of the street, Jasmine suddenly stopped. She tugged at Subei's sleeve and pointed at the cage opposite. There was an elf in the cage. Her body was dark, and her limbs were tied by 4 iron chains, leaving deep blood marks. The elf had a fierce look, staring at every passerby. At this moment, she looked at Jasmine and suddenly fell into a calm state. Suddenly, the elf kept colliding with the chains and cage. Then, it let out a piercing roar, mixed with the unique characteristics of sonic waves, which made many adventurers bleed from their ears. Jasmine was startled by this sudden action, but she was not scared away. She could feel the other parties full of malice. This malice was not directed at her, but at everyone in the world. On the contrary, Jasmine could feel that the other party was somewhat close to her. Why was it so? Witnessing the elf's suicidal collision, Jasmine closed her eyes slightly, unable to bear to watch this scene. She touched her chest, a little confused. She was distressed. She stretched out her hand, wanting to touch the elf's hand, but was grabbed by the back of the neck by Elena behind her and pulled back. The slave trader also hurriedly reached out to stop them, waving his hand solemnly at Jasmine. You can't touch it. This is a dark elf, with some demon blood. It is said that this elf was once the guard of the demon king and is extremely cruel. They are different from other elves. They eat people. If you don't plan to buy it, I won't be responsible if you get hurt. After that, the slave trader kept apologizing to the passers-by who were hurt. Afterwards, he touched his big belly and focused his eyes on Subei and Elena, turning back and forth. With his long years of business experience, he designated the couple in front of him as the ones in charge. However, this couple didn't look very old. So how could they have a daughter who looked quite old? Maybe it was a younger sister? Subei looked at Jasmine pleading eyes, and then looked at the tag on the dark elf's neck. The tag clearly said 10 gold coins. This was a price he couldn't afford no matter what, unless Subei was willing to use the bag of gold coins of unknown origin. After weighing the pros and cons, Subei sighed, took out 3 gold coins from his pocket, and shook his head at Jasmine. Jasmine turned her head away, very depressed. But she was very sensible, and did not mention it again. But when she was leaving, Jasmine was still reluctant to leave, looking back every few steps, until the dark elf was about to disappear from her sight. She stretched out her hand, and waved goodbye to her. Strangely, the dark elf watched Jasmine go away, stretched out his hand, and waved goodbye. Subei and Elena did not notice the scene, and all this happened under the eyes of the slave trader. The slave trader touched his chin, and looked at the dark elf beside him with a fierce look in his eyes. Tell me, did you find anything? That little girl. Could it be a dark elf? Dark elves never show such a kind expression except when facing their own kind. So, that little girl is most likely a dark elf. Such a young and cute dark elf? And she is not vicious. And her appearance is so good. She will definitely become the favorite toy of the nobles. At least a 4-digit price. Recognizing the slave trader's dirty intentions, the dark elf roared and struggled, and the iron chain swung exaggeratedly, almost being torn apart. But all this was in vain. The slave trader ignored the dark elf's angry roar, but looked at Jasmine, who was leaving, thinking. Soon, he showed a strange smile. Chapter 42: Departure to Shumli City. After the incident at the slave market, Jasmine also lost interest in going to the pet market. There was no follow-up, as if the incident at the slave market was over. But that was not the case. Jasmine was a little more silent than usual. Everyone could see that Jasmine went out to play. But the more she played, the worse it got. She didn't have fun, but she was depressed. This made Gluttony a little anxious. Looking at Su-Bei with regret, fuck. Don't you know how to raise a daughter? Give her whatever she wants. After thinking about it, Gluttony thought about secretly activating the magic power in Jasmine's body at night, so that she could awaken into an invincible demon king, so that she could do whatever she wanted. There would be no worries. Invincible means no worries. Gluttony thought so. Of course, he was just thinking about it. If he really did this, he would be thrown out by Su-Bei before he even started. This made Gluttony look at Su-Bei with some resentment, and he quietly lifted Su-Bei's quilt with mist at night. Su-Bei naturally didn't know about this, but he woke up with a cold these few nights. Fortunately, he slept in during the day, so he didn't lack sleep. But not sleeping well is not sleeping well, which made Su-Bei's mood much worse and his patience a little less. So when he received the notice from the college, he almost burned the notice as waste paper. It was also because Su-Bei was illiterate and didn't know what was on the paper, so he thought it was just a flyer. Meet up at Winter College on January 31st. Follow the high school students to Shanghui City, and be responsible for food, clothing, housing and transportation. Holy Light City. Is it such a coincidence? And today is January 31st. And the signature is Su-Bei. Molly took the paper, scanned the last line, and continued to read. Then she looked up at Su-Bei and pointed at herself. It seems that you are responsible for their food, clothing, housing and transportation. Then who is responsible for me? Molly can't cook at all. On the other side, Elena had just finished contacting the Holy Light Church, and walked towards this side with an expressionless face, and said coldly, I think we need to separate. I just received a notice to go to Holy Light City. I won't come back after I leave. And there's no need. You will take good care of Jasmine. Right? Elena glanced at Su-Bei, and following Su-Bei's surprised look, she turned her eyes to Jasmine again. From a certain distance, she saw the content on the paper. After seeing the content clearly, Elena was stunned. You really haunt me. Elena pouted, but her eyebrows were obviously raised, and she was trying hard to hold back a smile. Although she was not reluctant to leave, it was not a good job to go to Shanghui City and face other believers of the Holy Light Church. And that group of fanatical believers was really boring. It would be great if I could have a partner I know. Although Su-Bei is also boring enough. Su-Bei sighed. The idea of letting Elena take care of Jasmine was also ruined. Understanding the intention of Su-Bei's sigh, Jasmine stared at Su-Bei with puffed lips, and then said insincerely, Don't worry. Jasmine is not a child. She can take care of herself. Okay. Su-Bei nodded. Duh. Jasmine stomped her feet hard, and her dissatisfaction was clearly revealed on her face. You really won't hesitate at all, Mr. Su-Bei. Su-Bei was naturally worried about leaving Jasmine alone at home. Let's not talk about whether Jasmine can take care of herself. The look in the slave trader's eyes alone made him feel uneasy. Su-Bei certainly noticed the strangeness of the slave trader. Don't underestimate the insight of the third-level full profession. So, this is the only way. Winter College. The gathering place. Su-Bei stood in the corner of the team, looking at the senior students who were discussing nature. He had no intention of blending in. Su-Bei was not standing alone either. He had a gluttony tied around his waist, barely enough to be considered a person. Behind him, Jasmine kept fiddling with her windbreaker, which was one size larger. She hid behind Su-Bei, and looked at the seniors with curiosity. The topics the seniors talked about were very profound. At least much more profound than those in the junior high school. They would discuss the most powerful professional combination of the adventure team. They would discuss the coordination between skills. They will also discuss the habits of certain monsters, and the future promotion direction. Unlike the junior high school students, they still chat about what to eat tomorrow, where to go, which monster is the most beautiful, and which monster is the ugliest. However, the difference is not immediately clear, because the people in front of Jasmine are the best students of Winter Academy this year. Most of these seniors in the high school are in the 3rd grade, with only a few in the 2nd grade, and even one in the 1st grade. And the lowest strength is the 2nd level. Jasmine has only one acquaintance among them, Amanda's sister Alyssa. Alyssa is also the only freshman in the team. At this moment, Alyssa is also standing on the edge of the team. Although she greeted the seniors politely, she seemed to be excluded from the circle. However, Su-Bei's attention is not on the students. After all, even if he is a high school student, He is 1 or 2 years older than the other party. Even the oldest student is at most the same age as him. And he will not have the advantage of experience. Not to mention that he is a time traveler who has completed the game 100 times. At this time, Su Bei was thinking about Elena. It is not clear whether the other party's divinity has been completely restored. Although even if it is restored, it will always be broken in the future. Fortunately, it has been broken once. And there is experience. So it won't be too embarrassing if it is broken next time. But on this trip to the Magic Tower, Su Bei forgot to convey a very important thing. If Elena wants to break into the tower, she must pay attention to one thing. Don't get the approval of the Holy Light Goddess. Defeat the Holy Light Goddess. This determines whether Elena will dominate the divinity in the future, or become a puppet of the divinity and a war machine. Under normal circumstances, Elena should break the divinity and fall into the professional after 2 years. Although she was a professional at that time, her strength was far beyond the 3rd level. And this level can barely defeat the Holy Light Goddess and get the reward. If Elena at this time rushes into the tower, it is likely that she will not be able to achieve the achievement of defeating. This is a serious deviation from the plot. It may lead to a rather troublesome chain reaction. Although Su Bei and Elena have the same destination, they are not on the same route. This makes Su Bei a little uneasy. On the other side, Elena has joined the team of the Holy Light Church. At the front, the leader is a Holy Light Temple envoy, a 4th level paladin. Stir. He smiled gently and extended his hand to welcome Elena back to the team. Elena ignored the extended hand and looked indifferent. She returned to the center of the team. This is very consistent with her character of the god side. Chapter 43 Sophia. During this period, not only Winter Academy and Holy Light Church, but also several teams set out, for the same purpose, to make friends with Luminera. However, Winter Academy is different. The leadership not only does not want to make friends with Princess Duz, but may also have the intention of assassinating her. So this plot can be regarded as turbulent. There is not much description of this plot in the game, but you can also get the complexity of this plot from the few words. This kind of plot is what Su Bei hates to deal with the most. It's complicated and unknown, and it's a large-scale group game. It's disturbing. I really hope to quickly advance to the official plot and jump directly to the birth of the hero and the Demon King. In this way, Su Bei can know every step in detail. What makes Su Bei even more uneasy is the leader in front of him. The leader of Winter Academy is Sophia, the director of junior high school. Although she is the leader, she always can't keep up with the progress of the team because she is doing formulas on the paper in her hand. You know, Su Bei is at the end of the team, responsible for preventing students from leaving the team. And Sophia was only 1 step ahead of Su Bei. The leader was only 1 step away from the end. This was a very outrageous thing. And from the looks of it, Sophia would soon fall behind Su Bei. Approaching a little closer, Su Bei looked at this irresponsible leader. Sophia wore a pair of black-framed glasses. Her lips were pale, and her whole face was stained with a sickly whiteness. She had a kind of confusion that was polluted by knowledge. Sophia fell behind the team without any awareness of speeding up. Instead, she was immersed in her own world. Can such a leader really take good care of the team? Su Bei was very skeptical. In order for the team to move forward normally, Su Bei had to step forward and whisper to Sophia, "You are left behind, teacher." It was useless. Sophia didn't even frown, as if she didn't hear anything. Su Bei was silent. He couldn't be louder. He didn't want to be killed by the students' eyes because of the loud noise. So, Su Bei hesitated, thinking whether to step forward and pat the other party. Jasmine saw Su Bei's embarrassment, and when the other party hesitated, her hand had already fallen on Sophia's back. Teacher, we are left behind. Even patting is not very effective. It makes people worry that the other party has been abducted and can't come back to their senses. It still works. After being offline for about 10 seconds, when Jasmine and Su Bei were worried about how to wake her up, Sophia finally raised her head. She put away the papers, recalled what Jasmine had just said, and looked at the team in front. 73 meters. She was indeed behind the team. 73 meters away from the team. Then, she turned her head and looked at Su Bei. Su Bei employee? It's me. Su Bei nodded. Sophia naturally recognized Su Bei. And this question was just to confirm. After hearing the answer, she took out the note that she had prepared in her pocket and read it out plainly, according to the mission. Winter Academy will go to Shungwi City to conduct the most basic student training. Our students at Winter Academy are strong and talented. Whenever they are about to graduate, they will choose to pass the Novice Adventurer Assessment and get a good score. The Novice Adventurer Assessment is held in a tower. The strength and rewards are average. Since you are an employee of our school and Winter Academy does not keep idle people, you will participate in the Novice Assessment with a team and get promoted. Task requirements: pass the 5th level. Any questions? Su Beishuan listened to Sophia's mechanical reading and replied indifferently. Devil's Tower? Sophia looked up at Su Bei and nodded gently without explaining anything. You call this the Novice Adventurer Assessment? This made the usually calm Su Bei confused. So Su Bei couldn't help asking, who notified me? Me. Sophia smiled. It was a stiff smile, like a noodle being pulled up by someone's hands. It looked creepy. What will happen if it can't be completed? Su Bei asked. Sophia pointed at Jasmine without thinking. Her safety. What does it have to do with me? The hair on Jasmine's head twitched. Obviously she didn't expect the topic to suddenly turn to herself. Su Bei frowned and asked again, why? Sophia moved closer to Su Bei, put her wet lips next to his ear, and whispered in a voice that Jasmine couldn't hear, the school knows her identity, and the Empire will soon find Winter City. It's hard for you to protect her alone. But the school has high expectations of you. Let the school see your value. I promise. The school will protect you and her safety. Su Bei became more and more silent as he listened, until Sophia finished speaking. He turned back to look at Jasmine. Jasmine looked at him, blinking constantly, and the hair on her head was also circling to form a. She seemed to be very curious about the topic Su Bei was discussing. Su Bei gave Jasmine a reassuring look, and then nodded to Sophia. Okay. Sophia smiled again in horror, and continued with the words she had thought of long ago. Bringing family members will require more effort. If you want Jasmine to follow the team, you need to work hard. Is there any problem? Okay. Su Bei nodded. Will it be so troublesome for me to follow the team? Emily also blamed herself and said quickly, then I will go back. I don't have to follow. I can take care of myself. By the way, Mr. Su Bei, you should work hard. No, it's not a problem. Su Bei grabbed Emily's sleeve to stop her from turning back. It would be dangerous for Emily to go back alone, and the search was inevitable. As Sophia said, Winter City would be searched sooner or later. Why not try to break through the tower by yourself and get help from the Winter Academy? It's good that he did it. After all, Su Bei stayed in Winter City. In addition to the fact that Winter City is the plot location where the Demon King and the hero officially started the war, there is another important reason. This location hides a powerful awakening team. This team has appeared many times in the plot and played a key role in the defense of the Demon Tide. Although the IQ is not very high, it often destroys the plans of the heroes and does more harm than good. And because the time of official appearance in the plot was too late, the name of this team was not even introduced in the game. And the team became a cannon fodder in the later period and died in an inexplicable corner. So Su Bei didn't know who was in the team. However, in the early stage when the official plot had not yet been fully unfolded, such a team was almost invincible. It could greatly guarantee Su Bei's survival rate. Therefore, it was very necessary to get the support of Winter Academy. At least it could allow Su Bei to grow steadily until the Demon King and the hero were born. Moreover, if Su Bei did not meet the requirements of Winter Academy, he could immediately run away with Jasmine. It was much more convenient to transfer from Shungwi City to the Dwarf Kingdom. This is much better than returning to Winter City for transfer. So Su Bei and Sophia tacitly set the tone of this matter. After seeing Su Bei agree, Sophia quickly returned to the front of the team and led the team again. A ball of fire ignited in her hand, burning the plan that had been written long ago. She couldn't help but sigh and muttered, the plan made by the Shadow Lord of the Friend Empire. And the Holy Priest of the Friend Empire executed the plan. In order to deceive a stranger who has nothing to do with the Friend Empire, give the other party a way to obtain a way to protect the Princess of Friend. And that way requires the other party to pass through the 5-story magic tower. Incredible. You are really good. Liar Sven. Chapter 44 Winter Forest. Sophia, or rather Winter Academy, seemed to have a good plan. But it was actually not that much trouble for Su Bei. He was also somewhat interested in the magic tower. This simply gave Su Bei another reason to give it a try, seeing that he could finally make contact with people. Gluttony also made his presence felt. Brother, can I talk? I'm so bored. I'm almost suffocating. Subei nodded without objection. He doesn't talk much. And he doesn't need to chat. The main purpose is to let Gluttony accompany Jasmine to relieve her boredom. And he is not afraid of Gluttony being exposed. Just be careful. As long as Gluttony's mist is not used, no one can tell that this is a magic weapon. After all, anyone who has seen Gluttony's magic weapon must be 3 digits old. An old monster. Is Sophia an old monster? She doesn't look like it. She looks charming. At most she can be considered a young woman. Right? Subei doesn't know if his description is accurate. Seeing Subei looking at Sophia from time to time, Jasmine couldn't help but poke him. No. Compared to Director Sophia, I think Sister Elena is more suitable. Subei didn't intend to pay attention. But Gluttony interrupted. These guys are not as good as my lady. Realizing that Gluttony was talking about her, Jasmine's face immediately turned red. But fortunately her windbreaker covered her face, so she didn't feel too shy. What are you talking about? You? The magic sword? Stop trying to sow discord. That is to say, Gluttony has no entity. Otherwise, the Demon Lord will be instructed to give himself an injection in advance. Otherwise, there will be a long time before something changes. And it will be too late to regret it later. Gluttony has no human emotions. In her opinion, young people are just that kind of thing. Those who are not related by blood will create blood relationships. And those who are related by blood will go to the German orthopedics department. But then again, is this how to sow discord? Subei said that the teaching level of Winter Academy is worrying. He turned his head and found that the shy Jasmine had shrunk into her windbreaker. And even her aho hair was curled up into a ball. She looked at the Black Hood one by one. Looked at him. And immediately looked away. You don't have to be so shy. This is how he talks. Subei said calmly. Molly pouted. It's easy to say. I also know that he is a magic sword, and what he says is nonsense. But Molly is very shy. What can I do? Molly puffed her lips and glared at Gluttony fiercely. This made Gluttony tremble with fear. Damn it. The joke went too far. I'm afraid there will be no good consequences in the future. Gluttony was quick-witted and immediately showed himself. Sister, I'm just talking. You and brother should be fine. Don't take me seriously. If you want to fight, just watch me and I will join you. Your brother and I work together. No matter what level of professional players are blocking our way, we can kill them back and forth without leaving a single piece of armor. Brother is responsible for the main attack. I am responsible for the auxiliary defense. And you are responsible for the buff. We are an invincible team. Please don't hate me. Gluttony showed off fiercely. He originally planned to accept Jasmine's praise humbly, and then humbly flatter each other. But after hearing this, Jasmine became more wary of him. Don't bewitch Mr. Subei. He will not sign an evil contract with you. After saying that, Jasmine also confirmed with Subei. Really? Mr. Subei? Yes. Subei nodded. After getting the guarantee, Jasmine smiled slightly, and the hair on her head began to dance. Gluttony was depressed. I was shaking with anger. You don't have to sign an evil contract just for working hard. When will the magic sword get rid of the stereotype? The team was not moving fast, and they didn't use the teleportation array, so they could only go to the wild area. Fortunately, the wild areas between cities have been cleared by high-level adventurers, and there are no particularly powerful monsters. After entering the wild area, the team went into alert. First, the priest raised his hand. Several enchantments were cast on the team's mage's head, lighting up small circles of light. Like a little angel. There were shrill screams all around, one after another, and they kept on screaming. It was sharper than a pig's cry, but rougher than a dog's bark. Pairs of snow-white eyes lit up in the shadows. Densely packed snow goblins. They are unique goblins in the winter forest, and are considered a rare species outside. They are more cold-resistant than green goblins, with thicker skin and flesh, but also more clumsy than green goblins. Historians and geographers say it is caused by the cold weather. But Subei thinks it may just be that the leather coat is too thick. It can be seen with the naked eye that the leather armor is so thick that ordinary bows and arrows cannot easily penetrate it. But the snow goblins cannot stop the students from moving forward. Sophia did not make a move, and did not even look up. Still doing endless research. I really hope she can complete the research results before she dies. But the team was not leaderless. The one who gave the order was a senior student in the team. He organized the team in an orderly manner and let the magician in the team walk in the front, chanting the most basic fireball spell together. Fireball is an effective and simple way to attack against snow goblins. Subei was not worried about the students' fighting ability at all. If they couldn't even beat the snow goblins, there was no need to move forward. Besides, the snow goblins were only the first level, the outermost garbage monsters, and the only materials on their bodies worth collecting were nails and teeth. By the way, their coats are also quite warm, made of the best beast skin. The team advanced very quickly. Subei, who was at the end of the team, was also very relaxed. Seeing this, Jasmine pulled Subei to play Circle and Cross. Circle and Cross is naturally a game of no loss or win. So the two of them soon played Go Bang again. Although Subei didn't know why there was Go Bang in the other world. But fortunately, Go Bang is not difficult. And it is a must-have skill for otakus. What? Someone doesn't know Go Bang? Then you are definitely not an otaku. And Subei's Go Bang can't be said to be perfect. But it can also be said to be as solid as a rock. The main point is that you can't win. But I can't die. So I have never lost to Jasmine. But I haven't won yet. Subei and Jasmine, who were playing chess, were calm and not anxious. But the glutton who was watching became anxious and couldn't help but screaming. Fuck. Brother. Don't block. Don't block. Why are you playing chess so steadily? Attack. Fuck. Brother. The lady played 3 pieces, and you blocked the 2 ends with 1 piece in between. Who taught you to play like this? Brother. Listen to me. You should play 4 pieces out first. How can you just block? Fuck. How can you win? Subei frowned. Why don't you guide her? Gluttony was silent, thinking of the time when he pointed fingers at the previous Demon King, and ended up being thrown to the bottom of the volcano. 500 years. Fuck. If he wasn't indestructible, he could have been rebuilt into a volcano. After a long while, Gluttony finally said in a muffled voice, It's mainly because there's nothing wrong with my playing. It's your playing that's really eye-catching. You can't win if you play like this. Will I lose? Subei was puzzled. Gluttony was silent again and asked, But isn't the purpose of playing Go Bang to win? How can you win if you lose? Subei asked. There's nothing wrong with the logic. But Gluttony always feels that there's something wrong. So, Gluttony decided to follow the scientific attitude of practicing to find the truth. And volunteered, that is. If you didn't play with me, I told you that I'm the chess king of the demon world. And no one can beat me. Of course, the Demon King is better than me. Chapter 45 Playing Chess in the Wild Area. Subei didn't say much. Just took off the sword from his waist and handed it to Jasmine. Jasmine took Gluttony. Her eyes were obviously dissatisfied. Mr. Subei and I are playing chess. Why are you joining in with your magic sword? Being stared at by Jasmine, Gluttony's voice was a little guilty. But thinking that defeating Subei would definitely impress Jasmine, Gluttony became tough again. Miss, listen to me. Let me and I play a game. I beat her to pieces. And I teach you how to make her lose until she's left with nothing. Shut up. Jasmine shouted with a red face. So, Gluttony began to fight with Subei. At 1 minute, Gluttony spoke arrogantly, making a move every second, with great ventriloquism and extremely fast speed. He looked invincible. At 5 minutes, Gluttony spoke much more dully, and became hesitant when playing chess. He often needed to think for 5, 6, 7 or 8 seconds, and kept muttering, Don't worry. Sister, my brain is working hard. I'm thinking of a killer move, and I'd be able to win soon. After 10 minutes, Gluttony began to talk to himself. He didn't say where to place the piece, but kept muttering, It's useless to place this piece. It's blocked. And it's not right to place that piece. It doesn't connect. It would be great if I could eat this black piece. But I can't. I'm so annoyed. 15 minutes later, Gluttony was lifeless and spoke without confidence, and began to talk nonsense. How is it possible? I don't believe it. How can I not win if I don't win? And I didn't lose. How can I lose if I didn't lose? 20 minutes later, Gluttony was silent. There was no possibility of winning, and the opponent had all the options left. The probability of winning or losing would only increase. Another minute later, Subei was a little sleepy from waiting, and then he asked in confusion, Why don't you say anything? He had just entered the state and came up with 10 tricks that would definitely not kill him. and it would soon be time to counterattack. However, Gluttony refused to admit it. Hesitating, brother. Although you beat me, you didn't get my approval. Because I haven't lost yet. And I haven't played for too long. So I put a lot of pieces in the wrong position. If I play again, I can kill you with 50 pieces. Subei nodded and said calmly, okay. So, the two of them played again. Half an hour later. Fuck. Who can beat you? You are invincible. Brother. I would like to call you the top turtle shell. The best defense in the world. But your killing power is not as good as mine. Gluttony resigned. Although he lost, he still had a hard mouth. Later, watching Jasmine and Subei playing chess, Gluttony was also anxious. But he didn't dare to point too much, for fear of being taught a lesson by Subei again. So he became more tactful, muttering, this isn't a good move. But he's my brother after all, so it makes sense. This? Not bad. But I feel that playing the upper left position will be more offensive. On one side was Subei, whom he couldn't beat, and on the other was Jasmine, whom he didn't dare to point fingers at. The more he watched, the more anxious he became. Finally, he couldn't help but move his eyes away and look at the scenery. He was afraid that he would explode. Jasmine didn't care about winning or losing. She just wanted to find something to do. And playing chess with Mr. Subei was a good way to relieve boredom. Subei didn't care about winning either. The two played without much fire, and their killing power was not very strong. However, they only played 2 games and stopped when they had enough. In the end, Jasmine didn't win and Subei didn't lose. In fact, if they continued to play, Subei would always win. But Jasmine thought the chessboard was too big and a bit troublesome. So she played the next game. At this time, the team also went deep into the winter forest and no longer encountered low-level monsters such as snow goblins. The lowest was a slightly stronger first or second-level monster such as snow wolf and snow bear. Occasionally, there are also second-level elite snow eagles, which cause a lot of trouble to the team. Is the route wrong? How can there be elite species on this road? The leading senior asked Director Sophia. Sophia didn't even raise her head, which made the other party feel embarrassed. You know, he is the president of the Student Union of Winter Academy, a third-level magician, and a top genius with the characteristic of fire. Irini. Although Irini respects the teacher on the surface, he looks down on all the teachers of Winter Academy equally. After all, even Irini's homeroom teacher was no match for him. No matter which teacher, they should have due respect for him. It is a blessing for the school to have a student like him. There are only 6 students of the 3rd level in the entire Winter Academy. Coincidentally, these 6 are members of the adventurer team formed with him as the center. And he is the absolute core of the team. Moreover, he is only 18 years old. And there is still a lot of room for him to become a god in the future. As far as Irini knows, there are no awakened teachers in Winter Academy. And they are all 3rd-level professionals invited from all over the place. Or the kind of elderly professional who is not very famous in the adventure group. Although the Dean of Teaching has never taken action, I think he is just the same kind of person. This also led to Irini looking down on everyone and always saying something like, if I was born in Latinum, I would also be an awakener. Or, if I were a noble, I would also be a true genius among the nobles. At this time, Irini saw that Sophia did not respond to his plan, frowned in dissatisfaction, and was about to scold her. But after seeing the other's delicate face and surging figure, he hesitated, after thinking for a while, in order to maintain his demeanor. Irini smiled and ignored Sophia's existence for the time being, turning around and giving orders to the team. He was still fantasizing in his heart. I'm so handsome. Even the teacher would be happy to have a one-night stand with me. Damn. I should be the child of destiny. Irini began to imagine how he and Sophia would make love after arriving in Shungwi City. When she turned around, she didn't see Sophia's frown. Just now, if the other party looked at her with such obscene eyes a few more times, Sophia would have purified him. She didn't care whose student the other party was, or whether he was a genius. After all, when she was doing scientific research in the Friend Empire, she had seen all kinds of geniuses. Besides, only geniuses who didn't die young are considered geniuses. There are many geniuses, but few who succeed. At this time, Irini walked to the center of the team, stood in his team, and gave orders to the students. From now on, the knights will be in the front. Shield knights will move forward 1 step. Swordsmen will step back half a step to assist in clearing the way. Rangers will be responsible for long-range cover. Mages will rest and meditate, and be ready to release powerful killing skills at any time. Priests should give good buffs to sword knights. Don't cut off the buffs. And pay attention to providing healing. Let assassins be responsible for harvesting when the health is low. And knights and rangers should not waste extra energy. Except for the 6-man team led by Arini. The other students from Winter Academy are all second level. And they are elites among the second level. Therefore, even the elite level can't make any waves. The team is advancing in an orderly manner. Chapter 46, Encountering a Lord-level monster. The Winter Academy team is not bad. Apart from the 6 third-level monsters, there are also 20 second-level monsters. Among them, there are 14 third-year students, 5 second-year students, and 1 first-year student. It is a good combination of 5 mages, 5 rangers, 5 knights, 3 priests, and 2 thieves. With this configuration, even if they encounter a lone third-level elite monster, as long as the formation is not messed up, 1 round of bombing can destroy it. 2 rounds can make its ashes scattered. The team has 29 people, including the isolated Sophia, and the last Sube and Jasmine in the team. It was a medium-sized team. Of course, including Gluttony. There were 30 of them, but Gluttony was not a human, so he was not counted. At this moment, the Olini team did not participate in pushing the monsters, but stood in the middle of the team, not speaking, and had the demeanor of a master in every move. They said they were conserving their energy to deal with the 4th-level monsters they would encounter later. The other students had no complaints. The main reason was that they were really powerful. And powerful people always had a reason for what they said. Even if it was not reasonable. It was reasonable to have a big fist. As for whether this winter forest has a 4th level, no one would question it. Everyone knew the answer. But no one wanted to be the first to speak out. So, the team rushed to the interior of the winter forest with sparks and lightning. Further ahead, the environment became better. The temperature was no longer below 0. And the sun was much warmer. The sun was bright. And there was a small pool. Even the monsters could not be seen. It was a good place for winter travel. Arini wanted to take a rest. If we were not going to Shungwi City, it would be nice to play here for a few days. And there is also a top-notch woman like Teacher Sophia in the team. Oh! And that freshman Alyssa is also very pretty. With the youthfulness that a girl should have, and the maturity that does not belong to this age. Especially that spring-like smile. Every time Arini looks at her, he can't stop his heart from beating wildly. If the other party was not a viscount protected by the Empire, Arini would have taken action in school long ago. Wait, isn't this place okay? There are no people. No monsters. At this moment, Arini and his adventurer team are the strongest force in the team. And the other students are exhausted from the long battle. But he and his team are still in good condition. One side gains, the other loses. If he wants to do something at this time, wouldn't it be easy? Arini's eyes rolled. His head and crotch hit it off. And he shouted without thinking, "There are no monsters here. It's safer." Now the team will rest here for 2 hours. The students all breathed a sigh of relief. The long journey and fighting had caused considerable damage, and they urgently needed a rest to recover their energy. It happened that the scenery here was pleasant, and there was a pool to quench thirst. And Arini also walked towards Alyssa, showing her best smile. Strange? Where's Alyssa? Mr. Sube. What's wrong? Molly turned her head and asked after noticing something strange. Sube did not respond, but frowned, closed his eyes, and listened carefully to the movements around him. He was full of doubts. Why did the leading student stop here? Is he an idiot? There were no people. The environment was pleasant, and even the monsters didn't dare to approach. He had definitely stepped into the territory of a very powerful monster. Such a monster had a sense of territorial division. Maybe it was a lord-level monster. Not only did he not pass this road quickly, but he also camped in someone else's nest. Isn't this just waiting for the other party to come back and bite him? Looking at Arini, who was running around aimlessly, Sube thought, would it be better to run away with Jasmine? As the team was at the back, Sophia also frowned. She put away the research paper that she had been working on, and for the first time she opened her eyes wide, revealing a pair of dark golden eyes. Data streams kept flowing through her pupils. She showed a serious expression and looked towards the east. The data was flowing very fast, and the danger level was rising. White, light yellow, yellow, dark yellow. A monster was approaching at a very fast speed, and its killing power was not low. 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 1,000 meters. Not just the second level. It's the third level. More than? No. It's the elite level. No. It's the Lord level. Third level Lord level. 500 meters. 300 meters. Oops. Not one. It's two. Sophia raised her staff. Although she was born a priest, as a 5th level awakener, she has also learned a lot of output skills. Although the output of the holy priest is not high, she can cooperate with her unique characteristic insight and a pair of treasures that can visualize data. Real glasses. If prepared, her charged attack is enough to kill most of the 4th level elite monsters in 1 second. But the 3rd level Lord level can't do that. It's not that the 3rd level Lord level is necessarily stronger than the 4th level elite level. Some 3rd level monsters can't even break the 4th level defense. But the 4th level elite level can never kill the 3rd level Lord level, because the Lord level has genes that the elite level can't match, which is the top advantage brought by nature. The Lord level has exclusive skills, a health bar that is too thick to be specified, and a very high combat IQ. Very troublesome. After seeing the outline of the Lord monster clearly, Sophia quickly recognized the other party's race. Slime. The slime, which was as big as a hill, had a ferocious expression and rolled all the way like a tire, smashing all the trees and rocks along the way. These are 2 slime kings. As a special monster of Shungwi City, slime is famous for its stupid appearance and low attack power, and is often kept as a pet in the homes of nobles. And the body of slime has many wonderful uses, and many daily necessities made of slime materials have been derived. However, the Lord level slime cannot be confused at all. Giant plus fluid equals immunity to all physical and magical attacks. With a body size of 5 meters and radius and jelly-like properties, it is almost immune to all 3rd level attacks, as well as most 4th level and 5th level slashing skills. Among all the Lord monsters, it is a difficult character to kill. Sophia calculated the opponent's combat power, defense power, and her own killing power. She came to a not-so-good conclusion. It takes at least 1.5 minutes to kill a slime king. So can they hold on for a minute or two by relying on others? Sophia was not sure. After all, although the slime king lethality was not high, it was more than enough to deal with a group of rookie professionals. But she had no choice but to trust the students. At this time, the gluttony sword on Su Bei's waist kept flickering, and he laughed inexplicably. Interesting. Very interesting. Brother. Your nemesis. You are suffering now. Brother. Do you need help? Free hitters are online. I tell you how many rotten fish and shrimps you have in front of you. 1 minute. It only takes 1 minute, and they will be crushed. Chapter 47 Schrodinger's Alyssa. At this time, Irini, who was looking for warmth at the front of the team, was in a panic, not to mention the wrong position. His team couldn't respond immediately, and the monsters that came were not ordinary. How could their broken team possibly stop 2 3rd-level Lord monsters? It was a blessing to be able to hold one back. Before Irini could stand in position, a slime king rushed in, like a tiger into a flock of sheep, and broke the formation arranged by the students in an instant. Not even half a minute has passed. This is not a turn-based game, and monsters will not wait until the enemy is ready before attacking. The slime king will not be merciful to those who trespass into his territory without permission. Duong, 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 3 ejections. Passing over the tough knight, he directly pounced into the group of delicate female magic priests in the back row. 1 takeoff and landing. A person was put into the body of the slime king. Save him! Save him! He will suffocate. The slime king has paralytic toxins in his body. Being captured will cause you to be unable to breathe. Hurry up and save people. On the other side, there was another trend. Sophia didn't have time to pay attention to the group of idiot students who were in a mess. All she could do was to kill the slime king in front of her as quickly as possible. So, she had to use a very costly move. As she raised her hand, the colorful staff instantly became hot, and the white light between the staff suddenly bloomed, pointing out a huge cross, as if it had absorbed countless sunlight into its body structure. The holy light shines, dissolving all the life that cannot resist in front of it. Awakening skill cross judgment. The slime king was nailed to the cross, and his body kept shrinking and disappearing. In the blink of an eye, He shrank by 3 inches. Seeing this crisis, the Slime King realized that the opponent in front of him was those hateful awakeners, and he could not defeat them. So he used his ultimate move without hesitation. Boom! With a sharp explosion, the jelly-like body of the Slime King began to tremble. Immediately, it exploded as if firecrackers were stuffed in shit, and countless particles of fluid splashed. As the closest unit, Sophia was the first to be hit. She was shot all over. The sticky liquid started from the ends of her hair and continued to slide down her exquisite body, soaking the ground. Many slime fragments condensed and synthesized into countless small slime kings with a diameter of 5 centimeters, fleeing everywhere. The characteristic of the Slime King is that it is difficult to kill. Apart from that, it is almost no threat to the awakened. If there is no awakened in the team, the Slime King can really kill like crazy. But there are awakeners. Even Lord-level ones are made of paper. So when Subei realized that Sophia was an awakener, he anticipated this scene and quickly took Jasmine to hide under a hidden tree. It can be said that shit and urine are flying. While watching the fun, Gluttony did not forget to comment. He knows how to watch the fun. Shut up. It's disgusting. Jasmine flicked Gluttony with a finger and said, Mr. Subei, aren't you going to save people? Will those seniors be in danger? As he spoke, a black shadow jumped duong and suddenly pounced towards Jasmine. Ah! Jasmine was startled and stretched out her hands. Her hands were like hot potatoes, and a soft jelly-like ball bounced back and forth in her hands. Hey! What is this? The ball bounced back and forth in Jasmine's hands, and then went into her arms and lay down obediently. It's the real body of the Slime King. I'm very lucky. Is Jasmine born with a physique that is friendly to monsters? Really? Speaking of which, there have been many small animals that like to crawl into my arms since I was a child. Jasmine also recalled and was suddenly shocked. Hey, is it the Slime King? Such a fierce big guy turned into such a cute little thing. No. Who is talking? Jasmine was shocked and her hair stood up suddenly. Wow. Who are you? Sister Alyssa? On the other side of the shade, it was Alyssa who was looking at the battlefield with her chin in her hand. Looking at this situation, she should have stayed here a long time ago, and arrived one step earlier than Subei and the others. Alyssa turned her head and smiled gently at Jasmine, then nodded kindly at Subei. Subei looked indifferent, but he looked at Alyssa more. When did one more person appear? Was there anyone there at the beginning? When did the other party appear there? Didn't notice. This made Subei, who was always more careful than ordinary people, a little alert. There are too few descriptions of Alyssa in the plot. Just like her at this moment. Like a Schrodinger's man. If you don't look at her and think about her, you will soon forget her existence. Unless the other party greets you intentionally. Otherwise, if you don't look at the other party, you will quickly lose track of the other party. Could it be some kind of characteristic? Subei thought. It's very rude to look at a girl who is not yet an adult. Alyssa looked at him with a gentle gaze, and said in a resentful tone, What do you think, Mr. Su? It seems that because she rarely had this experience of being looked at by boys, she felt a little uncomfortable. So she said so. But Subei thought that this hindered the other party from releasing his characteristics. So he expressed his dissatisfaction. Hearing this, before Subei said anything, Jasmine explained in a panic, Hey, Mr. Subei is not such a person. Sister Alyssa. Jasmine didn't want Mr. Subei and Sister Alyssa to have a conflict, as both sides have a good relationship. But she still has the best relationship with Mr. Subei. Jasmine thought so, and her brain was working fast. By the way, aren't you worried? That's a Slime King. Jasmine intentionally changed the subject. Her eyes widened exaggeratedly. She seemed to not understand why everyone was not nervous. Apparently, she did not realize one thing. At this moment, a Slime King was lying in her arms, swinging back and forth as if jumping squares. If it was another monster of the same level, it would cause a lot of trouble. But if it was a Slime King, it would not be fatal, but it would be more embarrassing. Besides, I am only a first-year student, and Mr. Su is an ordinary employee, and you are still in the junior high school department. It doesn't matter if we do nothing. We are the 3 people in the team who need to be protected the most. Not making things worse is helping. The long speech was convincing and well-reasoned. Subei nodded. Alyssa smiled and looked at the battlefield calmly, without any intention of helping. That's true. Molly blinked as if she was convinced, and found a crooked tree to lie on. This was not something she should worry about. As long as no one dies, it's fine. Gluttony on Subei's waist was depressed and worried about the future of the demons. You are the future Demon King. Why do you care more about human safety than humans? That's not what the Demon King should care about. That's what the hero should do. Did the Demon King choose the wrong person this time? Gluttony frowned, feeling that something must have gone wrong. But he didn't dare to say it out loud, so he could only keep it in his heart. In the battlefield, the students who were dispersed by another Slime King were quickly helped. Sophia stepped on time and attacked just when Orini was beaten into a pig head and shot into a puff. She quickly suppressed the other Slime King. It was indeed okay. Sophia had time to simply wash her body and wash off the sticky liquid. Later, Subei was always calculating the time. As long as the battle could be resolved in 5 minutes, there would be no danger to life. After all, even if they did not hold their breath and relied on instinct, the second-level professional had the physical fitness of suffocating for at least 5 minutes before they died. So, this crisis came to an end without any danger. Chapter 48 Holy Glory City. After the battle, the place was in ruins. Olini hurried back to the center of the team and received treatment from the third-level priest in the team. He decided in his heart that he would never leave his team. He couldn't bear this kind of suffering again. If he and the team were united, he wouldn't be beaten up by the Slime King unilaterally. At least, he could hold on for a few minutes and be more decent. The main thing is that being killed in seconds is really not decent. Although he held on for a minute, he was beaten up in different positions during this minute. It was very embarrassing for him as a third level. And he had said before that he would conserve his energy to deal with the dangers he would encounter later. As a result, Orini completely lost his right to bark, and his status in the circle was also lowered by 3 points. He thought that he must regain some face in the magic tower. And when he killed a young god, he would eventually regain everything he had lost. The other students were also very embarrassed. During the battle, many female students were stuffed into the body by the Slime King. At this moment, after escaping from the predicament, his feet were unstable, and it was very difficult to walk upright. And it was certain that he had difficulty in moving. And everyone was sticky. And there was an unspeakable discomfort. The male students were okay. They accepted new things quickly, took off their clothes and rubbed off the slime on their bodies, and started a new round of slime shooting war. And they enjoyed it. For them, adventure is to survive in the gap between life and crisis. And surviving the disaster is the best experience. Of course, it's not all like this. Some female students were picking slime, and they almost broke their defense while picking. They were too embarrassed to take off their clothes directly, and at most they took off their shoes and poured out the sticky liquid in their shoes, looking at the wet socks with a look of despair, not knowing how to deal with them. As for the slime in the clothes, please, they are teenage girls. They can't do such undignified things. No matter how carefree they are, they can only bear it. Just treat it as a new experience. In addition, most of the topics are focused on teacher Sophia. No one expected that the student union president, who was highly expected, would be beaten up and could not provide any protection at all. The team leader, who had been ignored and isolated, stood up and quickly resolved the crisis like a goddess descending to earth. So the students who usually didn't talk to Orini greeted Sophia one after another. Teacher, what research are you doing? Sophia didn't say anything. Teacher, is it research related to our journey? Sophia still didn't say anything. Teacher, you are so beautiful. Can you tell me what skincare products you use? Hearing the voice, Sophia raised her head, and her pale face looked even more sickly in the sun. Go away. Sophia has a bit of a bad temper. But fortunately it's only a bit. And most of the time, she has a good temper. In addition, Alyssa had returned to the team without realizing it, and had integrated well into the team. It was as if she had never left. A quick glance showed that Alyssa kept greeting the team members, and cared about the safety of the seniors. But if you look closely, you can't see where Alyssa was, or what she was doing. It was like a fog. It was strange. Subei and Jasmine also returned to the end of the team, because they had always been at the end of the team. No one raised any opinions. They also tried not to talk and reduce their presence, in order to avoid being discovered that they had no slime on their bodies. It would be difficult to explain. Unlike before, Jasmine had 2 more gadgets on her body. At this time, Jasmine crossed her arms over her chest, and 2 slimes, one white and one red, jumped back and forth between her arms. Two slime kings. Because of their small size, they could be hidden on their heads as two decorations, or buried in jasmine collar. Subei didn't say much, which meant that he agreed to let Jasmine take them. And from the outside, you can't tell that these are two slime kings. At most, they will be regarded as newly born slimes. Seeing this scene, Gluttony's heart became active and a little uneasy. He thought that the Demon King physique was about to awaken. So he tried to push Jasmine into the magic tower and let her accept the favor of the gods, and activated her directly. Then he would take one step at a time. Otherwise, if he continued to attract monsters like this, he would be exposed sooner or later. The man in front of him was not an idiot. Moreover, Gluttony always felt that Subei had guessed something, and was tacitly approving this change. Half a day later, Sophia also picked up the staff and started the speed pass mode. In the early morning of February 1st, Winter Academy officially arrived at Shunghui City. Repair and gather at noon. Before the voice fell, whoosh, sounded, Sophia turned into starlight and drifted away. Sophia disappeared on the spot, and no one knew where she went, leaving the students behind the team looking at each other in bewilderment. So, where do we gather at noon? A classmate asked. Fuck. You're asking me? The team dispersed. Except for the school uniforms. It was difficult for Subei to tell who the students of Winter Academy were. Fortunately, this was not important. Although Subei remembered that his mission was to take care of the students' food, clothing, housing and transportation. However, through the conversation with Sophia on the way, Subei realized that the school wanted to test his potential and found an excuse to let him join the team. Therefore, Subei had no psychological burden and dispersed with Jasmine. In addition to the students of Winter Academy, students from other academies also entered Shunghui City one after another. From the students' demeanor, it can be seen that the status of students is very polarized. The people from the big cities are more arrogant. Much more arrogant than Arini. Some noble descendants pointed fingers at Arini, and the latter did not dare to resist. What's more, a big list was listed to comment on the geniuses of each academy, saying that only a handful of people who came here can reach the 5th level, not to mention those who passed. Even the little princess of Duze was skeptical, thinking that her potential could only reach the 5th level at most, and maybe she could barely break through the 5th level after a breakthrough. The people from the small town were like villagers who had never seen the world, looking here and there. Some stepped on the custom street, and some wanted to go to the slave market to find a capable thug. The magic tower was just a place for them to watch the fun. The important thing was to participate. All this made the already lively Shunghui City even more lively. Subei brought all his belongings, except for the 3 gold coins he got from Gluttony, and some silver coins, enough to live a good life. So, Subei took Jasmine to a nearby hotel and asked for a single double room. Minors are not allowed. This is not a red light district. We don't provide special services. The female clerk saw the tender face under Jasmine Windbreaker and reached out to stop the two. The female clerk moved quickly, and a hint of hesitation flashed across her face. She was planning to report the abduction of minors to the city lord's mansion. This is a red zone. Sister, even if you use your sister's name, it won't work. Dear, kissing is not allowed. Wait, kissing is allowed. Kissing is allowed. The female clerk blushed and leaned down anxiously to get the registration form, revealing a cat's tail behind her. Suddenly, she raised her head with a suspicious expression and asked, "Is kissing really allowed?" "Sister, don't think too much," Molly shouted. The hair on her head had been spinning since the two began the conversation, and her face was red and about to drip water. Chapter 49. The house where Elena once lived. After asking for a hotel, Subei left Jasmine alone in the room, using the excuse of exploring the environment. He used the teleportation array to run to the town next door. 10 silver coins. Subei felt very distressed, but he had to spend it, because he had to go back at noon. After getting on the teleportation array, he felt dizzy and felt like he was in an elevator that went up to the 50th floor in 3 seconds. His eyes were hazy. This was Subei's first time riding a teleportation array. He didn't want to experience such a bad experience a second time. Arrived at Kuli Town. Based on the information he collected and his own memory, Subei walked towards the town. Gradually walked to a remote corner. The houses here don't look like those in Shunghui City, but like those in Chu district of Winter City. They are tattered, made of wood and leaky. It seems that every town has such slums. Continuing to walk forward, Subei finally arrived at the place in his memory based on his memory and clues. This place can even be said to be a refugee slum. And the environment may be even worse than that of Subei. There is no shabby thatched house, as mentioned in my memory. So where is it? Subei frowned and knocked on the door next door. After a while, the door was opened. The old lady showed one eye from the crack of the door. There were dense wrinkles from top to bottom, twisted like an earthworm. Looking at Subei at the door without saying a word. Hello. Subei thought about it and greeted tentatively. What's the matter? The old lady asked. The voice was very vicissitudes, and the volume was very low, and you had to pay full attention to hear it clearly. Excuse me. Do you know Elena? Oh, Elena? Who is Elena? The old lady's eyes were a little cloudy, as if she remembered something, and her pupils gradually dimmed. Probably because she didn't think of anything. It could be something else. Black-haired. Very cute girl. Oh, that very taciturn little girl. Wasn't she taken away by the people in the city? Where are the family members living there? Subei pointed to the ruins. The old lady's pupils shrank visibly. Probably because she was surprised by Subei's words. She was also taken away. Right? She was also taken away. I don't quite remember. When exactly was she taken away? Subei asked. One question after another, not intending to let the old lady think too much. The old lady didn't want to say it. But when Subei took out a silver coin and handed it over, she uttered a few words with difficulty. It's been a long time. She should have been taken away to enjoy a peaceful life. Her family only has an old man with unsteady legs and a sister who can't wake up. She can't take care of herself. She must have gone to enjoy a peaceful life a long time ago. Right? Do you think an old man can take care of himself and take care of a person who can't wake up and wipe his body every day? After the old lady finished speaking, she slowly closed the door and didn't intend to answer Subei's questions. Closed the door and refused to see visitors. At the door, Subei was thinking. After all, this matter could cause Elena to break through to the semi-god after awakening. But her divinity was broken due to emotional fluctuations. Subei could only consider the worst. Those who practice divinity to the level of awakeners are not as unstable as professionals. Being able to cultivate to the level of awakener means that this person is no longer like a human being. He basically possesses all the characteristics of a god. When the power level reaches the level of a demigod, he will be transformed into a true earthly god, the goddess of holy light walking on earth. To be able to break this level of divinity, something must have happened that Elena could not accept. A door that she had buried deep in her memory was opened and kicked to pieces. Combined with a later plot, Subei did not hear Elena talk about her family. Never. I guess she didn't want to mention it. Perhaps Elena's family had already met with misfortune at this time. Could it be that even if he changed the plot in advance, nothing could be changed? Subei narrowed his eyes and knocked on the doors of every household. Then, Subei came to the ruins where there should have been a thatched house. This was one of the houses where Elena had lived. Maybe she had lived somewhere else. But when she left her family for the Holy Light Church, she left from here. Subei leaned over and observed the patterns on the floor and the power left on it. It was turned over twice. The floor and the gravel. They were all turned over. It was covered up as a natural collapse. And there were traces of holy light on the floor. But Elena never came back. I heard from the villagers that she never came back once. I think so. Once Elena came back, her divine practice would be instantly broken, and she would destroy the family she had carefully protected. But was it really protected? Looking at this situation, the answer is obvious. No wonder this made Elena even more upset. And her realm collapsed directly, because there were traces of holy light on the broken walls. Elena never came back. So who left the holy light? It was obvious. The holy light she believed in devoutly betrayed her. As for the villagers here, Subei guessed that they must know something, and they must have a unified voice. Subei did not plan to use other means to pry out any clues for the time being, because all the clues pointed directly to the local branch of the Holy Light Church. Calculating the time, there is still some time left, but unfortunately it is not enough time to go to the Holy Light Church. After thinking about it, Subei walked to the town closest to the village entrance, which is Cooley Town. There is a commercial street and a custom street nearby. Subei entered the custom street and found a pub that seemed to be relatively old. There was no one in the pub for the time being. No one. No. It seems that there is one person. It is smaller than the counter. Only when you get closer can you see that the other person is sitting on a chair and wiping the wine glass. It should be the proprietress of the pub. Noticing the arrival of the guests, the proprietress turned around. The proprietress was short and had a rough face, with obvious dwarven blood. Hey, young man. You came so early. But the girls are still sleeping. Damn it. Those girls only know how to suck my blood and sleep until noon every day without receiving guests. Fuck. Get up and greet the guests. Guan guan. Hua hua chow chow. Die die. Mao mao ya ya. Do the guests have any special needs? I mean, what kind of fetishes do they have? Demi-humans? Elves? Orcs? Humans? Lowly? Queens? In short, I have everything you want. And if you don't have it, I can let them pretend. Of course you have to follow the rules. They only accompany you to drink. If you want to do it, you have to get their consent. Otherwise, our hotel will not be responsible for any accidents. If you can't control your lower body, I suggest you go to the hotel next door. It's cheaper there. And no one will bother you even if you make a big fuss. No. I'm not here to find them. Sube waved his hand. Looking for me? Do you want to have sex with me? The proprietress frowned and sniffed, obviously realizing that she was in trouble. I want to ask a few questions. Sube saw that the other party looked a little embarrassed, and he didn't hesitate. He took out a gold coin, put it on the table, and moved to the other party holding the gold coin. Chapter 50 City Lord's Mansion and Holy Light Church. I need to hear what you want to know. You have to know that I have to have some moral standards when working in this city. 2 years ago, Elena, the dwarf boss lady, stretched out a finger, pressed the gold coin, and moved it into her belt without making a sound. And then her expression became serious. What do you want to know? The girl is no longer in this town. She should be quite famous. Is she a saint in the Holy Light Church now? You have to know that she used to be a taciturn little black girl. If you want to pursue her, I advise you to give up. I heard that people like her cannot have human emotions. Besides, the people pursuing her can fill this custom street. Even the neighbor Wang wants to have an affair with him. When the dwarf proprietress mentioned the neighbor Wang, she obviously gritted her teeth. Digging deeper may trigger a branch line. But Su Bei has no interest for the time being. I want to talk about her relatives. Su Bei did not beat around the bush and asked directly. There was a long silence. The dwarf proprietress looked at him, smiled suddenly, frowned, and drank a glass of beer. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? If it's the truth, you didn't pay enough. If you want to hear a lie, you don't need to look for me. You can ask around. You should know that people who tell lies are women. I don't like to do that. How much chips? Su Bei asked. It's not about money. Of course, a lot of money is fine. Su Bei didn't have a lot of money. After thinking about it, he ate the valuables on him. So he stretched his hand down. No, brother. It's not appropriate. It's not appropriate. It's not appropriate. Brother. I have money. I have money. I have hidden a vault of money in Silent Village. Give me a chance. Brother. I can't leave. Brother. Gluttony was anxious. He didn't expect that the melon would be eaten by himself. He hurriedly used a voice that only Su Bei could hear to make up for it. He couldn't leave. It was not easy to accompany the young Demon King. When the Demon King grows up, he will be the first general. Once he leaves, it will be a direct failure. Hearing Gluttony's protest, Su Bei still didn't hesitate. But after hearing the next words of the dwarf boss lady, he quickly stopped. I feel that you have a perfect treasure made by a master, which is processed and manufactured by the unique forging technology of my dwarf clan and endowed with unique holy light attributes. Holy light. This sensitive word quickly reminded Su Bei of a memory. Silent Village. The ring. If you are willing to pay this price, I will tell you everything I know. Although there are not many decent people on this street, there are still not many people who dare to offend the Holy Light Church. I happen to be one of them. Goddess of Liberty. These non-believers should disappear as soon as possible. The farther away the better. The dwarf boss lady's eyes radiated a strange light, which made Su Bei draw an unimportant conclusion. The other party should not be a believer of the Statue of Liberty. And the believers of the Statue of Liberty never covet money. It's more like believing in the god of money and trade. After hearing what the boss lady said, Su Bei didn't think much. He reached out and took out a ring from his pocket. This was the ring that Elena gave her in the silent village. This ring can prove Elena's identity, so as to gain a certain right to speak in the Holy Light Church. It is of no use to Su Bei. Moreover, using Elena things to save Elena can be said to be a coincidence. And to some extent, it can also be said to be destined. Is there such a coincidence? Without thinking any more, Su Bei threw the ring to the boss lady. After getting the ring, the boss lady did not hesitate. The ring was directly activated by the boss lady, igniting the boss lady's interest in chatting. I like your straightforward personality. And your appearance also fits the aesthetic of our dwarves. If I were 50 years younger, I would definitely have a romantic encounter with you. Unfortunately, I am 60 years old today and have a daughter. But my daughter is 16 years old this year. And she is as pretty as I was when I was young. And she is also old enough to get married. Perhaps because of the alcohol. The proprietress seemed to be a little drunk. Please hurry up. I have to take the children to lunch at noon. Su Bei ended the conversation in the simplest way. It can be called a top chat killer. The boss lady was shocked. A little regretful. Looked up with a sense of regret, as if she wanted to say something more. And soon lowered her head again. It's a pity that the child is already there. But the child is already there. So we can only forget it. After another glass of beer, the boss lady said viciously, then we can only use this news to exchange for our friendship. I don't care if it offends the holy light. I will say it directly. As she said that, the boss lady closed her eyes and thought for a while, sorted out the story, and continued, Elena's father died. And he died so tragically. He died on the road without a breath. Many people have seen it. Although he died of illness. Everyone knows that Bishop Ian has something to do with it. That old dang embezzled the relief money given to Elena's father by the cathedral, and used it for eating, drinking, gambling, and socializing. The money left for her father couldn't even buy half a dose of medicine. Just opening his mouth. Su Bei fell silent. Su Bei didn't respond, and remained silent, quietly waiting for the boss lady to finish the wine in her hand. At the beginning, she gave me 2 silver coins for arranging the relationship. Do you really think I care about her 2 broken coins? Pa. The lady boss picked up the beer and gushed it down. She gnashed her teeth and said, her sister was probably held captive by Ian. The old man, thinking that if Elena finds out later, she can use this as a threat to get a decent ending. Looks like the old man can really succeed. Speaking of which, Elena's family is really miserable. Every year, the money the cathedral gives her family goes into Ian's pocket. For this reason, she has embarked on a path that she cannot turn back from. She used her own money to support the enemy who killed her father. Who wouldn't feel sad for her after hearing that? Yes. She would be sad if she knew it herself. Su Bei nodded in agreement. But no one dares to offend Ian. The old man. In Cooley Town, Ian has the final say in the Holy Light Church. Not to mention that he and Slot from the City Lord's mansion are in the same boat. The 2 old men cover each other. And the higher-ups also arrange everything perfectly. The air is filled with smoke, and the people are living in misery. I really can't stand it either. If you ask me, this dose is not as good as Fran. The new generation of nobles nowadays has too much power. And they keep fighting outside and are lawless. Even my Bison kingdom was beaten to the point where they almost lived in the snow-capped mountains. Su Bei didn't listen anymore. After listening to almost everything, Su Bei left the tavern. The rest was the boss lady's complaints. As a dwarf, she naturally had an unparalleled love for the dwarf capital. That is, the Baiyan kingdom. But this is not the information Su Bei needs. He returned along the way, still thinking about the power distribution in Cooley Town. The City Lord's mansion represents the nobles. The Holy Light Church is the most popular institution in the eyes of the people. These 2 are in the same boat. No wonder Elena's neighbors all speak in unison. It was almost noon, and Su Bei's speed increased a bit. Looking around, the civilians were working hard in the hot weather, and the adventurers were desperately going to the dungeon to collect materials. The nobles rode their horses, wandering around, taking the fruits and vegetables of the civilians at will, talking and laughing. The sun was getting hotter and hotter, and the light was shining on the land. It added a bit of sweat to the hard-working farmers. Chapter 51 First Visit to the Magic Tower. Su Bei gently rubbed his temples and blew out a breath of foul air. Elena's matter can only be considered in the long run. The bishop of the branch of the Holy Light Church is at least a holy pastor. And there is also a temple assistant, who is at least a 4th level paladin. In a small town like Cooley Town that is not very prosperous, it is the ceiling of combat power. Not to mention the mayor of the city lord's mansion, Slut, who is also an awakener. In addition, there are several lackeys under their command. So, a strong attack is unrealistic. Even if Sube exploded and exchanged 1-for-1 with one of the awakeners, he would soon be besieged by the other 2 awakeners. It was a very unwise decision. In this case, he could only use a strange trick. Gluttony. He laughed and told Sube about his wonderful use. At noon, Sube finally rushed back to Yali Town. So, Sube suppressed his annoyance and put this matter aside for the time being. Soon he returned to the hotel. When he opened the door, he saw Jasmine curled up on the bed, sleeping. 2 slime kings lay in her arms, neatly arranged. Sube lowered his footsteps and closed the door again. Bang. The door just closed and opened again. Inside the door, Jasmine kept her left hand in the posture of opening the door, and rubbed her right eye with the back of her right hand. Her left eye still couldn't open, and she could only slightly open a gap. Her upper and lower eyelashes trembled, and she looked a little sleepy, and she was barely getting up. There was a milky fragrance mixed with the sweet smell of jasmine on her body, probably because she had been suffocating in the quilt for a long time. Then, Jasmine walked forward, stretched out her hand, grabbed Sube's collar, and said softly, "I'm hungry." "Okay." Sube nodded. "Before Mr. Sube went out, so I slept for a while." "Okay." "A little tired?" "Isn't Mr. Sube tired?" "Not bad." Jasmine tried to speak with some energy, but she sounded a little short of breath. It's natural to be tired. After all, the 2 slime kings were lying on Jasmine's shoulders, absorbing the magic power in Jasmine's body from time to time. And it took another whole day to cross the winter forest. Although Jasmine's characteristic is the source, if she doesn't rest well, her spirit will still be damaged. After a good sleep, they replenished their energy. After thinking for a while, Sube stretched out his hand and made a finger-snapping gesture. 1, 2. The Slime King flew back to the house. Jasmine blinked, expressing her doubt. "It's not good to take it with you. Let's put it at home first," Sube said lightly. But the Slime King was unwilling to leave Jasmine, and they were so angry that a big well squeezed out of their heads, which was about to grow bigger in the blink of an eye, ready to release their real bodies. "Xiao Heng, Xiao Bai, you must stay at home obediently." Jasmine turned around and waved at the 2 slimes, and then she saw them grow and shrink, expand back and forth, as if they were about to explode. She quickly walked up and touched the 2 little ones' bodies. "Be good. I'll be back soon. If you don't behave, I won't want you anymore." The Slime King was comforted, and then he nodded reluctantly, jumped and rolled synchronously, and returned to the bed. The 2 of them went out and headed towards the magic tower. There were many snacks on the way, and Jasmine gave them whatever they wanted to eat, because she has a small appetite and is easy to feed, and she has a habit left over from the past. She can chew a skewer of grilled meat with a lot of crunch. Watching Jasmine take a bite, she opened her mouth wide but only bit off a piece of the edge, and still stuffed her mouth full, chewing with relish. Sube couldn't help but sigh. Girls are really magical creatures. Hamster mouth, fish stomach. So, Sube took a skewer of grilled fish and put it in front of Jasmine's mouth with an expressionless face. "Eh?" Jasmine was stunned. "Aww." She bit off a small tail in one bite, and looked at Sube's satisfied and somewhat happy expression, feeling a little strange, until she saw the old father feeding his child on the roadside. Jasmine suddenly froze and shouted in dissatisfaction, "Mr. Sube! Mr. Sube! What are you doing? You eat?" Sube handed over another string of meatballs. Jasmine puffed her lips to express her dissatisfaction, but still obediently stepped forward, opened her mouth, and took a small bite. But the look in Sube's eyes became more and more wrong. At the same time, the coffin lid of a royal mausoleum moved. So, the 2 of them ate while walking, and Sube kept feeding them. Soon, Jasmine was fed. As they approached the magic tower, more people came. Snacks were no longer available, and vendors changed from selling food to selling materials. Equipment merchants, enchanters, forging merchants. Merchants boasted about how excellent their masterpieces were, and they wanted to stop the passing adventurers and talk about them for a day and a night. Of course, the price was also ridiculously expensive. He is a conscientious merchant who only rips off customers once and does not consider repeat customers. When Su Bei and the others arrived at the magic tower, the surrounding area was already full of people, and it was difficult to find a place to stay. From the inside to the outside, it was the noble power class arranged in a gradient, and Luminera and her guards were in the inside. Backwards were the descendants of the central ministers, or the descendants of the duke. The status of those further back was even lower. The flow of people was so dense that only a small path was left for the challengers. It was like watching monkeys. At this moment, the so-called genius teenagers have not made any moves. They are more observing the challenges of others to guess the strength of the young god. I know that person. His name is Ritter. He is a local genius in Yali Town. He is 19 years old and a third-level genius. His characteristic is that he is extremely good at fighting. He may be able to last 10 minutes without being defeated. Really? Finally, someone interesting has come. The dignitaries exchanged information and opened a bet about Ritter, guessing how long the other party could last in the hands of a young god. In the end, it only lasted 5 minutes and 30 seconds. Su Bei took a glance and lost interest. Compared to these boring things, it is more interesting to feed Jasmine. These are very boring. Later, there were fewer people challenging. Almost all the outstanding people had tried and were appreciated by some nobles. Later was the platform for the nobles. After a while, there was an uproar from the crowd. Finally, a noble defeated a young god with difficulty, at the cost of 3 treasures that were enough to deal with the awakened. The magic tower was much harder than everyone thought, and it intimidated everyone. It was not until then that Luminera came out. She felt it. A very strong heartbeat. Boom boom. It sounded like a dull thunder. Something inside the magic tower was calling her. Perhaps this tower existed for her at this moment. At the same time, Jasmine also froze. She touched her chest and wondered. Strange. My heart is beating so fast. It's about to jump out. Gluttony shouted excitedly in his heart. Go. Go. Give these humble ants a little shock. Chapter 52. The first floor of the magic tower. Luminera walked slowly towards the magic tower. Her pace was not fast at first. Just a normal walk. After just 10 steps, her speed increased a little. And then she walked faster and faster, as if she could not control her body and was being manipulated. Finally, she took several steps at a time and entered the magic tower. And Jasmine's thoughts kept flashing in her mind. She had a strong urge to move forward. But Su Bei behind her gently stroked her head, temporarily suppressing her movements. At the same time, Sophia quietly stood behind Su Bei and whispered, You should go in too. Do you need my help to hide your identity? Su Bei nodded, stroked Jasmine's head, and stared at the magic tower in a daze. He needed to hide his identity, and Sophia knew he needed it very much. It would be fine if he didn't pass the level, as long as he could pass one level of the magic tower. A noble would offer him an olive branch. At the same time, his identity would be investigated. It was not difficult to find Jasmine's existence by following the clues. So he needs to hide his identity. Then get ready, Sophia said lightly, as if to inform Su Bei. Su Bei did not ask what to prepare, because he soon found out. In the crowd, someone suddenly shouted, Her Highness the Princess has gone in. Shall we join in the fun? As they said that, a small team crossed the sea of people and rushed into the magic tower. The nobles were dumbfounded. How dare these lowly people break into the tower with the princess? Is the princess not a human being? Today I have to prove that I am more powerful than the princess. I must break into the 5th floor to show you. That's right. I don't believe it. I am not as good as a woman. This is a blow to the nobles. Who is so bold as to call the princess a woman? Paw. Before the princess's guards could catch the evil man who spoke wildly, they were slapped in the face. I was stunned. Fuck. I broke in. It's fine if I broke in. But why slap him? Which bastard did it? However, because there were too many people rushing in at once, the guards were too hasty to intercept them. And soon, they couldn't even tell who was their own, because there were beasts wearing guards' clothes to play the role of infernal affairs. Once the formation was torn open, someone soon followed suit. So, one after another, people kept rushing in. The scene was chaotic for a while. Su Bei understood. It turned out that Sophia arranged a proxy. She really knows how to create chaos. Not like a good person. Okay, Do you need me to help you get in? Sophia asked again. It was a one-stop service, with both a messenger and a special plane for pickup. It was really hard to squeeze in such a chaotic place. You could get slapped if you weren't careful. Su Bei just shook his head, then leaned down and whispered behind Jasmine. Wait for me. Don't go in until I come out. Jasmine nodded obediently, restraining her desire to go in. Didn't ask why. Anyway, Mr. Su Bei would not harm her. Just do as he says. At this time, Gluttony could no longer hold back and hurriedly said, Brother, can I wait for you outside? I promise I won't go in unless you come out. Seeing that Su Bei didn't respond, Gluttony said again, Brother, I'm scared. You know what level is inside. What if you take me in and my body is cut? You see, I'm always open and honest with you. So you won't take me to play this time. Su Bei glanced at Gluttony with a calm expression. Seeing this, Gluttony thought he had convinced Su Bei, and quickly struck while the iron was hot. Besides, brother, it's not good for you to take me there. Right? If you take me away, who will protect our young lady? I mean, you put her next to the young lady, and I will be her bodyguard, escorting her to kill the villains. What do you think? Su Bei still ignored Gluttony, but made other moves. He first sank his feet and entered the state of charging. Brother, you are irresponsible. The young lady is so cute. Can you bear to let her wait for you alone outside? Gluttony is very urgent. He heard Su Bei not letting Jasmine in, and he believed that Jasmine would listen to Su Bei and not enter the magic tower. How can this be allowed? If Jasmine doesn't go in, she can't pull out the magic sword. If she can't pull out the strongest magic sword, she can't activate the full power of the Demon King. If she can't activate the power, she can't lead the demons. The demons will be beaten up by the unborn heroes and other forces. Back and forth. It's just cutting off the way out for my demons. Damn. The demons have to face the targeting of the gods and the hostility of various races. If there is no Demon King to lead them, there will be no chance for them to turn things around. You must not follow Su Bei into the magic tower. I must stay outside and let Jasmine trick me into the magic tower. The revival of the demon world depends on me. Gluttony. Damn it. Let's fight. Brother. 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 I know what you found. I think we have to talk openly. You have to know that a forced melon is not sweet. Flies don't bite seamless eggs. And Gluttony will not eat the last meal of the year. We can't live without a leader for a day. And we can't live like a headless fly. Gluttony quickly told a crosstalk. And when he saw that soft tactics didn't work, he used hard tactics and directly blew out a thick Gluttony mist, trying to poison Su Bei and get rid of the other party's control. However, the fog not only failed to poison Su Bei, but also concealed Su Bei's figure and cast a layer of fog over him. Because at this time, Su Bei happened to have halos of various sizes flashing on his body. The halos continued to accumulate and stack, and at this moment, they burst into brilliant light. Countless buffs blessed him. Natural affinity, holy light blessing, fighting expertise, light footsteps, gentle breeze surrounding him, slow healing, clear mind. Then, Su Bei slightly bent his legs and kicked. It was like a meteor hitting the ground. The ground sank, and a spider web-like crack appeared in the center. In an instant, a beam of light shuttled through the crowd, lightly pushed away all those who blocked the way, and rushed into the magic tower. What is that? Fuck. I can't see it clearly. A ball of mist wrapped in a ball of light. I would believe it if you said it was Ultraman. You still read those comics for children? It's so funny. And how can there really be Ultraman? Fuck. How do you know what Ultraman is if you haven't seen it? Su Bei was very fast, and few people caught him. And no one caught Su Bei and saw through the fog. To some extent, Gluttony also helped. So, on February 1st, Su Bei entered the magic tower and stood on the first floor. There was no time to prepare. In front of him, the sea of flowers and trees instantly filled the air, making it difficult to move. He is the god of nature and forests. Chapter 53 Unknown Voice. The god of nature and forest was an innocent little girl in her childhood. She sat on a branch barefoot, swinging her legs, with a playful and cute expression. She tapped her hands lightly, scattering seeds around Su Bei. Then she raised her hands up and down, clapping her hands, and plants grew wildly one by one. The saplings in the front grew into cacti, blocking Su Bei's steps. In the middle, it became a dense war tree, rooted in the soil and resting with eyes closed. Finally, there were countless pea shooters, shooting at the position where Su Bei was standing at the moment. It must be said that the power of the young gods is definitely not comparable to that of professionals. Playing magic with them is to seek death. At the level of the third level, various skills seem to have no limit in their hands, and can be combined into war magic. No one can imagine that a normal third-level forest mage can create 10 plants, which is already an extraordinary performance. However, for the young gods, this is not a matter of waving their hands. Fortunately, Su Bei used the ultimate physical attack, avoiding the embarrassment of magic collision. Step lightly. Su Bei's figure did not move. Countless peas fell into the air, and a mushroom cloud exploded on the wall behind him. In the blink of an eye, the figure that stayed in place was broken. The god of nature and forest raised his head. In the sky, a white sword fell, cut towards the head of the young god. Voila! The god of nature and elves raised his hand, and the big tree under his buttocks trembled, and the branches and leaves grew wildly, blocking Su Bei's sword after sword. Behind the lush leaves, a tree man with the body of a third-level knight was hiding, and he slapped Su Bei hard. Bang! The sword collided with the tree man's palm. The tree man's palm was cut off. Su Bei landed, and the sword left a shallow mark of 10 meters on the ground. A round of probing. It seemed that no one had taken advantage. But Su Bei knew that he still overestimated himself. The god was worthy of being a god. Much stronger than he thought. The cactus blocked the ground, and Su Bei had only one option, which was to attack from the air. But the opponent also has no blind spots in the air. Su Bei calmly accumulated strength and prepared for the next round of battle. In this case, he could only use a faster speed. At this time, a voice sounded in his mind. The god of nature and forest is afraid of blood. She faints at the sight of blood. Su Bei frowned. What voice? Who is speaking? Gluttony? Su Bei asked. There was no response from Gluttony. Su Bei's heart sank. It shouldn't be like this. Even if it wasn't Gluttony who said it, the opponent would at least give some response. There was no response at all. Only one possibility. He was deprived of the right to speak by some force. He might even be deprived of consciousness. He looked around calmly. But the god of nature and forest was also very good at seizing opportunities. Su Bei's distraction was quickly seized by the other party. A leaf flew silently and cut towards Su Bei's neck. Su Bei hurriedly shook his head and avoided the fatal injury by a hair's breadth. His jaw was still scratched by the leaf, leaving a bloody mark. At this moment, Su Bei was stunned. A pool of blood was left on the leaves. The god of nature and forest looked visibly pale. In the blink of an eye, the opponent waved his hands and burst out all his strength, as if he wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Su Bei frowned, stepped on the branches that shot at him, and approached the opponent step by step. The closer he got, the more he could feel the opponent's breathing becoming more rapid, with the idea that it would be okay to give it a try. Su Bei bit his finger. He swung it vigorously. That was when, paw, the leaves withered and the trees fell to the ground and merged into the soil. You, shameless. The eyes of the god of nature and forest turned black. He fainted. Su Bei stared blankly at the body of the god of nature and forest, who fell to the ground and fell into a coma. He stepped forward and fiddled with the sword, turning the young god over. The god of nature and forest was pale, breathing rapidly, and twitching on the ground as if he had a seizure. After 15 seconds, kill her and enter the next level. Su Bei counted the time silently. Then, he used a sword to cleanly cut the opponent's neck. He entered the next level without any danger. At the same time, in another space, the goddess of nature and forest stroked Luminara's forehead and smiled. You have my approval. I will give you my blessing. Please carry my power and protect our world for me. A burst of green light shone, and the wounded Luminara breathing gradually stabilized. The injuries on her body were constantly healing. Soon, she looked even more radiant than before the challenge. Confused, Luminara spread her hands. She could feel a new power surging in her body, which was the favor of the gods and the affinity of the laws. Her eyes fluctuated slightly, and she became more determined, as if she had found the goal of life. Just like that, she entered the next level slowly. The two entered the second level at the same time. Outside the magic tower, exclamations continued to be heard. Someone passed the first level. Who is it? Princess. Who else could it be? Sophia stood quietly, watching people being eliminated and kicked out. But she never saw Su Bei being eliminated. Strange. No one else made it to the second level. But Su Bei was not eliminated either. Is he stuck on the first level? I don't know which god is on the first level this time. It seems that only a god who is good at tug-of-war can fight the extreme Su Bei for several rounds. In front, Jasmine also clenched her fists and sat in a corner, praying silently for Su Bei. Mr. Su Bei, you need to keep up the good work. Inside the magic tower. Second floor. Su Bei took a deep breath to adjust his rhythm. The good news is that the scars on his face have recovered, which means he is not afraid of getting hurt. The bad news is that his physical strength and energy have not recovered. Su Bei looked up and looked into the distance. In front of him, the queen in a black gothic dress was the goddess of death, holding a sickle, looking at Su Bei from a distance and raising her hand. One knife. The full death energy turned into a wave, shooting in a straight line from the other end of the area. Be careful not to get hit. The characteristic of death is instant death. If you get hit, you will die. Death is afraid of physical contact. The voice sounded again in Su Bei's mind. Su Bei did not doubt it anymore. He immediately stepped back with his right foot and held his breath to accumulate strength. Since you are not afraid of getting hurt, then let's use the injury to gain an advantage. Raising his hand, he swung his sword with great force. His legs were like a taut bowstring, and he slammed into the goddess of death. The sword and sickle rubbed against each other. Su Bei, who was full of buffs, could only barely suppress the goddess of death, forcing her to retreat continuously until her back hit the wall. Smashing the wall and breaking the stone wall, the goddess of death blinked, and within a moment, her eyes suddenly flickered, like stars. In a blink, her eyes burst out with endless death and ignited flames that never go out, starting with Su Bei's clothes, until the whole body is burned. The black fire burned half of Su Bei's face, but Su Bei still had no expression on his face. His hands burst out again and pressed the goddess of death to the ground. One hand reached up and pinched the other's face. Use a simple and rough way to gain an advantage. The goddess of death trembled, with a look of panic in her eyes, and her hands instantly released the force. Pervert. You will sink into endless purgatory until you die. At the same time, the voice in his mind sounded again. 6 seconds. Su Bei did not doubt it, and continued to hold the panic face of the goddess of death with his hand, his expression calm. It was not until the black fire annihilated one pupil that Su Bei swung the sword reluctantly. 6 seconds have passed. Chapter 54, Foolproof Strategy. With the foolproof strategy prompt sound, winning is inevitable. Su Bei raised his foot and left. Behind him, the body of the goddess of death gradually disappeared. No time to mourn the dead goddess of death, because the most powerful god, the Valkyrie, is coming. As for where the sound came from, Su Bei had no time to think. Mainly, it was meaningless to think about it. So there was no need to think about it. For now, without the help of the sound, it would be difficult for him to pass the magic tower. Not to mention speed running. There is no other way except to continue to believe. Another place. Let death embrace you, and you will not fear death. Go, brave man. Embark on your journey. Luminara smiled. Bright and beautiful. She finally knew her mission. I am a brave man. I should eliminate evil and promote good, and kill all evil spirits. This is my mission. Luminara firmly believed in this. Even if her body was on the verge of destruction, her will was still as indestructible as a rock. It can only be said that she was severely brainwashed. The third floor. Fight. You must have an advantage. Hearing this, Su Bei gave up the trick of taking shortcuts and reapplied the buffs one by one. The Valkyrie held a white sword. Her eyes were gray. Her hair was long, and she was exactly the same height of 1.8 meters as Su Bei. White and black, from the person to the sword, were like two bright colors, facing each other on this field of only 20 meters in radius. From the field, this was a hard fight. When the Valkyrie raised her sword, the laws on her body roared, and the buffs exclusive to the Valkyrie went from 0 to 100. From the perspective of lethality, the increase is greater than Su Bei's, but not as comprehensive as Su Bei's. Go back. Collide. Draw the line between black and white, occupying this small battlefield. First there was silence, like the dullness before thunder. Then there was a rumbling sound of breaking, and then it turned into the collision and friction between swords. and the sound of ding-dong continued in the ears. The speed of the two changing their moves was extremely fast. The Valkyrie's sword did not need to be thought about. Her sword was worthy of the 4 words hundreds of hammers, and hundreds of times tempered. Every sword was the best solution. This was her innate offensive instinct. Su Bei's sword didn't need to be thought about. Wherever he thought of it, the sword would be there. His mind and action were highly consistent. The sword would always stop where it should stop. Without wasting extra energy, the two of them followed the same path, playing the purest fighting. The difference was that the Valkyrie was attacking, while Su Bei was defending. Su Bei's face was always calm. This fight was not special to him. It was no different from every fight before. Many collisions, bounces, and collisions again. There was no probing, and the attack was all out. The Valkyrie enjoyed this kind of battle very much. She was born to conquer and enjoyed it. She smiled and attacked with great force, indulging in it. However, Su Bei's purpose of fighting was not to win. Seeing that the opponent was indulging in fighting, Su Bei's goal was achieved. Blocking, deflecting the sword, and deflecting the Valkyrie. Gluttony cut towards the Valkyrie's legs lightly. The Valkyrie raised the sword, and Su Bei quickly changed his moves. Upward, cut off a strand of the Valkyrie's hair. The Valkyrie was stunned. What is this? From childhood to adulthood, she has never lost in close combat. Not even a hair's worth of disadvantage. The Valkyrie always kept a safe distance. And since the sword could not reach her, she dodged casually. But Su Bei's sword was not aimed at her. It was to cut a strand of her hair. Who would aim at the hair to cut? However, to achieve this level is enough to gain her recognition. If you pass, I will open the next level for you. The Valkyrie put away her sword before she could finish her words. Caw! A flash of light. Su Bei followed the prompt in his mind, and slashed with a clean and neat sword. Beheaded the young Valkyrie. Although it was not her true body, the Valkyrie was still a little confused. Why did he kill me? Outside the magic tower. Fuck. The 3rd floor. The princess is on the 3rd floor. As expected of a princess. A once-in-a-century combat genius. So she has the qualifications to pass the 5th floor. Hearing the voice, Jasmine subconsciously raised her head and looked in the direction of the voice. Princess. I am also a princess. Right? Even if I am not now, I can be considered half a princess if I round it up. Right? I thought you were talking about me. Forget it. What are you thinking about? Stupid Jasmine. Jasmine laughed at herself, then puffed up her mouth and was in a daze, thinking that Su Bei should take her shopping when he came out. Sitting here alone, it was a bit boring. At this time, Jasmine felt someone sitting next to her. She looked up and was stunned. Teacher Sophia? Came to the next floor. Books. Neatly arranged bookshelves. Books everywhere. This is a sea of books. Hall of Wisdom. The goddess of wisdom sat on an open book, her big magic hat almost covering her upper body. Seeing Su Bei coming, she was the only one who didn't want to fight right away. Su Bei stood still, didn't move forward, and calmly observed the surroundings. There was no prompt in his mind. Does it mean that this level does not need a strategy? Seeing Su Bei's cautious look, the goddess of wisdom put down the book in her hand and asked, "Which one am I?" "What number? Do you mean the number of levels?" 4. "Is it refreshed on the 4th level this time?" The goddess of wisdom sighed. "Then there is no need to fight. I am not your opponent." The goddess of wisdom surrendered without thinking. She is not good at fighting. In terms of fighting power, she is not as good as any god. If the opponent can pass 3 levels in a row, it will not be a problem to beat her. Answer me 3 questions. If I am satisfied, I will give you my blessing. Seeing that Su Bei was silent and his hand was stroking the hilt of the sword, the goddess of wisdom paused while turning the book, her face serious. "What are you doing? I asked you what you were doing. What exactly are you going to do?" Su Bei raised his foot and prepared to draw his sword. The goddess of wisdom swallowed her saliva and continued, "Do you have to do this? If you insist on doing it, then I will bless you." Su Bei paused. The goddess of wisdom was about to chant, but when she saw that Su Bei had not yet let go of her hand, she pulled her lips and said, "If I bless you, you can't cut me, right? Although I'm not good at fighting, I'm not made of dough. You suffer if you provoke me." The goddess of wisdom has made it clear that he is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. The goddess of wisdom may be the shame of the gods. She is also an outlier among the gods. Su Bei no longer hesitated and drew his sword. It seems that he can't survive in this situation. The serious expression that the goddess of wisdom squeezed out instantly collapsed, revealing a bitter face, and said indignantly, "You are the doe. I tell you, you can be happy if you provoke me. I will use actual actions to tell you that I am the most easily bullied god in the kingdom of God. It's me who suffers all the time." As soon as the words fell, with a click sound, the goddess of wisdom turned into book fragments, and the book she was sitting on snapped closed. She committed suicide? What a scene. Could it be that the goddess of wisdom is also a funny person? Su Bei frowned. The young gods in front were not very smart. Or they looked like gods, without any extra dialogue or emotions. The goddess of wisdom was an exception. But maybe she was too distinctive. Could it be that the goddess of wisdom was not in the kingdom of God, but was hiding in the human world? So this spirit was so vivid. Until entering the next level. Su Bei still couldn't figure it out for a long time. Chapter 55. Forward or backward? This is a question. The 5th floor. The goddess of luck turned her back to the entrance, wearing a red dress that exposed half of her shoulders, holding a glass of red wine in her hand, watching the coin spinning in front of her. She didn't look back, pointing at the coin in front of her. Guess the front and back. At the same time, the reminder sound in Su Bei's mind sounded again. Don't guess. Don't ask. Don't talk. The goddess of luck hates bad smells. Use sweat odor. Su Bei nodded and stepped forward. The goddess of luck still didn't look back, and pressed the coin with her middle finger, turning it to the front. Suddenly, Su Bei's legs were knotted and rolled forward. The probability of this event for Su Bei was almost 0. But it could be magnified to 100% by the goddess of luck. Su Bei didn't stop, and then rolled forward quickly, approaching the goddess of luck and slashing the sword horizontally. The sword suddenly flew out of his hand. It's not that he didn't hold it. It's that his hand cramped. Is this really possible? Su Bei realized that the style of this battle would be different. The goddess of luck in her childhood was different from the previous gods. The goddess of luck was the darling of the world, and she would pick up treasures wherever she went. She never had to look for opportunities, because opportunities followed her footsteps. And Su Bei, who was hostile to her, was deprived of luck. Fortunately, the goddess of luck was only at the 3rd level. Otherwise, Su Bei would have no chance at all if he cast the spell in the direction of bad luck. Also because luck is relative. The goddess of luck stood on the side of extreme luck. Then Su Bei, who wanted to kill the goddess of luck, would become unlucky. Su Bei was not affected by the sword that slipped out of his hand. He opened his sword-holding hand and grabbed the goddess of luck. The ground cracked. Su Bei staggered and fell from behind the goddess of luck to the front. He stood up and grabbed the gluttony that fell at his feet again. At this time, the goddess of luck also stood up and looked at Su Bei straight. In her hand, the coin turned again. In his mind, the voice prompt sounded again. In a short period of time, create multiple different events. Su Bei nodded and opened his hands. The magic power in his body circulated, and a bright light shone from his body. The luck of the 3rd level should be limited, as long as there are enough events. It is enough to break the limit of the 3rd level. Holy Light. A 1st level skill. All professions on the Holy Light side can learn it. It is not very useful. It can only illuminate. However, after Su Bei practiced it to the extreme, it is not just illumination. It is enough to blind the enemy's eyes. A sword shot out from the light towards the goddess of luck, just grazing her cheek and deflecting. However, Su Bei tied a piece of black cloth behind the hilt of the sword, forcibly changing the trajectory of the sword, and slashed the neck of the goddess of luck again. The goddess of luck stared at the black cloth, which broke in an instant in front of her eyes, and at the same time a black hard object shot out from the light. The goddess of luck did not have time to turn her head in time. When she turned her head, she saw the black soles of the feet slapping at her face. Luck was still in motion, and the shoes could not touch her. It was just a sock hidden in the shoe. It smelled sour. The smell was not transmitted by close contact. The goddess of luck frowned, and tried hard to hold back the urge to vomit. It was also because of her lack of concentration that she could not maintain her absolute luck at this moment, leaving only her relative luck. The goddess of luck was lucky. So, her cheek was not rubbed by the sock, but just the air passing by made the goddess of luck completely unable to hold back. For her, it was better to die than to smell such a bad smell. Seizing the moment when the other party was in a trance, Su Bei raised his hand and struck with his sword. He sent the goddess of luck to fulfill her wish. This time, he did not wait for the prompt in his mind to give the time. It was already the 5th floor. It was enough to get here. Outside the magic tower. The 5th floor was passed. All 5 floors were passed. My God. This princess is invincible. To be honest, I believe that the princess could do it from the beginning. Bullshit. Since the descendant of the Duke fell on the 2nd floor. You said that no one could pass the 3rd floor. Get lost. After a while, the 5th floor of the magic tower flashed again. The scene was instantly quiet. Did that thing flash twice just now? How is that possible? I must have seen it wrong. No. It was indeed twice. I would rather believe that I saw it wrong. Fuck. How is that possible? If anyone else can pass the 5th floor, wouldn't he be blessed by 5 gods? Is it possible that the magic tower is delayed? Outside the magic tower, there was chaos. Sophia smiled with relief. After all, Su Bei hadn't come out yet. Beside her, Jasmine's body trembled even more. I want to go in. I really want to go in. I can't control myself. No. Mr. Su Bei told me to wait for him. After the 5th floor, 2 teleportation arrays fell in front of Su Bei, and a treasure chest was placed between the teleportation arrays. It was just like going through a dungeon. But there was a box on the next floor of the dungeon. And there was one after the 5th floor of the magic tower. Su Bei's luck in picking up boxes has always been bad. Not to mention that he just killed the goddess of luck. And the luck column was debuffed. But opening boxes is the romance of otakus. Although he knows that he is not a rich man, Su Bei expects to get a golden legend every time he opens a box. The main thing is that he can't expect a guarantee. There is no guarantee in fantasy world. He can only hope for a lucky break. Open the box. No light. There is not even white light. Let alone the green, blue, purple, orange, black and red after that. Black as expected. Su Bei reached out and took out a card. The effect of the invitation letter from the Goddess of Wisdom. The Goddess of Wisdom invites you to visit her kingdom of God. Oh! It's not black. The treasure in the box was replaced by the Goddess of Wisdom. No wonder there is not even the lowest level of white light. What a vengeful guy. Su Bei put away the invitation letter and did not intend to use it. He also did not intend to enter the next level. He turned back silently and walked towards the portal of departure. Continue down. Seeing Su Bei leave, the voice in his mind suddenly rang. It sounded a little anxious. Unfortunately, Su Bei didn't intend to listen to him. He didn't think the owner of this voice would be a good bird. And he might have some bad ideas. He knew so much about gods. At least at the level of gods. Maybe he wanted to take over his body after he passed the level. It was a good choice for Su Bei to stop while he was ahead. Besides, these battles were not easy. Su Bei's physical strength was greatly consumed. And his mind was not focused. In his current state, he obviously had no conditions to continue going down. So, the owner of the voice in Su Bei's mind became anxious. Wait a minute. Don't go. Don't go. You have to continue going down. If you don't continue going down, how can you protect the people around you? You know she belongs to the Demon King. Don't you? At the same time, several sentences sounded at the same time. And the mind was buzzing like firecrackers, stopping Su Bei's foot from stepping into the teleportation array. Su Bei was silent. After a long time, Su Bei looked up and asked, "Who are you?" Chapter 56. Jasmine is the Demon King. Jasmine is the Demon King. Su Bei knew it. And Su Bei thought that no one else knew it except him. And Su Bei knew it a long time ago. In other words, Su Bei was skeptical from the beginning. And this suspicion turned into certainty in the subsequent coincidences. For example, on the way here, the Slime King approached Jasmine. Before that, on the night when he returned from the Silent Village, Gluttony went crazy for no reason. Even before that, the assassination that Su Bei had planned for 3 years. At the time when the Demon King was supposed to appear, Su Bei saw Jasmine running for her life at the entrance of the Winter Dungeon. Since then, Su Bei has always had some doubts. However, when Su Bei first saw Jasmine, he was sure that she was a person. A living person. Very cute. She had all the good things that a human girl should have. And the etiquette and manners she had developed since childhood in an aristocratic family. And she was also lively and active. Which was not bad at all, but rather showed the vitality of a girl. no matter why she would become the Demon King in the future. But when Su Bei saw her, she was just a weak and helpless princess who had difficulty surviving. So, after seeing Jasmine for the first time, Su Bei let her go and turned away. The kindness released by Su Bei had a chain reaction. That was why. Later, Jasmine proposed new conditions and naturally established a bond with Su Bei. As for the result, Su Bei was very happy with it. Nothing is more reassuring than holding the thigh of the future Demon King. Moreover, Jasmine was protected by him. As a young man of the new era with a sound outlook on life, Su Bei had to change the Devil King into a sunny and cheerful one even if he was naughty. Moreover, the Devil King was not naughty at all, but very well behaved. So, Su Bei started the Devil King training plan. Who said the Devil King was the evil one? Novels don't like to write like this. Jasmine was just a very pitiful person. If Su Bei had taken good care of the child from the beginning, there might not be a Devil King in the future. Without the confrontation between the devil and the hero, the world would not be destroyed. Right? In this way, Su Bei can live in peace. It would be fine if he didn't take action. But once Su Bei took action, he must grasp the most critical note of the plot. After all, masters only fight key battles. Su Bei was not panicked when the voice in his mind revealed Jasmine's identity, but his thoughts kept surging. Then, Su Bei asked a very critical question. Who are you? This small area echoed with Su Bei's voice, and there was no response for a long time. In fact, it doesn't matter who the other party is. At least it doesn't matter to Su Bei. It's not strange to hear an unfamiliar name, but the other party's attitude is very important. Is it a threat or cooperation? Can we talk or have to fight? Come up. I don't have the strength to pass the message. I swear, I have no ill will towards you. Okay. Before the other party finished speaking, Su Bei nodded and turned around. He had a lot of questions to ask. As for danger, the strongest in the magic tower is only the 3rd level. It's hard to say who is dangerous. It's just a bit troublesome. In the past, I hated the boring and long plots that could not be skipped when playing games. Now I have to suffer this. After that, with the help of sound, Su Bei started a long time of brushing the tower, and the speed was kept in sync with Luminera, always entering the next level at the same time. The 6th floor, the 7th floor, the 8th floor, outside the magic tower. Fuck. Your Highness is really killing crazy. I am happy to see it. Your Highness is always a god. It has been more than 2 hours since Luminera and Su Bei entered. The adventurers and nobles waiting for news outside the venue were like chicken blood, betting on which level the princess could reach. In addition, the team of the Holy Light Church also arrived. They originally planned to let the 3rd level in the team enter the tower as soon as possible, so as to start the awakening ceremony with the blessing of the Holy Light Goddess. However, after knowing that the princess was still among them, the team of the Holy Light Church also stopped, curious about what the other party could eventually reach. According to records, the last person who could reach the 15th floor had become a new god thief, taking a path that had never been created before, which is also one of the most popular assassin god paths nowadays. It is said that when a thief reaches the level of a god thief, he can steal all the pants in a city with one hand, and he can also replace everyone with a new pair of pants without anyone noticing. His technique can be called superb. The person involved will not feel anything at all. This is the horror of the gods. Does that princess also have the talent to become a god? Behind, Sophia has stopped doing research for a long time. After seeing someone pass the 10th floor, Sophia lost interest in any research at hand. After seeing the Manchuhan banquet, no one cares whether there is a piece of bread in front of the meal. Su Bei is the Manchuhan banquet that is worth Sophia giving up bread. At present, Sophia just wants to study Su Bei's body. It would be best if it is now. By the way, how did Su Bei do it? How can he pass the 10th floor? Is there a cheat? Jasmine looked at the light gradually rising from the magic tower, and her eyes began to become cloudy. That tower. It's calling me. Just like gluttony back then. No. Can't go. Can't cause trouble for Mr. Su Bei. Jasmine clenched her knees, inflicting pain to stay awake. 10th floor. 15th floor. 20th floor. Every 5 floors, Su Bei would stay for a while according to Luminera rhythm. This period of time is when Luminera opens the treasure chest, and it is also when Su Bei rests. Later, Su Bei could only barely keep up with Luminera's speed. Subei's lack of energy was one reason. Luminera received more and more blessings, which was also a reason. Subei was getting weaker and weaker, while Luminera was getting stronger rapidly. Moreover, Subei's clearance condition was to kill the gods, while Luminera clearance condition was to obtain the blessings of the gods. So after the 20th floor, Subei fought with all his strength. He killed them all in one go. Fortunately, the gods in the last 4 floors were not good at fighting. Otherwise, there would probably be a deviation in the time when Luminera entered the next floor. Subei didn't want to get angry as soon as he went out. After such a difficult chase, Subei finally stood at the exit of the 24th floor of the magic tower. Then, he slowly entered the 25th floor. Opposite him was a tall man with wings, and behind him was a not-so-conspicuous black long sword. That man was an angel. The other party smiled slightly, and cast an approving look at Subei. I finally waited for you. Su. Approaching a little, Subei recognized the angel based on the plot in the game. The goddess of wisdom walks on earth. The 9th in the angel sequence. A demigod-level existence. The omniscient angel Michael. Behind him, the first demon sword in the demon sequence. The chaos demon sword Apophis is inserted. No! The moment he recognized the other party, Subei's eyes narrowed immediately. Raise your hand and strike with a sword. You can be any god, but you can never be an existence below this. Even if you are a demigod, your level is not high enough. How can a demigod know so many secrets of other gods? Wait, what are you doing? Don't chop. Don't chop. It's really painful if you chop again. Chapter 57. Don't chop. Don't chop. You can't revive if you chop again. The all-knowing angel used his voice to make a statement that was completely inconsistent with his character. In the game plot, the all-knowing angel's character is gentle and calm. Now he looks like an idiot. This made Subei feel very inconsistent and familiar at the same time, combined with the fact that only the goddess of wisdom was alive in the magic tower, and the prompt sound did not give the goddess of wisdom's weakness. In summary, Subei easily locked the other party's identity. Wisdom? No. I'm the all-knowing angel. The fake all-knowing angel answered very quickly, as if he had done his homework and brainwashed himself in advance. And his tone was firm, as if he was going to join a pyramid scheme. Soon, the all-knowing angel's expression management collapsed. Wait. Wait. Put the knife away. I told you to put the knife away. Stay away from me. Stay away from me quickly. Subei's movements were not fast, because slowness is the most frightening. That's how the fake all-knowing angel was scared and kept retreating, and spoke very fast, like a Gatling gun. Duh. Spewing words. Put down the knife. Think clearly. Disrespecting the omniscient angel is disrespecting the goddess of wisdom. After you cut the spirit of the goddess of wisdom, you also want to cut the servants of the goddess of wisdom. I tell you, you are finished. Subei, you are really finished. You are on a narrow road. I tell you. Here, the goddess of wisdom will not let you eat well. I advise you to stop immediately and worship the goddess of wisdom. Let her eat and drink well and provide her with faith. Otherwise you will be cursed that knowledge will never enter your brain. What do you want to do? I ask you. What do you want to do? Aren't you afraid of divine punishment? No matter how useless the goddess of wisdom is, she is still a god, and she can easily kill you with a book. You are disrespectful to the gods. Are you ready to pay an unbearable price? Put down your sword immediately and kiss my instep, and I will accept you as my second angel. Oh no. It's not me. It's my god. The second angel under the goddess of wisdom. The little angel of wisdom. If you want to express your gratitude, you'd better do it now. You won't have the chance in the next second. The speed of speech became faster and faster. The omniscient angel felt that his words were a little hot, and his voice became sharper and louder. Until the next second, Subei's sword was placed on the neck of the fake omniscient angel, and the other party admitted his defeat. Finally, he stopped his mouth cannon. Okay. I admit that I am the goddess of wisdom. Now that you know I am the goddess of wisdom, you are not allowed to do anything. Obviously, the wise little angel is not bad. It would be great if we all turned a blind eye and pretended that nothing happened. I can still give you my priesthood, and it is not impossible to give you my path to becoming a god. I am the goddess of wisdom. Do you know how many people will kneel down and pray to me when I walk in the world? You are a guy who has no respect for God. You can only bully weak persimmons like me. Seeing Subejian move up a little, the goddess of wisdom immediately stopped mumbling and raised her hands high. No. No. I won't say it's spicy. Boom. With a sound, smoke floated up. The smoke came quickly and dispersed quickly. As the smoke dispersed, the body of the omniscient angel also disappeared. Immediately, a pair of white legs stretched out from the smoke. Further up, an open book floated. In the middle of the page, a girl in a long blue elegant dress sat, her upper body invisible, because a blue magic hat covered half of her body. She looked a size bigger than the young goddess of wisdom on the 4th floor. She was estimated to be about 1.56 meters tall. But the blue magic hat was also a size bigger, so it covered as much of the body as it should. Maybe she felt socially dead, so she covered her face. However, Su Bei thought that the goddess of wisdom would look more socially dead if she dressed like this. Whose child is pretending to be a person with a hat? What's the matter? Ignoring the meaningless chatter before, Su Bei simply and clearly asked the other party's purpose. Of course. Why else would I call you? I want to make a deal with you. Perhaps it was an occupational disease. The goddess of wisdom suddenly tried to pretend to be serious. And she really looked a bit serious. She took off her hat, revealing a cute face. You say. Su Bei nodded. 3 choices. The goddess of wisdom stretched out 3 fingers on her left hand, stretched out her right hand, and first pressed her index finger down. The first one. Kill Jasmine. I will allow you to enter my kingdom of God when you are in danger, and guarantee that you can live until you die of old age. The invitation I give you is permanent. Su Bei narrowed his eyes slightly, and listened to the goddess of wisdom continue. Is it your dream to live? Killing the demon king means that there will be fewer confrontations between heroes and demons in the world. And there will be fewer wars. And I protect you. You have enough to live until you don't want to live anymore. Then the goddess of wisdom stretched out her hand, and drew a circle in front of Su Bei. And continued, you stab the circle with a sword. And no one will know that you killed her. How about it? Inside the circle was Jasmine, who was sitting on the steps, tightly holding her thighs, and stuffing snacks into her mouth, trying to suppress her instinctive impulses with her appetite. Standing inside this magic tower, you can still hear Jasmine mumbling softly. Mr. Su Bei, you have to work hard. Come back to Jasmine soon. Jasmine can't bear it any longer. I want to enter that tower. Will it feel better if I go in? No. I can't go in. Mr. Su Bei asked me to wait for him. But it's really hard to bear. Jasmine wants to go home. Su Bei was silent and raised his sword. You know Jasmine is the devil. If you keep her by your side and play the cultivation game, isn't it just treating her as a tool to survive in the future? Instead of playing the cultivation game, it's better to play with the ready-made one. How about you follow me and enjoy the good life? Indeed, the plan proposed by the goddess of wisdom was very attractive to Su Bei. At least it was so for Su Bei, who had just come to this world. Because at that time, for Su Bei who knew the ending, living was more important than anything else. Coming to this world, he was more like a passerby, leaving nothing behind. Killing a future demon king should not be a psychological burden for Su Bei. He only needed to give up an insignificant person, a troublemaker who had known him for a few months, and he could live forever. How could he resist such a great benefit? But now, if you ask Su Bei whether the ending or the process is more important, Su Bei cannot give an answer immediately. However, Su Bei now feels uncomfortable just by mentioning the idea of drawing the sword on Jasmine. His heart is like a blockage held tightly by a hand, and even breathing takes all his strength. That Jasmine who is waiting for her obediently outside the magic tower. Is it just as he planned at the beginning? Just a tool to train him to survive in the future? Su Bei knew the answer. At the moment he raised the sword, he had already made a choice in his heart. Now I will solve this concern for you. What do you think? The voice stopped abruptly. Swish. The sword drew an arc of light and stopped on the goddess of wisdom again, blocking her mouth fiercely. I can't do it like I did at the beginning. Jasmine, we are already family. Calm, the silence lasted only a moment. It seems that you also realize that this is not a game. You care more about the bond you have established than living. Don't you? The goddess of wisdom smiled faintly and continued to pull down the second finger. There was a lot of information hidden in the words. The goddess of wisdom knew more than Su Bei imagined. She even knew that he had played this game. Before Su Bei could think about it, the goddess of wisdom proposed a second plan. Then the second choice. You leave her. I will give you the same benefits as before. How about it? Su Bei's sword did not loosen, but got closer to the goddess of wisdom. Oh, if you don't choose any of them, then there is only the third one left. The goddess of wisdom retracted the last finger and said faintly, pull out the sword. Give it to Jasmine. Help her become the demon king. And let the plot go on the right track, you think. What do you think? Su Bei smiled and slashed out with a sword. Choose 4. Chapter 58, signing a contract with the goddess of wisdom. Su Bei decided to see if the goddess of wisdom could withstand a blow before considering whether to kill her or make peace. It can only be said that Su Bei is a thinker. So, Su Bei slashed at the forehead of the goddess of wisdom with a sword. Of course, although the goddess of wisdom is a fun person, if you really treat her as a fun person, then Su Bei will become a fun person. Among the gods, he is not good at fighting, but only relative to the gods. What's more, the goddess of wisdom standing here is not a copy monster spawned by the magic tower. It is very likely that there is a slight connection with the main body. This means that the power held by this goddess of wisdom is at least at the level of a god. Su Bei slashed the air with his sword. The sword force was isolated and absorbed by the invisible blue air, sweeping away waves of air. It was like hitting cotton, pushing the goddess of wisdom away 10 meters. Looking closely, you can see a circle of light blue surrounding her, sweeping away the surrounding air like water waves. Magic shield. A unique defensive skill of the mage profession. Exchanging magic power for an energy shield, which can resist most damage. How much magic power does the goddess of wisdom have? This is a question that even gods cannot fully understand. But the magic shield is not as hard as imagined. This shows that the goddess of wisdom in front of him is not complete. It feels that compared to other gods, wisdom's combat power is indeed a bit weaker than that of the third level. Su Bei stood with the sword in his hand, thinking about the possibility of burying the clone of the goddess of wisdom and taking the magic sword away for research. The probability is not low. It's 50 to 50. Ha ha. There's no need to be so anxious. From a distance, the goddess of wisdom laughed with her hands on her belly. Although she was covered in dust, she didn't care about her image at all, but continued, do you really think I'm a soft persimmon? You don't take the gods seriously. Even if I am a spiritual clone standing here, I am still connected to the original body. I am a god. The voice of the goddess of wisdom sounded solemn and sacred. However, Su Bei felt that the other party was pretending. This was the impression the goddess of wisdom gave him. It's also a stereotype. It feels like anyone can pinch it. It's a soft and weak persimmon. By the way, just now, Luminara successfully pulled out another sword. She has become a hero. The goddess of wisdom continued. My other clone is still dragging her. I won't waste time with you. The main thing is that there is no point in fighting. How about this? You pull out the sword and leave. Otherwise you will expose your identity when you leave the tower. And it will not be safe for you and Jasmine. By the way, I have given you an invitation. I hope you can come to my kingdom of God when you are free. Of course, you can rest assured. God is very generous. And I am also very generous. Hee. I won't go. You are level 3 in the magic tower. You are not outside. Without thinking, Su Bei immediately rejected this possibility. Su Bei didn't think that he could get the careful hospitality of the goddess of wisdom if he treated her like this. It seems that the other party is very vindictive. If he is not careful, he will be left behind as a male slave. However, Su Bei was still a little surprised by the goddess of wisdom's direct action of giving the sword. Wasn't she worried that she would not give the magic sword to Jasmine if she got it? The goddess of wisdom was sincere and seemed to be giving the magic sword to everyone. But Su Bei felt that she had other intentions. Yes, she was afraid. Her spirit was very important, and she was afraid that I would chop her. Su Bei did not go to get the sword. Since the other party agreed, there was no need to rush to get the sword. The sword would not run away. But the goddess of wisdom will run away. From the looks of the other party, she just wants to get rid of me. So, Su Bei stood up straight and put forward his request. I have a few questions. You treat me like this, and you still want me to answer your questions? You really have been a soft persimmon too many times. Click. Su Bei weighed the pros and cons and narrowed his eyes. If the soft approach doesn't work, then I have to feed you the hard approach. Su Bei drew his sword again and stepped forward. He had to get a few answers even if it meant blaspheming the gods. This is the closest Su Bei has ever been to finding the answer and resolving his confusion. In this world, perhaps no one knows more than the goddess of wisdom. If you miss this opportunity, there will be no next opportunity in a short time. After all, the whereabouts of the gods are erratic, and the kingdom of God is in a different dimension. In Su Bei's opinion, the goddess of wisdom is much more attractive than the magic sword on the 25th floor. No matter what, you have to find a way to arrest the goddess of wisdom. Wait a minute. I mean, since you are quite pious to me, I can answer your 3 questions with reluctance. The goddess of wisdom once again held up 3 fingers and said seriously, and this has a price. You will owe me a favor and return it to me when I need it in the future. Because knowledge is my authority. Knowledge is priceless. But in my case, it must be clearly marked and cannot violate this principle. What do you think? Of course, if you don't agree, I won't answer your questions. Then I let you taste whether the persimmon you squeezed is soft or not. The goddess of wisdom began to emit a source of magic power, which was much weaker than the goddess of elements. But it could not be easily ignored. It was a god-level pressure. And Su Bei had no weakness hint this time. Want to fight? Su Bei paused, then put away his sword. Quit it while you are ahead. 1 favor. In exchange for 3 problems. It can also ease the relationship with the goddess of wisdom. For Su Bei, this deal is worth it. After all, after leaving the magic tower, Su Bei is still at the 3rd level. But the goddess of wisdom is not at the 3rd level. Moreover, she has a servant, the omniscient angel, who is at the level of a demigod, and many fanatical believers. Without much thought, Su Bei nodded. Okay. And at the moment when Su Bei agreed, he felt something passing through his body. Can't see, can't touch, but can feel. Su Bei felt that there was an invisible line on his body, and the other end of the line was tied to the goddess of wisdom. The two were connected by this line. It was like signing some kind of contract. Is this the authority of God? It seemed like some kind of world rule. In the game, Su Bei had reached the maximum level more than once. And when facing a demon king or a hero of the same maximum level, he had to fill a backpack with ancient relics, god treasures, and a set of top-level fully enhanced or targeted legendary equipment in order to sneak attack and kill the opponent when he was exhausted and his weapon was not in his hand. After killing one of them, Su Bei had no ability to resist the other's blackened anger and was killed instantly. He couldn't even last a round. You should know that Su Bei has tried various professions, and they are all at the maximum level, just 1 step away from becoming a god. But even so, as the 2 most special protagonists in the game, they can kill the maximum level players, but they still haven't reached the level of gods. I think it's because they lack this special authority. And just after Su Bei agreed to the request of the goddess of wisdom, the expression of the goddess of wisdom suddenly collapsed. The energy that was forced to be held on his body was instantly released. Great. If you hit me again, you're done for. We have already signed the contract. The goddess of wisdom collapsed directly. She collapsed on the page of the book, and became as soft as mud without bones. Only a limp ball was left. Su Bei was stunned, suspecting that he had been fooled. Perhaps by putting a knife on the other party's neck to trade, he could get the answer he wanted without paying a price. But it was not without benefits. At least this way, he didn't have to offend a living god. At this moment, the goddess of wisdom was seen lying on the book, shaking her feet. No longer pretending to be strong and solemn, she fanned her hands, as if to disperse the cold sweat on her body due to nervousness. Then, she relaxed and stretched. The goddess of wisdom smiled and said, Ask. Ask. I will tell you. No matter what the question is. As long as I can tell, I will tell you. Chapter 59 The Demon King and the Hero. The goddess of wisdom looked happy and relaxed, and didn't take the question Su Bei wanted to ask to heart. After all, wisdom is her authority, and no question can stump her. Su Bei thought silently. It was meaningless to consider whether he was fooled at this moment. It's better to think seriously about what to ask. Su Bei first asked the question he had wanted to ask since the beginning. What are the Demon King and the Hero? Su Bei thought about this question for a long time. Is it an identity, a symbol, or some kind of power? It was this question that made the goddess of wisdom suddenly serious. Her eyes froze for a moment, and she showed some goddess attitude. It seemed that Su Bei's question directly hit the truth at the core of the world. The goddess of wisdom said slowly, Originally, this matter is beyond your reach at this level. But it's not a big deal. So it doesn't matter if you talk about it. The goddess of wisdom closed her eyes, sorted out her thoughts, and then said, to put it simply, the Demon King is the leader of the Demon Clan. After the Demon Clan was suppressed too badly, the chosen son of the Demon Clan gathered together and took on the mission of reviving the Demon Clan. And the heroes are the most special physiques chosen by the gods, able to accept the blessings of most gods, protect humans on behalf of the gods, fight against the devil, and suppress the rise of the demons. This is what most people guess, even among the demigods. They think so. Then, the goddess of wisdom continued to say a terrible truth that was enough to drive the whole world completely crazy. But in fact, the devil also represents a unique way to become a god. There is only one way, and the position of God is still vacant. The specific promotion route of this path is hidden in the Demon King Sequence 1, which is the magic sword behind me. The corresponding path is the other hidden path of the Angel Sequence 1. The brave man. Su Bei's mind was buzzing. It felt that the common sense he had built up from playing games had been severely impacted, and it took a long time to let it go. The Demon King is the son of destiny born with the weakening of the demon race. The brave man is the chosen son of God who is blessed by the gods. The two are natural opposites. This is a fact that Su Bei has known for a long time. Su Bei would not be surprised to get confirmation from the goddess of wisdom. It was just that what was said later, that the Demon King and the hero were still on the path to becoming a god, which shocked Su Bei. This is a feasible path to becoming a god that no one has taken yet. In this case, the promotion path of the Demon King and the hero is not something that anyone can obtain. It's just that compared to the protagonist, it lacks the blessing of the gods and the luck of the Demon King. This means that anyone can become a Demon King and a hero, as long as they can get the exclusive path. Moreover, if you reach the top of this road before the Demon King and the hero, you can replace the identities of the two. Then, Su Bei quickly thought of a never-before-seen idea. Is there a possibility? If someone obtains these two paths at the same time and can be promoted to a demigod one step ahead of Jasmine and Luminera, you can be both a hero and a Demon King. In this way, as long as you kill this guy, you can kill the two protagonists with one sword, and there will be no war in the future? Don't think too much. Although it is a path to godhood, it is also a path to godhood exclusive to the Demon King and the hero. Even if others obtain it, not only can they not meet the prerequisites, but they will also have difficulties in promotion. Moreover, only the Demon King and the hero can draw the Demon Sword and the Holy Sword. Isn't this common sense? Besides, even if someone really meets all the above requirements, it is impossible for him to be promoted as fast as the Demon King and the hero. For the Demon King and the hero, upgrading is as easy as drinking water. Even if there is no path, they can still upgrade by lying down. It's just that the path is faster and stronger. For them, it is a path to becoming a god. But for others, it is just a last-minute meal. It is impossible to go there. The goddess of wisdom's ruthless tone directly dispelled Su Bei's unrealistic fantasy. Yes, if it can be easily replaced, there must be players who can figure it out when playing the game. For players, are there any hidden dungeons, hidden branches, and hidden professions that cannot be studied? Fantasy World is just a standalone game, and it is completely possible to go back and play it 100 times for a purpose. This is a common thing, and Su Bei is such a person. But Su Bei had never heard of such news circulating on the forum. He suppressed his thoughts and put this shocking news aside for the time being. Then, Su Bei asked the second question. Jasmine is a human. Why is she a Demon King? The goddess of wisdom said without hesitation, she was born to be a Demon King, just like Luminera was born to be a hero. What nonsense literature! Su Bei frowned, and only listened to the goddess of wisdom continue to explain. Jasmine has been blessed since she was born, but she was reincarnated as a human. If she reincarnates somewhere else, she could be a cat girl, a fox man, an elf, a dwarf, or even a goblin or a minotaur. In short, she was a Demon King first, and then a human. This is indeed the question that Su Bei has always had. I didn't expect the answer to be so incredible, but it was reasonable. The goddess of wisdom smiled at Su Bei. Who said that a Demon King can't be a human? She can't escape. It should be her. So it can only be hers. Fatalism? Su Bei had a preconceived notion that the Demon King must have demon blood, so he couldn't be a human. Actually, that's not necessary. Just like the leader of a flock of sheep is a sheepdog, the leader of the demons can also be human. Jasmine demon blood may not be innate, but acquired. It's possible through blood transfusion, hematopoiesis, or through the path of demon king promotion. Or maybe she is continuously transfusing blood. One last question. What are you going to ask? Su Bei hesitated. After a long while, he asked, what will happen in the future if Jasmine fails to become the demon king? The goddess of wisdom fell silent. She was thinking. Obviously this is not a question. It is something that has not happened yet. It involves time and fate. So there is no fixed answer. I originally wanted to answer you that there is no such possibility. But I don't think you will be satisfied with this answer. This question is very tricky. It's hard for me to answer you. But I can show you some of the most likely futures. Then, the goddess of wisdom drew a circle in the air and tapped it lightly. This involves the authority of the goddess of fate. Fortunately, she and I are good sisters. So I can borrow a little authority to use. She shouldn't be so stingy. Right? Chapter 60 Destiny. As the goddess of wisdom pointed her finger, the circle continued to ripple and gradually condensed into a mirror. Look up. Let me show you the long river of destiny that has always been predetermined in countless timelines. It is so thick, hanging there, and there will never be any tributaries. He is a fact that has been determined in countless timelines and countless rivers of destiny. That is, an event that will definitely happen. Just look. Su Bei looked up. The mirror was shimmering, and a colorful picture gradually emerged, on which was the entrance to the winter dungeon. That was where Su Bei first met Jasmine. Act 1. Jasmine stumbled into the winter dungeon. This time, she did not meet Su Bei. With her affinity with monsters, Jasmine could easily get along with the monsters. She lived on the 20th floor of the winter dungeon, which was a volcanic crater with beautiful scenery, and was the only place in the winter dungeon suitable for human habitation. Jasmine integrated into the monster family. As time passed, the Duz Empire gradually investigated the winter city, and more adventurers came here. The monsters were killed by adventurers without reason, and died one by one in front of Jasmine. Finally, an adventurer reached the 20th floor and destroyed this paradise. Hey, there is a hybrid with demon blood here. I will catch it and raise it as a pet. Jasmine fought hard and fell into a state of near death. Then she turned into a demon and started a burst, killing all the invading adventurers. This killing was spread outside the dungeon, and everyone knew the existence of the Demon King and began to attack the winter dungeon. Jasmine was forced to stand on the opposite side of humans. She realized that defense alone could not solve the problem. She struggled to support herself and launched the Demon Tide to occupy Winter City. Then she went to the Demon Tower, got promoted, and fled everywhere to survive. She wandered around all her life. Finally, she had a decisive battle with the brave team, and died in the hands of the enemy. Then, the screen continued to flicker, showing the ruins in every corner of the world. That was the mess left after the war. The screen was still. The goddess of wisdom looked indifferent, as if she had long been accustomed to this plot. She said lightly, well, it is also a possibility. In fact, there is a possibility that the Demon King kills the brave, but the probability is not as high as being killed. In short, this timeline is meaningless. Because you appeared. You shouldn't have appeared in any timeline. And because of your appearance, the future will change. Next, I will adjust the time to the various possible endings after you appeared. This is a timeline I haven't observed yet. The screen fluctuates again. Second week. Winter Dungeon. Su Bei successfully intercepted Jasmine. This time, Su Bei showed no mercy and stabbed Jasmine with a sword. Jasmine's blood gradually dried up and her face turned pale. She wondered why this happened. Why was it always her? Why did she still have to die after escaping for so long? Why did she lose hope just after seeing hope? Why did she deserve to die? She had many questions, but couldn't ask them. In the end, she could only look at the sky, lie back straight, and face death with a smile. She thought, I must not suffer so much in my next life. Then, Jasmine turned into a demon, and exploded, emitting a black aura of death. The magic power spread out around her, forming invisible flowers, which then exploded one after another. These flowers were Jasmine's full magic power, so much that her body couldn't hold it, enough to squander at will. She raised her hand. Her movements were stiff, and she lost her mind like a zombie. launching a random attack on Su Bei. But even though the first level Jasmine launched an explosion, she was still no match for Su Bei. Soon, Jasmine died again at Su Bei's hands. Then, Jasmine transformed into the second stage, and her body gradually grew larger and taller, from 1.5 meters to 1.8 meters, and finally to 2 meters. Her hair turned into a deep black, and her expression was as indifferent as porcelain. Every time she pointed out a wave of pure magic power, enough to penetrate a forest. After a battle, Su Bei died. Jasmine lay on the ground, completely blackened. Then, it was the same reincarnation as before. The picture was still TSK. Although the probability of this timeline is very low. I didn't expect that you in another timeline actually tried it. The goddess of wisdom watched with relish. She took out the grill, and used the book pages as firewood to roast a small sweet potato. She ate it like a little black man, with a mouth full of black smoke. Come on. Let's take a look at the next one. Third round. Su Bei adopted Jasmine. And the timeline is exactly the same as the current one. However, Su Bei in this timeline did not deal with the incident in Silent Village in advance. As a result, Jasmine turned evil and all the people in Silent Village died tragically, including the teammates who formed a team with Jasmine and teacher Amanla. No one was left alive. That's why Jasmine's identity as the Demon King was exposed, and everyone believed that it was Jasmine who massacred the civilians of the entire Silent Village. No one believed that the Silent Village was full of cannibals, because no one would believe that what the Demon King said was true. Jasmine in this life was even more miserable, and the demons were purged by various high-level professionals, and even demigods participated in it. The war was more brutal than the previous ones, and several countries were destroyed and civilization was cut off. Until the end, Jasmine was the only one left in the demon clan, facing a whole team of brave men. The ending is still death. The screen is still again. Su Bei finished watching with an expressionless face, and for the first time he spoke, and made a request. Modify the timeline to be exactly the same as my timeline. Really? I want to watch the excitement for a while longer. The goddess of wisdom raised her hand and moved the time back. It was moved to after Su Bei entered the magic tower. In this timeline, Su Bei faced those 3 questions, and the timeline gave 3 answers. The first choice. Su Bei chose to kill Jasmine and join wisdom, and Jasmine would burst into demonization in public and embark on the path of the devil again. But after that, Jasmine always avoided Winter City, and the demon tide would not pass through here. Perhaps it was because her memory was buried here, or perhaps it was because of someone. And if the second choice was chosen, Su Bei decided to separate from Jasmine, and Jasmine would not ask why, but smiled and said goodbye. After that, he slept in the wild, was displaced, was misunderstood, had his identity exposed, and was arrested. In the end, he still could not escape the fate of being activated as a demon king. Finally, it was the third choice. Su Bei stayed with Jasmine, accompanied her to promotion, and fought against the brave team together. With the help of Su Bei's knowledge of the plot, Jasmine was able to fight the brave team on equal terms, and sometimes even had the upper hand. But in the end, because Su Bei was too weak, Jasmine died in the final battle to protect Su Bei. She ended up dying together with the brave. After that, 3rd round, 5th round, 7th round, 10th round, 99 round, until the mirror could no longer play the picture. Su Bei was still immersed in it. He couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. After the scene stopped, the goddess of wisdom sniffed and said indignantly, "Being arrested by fate, isn't it just stealing a little power from you? Stingy guy. Leleleli." Then the goddess of wisdom ran away without looking back, regardless of what decision Su Bei made. "I'm in trouble. I'm going to run away. Bye. After a long time, Su Bei slowly came back to his senses. He looked at the magic sword. In those timelines, even if there was one more him, there was no special change. There was no chemical reaction. More like fate. Can't escape. This is how Jasmine became a demon. So is death. War is always the end of the story. This is the thickest timeline, without even a tributary of Jasmine left. The best result is that Su Bei gives her the magic sword, helps her and assists her, and it is not a problem to live for decades. But, can this be the only ending? Moreover, no one asked Jasmine if she was willing. Then is she willing to become a demon king? Is this the fate she wants? I will take the magic sword. Also, thank you, Su Bei said to himself in front of the empty field. Then he took the magic sword. The sword and the sheath were not very heavy. Then, Su Bei took a step towards the teleportation array. Back to the outside of the magic tower. Chapter 61 Drawing the Sword. Outside the magic tower. It was so cold and deserted that one would wonder if it had been baptized by bandits. Even the shouting of the vendors could not be heard. And at the moment when Su Bei left the magic tower, something magical happened. The huge magic tower suddenly disappeared. Perhaps it was because the magic sword and the holy sword were pulled out, and this copy was temporarily closed. In addition, Luminara also left early, and after pulling out the holy sword, he was given the title of a hero. The birth of a hero is the top priority of the Diz Empire. The nobles discussed and said that they would hold a welcoming ceremony to welcome the first hero of this batch. Let the hero travel around the world to select talents, so as to form a team of heroes, and prepare for the birth of the Demon King. You want to ask the big guys to kill the Demon King in advance? No. No. It is impossible to kill the Demon King. As we all know, the only thing that can kill the Demon King is the holy sword in the hands of the hero. So the task of defeating the Demon King is left to the hero. And the hero is the Imperial Princess Luminara. Nothing is more reassuring than this. The nobles celebrated. The common people joined in the fun. The vendors took the opportunity to make money. And the commercial streets of each town were bustling. As a result, there was not even a dog around the magic tower. One can't help but sigh that the speed of everyone watching the fun is also invincible. After leaving the tower, Su Bei hadn't come back to his senses, and gluttony was the first to be activated. Fuck. Brother. I won't go in. I don't want to go in. Just let me stay and accompany me. I can count out to you a few times. Wait. Fuck. I didn't go in. Ha. Brother. You are my real brother. What do you mean? Do you want me to stay and accompany my sister? I promise to serve her well. Fuck. Where are the people around? Fuck. Where is the magic tower? 4 sentences and 4 fucks. It can only be said that the quality needs to be improved, which is in line with the violent personality of the demons. Ignoring gluttony, Su Bei walked to the right. He planned to evacuate after picking up Jasmine. The magic tower is a landmark building in Shenghui City. It is a big deal if it disappears. Staying here, you may be discovered at any time. At this time, Gluttony, who was confused, asked again, Brother, why is there only one orphan left? Where are the others? Where is my sister? Where is the magic tower? Did you see a ghost? Su Bei walked towards the girl who was called an orphan by Gluttony. At this time, who else could still curl up here except Jasmine? When he got closer, he saw that Jasmine was wearing a red coat. Judging from the size of the coat, it should be Sophia's. The coat covered Jasmine's small body. Trembling slightly. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Su Bei asked. Hearing this, Jasmine raised her head. Her face pale. Her lips bitten and wounded because of suppressing impulses and restraining herself. She first looked at Su Bei, showing a happy expression, and hurriedly responded, No. Mr. Su Bei, you are out. It took you so long to come out. Did you encounter any trouble? If you are injured, please tell me. I have learned healing skills. Oh, yes. Teacher Sophia said she had something to do and left first. Until she realized that Su Bei had been looking at her. Jasmine thought of something and smiled. I'm not uncomfortable. Then her eyes involuntarily looked down, looking at the second sword tied around Su Bei's waist. And she couldn't move her eyes away. Su Bei was silent for a moment. Jasmine first cared about Su Bei, then explained the matter, and finally mentioned herself. How could anyone not like such a well-behaved Jasmine? Listening to Jasmine's response, Su Bei smiled at first, then frowned. Biting your lip does not mean you are uncomfortable. But it looks like you are obviously uncomfortable. So stubborn. Let's go home. Su Bei stepped forward, held Jasmine's hand, pulled her up, and led the way. I think Jasmine is too pent up, and always has a lot to say. After just a few steps, questions kept coming out. Mr. Su Bei, why did the magic tower disappear? It seems that it disappeared after you came out. Is it related to you? I don't know. Su Bei shook his head. Mr. Su Bei, is the magic tower nice inside? What is it like? It doesn't look good. Su Bei shook his head again. Mr. Su Bei, Is it dangerous inside? Very ordinary. Su Bei shook his head again. By the way, Mr. Su Bei, there is something I don't know whether I should tell you. Yeah. Su Bei shook his head subconsciously, watching Jasmine puffing her mouth like a pufferfish and staring at him resentfully. And then he realized that it would be inappropriate to shake his head at this moment. So, he nodded again. Mr. Su Bei, did you listen to me carefully? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Are you going to be angry? Jasmine couldn't help complaining. Don't be angry. Su Bei responded immediately. Unfortunately, Su Bei's comforting skills were not very proficient. Seeing Jasmine's increasingly dissatisfied expression, he racked his brains. After thinking for a long time, Su Bei finally thought of the standard answer. So he said, please don't be angry. He added a please. It can only be said that Su Bei is good at comforting people. Even Gluttony can't do this. But Gluttony is still studying what the sword hanging with him is. And he really has no time to teach Su Bei how to comfort a child. Damn. What grade is this sword? It can be hung on my brother's waist together with him. I have to find time to practice with him. Jasmine stared at Su Bei. Their eyes met. And seeing him silent and somewhat at a loss, she couldn't help but suddenly laughed out loud. I'm not angry. Mr. Su Bei is too easy to fool. Su Bei was also stunned, and didn't say much, but was a little strange. When did he become so easy to fool? Jasmine continued, I really wanted to enter the magic tower before, thinking that I couldn't cause trouble for Mr. Su Bei. So I endured it until now. Great. Su Bei thought about it for a while, then nodded slowly. But, after the magic tower disappeared, this impulse disappeared. Emily tilted her head, staring straight at Su Bei's waist, gritting her teeth, not knowing whether to continue. Gluttony thought that Emily was looking at him, so he quickly showed it. Sister, do you want to be my host? I think it's okay. We are very familiar with each other. I suggest signing the contract now. You don't have to pay any price. It's not you. Jasmine's answer broke Gluttony's heart. He hesitated and didn't know what to say. Finally, he cried, fuck. What level is he? Can he be better than me? I was here first. Ignoring Gluttony, Jasmine said slowly, is it also a magic sword? It seems to be calling me all the time. It told me that I should pull it out. This strong impulse made Jasmine very panicked, and her eyes turned red because of the strong support. I feel that this is what I am destined to do. Is it bewitching me? It didn't say anything, but I just couldn't help it. Why am I doing this? Unknown. Fear. Helplessness. Jasmine suddenly felt like she was standing in the waves. She couldn't control herself moving forward or backward, and could only be pushed by the waves. It was like a puppet, taking the next step that was arranged. Very scared. Mr. Su Bei. I'm so scared. Jasmine grabbed the collar of her clothes tightly, trembling and trying to escape. But she also stood by Su Bei's side. His face was pale, as if he would faint in the next second. Su Bei realized how weak the other party was. He looked at Apophis on his waist and asked, do you want to become a demon king? Jasmine. What? Gluttony was shocked. What self-destructing truck? Are you just going to show your cards? Demon. King? Jasmine raised her eyes, thinking about the purpose of Su Bei's question, and hesitated. Does Mr. Su Bei want me to do this? Su Bei shook his head and said lightly, it's just a profession. Don't think too much. Jasmine shook her head quickly and refused without hesitation. No. No. It's not nice at all. And it's not fun to listen to. I want to be a traveler in the future. Traveler is the name of a magician after he awakens and becomes a gourmet. It is recognized as the most romantic profession, which can touch the stars and the moon. It is also the most escapable profession. And you don't have to worry about being hunted down. That's right. Jasmine has had enough of the days of being on the run. So how could she want to be a demon king hated by the world and live such a life again? Su Bei nodded and said okay. By the way, Mr. Su Bei, do you want to be a traveler? But the path my father gave me can only go so far. There is no more to it. It's enough. Anyway, I don't know if I can become a demigod in this life. It would be great if I could see the scenery of other countries. At this moment, Jasmine's eyes were clearly filled with stars. See, freedom and beauty. You should be happy all your life. So, Su Bei held the sword at his waist and said calmly, if you want to be a traveler, then I will try. Try what? Jasmine blinked in confusion. Draw the sword. Chapter 62 I am the Demon King. The moment she touched the hilt of the sword, the raging black air surged, pushing Jasmine away continuously. And even Gluttony kept shouting, "Fuck! Fuck! Mr. Su Bei! What are you doing? Stop it!" Jasmine couldn't help but shout. Her heart was trembling violently, and her eyebrows were twitching non-stop. Su Bei's actions made her very uneasy. It was as if something heavy was taken away from her and pressed on the other person. No matter how you think about it, it's wrong. "Mr. Su Bei, what do you want to do? Be obedient and stand away," Su Bei said calmly. "Since Jasmine doesn't want to become a demon king, and fate is fixed, why not try it now? This is her fate. But it's not my fate. I don't belong to this world. How can I have a fate? I am a time traveler," Su Bei roared in a low voice, holding the hilt with all his strength. And the buff on his body began to bless him. Dazzling light and deep black surrounded his body, and the ground was constantly collapsing and shattering. Heavy pressure permeated the air, as if a pair of invisible hands were strangling Su Bei's neck, and shackles were tightening around Su Bei's limbs. The blood was boiling. Consciousness was being eroded, and reason was gradually lost. His breathing was heavy at first, followed by lack of oxygen, suffocation, and finally, he even forgot to breathe. The hilt of the sword trembled slightly, resisting Su Bei's hand, as if silently saying 4 big words. "Wrong password. Wrong you." In Su Bei's eyes, first the prerequisites were rejected, and then the harsh conditions emerged one by one. Demon King luck, not possessed, cannot activate Apophis. Open the second option. To open the Demon King path, please meet the following conditions. The civilization missed the fire, activated. Kill 10 gods or more, activated. Obtain a magic sword, activated. Obtain 3 basic professions or more, activated. Possess special characteristics, activated. Temporarily obtain the skills of the Demon King. The Demon King descends. The first prerequisite for opening the Demon King path. You are the Demon King. With luck crossed out. The leader of the Demon Clan crossed out. Gifted. You must let the world know your reputation, and spread your reputation to all clans. Use the identity of the Demon King to create a killing, which requires it to be grand and shocking enough. The hilt of the sword was pulled out by Su Bei by 1/3. Su Bei was silent, and quietly put the sword back. And suddenly, he was stunned. Apophis was merging into Gluttony's body, and the 2 swords slowly merged and soon became inseparable. Apophis completely transformed Gluttony. Gluttony had already recognized this special magic sword, and was directly stunned by the scene in front of him, and hurriedly said, Brother, what are you going to do? You want to split the Demon King in 2. Is this a human thing to do? You have no luck, talent and flesh, and you have split the Demon King path. How can the demons play this?" The Gluttony sword body trembled continuously, and felt that the body was gradually filled by Apophis, and cursed directly. "Fuck, brother. You are really crazy. The idiots of the Demon Clan are not good birds. Seeing that the Demon King has no path, they must have put her under house arrest. Even the brainless ones can eat her to rebuild the whole Demon King. You are definitely wanted by the Demon Clan. You will never pass the 50th floor of the dungeon in your life, and you won't even have 5 dishes for dinner. As for me, I fell into your hands. Fuck. Could you really become a Demon King? What do you think of your brother?" Su Bei frowned and said, "Don't make a fuss." At this moment, the black air on his body disappeared. Those who don't know would think nothing happened before. However, Jasmine witnessed the whole process. She felt the sudden decrease in her body's desire, and looked at the brand new Gluttony on Su Bei's waist, and couldn't help but worry. "Mr. Su Bei? It's okay. You go back first." Quickly, Jasmine nodded obediently and asked again, "Are you going together?" "Elena is here," Su Bei said calmly. Jasmine nodded quickly, thinking that Mr. Su Bei might be lonely, and then turned around quickly. She trotted back to the hotel to leave Su Bei some private space. "Come back in the evening. I'm hungry." "Okay." Su Bei looked up. He looked to the right of Shengli City. On the day when everyone was celebrating, there were still knights patrolling in the city. Moreover, the magic tower has always been a key area for soldiers to patrol. Coincidentally, the patrol knights were also lazy and went to the tavern to celebrate, saying that they had to take a holiday to fit in with the festive atmosphere. Unfortunately, the leader of the patrol of the magic tower was Sir, a paladin of the Holy Light Church. who was also the leader of the team going to Winter City to pick up Elena. As a 4th level paladin, Stur felt the riot in the direction of the magic tower from a distance, and stood up immediately in fear, and hurried on his way. What's going on? Stur always felt something was wrong. Suddenly, he saw the magic tower disappear. He was shocked and shouted angrily, "Damn it! Who did it? This will cut off the awakening path of many professionals." Su Bei sensed the sound, not far away, and the opponent was very fast. A professional was coming. So, Su Bei sent Jasmine away to avoid affecting the opponent. As Stur approached at a high speed, Su Bei also raised the hilt of the magic sword. Then he inserted it into his body fiercely. The hilt did not hit Su Bei, but spread along Su Bei's limbs. It was like it dissolved into molten iron and poured on Su Bei's body, forming a black devil armor, helmet, iron boots. These are the peripherals of the devil's arrival. As for Su Bei's body, the full demonic energy is gushing out. Su Bei is like an active volcano, and black is shooting from his feet to the sky. The violent emotions are overflowing. The wildness is released. The brain gradually becomes impulsive, and the killing is unable to be suppressed. What follows is the expansion of the gluttony field, and the surrounding is filled with thick fog. Even the passing mosquitoes take a bite and dare to bite the frog's tongue, just to have a good meal. Su Bei raised his sword, but the scabbard was not drawn. When Stur stepped into the gluttonous mist, Su Bei immediately received feedback. Then, he predicted Stur's arrival location and smashed hard on the path he was coming. Boom. 4th level paladin. Top level plate armor. Stur, who was also among the best in defense among the awakened, was hit hard on the ground by a sword and exploded into a ball of blood mist. Pause. Su Bei was still waiting for the opponent's counterattack, not realizing that the battle was over. A minute later, Su Bei lifted the devil's coming and frowned. Could it be just a 3rd level professional? So fragile. Su Bei thought hard with his brain eroded by demonic nature, and finally remembered something important. He almost forgot the prerequisite for obtaining the path of the Demon King. So, Su Bei took the hilt of the sword, used the scabbard of gluttony to stick Stur's blood, and wrote the pinyin of 4 big characters on the ground. Wha? Sure. M.O. Wong. Then, he left this land. Chapter 63. The attack plan officially begins. At the same time, in the city-state of Latinum, a noble lady with long blue hair down to her waist and a huge magic hat returned home and started crying as soon as she entered the house. Whoa! Respected Duchess of Gloucester, Lilizy was beaten up. Oh my God! Who bullied my baby girl? A blonde lady stepped forward and quickly put her arms around Lilizy's shoulders, rubbing her little head lovingly. Wow, wow, wow. It's so miserable. It's fine if you just cut me once, but you chased me and cut me again. You almost didn't see Lilizy Law. The Duchess comforted the girl in her arms and asked in confusion, My Lilizy is a genius magician who reached the 3rd level at the age of 16. Who can beat you? Did you offend that princess? Lilizy sniffed and gritted her teeth and said, It's not a princess. It's just a guy I don't know what's going on. It seems like he has a cheat. But I'm not easy to bully. I took all 5 of his treasure chests, leaving none for him. I'm so pissed off. Thinking of this, Lilizy blew hard at her bangs, as if she was venting her anger. Lilizy has never suffered such a loss in her 16 years of life. I'm so pissed off. So pissed off. So pissed off. Realizing that Lilizy might have suffered a little loss, the Duchess continued to comfort her and deliberately changed the subject. So, Lilizy, who has been out all day, would you like to have a dessert to calm down? Lilizy was not very thoughtful, and soon all her thoughts were drawn away by the dessert. She subconsciously raised 3 fingers and said loudly, Pears. Eat 2 servings. Holy Light Church. Holy Light City Branch. In the main seat, Bishop Ian looked at his nose and heart, as if he was thinking about something, and then looked at Elena in the second seat with a kind look. Saint Elena. St. is a Templar Knight of the Holy Light Church, and is a very important partner of ours. He died in Holy Light City, which is undoubtedly a heavy blow to us. I think we need to catch the culprit and execute him in front of the Holy Light Goddess. Elena remained expressionless, and after listening to Ian's words, she responded indifferently. So? Ian continued to smile, and said, As a bishop, I naturally need to guard the Holy Light Church. But except for me and the deceased Lord St., The rest of the believers in my holy light church are professionals, and the favors they receive cannot be compared with you. And you are the saint of my church. You are powerful. And you have a powerful trump card to ask the holy light goddess to possess you. What do you think about you leading the team to arrest the criminals? Elena frowned and asked again. The other party can kill a 4th level paladin. Why should I? A 3rd level paladin. Join in the fun? Am I going to give myself up? Bishop Ian waved his hand gently and said in a convincing tone, No. From the information I received, the other party suffered a fierce battle. Mr. Stir left an indelible scar on the other party. He will not be your opponent. If you are willing to lead the team, I can ask the bishop for permission to allocate funds to your sister and your father so that they can live a better life. Hearing this, Elena hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Okay, but I can do it alone. In Elena's opinion, the clergy of the Holy Light Church are just a burden. They haven't even killed a slime. So what kind of professional are they? They are not as good as a team of adventurers with average strength of the 2nd level. So, Elena stood up and rushed towards the magic tower. Behind him, Ian's kind face continued to smile, and the whole body was radiating the light of the holy light. After arriving at the scene, Elena looked at the empty magic tower area and frowned again. Strange smell. A little familiar. The drifting fog is also familiar. Looking at the crooked pinion on the ground, Elena slowly spelled it out. I am the Demon King? Why is this word so ugly and familiar? Who is this? Elena thought that the one who could be killed by Stir must be at least level 4 or above. After all, Stir is a paladin, and in order to prevent the opponent from escaping, at least the opponent's defense must be broken, and he must have powerful imprisonment skills. So, this environment that looks familiar made Elena completely confused. When have I ever met such a person? In the hotel, Su Bei watched Jasmine eating the roasted sweet potatoes he packed and told her about his experience in the magic tower. So, Mr. Su Bei only made it to the 5th floor, and was delayed by the goddess of wisdom there for more than 3 hours? Su Bei nodded slowly without blushing. He didn't want Jasmine to know anything about the magic sword and the demons, so as not to make her worry and blame herself. She just needed to work hard to become a traveler steadily. Su Bei thought so, and used both hands to knead the slime king who was grinning at him. Ever since he tied the gluttony that merged with Apophis around his waist, the slime king became more and more displeased with him. If he wasn't careful, the slime king would jump on Su Bei's nostrils and block them tightly, trying to suffocate him alive. It can be said that he was very vicious. Jasmine took advantage of Su Bei's inattention, reached out and touched the other's head, and quickly retracted her hand when the other was stunned. Finally, he hooked his cheek with his index finger, looked out the window, pretended nothing happened, and comforted, "That's great. No one can do it except Her Highness Luminara. 5th floor. Even those nobles who have received a good education since childhood can't do it." Su Bei looked at Jasmine calmly. "It's really great." Jasmine repeated incomprehensibly. "Let's go back." Jasmine raised her eyebrows, looked at Su Bei and smiled slightly, unconsciously raised the corners of her mouth, and couldn't help laughing. "Hey, you laughed, Mr. Su Bei. Well, is that weird?" Su Bei's smile faded quickly, and he asked in confusion. "Super weird? I thought Mr. Su Bei was a face-numbing weirdo who couldn't laugh." Gluttony couldn't help but complain about what an outrageous name this was. "I'm just so tired now. Damn it. The Demon King has been split into 2 halves. And you two are still laughing here. When the heroes gather a team to fight you together, you will regret it." However, what Gluttony didn't expect was that Su Bei had already made a plan. Su Bei turned around and walked on the road, taking out the notebook on his chest. Looking at the list on it, he ticked another line behind Elena. It's time to pry the Brave team. He has seen countless endings. He knows who are in the Brave team. In order, poach them one by one. So am I a Demon King or a Brave? Su Bei touched his chin and thought seriously. Chapter 64. No need to look for Elena. She will come to you. Although the timeline is slightly advanced, the general direction is not much different. Su Bei can't say that he knows everything about the story after the birth of the hero and the Demon King, but at least he knows it almost. At most, he missed some stories that are not mentioned in the game. After watching 99 timelines and playing the game 100 times, Su Bei has already grasped the key points of the game. You can't win by fighting directly. Since you can't win, you can't fight hard. Just like playing games, I have never seen a game that can be completed by rushing to the end. Which game does not require leveling? The reason why the Demon King cannot beat the hero is that when the Demon King was fleeing in the early stage, the hero was secretly developing and gathering teammates. One was running for life and being beaten, while the other was leveling up and forming a team. The gap widened. This also led to the Demon King not being able to beat the hero team. And at most it was 30-70. In a one-on-one duel, 50-50 is no problem, according to the control variables. If I pry the hero team and form a Demon King team, if we go back and forth, wouldn't it be possible to fight the heroes 70% and 30%? It can only be said that the calculation is clear and obvious. But this is also the only way. What if we can't win? We have to pry his teammates one by one. Looking at the 5 future teammates of the hero in the diary, Su-Bei began to think. After Luminera becomes a hero, it will take about half a year before she will look for teammates. During this time, the opponent should be leveling up, familiarizing himself with the power of the Holy Sword, and learning some skills of the Awakened. If it is the game fantasy world, this is the moment when the player just enters the game, watches the animation, and chooses a camp. If you take the hero route, the player will become Luminera first teammate during this period. And if you take the devil route, the player should still be trying to conquer the winter dungeon to find the devil's trace. Then, according to the normal plot development, Su-Bei still has half a year to prepare in advance. In half a year, should I go to the White Rock Kingdom early and meet the first teammate of the hero? After thinking carefully, Su-Bei decided to wait. The Dwarf Kingdom is now in the midst of war, and the invaders are the Deuce Empire, which hates humans very much. It is very dangerous to go now, and you might be caught and forced to work as a miner. At least wait until Deuce and Baiyan sign a peace treaty. In this case, let's start with the teammate who is easiest to pry away. Although according to the plot, Elena is the 4th teammate of the hero. Now the two are quite familiar with each other, and the other party has also mentioned the idea of forming a team. Jasmine and Elena are good friends. In this case, the invitation to form a group should be a sure thing. It is just necessary to solve the problem of the other party. That is, to rescue Elena's sister first. Otherwise, even if Elena awakens, she will collapse one day and fall into a lower realm. And if you want to rescue Elena's sister, the 2 awakeners of the Holy Light Church branch are a hurdle that cannot be avoided. 1 cardinal is a holy pastor. Level 5. 1 Templar is a paladin. Level 4. City Lord Slot. Dark Knight Killer. Level 4. The 3 of them are in cahoots, wearing the same pair of pants. 1 tank, 1 healer, and 1 output. A very tricky lineup. Use the Devil King Advent to see if one can be killed instantly. Otherwise, he will be trapped in a 1-on-3 encirclement. And Su-Bei is not sure that he can kill. Once he is surrounded, it will be troublesome, because he feels that there may be more than 1 paladin of the Holy Light Church. Because he can feel it. The knight who came to patrol the Demon Tower is suspected to be an awakened one. It is estimated that he had just been promoted. His realm was unstable, and he had not had much actual combat experience. Otherwise, he would not have crashed into his domain without opening any skills. Su-Bei had no psychological burden in killing the other party. First, the money that Ian embezzled was shared by these high-level Holy Light officials. These awakened people received a lot of benefits, acquiesced to Ian's way of dealing with Elena father and sister, and wiped his ass for him a lot. He is a bad seed who wears the same pants, and is also a pest that indirectly killed Elena father. Second, you can't let the other party see you and Jasmine. Once you see them, you will be suspected, and it is easy to discover more secrets. Even if you are suspected, there will be great risks. Su-Bei can't be suspected, so he can't be discovered, because a demon king who has not been discovered is not a demon king. Su-Bei thought for a long time, and Jasmine on the side became bored, seeing the other party in a daze. She couldn't help but curiously asked, "Mr. Su-Bei, what are you thinking about?" "Nothing." Su-Bei came back to his senses, turned sideways and glanced at Jasmine, and suddenly asked, "How long will it take you to reach the 3rd level?" Me? Molly blinked and said uncertainly, "I don't know. It feels like tomorrow I will be at level 3. It feels like it will take another week. It feels like it may take a month." As she spoke, Molly blushed suddenly, thinking that as a professional, she was too unprofessional. After all, she has been either slacking off or on the way to being lazy these years. After a pause, Molly continued embarrassedly, I don't know how long it has been. I was sleeping, and I reached level 2. It was the same when I was at the first level. I suddenly changed my job while sleeping. I learned some magic, because I wanted to be a traveler in the future. In fact, the priest skill tree was also lit up. A priest in the Holy Light Church wanted to take me as an apprentice. But I didn't like it, so I refused. Then, I also learned some weird general skills. Molly stretched out her slender index finger, poked her chin with her fingertips, tilted her head slightly, thought, and blinked. It's animal communication, psychic summoning, rapid growth, etc. I used to be bored and would always find some cute monsters to chat with. By the way, I've been dreaming about some very strange magic lately, and I always feel a little scared. Molly is always like this. She has endless things to say once she opens her mouth. And she wants to tell Sube everything. But Sube thinks this is good. It's okay. Sube comforted Molly. I feel that the other party's talent is a bit too exaggerated. Is this the Demon King? In the eyes of others, reaching the 3rd level at the age of 18 is considered a genius. Still assume that the other party is the 3rd level, which can only be reached by leveling up hard after going through dungeons every day. But for Jasmine, leveling up is just a matter of drinking water and sleeping. Jasmine is only 14 years old, and she slept to the 2nd level, and the devil's skills are rushing to send it into the dream. You should know that Sube is at the 3rd level of full professionalism, but he is still slightly inferior to the 2nd stage of the devil. However, Sube suddenly thought of something. The 3rd stage of the devil's transformation. That is, the devil descended to him. I don't know what kind of variables will occur when facing the hero in the future. As I was thinking, a cold voice suddenly sounded behind me. Why are you here? Looking back, I saw Elena standing opposite Cooley, holding a treasure that looked like a magnifying glass in her hand. Sube frowned. Are you playing Sherlock Holmes here? Chapter 65. The adventure group is established. Is Sister Elena looking for something? Mr. Sube and I have been around here. You can ask us. Jasmine stretched out her hand from a distance, hopping towards Elena and waving hello. The hair on her head also trembled up and down with Jasmine hopping, fully expressing her inner curiosity. Sube could guess why the other party came. After all, he deliberately left the traces of the Demon King. But what does the trace of the Demon King have to do with him? Sube? Sube also nodded politely to Elena. Hello. I'm not good. Elena sighed, and then explained her behavior. A Templar Knight of the Holy Light Church was killed, and Bishop Ian asked me to find the criminal. The other party left traces. According to the clues, the direction of the other party's escape is probably here. But since the other party deliberately left traces, there is a possibility of deception. So, it is also possible that he ran in the opposite direction. Anyway, I'm not feeling well now. Although Elena didn't show any expression, one could easily hear the helplessness in her tone. I guess she was a bit dissatisfied because she took on a tough job. Wait. The Templar. According to the information he got from the tavern owner, there was only one Templar in the Holy Light Church branch in Shungwi City. I killed the opponent's meat shield in one go. Sube also became a little unconfident and asked again. Who died? It's not a big city. There is only one Templar in Shungwi City. Of course, it's the Templar Stir. Sube was stunned, a little confused. I killed Stir in seconds? Wow. Isn't this very dangerous? Is it okay to leave it to Sister Elena? Jasmine asked with a worried look. Because they were closer. The Slime King, who was holding her arms, was also grinning at Elena, wanting to go up and hit her hard. Monsters naturally hate holy light. Not to mention that the holy light aura on Elena is very strong. In the eyes of the Slime King, Sube, who stole Jasmine, and Elena are enemies of the same level. Elena responded coldly. Probably. I heard that the opponent was seriously injured, and it was difficult for him to walk. He was a crippled man. Just pay attention to the opponent's dying counterattack. Sube was stunned again, and even more confused. There are still masters? He is not seriously disabled. So it was not him who killed the Templar. Then he killed an ordinary paladin. So, who killed the Templar? Sube's face became more serious. Shungwi City is indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. After saying that, Elena inadvertently glanced at the two little guys on Jasmine's chest, and her expression suddenly froze. Then he swallowed his saliva expressionlessly. So cute. Slime? How could there be such a cute species? A little smaller than the average slime. And very spiritual. Is it a rare species? Jasmine saw the other party's expression and asked with a blink of her eyes. Very cute. Right? Sister Elena. Do you want to hug me? Not interested. Elena refused coldly. Jasmine trotted over and smiled. Hug me. They like you very much. They have been jumping in my arms and wanting to pounce on you. I can hardly stop them. Elena frowned, moved her toes unnaturally, swallowed her saliva, and slid down her neck in a clear arc. But her tone was still cold, and she held back her outstretched hand. Really? Really? Look at them. They all have rich expressions. Jasmine stretched out her hand and handed over the Slime King in her hand. Elena finally nodded and took it quickly with an expressionless face. Since you said so, I hug you reluctantly. As soon as he stretched out his hand, the Slime King flew over, grabbed the opponent's collar and stepped hard on the opponent's chest, and flew up with the soft elasticity. Then he transformed into water drop-shaped hands, grabbed Elena's hair and jumped back and forth, spitting on her head. It's time to let the damn holy light saint taste the power of the Slime King. And she must be taught a painful lesson. In Elena's eyes, the slime's actions are too cute. So cute, Elena was melted by the cuteness, feeling the soft jelly on her head bounce, feeling that her body and mind were healed. The sticky and wet liquid hung from her head, flowing down her cheeks, and was about to fall into her clothes. A bit naughty. Elena wiped the liquid, commented, and then reached out to grab a Slime King, watching the other party constantly slapping her palms to please her. Her expression changed with tiredness. Still so lively, she suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. Even the matter of chasing the murderer was thrown behind her mind. Looking at this scene, Subei felt something was not right. I always felt that the Slime King was in a bad mood. He just forgot to transform into his true form. That should be the case. Right? Then, Gluttony answered Subei's doubts. He. Brother, let me tell you, the anger value of those two slimes has reached 80. Seeing that the Holy Light Girl is unmoved, they are about to explode and transform. Subei nodded, and then shouted to the two people who were still confused about the situation. Let's go! Hey, so fast. After hearing this, Jasmine subconsciously took the Slime King and trotted to Subei's side. Then, Subei looked at Elena and asked, Do you want to form a group? Oh! Jasmine exclaimed hurriedly. Why didn't she hear Mr. Subei talk about this? She is not old enough to form a group. Not only has her studies not been completed, but her strength is still very weak. Could it be that Mr. Subei wants to leave me alone to go on an adventure? That's too much. I want to go on an adventure, too. I don't want to study alone. Molly puffed her lips, now very dissatisfied, stepping hard on Subei's shadow from behind, patting his back with her hair. In front, Elena paused, then raised her eyebrows. Ahem. Coughed, and asked, Are you going to invite me? Subei nodded. It's just me and Molly. We're short of priests. Are you going to form a group? You can pick the next material first, and you be given priority in priest equipment. Hey! Molly stopped moving, put her hands on her hips and nodded, her hair trembling. I told you, Mr. Subei would take me with him, and would not abandon me just because I was young and weak. How dare you say that? A team of only 2 professionals dared to invite me without even gathering all the equipment. Do you know what other teams offered to invite me? Elena wanted to show off, but looking at Subei's calm eyes, she thought about it and stopped the urge to continue. Then, Elena curled her lips and said, Well, mainly for Jasmine's sake. And I really need experience before I can awaken later, so I can form a group with you first. It's mainly because of Jasmine, Elena repeated. Subei didn't think much about it, nodded, and said, Then I help you catch the criminal first, and we go to the dungeon to get familiar with it in a few days. Let's not talk about whether the criminal is caught or not. The main thing is to fool Elena first. By the way, give her divinity and break it in advance. It's time to let her know the truth. I don't know if she can bear it. Chapter 66 One-day trip to the amusement park. Shungwi City is not small. Just the Yali town alone is enough for Elena to explore for several days. The 3 of them walked on the street. In front, Jasmine wore a brown cap and a brown coat, wrapping herself tightly to avoid being recognized. At this moment, she was holding Elena's magnifying glass, looking around for the murderer. She nodded from time to time, looking serious. In the back, Elena and Su Bei followed behind and talked about some details about the adventure group. Occasionally, passers-by would glance at him, which would arouse Su Bei's vigilance. He realized that Elena was very famous in Shanghui City, unlike in Winter City where few people recognized her. After all, Shanghui City had a branch of the Holy Light Church, but Winter City did not. Perhaps it was too remote and not worthy of being redeemed by the Holy Light. In short, Su Bei felt a little uncomfortable with such attention, and sticky sweat always came out from his back, and it was easy to expose Jasmine's identity. So, when passing by a clothing store, Su Bei took the two of them into the store without hesitation to make a makeover. At least the identities of the two could not be seen from their appearance, and all three wore masks. Su Bei wore a skull mask, looking very cool. Elena wore a lion mask, looking cool and silent. Jasmine wore a kitten mask, and she thought it was very interesting, imitating the kitten's behavior, constantly meowing, squinting her eyes, and posing with cat paws. In this way, the identities of the three were not suspicious. After all, Shanghui City was very tolerant, and the three wore relatively common masks. After 3 days of searching for the criminal, Jasmine finally gave up and pointed to the largest amusement park in Yali Town. Meow, Mr. Su Bei. I want to go. It's boring, Elena said coldly. Su Bei looked at Jasmine with expectant eyes, watching her pulling at her clothes in joy. He looked at Elena with a blank expression. Then he turned his head to Jasmine again, nodded and said, okay. The amusement park is very large, and there are many families wearing masks to create an atmosphere. So the configuration of Su Bei and the other two is not strange. Jasmine first pulled the two of them to the nearest shooting range. 5 copper coins for 5 darts. The bullseye is 10 points. As long as you shoot 50 points you can get a life-size custom doll. Above 40 points you can pick any large doll on the ground. 30 points there is also an encouragement award. Don't miss it if you pass by. Jasmine pulled the two of them over. Play this. Play that. Okay. Su Bei nodded. General. Elena frowned. The boss happily took out 3 sets of darts, stood next to the target on the far right, and smiled. You can come together. The darts are all made of wood. Don't worry about hurting people. Play as much as you want. Watch me. Watch me. Molly squinted one eye and aimed, making a throwing gesture. Swoosh. Swoosh, all the darts flew out. Molly shot a heart on the target, got 40 points, and raised her hand happily. She can take a large doll away. In front of Su Bei, 5 darts were stuck in the same position, and the bull's eye was broken and passed through. He felt a click in his heart, thinking that he was going to be scolded. Strange. Why didn't I hear the boss talking? Without waiting for a reply, Su Bei and Jasmine slowly turned their heads and saw that Elena had just thrown the last dart. Bang. With a sound, the dart hit the boss's head. Dong, the boss, who was full of 4 darts, was hit by the last dart and fell to the ground with stars in his eyes. A wisp of white smoke rose. Su Bei's face was dull. Jasmine hurried forward, shook the boss tremblingly, and shouted, "Hurry up and save him!" The boss fainted. After Elena threw the dart with her right hand, she finished the healing spell with her left hand. With one skill, she instantly pulled the boss back from the brink of death. Then he commented again. Average. A few minutes later, after Jasmine apologized to the boss and promised not to take his doll, the boss angrily accepted the apology and said that he would never let her come to play with him again. Jasmine turned around and looked at Su Bei and Elena, who were silent, puffing her lips. Really? Not only did Mr. Su Bei destroy the target, but how could you aim at the boss? Elena? Without the magic lock. It's normal that you can't hit it accurately, Elena said stubbornly. But yours is too crooked. Then, the 3 of them came to the bumper car field. Jasmine turned her head again and looked at Su Bei and the others, and the hair on her head was dancing. Puff puff. Continuously. Okay. Su Bei nodded. Boring, Elena said coldly. The 3 of them got on the bumper cars and started the 20-person elimination match. What Su Bei didn't expect was that Jasmine was not the one who had the most fun. Elena. Cuckoo. She bumped into Su Bei and Jasmine, and said nothing coldly, as if she wanted to get back at the shooting. Before that, she had already kicked all the kids out of the bumper car, And now she was still chasing Jasmine. Stop it. Stop it. Jasmine will fall apart if you keep on pushing her. Jasmine's eyes were rolling with mosquito coils. And even the hair on her head was hanging limply on her forehead, losing its vitality. And her head, buzzing, forgot to shout surrender. She was very regretful now. Why do we have to play bumper cars? Jasmine is about to be hit so hard that she will doubt her life. Stop hitting me. Seeing this, Subei quickly slid to Jasmine's side and took Elena knock for her. What? Do you want to fight me? Subei didn't say anything, but it seemed that he would not give way. He blocked the car in front of Jasmine's car and waited for her to come to her senses. The holy light will never retreat. Elena shouted something immature and drove the bumper car hard towards her. Subei kept starting the engine. Bang, 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 boom, the two bumper cars fell apart in the last collision. The boss stretched out his hand tremblingly in that direction, and then burst into a shout of more than 80 decibels. You, get out of me, Elena commented again. Boring, Jasmine sighed, thinking that it was really tiring to play with Mr. Subei and Sister Elena. I can't play this kind of controllable game next time. Finally, after Jasmine took them to play games like roller coasters and elevators, the number of accidents in the games was reduced to 0. The three of them played for 2 hours, and only left the amusement park after Subei spent a gold coin. Well, Jasmine had a lot of fun today, Jasmine concluded happily. Very expensive. Subei felt sorry for the gold coins, as he only had one left. Average, Elena commented. It's not expensive. And it's not because of you two that we lost a total of 99 silver coins. Jasmine put her hands on her hips and scolded the two of them, and continued, and it was also very fun. Sister Elena, you had a lot of fun, didn't you? You were reluctant to leave when you left. Nonsense. No. I'm lying. Elena was exposed. Her eyes moved away and didn't know where to stop. Anyway, she was embarrassed to look at Jasmine. She didn't expect these goblin products to be quite fun. She used to be dismissive of these things. Subei nodded, reflected seriously, and said, Mine. It was at this time that the crystal ball in Elena's pocket lit up. She picked it up to receive the message. After a long while, she slowly said, Forgot the business. Chapter 67. Your father is dead. The main reason why Elena went back was because Subei became famous. To be precise, Subei's identity as the Demon King became famous. In just a few days, the opinion left in the Demon Tower began to spread in the Holy Light Church and the City Lord's Mansion. And the civilians had already put this matter on the table and started discussing it. Even adults began to scare children with the ancient joke of if you don't listen, I will throw you to the Demon King. The topic of the Demon King killing the Templars continued to heat up, quickly dominating the list, and was on par with Luminera becoming a hero. The two are both called the hottest topics in news in the past 2 years. The reason why the incident fermented so late and so quickly was mainly because Bishop Ian was the last to know. Because Ian had not been to the scene. Ian saw that Stur's name in the church suddenly dimmed, and then he knew that Stur was dead. So he pushed Elena out to work. The reason for pushing her out was also simple. Because Ian offended Elena, and the ending was to be a fight to the death. Sending Elena, no matter what the result is, Ian will make a profit. Elena was busy arresting criminals and fighting with the amusement park, so she forgot to report, because the news was not blocked in time and passed to the upper level. The upper level of the Holy Light Church did not know the details. In short, no one knew it as fast as the common people, because Ian got the news from the cleaner who was sweeping the floor at the door. After knowing the news, Ian's face turned green, and his blood pressure instantly went off the charts and could not be suppressed. He soon showed a good trend towards the early stage of cerebral thrombosis. He almost died of anger in front of the goddess statue. He hated her, but he had no power to deal with the saint. But he still had to hate her. So, why didn't Elena report the planning to me in time? Ian's face was gloomy, and he decided to put all the blame on Elena no matter what. He hadn't spent all the money he had collected over the years, so how could he feel at ease? He would rather be transferred back to the church as a bishop or go back to be punished. May the holy light bless me. After listening to Elena's explanation in Subei, the matter became clear. Subei was relieved. In the end, I killed Stur, but I am not seriously disabled. There are no masters in Shanghui City. I worried for nothing. It really makes people wonder if there is something wrong with the faith of the Holy Light Church. They even deceive their own people. Isn't it said that people don't deceive their own people? That's right. Ian, Lao Ding and Elena are not our own people. Su Bei thought about it and nodded, thinking that it is better to do it now than to wait for a day. The atmosphere has come to this point, and now it's time to execute the plan. At this time, Elena was still explaining, not realizing what was about to happen. The impact of the birth of the Demon King is very serious. Therefore, if we can find the injured Demon King and suppress him, the status of demons in the future will be much more stable. At least it can bring decades of stability to the people. Elena did not notice that Su Bei was walking half a step ahead of the team, leading the team forward, and the team unknowingly walked to the teleportation array area of Yali Town, and stood on the teleportation array. By the time Elena reacted, Jasmine had already paid the silver coins for teleportation and jumped into the team. Mr. Su Bei, I've paid the money. Molly was full of energy and took credit. So, with Elena's dull expression, the teleportation array started. Wait, where are we going? A flash of light. 10 seconds later, the teleportation ended. The three of them landed on the edge of Kuli Town. Where is this? Elena was confused and had no idea. She didn't understand why they suddenly got here. Mainly because no one had discussed this itinerary with her. Su Bei calmly responded. The path. Path? What path? This path looks familiar to me. Elena pondered until she saw the dilapidated village in front of her and froze. Then she stammered and repeated uncertainly. Where is this? Why did you come here? Molly saw Su Bei walking unmoved, and looked left and right in confusion. From Su Bei to Elena. Looking at Elena's suddenly gloomy face, she hurriedly pulled Su Bei's sleeve and blinked her eyes to signal. I thought you should explain a few words. Mr. Su Bei. There is nothing to explain. Elena has recognized this place. Kuli Town. Her hometown. Although she has not been back for 2 or 3 years. Elena has dreamed of this place countless times. She is too familiar with it. This is a place she dared not approach before she awakened and completely consolidated her divinity. It can be said that she dared not even think about it. Are you going to destroy me? After figuring out the situation, Elena's tone suddenly became cold. Without hesitation, he stopped and planned to return. I'm going back. Su Bei could only say that he was thinking that he couldn't deceive her, and the other party couldn't be a complete fool. So, Su Bei stopped at the same time and said to Elena sincerely, if you don't move forward, you will regret it. Elena frowned and said sarcastically, if you have investigated me, you will know that once I get close to there, I can no longer maintain my divinity. Su Bei nodded and continued, you will always go back in the future. Not now. In the future. My divinity will not collapse when I go back. Elena responded coldly. The main thing is that it has to collapse. Su Bei said sincerely. Collapse you? Elena exploded on the spot. And even the barely mended divinity was shaky. She took a few deep breaths and suppressed her shaky divinity, looking at the two people confronting each other. And Elena was like a firecracker that would light up at a touch. Jasmine hurriedly inserted herself between the two. No quarrels. No quarrels. Although she had no idea what was going on, she still said what she really wanted to say. Sister Elena, Jasmine believes that Mr. Su Bei will not harm you. He is just trying to harm me. He has no good intentions. Elena frowned and crossed her arms, thinking about what was going on. The main reason was that she really couldn't figure out what Su Bei's intention was. In theory, the shattering of divinity was a tacit secret between the two. If Su Bei wanted her divinity to be shattered so that he could do whatever he wanted to her, he wouldn't have concealed it from her before. Could there be another hidden story? Su Bei is not good at speaking, mainly because he usually speaks too little. He could write an essay with the content in his mind, but he could only say one sentence. Su Bei felt that it was really troublesome, and finally told the truth. Your father is dead. This sentence summed it up perfectly, and successfully confused the two people. Hey. The hair on Jasmine's head turned into a propeller because of panic, and the whole person was stunned on the spot. At this moment, she just wanted to find a corner and squat down obediently. This is not a fight she can participate in. When did the two of them start arguing? How did they suddenly get to this point? You know, in school, your father is dead is a killer move that students use only when they are at the end of their scolding. Jasmine was very confused at the moment. The Mr. Su Bei in her mind was obviously not such a person. Mr. Su Bei, How can you say that? Jasmine protested loudly and bowed 90 degrees to Elena again. Sister Elena, I apologize to you on behalf of Mr. Subei. I'm sorry. He must have made a slip of the tongue. I teach him a lesson when I get back. Hearing this, Elena also trembled all over, staring with anger. Her chest was heaving violently, and her mouth was about to spit out fire. She walked towards Subei step by step, stood in front of Subei, spitting, and fought back with the most vicious words. You are dead. Insults and punctuation. The strength cannot be ignored. Subei paused, feeling sorry for Elena in his heart. The main reason was that Elena was just venting her emotions. But what he said was true. And from where Elena stood, she could already see the whole picture of the village. In other words, Elena's old house also appeared in her field of vision. So, Subei pointed to the house over there and repeated one sentence. Your father is really dead. Your family is gone too. Click, as Elena looked over. Subei, who was close at hand, could easily hear the familiar voice. The divinity was shattered. Chapter 68 at this moment. I am the holy light. So, when someone says your father is dead, you must pay attention to analyzing the context and meaning. Because it is possible that what he said is true. Your father is really dead. Subei said calmly. Silence. Still silence. The air suddenly solidified, as if it stopped flowing. The breathing was intensifying. The ears seemed to be deaf at this moment. After confirming the terrible fact, Elena could no longer hear any sound. I could only feel my body and soul being pulled away, slowly going away. The sky kept rising. Snap, there was a heavy sound of falling objects. Elena fell heavily to the ground. Unable to accept this heavy blow, Elena couldn't get up in one breath and fainted. Unexpected, but reasonable. The air became more dull, and even the wind was roaring sadly. So, Mr. Subei, what you said is true. Jasmine was a little dazed, and then showed a sad mood. She knew what it felt like to lose her father, because she could understand it better because she felt it. So she also knew how Elena felt. At first, he was in disbelief. Then numb, calm, speechless, and didn't know what to say for a while. When the memories were like a revolving lantern, he would shed silent tears and be swallowed by the huge sadness. Jasmine felt sad for Elena. Subei looked at Jasmine lost look, and then looked at Elena who had fainted. He was very uneasy. Then, he sighed heavily. He had expected this scene, and had thought about the scene when it happened countless times. It was just countless simulations, and not even 1/10 as heavy as reality. Death has always been a heavy topic, even if you know it is a compulsory course in life and take precautions in advance. You can't be calm. Wouldn't you be sad if you knew it would happen? Yes. And emotions can be contagious. Mr. Subei, I'm so sad. Molly's voice was low and a little hoarse. With red eyes, she walked towards Subei. Perhaps she thought of her own experience. You have to know that Jasmine had just experienced the death of both her parents before she fled for 3 months. Suffering always followed her. Subei gently embraced Jasmine, sat next to Elena, and gently patted her back to comfort her. Social phobia and so on. It had long been put aside. Wait until Elena wakes up. Mr. Subei will talk to her properly. Okay? Okay. Subei nodded. When Elena woke up, Subei had already organized his words. He was about to speak, but heard Elena asked coldly, Where's my sister? She should be alive. Subei gave the answer. In fact, he didn't know the answer because he hadn't done any field research. But Subei still answered Elena immediately. Elena needed the answer at this moment. The news that her sister was still alive also gave Elena a little energy, making her originally dull and numb eyes slightly brighter. It was like a zombie was injected with a little life. Sister Elena. Molly threw herself into the other's arms and gently patted the other's back. She wanted to care about Elena, but she didn't know how to start. So she had to hug Elena to try to inject some vitality and warmth into Elena. Elena raised her hand awkwardly to catch Jasmine, and said in a voice without emotion, It's okay. I'm okay. It's okay. I'm fine. Then, Elena kept repeating. Her voice gradually weakened. After a while, she slowly raised her head and asked again, Is it the Holy Light Church? It's mainly in. Subei explained. Silence again, and then 2 tears. Tick-tick. Dropped to the ground. The Holy Light Church couldn't have been unaware of this. You said you would take good care of my family. You're such a liar. How ridiculous. It's okay even if you use me as a tool. But my family is all I have left. They're tired just from living. Why do you treat them like this? Elena lowered her head, her body trembling constantly, tears silently falling from her eyes. And she kept talking incoherently. If the goddess of light can't even redeem the Holy Lady of Light, then who is she redeeming? Who else can she redeem? Is she blind? Why would she bless a guy like that? Why can a man like that become a bishop? Elena yelled at Su Bei, each word louder and more heartbreaking than the last. It was like she was asking Su Bei, or questioning the goddess of light. Her powerless hands were clenched tightly. Silence. Calmness. It was like the calm before the storm. When she looked up, her eyes suddenly burned with golden light. It was fire, condensed into a substantial fire, erupting along with her inner grief and anger. If the Holy Light Goddess can't make the decision, then I will do it myself. She stood up and said calmly, "Help me." Okay. Su Bei nodded. At this moment, a strong fire burned on Elena's body. How fierce it was. The pure light started from Elena's heart, first a few scattered points, and in the blink of an eye it spread to her limbs. And the fire spread from her right hand and turned into a golden holy sword. The fire spread to the back, starting from the spine with a crisp sound of crackling, spreading to both sides, condensing continuously, forming two pairs of wings. The fire spread to the hair, and the holy gold flowed from the end of the hair to the tip of the hair like liquid. And the golden hair tip flew and danced. This day, on the dome of the Holy Light Church in the Holy Light City, a sun flashed and smashed the dome. It fell heavily on the statue of the goddess in the Holy Light Church. The statue of the goddess broke into pieces, revealing a pile of silver and copper coins inside. Ian in front of the statue was horrified. Elena stood on the broken statue of the Holy Light Goddess, stepped on the fragments, held the holy sword, and pointed at Ian. On behalf of the Holy Light Goddess, I will judge you. At this moment, I am the Holy Light. Chapter 69, Out of Reach. That is freedom. At a glance, it was a sun that fell into the Holy Light Church. When it came into view, it had occupied half of the field of vision. But if you look closely, you can see a small black dot behind the sun, about the size of a bullet. This small black bullet followed closely behind the sun, like a tail, and fell at the entrance of the main hall of the Holy Light Church. That was Su Bei. He held the gluttony that could not be pulled out of the sheath, with his back to the gate and facing the Holy Light believers of the entire Holy Light Church. Standing quietly, leave a place for Elena to single-handedly kill Ian. However, Su Bei is not optimistic about Elena. It's not that she can't beat him. Elena has attracted the power of the goddess of Holy Light. She can be considered a defective demigod. The gap between gods and awakened people cannot be made up. The demigod fighting the awakened people is completely different from the awakened people fighting the professionals. The awakened people fighting the professionals can be said to be adults fighting babies, and they may be killed in return. The two can still be considered the same species. But the demigod fighting the awakened people is different. The gap is so big that it is almost equal to that of adults fighting fertilized eggs. One by one, they couldn't make a sound, and could only be beaten down. This was the difference between the two species. But despite the huge gap, Su Bei still didn't like Elena, mainly because Elena was leaking light. Without divinity, Elena couldn't bear the power of the Holy Light Goddess, and her body was gradually breaking down. How could a mortal body carry a god? In the past, the saints borrowed power by relying on divinity to wrap the power of the Holy Light Goddess, and they took power bit by bit, and didn't dare to use too much at once. There was no one like Elena, who stuffed all the power into her body. Therefore, the holy light in her body was leaking out like a leak, and her skin was constantly broken and repaired by the holy light. The holy light radiated, bursting onto the broken goddess statue, burning and purifying the mud fragments, and bursting onto Ian's beard, burning him into a young Ian. Ian also saw this, suppressed his panic, and quickly restored his majestic face. His tone was cold, and he showed the aura he had cultivated for many years in a high position, and said in a deep voice, "What are you doing?" "Elena." "Destroying the statue of the goddess, blaspheming God, and forcibly breaking into the Holy Light Church. Do you want to be fired? Stop your actions right now. I will pray to the Holy Light and ask it to forgive your sins." Elena, puff, laughed, as if mocking Ian's nonsense, and also as if mocking her own naivety. The past that Ian introduced to her seemed to be vivid, and compared with this scene now, it was so ironic. Why did I believe that I could really be redeemed at the beginning? After losing her divinity, although Elena became more humane, she still looked at Ian with indifferent eyes and calm behavior. She looked down with indifference, as if a god overlooking the human world, mocking all beings for not knowing their own limits. Then, Elena tilted her head slightly, stood there with the sword in her hand, and said indifferently, "Where's my sister?" Ian was delighted, thinking that as long as the other party was willing to chat, it would be fine. No matter what topic you talk about, as long as it can delay time, it is a good topic. Even if the other party scolds your whole family, it is acceptable, because Ian needs time. He can see that Elena's current state is stable in a strange balance. But this balance is very unstable, and it can be predicted that the balance will soon be broken. When the power of holy light to repair cannot catch up with the speed of tearing, Elena will be completely torn apart by holy light, and will never be able to use holy light again. And it only takes 1 minute to reach this level. Just 1 minute. So Ian only needs to delay for 1 minute. It is impossible to fight. Awakeners cannot fight against professionals. It is even more ridiculous to use the power of holy light to fight holy light. This is as outrageous as a thief having his underwear stolen. Although Ian was happy, his brows were furrowed. His face, which was intimidating without anger, released the pressure. He tried to slow down his tone, as if he wanted to explain it more clearly. "I need to explain this to you. You came here because you found that your home was gone, and your father and sister were missing. Actually, I sent your father to a big city. You know, our Shangwi city is not that big. I just want him to live a better life." Looking at Elena's increasingly weird smile, Ian swallowed his saliva to suppress his fear, and continued slowly, "Your sister is also living a good life. She is stored in the legendary treasure, the coffin of the living dead. You may not know what a living dead coffin is. It is a legendary treasure that the Holy Light Church exchanged with the elves at a great cost. It has incredible life force, and can extend the life of a dying person by 10 years. Now your father is enjoying himself, and your sister is safe. Your act of blaspheming the Holy Light will harm your family. Stop it now." Ian spoke very slowly, and repeated the same sentence several times, which finally dragged on for a full minute. Seeing the golden fireworks in Elena's pupils about to go out, Ian's expression gradually became ferocious. "Kneel down, you Holy Light traitor. I've given you many chances, but you didn't fight for them. So I punish you with holy light on behalf of the goddess." Ian took off the cross from his collar, and used his best awakening skill with both hands. The cross grew bigger in his palm, and reproduced the outline of holy light energy of the same size. The Holy Light Cross, a fine-grade treasure with holy light attributes, can release the cross judgment and coordinate a new awakening skill. This move is enough to burn any 5th-level monster, even the Elite One. Awakening skill, Holy Light Judgment. Elena finally smiled. "You old bitch. You hid the money you looted in the goddess statue. You are really pious." The holy light completely subsided in Elena's body, and turned into a black dot. It seemed to disappear. Seeing this scene, Ian finally breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed his tense body. He touched his beard and found that it had been burned long ago. He was also a little angry. He spread his hands and smiled, pinching the holy light judgment in the cross without releasing it. Then, he told me the past events one by one. "I have good news for you. Half of the money is the subsidy from the Holy Light Church to your father. It is a considerable sum. I still remember the look on his face when he knelt down and begged me to give him 2 more copper coins. He also said that he wanted to live to see you grow up. He begged me not to take all the money. It's ridiculous. Why does he, a useless man, want to live so long? He will suffer if he dies. It's better for me to use the money to buy a title for my descendants in the future." By the way, the day he died was July 15th. The moon was quite round. He bought some strawberries to die decently, but he died without eating a single bite after washing them. It's so funny. Don't you look at your own character? Does he deserve to eat strawberries? And your sister, TSK, is just a burden who can't wake up. Is she worthy of being kept alive by a legendary treasure? She should have been sent to the crematorium long ago. Ian was still talking. Every word was like a knife, stabbing Elena's heart. Elena smiled and raised her head, as if she was reminiscing, or waiting to die. Tears silently slid down her neck. The past scenes emerged in front of her eyes, as if it was yesterday. July 15th was her birthday. She loved eating strawberries the most. My sister didn't survive after all. So, what was the purpose of her busyness and hard work in the past few years? She lost her freedom in her life because she kept carrying out missions for the Holy Light Church, and finally got nothing. If I hadn't joined the Holy Light Church, would my father and sister have passed away more decently? Elena smiled and held back her tears, bitter and salty, without a hint of sweetness. That's enough. In just one breath, the black spot burst out with even more intense, holy light. When Ian screamed the loudest, spoke the most viciously, and laughed the ugliest, the holy light bloomed. Ian was horrified, and could no longer maintain his dignity. The hope that had just sprouted collapsed in an instant. How could it be possible? Why was there so much holy light in her body? As if it was endless. This is unfair. I have believed in the holy light for much longer than she has. I have been worshipping the holy light devoutly. Holy light, please take a good look at me. Ian could no longer question. His body was purified by the holy light bit by bit, turning into powder and ash. And even the ash was swallowed by the holy light. The holy light melted the dome of the Holy Light Church and illuminated the entire Holy Light City, revealing the blue sky. Under the sky, birds fly freely and unrestrained. Elena smiled slightly and sighed in her heart. Letting Ian experience the feeling of hope followed by despair was the last thing she could do. I guess I will be free soon. With both hands open, the holy light gathered in her body, closed, expanded, and condensed into a sphere, breaking through her body. The sphere was still expanding, pushing open the wall of the main hall of the Holy Light Church and pushing outward. Without any skills or magic fluctuations, the pure holy light was enough to fill the entire Holy Light Church. It seemed to be laughing at how ridiculous Ian's previous actions were. And Elena's body was also shattered under the holy light. After that, what leaked out of her body was no longer the holy light, but red blood. Chapter 70 Blood Rose. When Elena entered the main hall of the Holy Light Church, Su Bei, who was blocking the door, was also attacked. The believers of the Holy Light Church blocked him in the middle, and surrounded him in circles. There were about dozens of people, including knights, priests, mages, and rangers. There were no assassins. The believers of the Holy Light did not like this kind of sneaky profession, and the main thing was to play it realistically. At this moment, facing Su Bei, they chose a reasonable division of labor with half fighting and half scolding. This is also because Su Bei blocked the door, and the output position was too narrow. The people behind couldn't hit him, so they could only move their mouths and think about sending electric help to the brothers in front, which was also considered participating in the battle. The majesty of the holy light cannot be challenged. Knights charge him. The priest is ready to give milk. Add more buffs. And give the opponent a debuff by the way. Damn. Who blinded me? Who is giving buffs randomly? The opponent's buffs are almost full. Damn. How can a knight give the wrong buff? Why did the opponent get the holy light armor? You can buff yourself and give it to the wrong person. Can those who give the wrong buff enter the factory? Going to the assembly line of the goblins is also considered redemption. Mage. Aim and shoot. Aim and shoot. You burn all my hair off. Fuck. Who the hell shot my ass? Don't let me catch you. Su Bei was shocked. As expected of a mass-produced professional, there is no cooperation at all. The scene was very chaotic. Su Bei casually swung 2 swords, and 7 or 8 wounded soldiers were lying on the opposite side. Most of them were caused by the opponent himself. Su Bei also chose the most worry-free and labor-saving way of playing. That's right. He released the gluttony mist as soon as he landed. As long as they are professionals, no matter whether they are first level, second level or third level, they can't stay calm after inhaling the gluttony mist. And they must be crazy and show off. This is also the reason why the believers of the Holy Light make frequent mistakes. Soon, the believers of the Holy Light Church began to fall into a state of madness. The professionals in the back row were fine. They could just fight with the fruits for offering, and they didn't care about faith and ethics. At this moment, even if the goddess of Holy Light stood in front of them, she could be eaten as food. The knights in front really couldn't get any food, and their tempers became more and more violent. They looked at each other. Their scarlet eyes flashed with desire, and they stretched out their sinful hands towards each other. A hand-to-hand fight ensued. They hugged each other's necks and bit each other, biting harder and harder. even biting out a few strawberry marks, and didn't let go even when they bit blood. This scene made Jasmine, who arrived late, open her mouth wide. Jasmine quickly raised the two slime kings and put them on her eyes. Jasmine, don't look. Jasmine, don't look. The slime king also widened his eyes, thinking that it was a slime. Where had it ever seen such a scene? And behind the slime's transparent body, there was also a pair of eyes widened, blinking continuously. Don't look. Don't look. Jasmine, don't look. Subei's face sank, and he quickly increased the density of the fog to block Jasmine's sight. This is not a scene that children can watch. Before the chaos occurred, the City Lord's mansion had already noticed the movement and quickly used the fixed-point teleportation array to shake the guards over. After the chaos occurred, the City Lord's mansion also arrived soon. Damn. Where is this? Slot rubbed his eyes as if he had seen a ghost, and walked backwards to the outside of the Holy Light Church, looking at the 4 big words Holy Light Church on the top of the building at the entrance. He fell into confusion. If I can't feel the Holy Light Church, the 4 words exuded a sacred aura, and Slot thought he had entered the most chaotic male ketone area in the red light district. Damn it. These pretentious guys in the Holy Light Church finally couldn't help it. Slot asked a soul-searching question, and of course no one could answer him, because of his in and out. The soldiers also fell. After Slot found that his soldiers were not right, he finally figured out the situation. Is there any poison planted? Slot shouted, and inhaled another mouthful of mist. At this moment, except for the City Lord Slot, all the other professionals below the 4th level were defeated. Slot was not feeling well either, with a surge of appetite rising from his chest, causing him to tremble all over. He had already inhaled too much gluttony mist. Slot hurriedly held his breath and tried to save himself. Before he could react, a dark scabbard kept enlarging in front of him. He opened his mouth in fear and inhaled, with a stream of mist rushing into his mouth, making a miserable scream of woo-woo. It was forcefully filled. The sword fell, like a hammer hitting a watermelon. The head instantly broke into pieces, and the brain spurted out. Subei swung the sword, splashing blood. There was nothing special to pay attention to in the future. After that, the 3rd level was useless, and there was no 4th level in Shanghui City. Subei returned to the door again and leaned against it, listening to Ian showing off his achievements. He was silent. Subei looked up at the sky, and his hand holding the hilt of the sword slightly exerted force. His chest was stuffy, and he wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. For a while, his brain was empty. It wasn't until he felt the burning heat on his back that Subei slowly came back to his senses and sighed. He turned around and opened the door. Across the way, Elena smiled brightly, and her blood couldn't suppress her bright smile at the moment. It was like a freely growing rose blooming, sad and beautiful. Chapter 71. Your sister is alive. Time flies. 3 months later. It is May. The end of May. In Winter City, between Hua District and Chu District, in a 3-story villa. The first floor of the villa. On the sofa, Elena lay in a big shape, motionless, like a salted fish. Occasionally, she would blink. Otherwise she would be a dead fish. On the table next to her, there was a fruit platter. The fruits were neatly arranged, and it was foreseeable that they had not been touched for the whole morning, even if there are a few strawberries in it. This state has lasted for 3 months, and is likely to continue. After the incident in Shanghui City, Bishop Ian's corruption was soon exposed, and the deceased lord of the City Lord's mansion, Slot, and the Templar St. A lot of scandals were dug up about the 3. The upper nobles made a big fuss, whipped the corpses of these dead people, confiscated the embezzled money according to the rules, and took out 1/10 to compensate some victims. The story ends here. Elena received a generous compensation, and the Holy Light Church also agreed to let her take a vacation, and she could decide how long the vacation would be. That is, she could come back anytime. They could also arrange a civilian job for Elena, with excellent treatment, and a villa in the royal city of Udo. The specific details were discussed by both parties, referring to Subei and the newly appointed bishop of the Holy Light Church in Shanghui City. Elena just kept nodding on the side, not caring about what they talked about. She didn't care what it was, even if they finally discussed letting her die. Of course, the Holy Light Church cannot let her die. At least not now. The saint of the Holy Light Church died in the Holy Light Church, And it was the bishop of the Holy Light Church who caused it. It is scary to spread the news. The reputation of the Holy Light Church will be ruined for at least several years. So negotiations must be made. And Elena must be appeased. This is also the task assigned to the new bishop by the Holy Light Church. Su-bei is not good at negotiations. So he mostly does not speak. And he will stop to think while listening. Mainly because he is not familiar with the other party. And he feels that the other party has a gloomy face like his former high school class teacher. So he can only stare at the two sapphires on the other party's chest in a daze. Social phobia. This expressionless look frightened the new bishop, who was already worried. And he kept adding chips. It was not until he was so sincere that he almost knelt down that Su-bei responded belatedly. Okay. In fact, Su-bei didn't know what compensation the other party had given. Because his attention was on Elena. He was always worried that Elena couldn't hold on. After feeling that Elena was really going to die, he frowned, and the bishop was so scared that he almost knelt down. After the negotiation, Su-bei took Elena back to Winter City. And a piece of news began to spread in Holy Light City. Mainly from the new bishop. I would rather face a king-level monster than negotiate with that person again. He really knows how to negotiate. As for the identity of the saint, Elena is completely gone. How can I be the saint of the Holy Light Church without the Holy Light? After that, for 3 consecutive months, Su-bei could often receive gold coins and treasures sent to him by the Holy Light Church. There were also some relics. Her father's. A torn coat. A torn pair of pants. And a copper ring. The last gift she received was a land deed. After that, Su-bei sent Elena to the villa and asked Jasmine to take care of her. This care lasted for 3 months. Jasmine was full of energy every day, telling Elena all kinds of trivial things. The 2 slimes lying on her chest were much rounder, and they had the potential to evolve to the 4th level. However, Jasmine shared Jasmine things, and Elena completely became a lying corpse, occasionally breathing loudly unconsciously. As a response to Jasmine, in the past 3 months, Elena was too lazy to move her eyes. When she was tired, she would turn over and continue lying down. When she was not tired, she would lie on the bed all day. She would wait for Jasmine to feed her when she ate. However, there were times when she left the sofa. For example, she couldn't hold it in any longer to go to the toilet. Because of excessive blood loss and untimely nutrition supplementation, Elena's face turned sickly pale, and her figure looked much thinner. It really made people worry whether she would die in bed. Jasmine puffed up her mouth, picked up the dessert she had just bought, and patiently fed Elena 1 bite at a time. June 1st. Wooden House in Chu District. Su-bei closed the book. The book said Fairy Tales for Youth Enlightenment. Following the pinyin, Su-bei barely finished reading a preschool book, and also compared the shape of some words with the pinyin. It was considered a primary school student. These days, Su-bei learned a lot of information through learning, and gradually painted the black and white world outside the plot with colors. It also deepened his understanding of this world. A lot of things happened in the past few months. From the White Rock Kingdom, Green Empire, and Technology City, they announced an alliance, exerting pressure on the Duz Empire to sign the Armistice Agreement. Luminera announced a visit to the White Rock Kingdom to promote peaceful coexistence between the 2 sides. The starting point of the visit to the White Rock Kingdom is Winter City, and they will stay here for a few days. Because of this, the number of adventurers in the Winter Dungeon has increased significantly, and the soldiers have become dedicated to their work and started patrolling seriously. This made Su-bei more careful when taking Jasmine with him, for fear that someone would recognize her identity. Small as riots and slave pens. Recently, there have been many slave escapes. Several slave traders died, and many slaves ran away. It is said that there are external forces to support them. By the way, there is another piece of news that cannot be ignored. The Science and Technology City is going to build the first amusement park in Winter City, and the location is in Chu District. According to the goblins, their boss wants to build amusement parks in every corner of the world so that children can have fun and have a good childhood. But the facts do not seem to be so. Su-bei often heard several directors of Winter Academy quarreling with each other, saying that the goblins were just blood-sucking bugs, and they wanted both territory and a share of the profits. What was even more outrageous was that Winter City had to pay for the materials, and they were only responsible for the construction. Then, there were some extremely unpleasant trash talk, with a high amount of ma in it. In addition, Jasmine also mentioned some school matters to Su-bei. For example, teacher Amanda successfully became an awakener a few days ago. It was also because of her strong strength that no one was willing to go on a blind date with her anymore. It is said that being beaten by the wife every day will make a man lose his dignity. There are fewer students in the first year of high school. Many students have given up becoming adventurers for various reasons and turned to life and career. The above are the recent big and small news. Subei rubbed his temples, sighed, and picked up an invitation letter on the table. Then he simply cleaned up the house and got up and left the wooden house. This is an invitation letter from the Russell family, saying that they want to apologize for Slot's incident, and revealed a key piece of information. Elena's sister is not dead, and the living dead coffin has been protected by Elena Master Grace, and has never passed through Ian's hands. Yesterday, the perfect demigod, one of the 4 priests of the Holy Light Church, the source of Holy Light Grace, who redeems with her left hand and judges with her right hand, just completed the task at hand and returned to the Holy Light Church, clarifying the lies spread by Ian. And the legendary treasure living dead coffin was also well stored, and then bought by the Duchess of Gloucester at a high price as a compensation to Elena. This gift is very valuable, and it may allow Elena to live again. So, Subei walked to Elena's house, intending to tell her this news. Your sister is alive. Chapter 72 The Daughter of Gloucester. When he arrived at the door, Subei took out the key to open the door of Elena's house, took off his shoes, and entered the hall. He didn't hear Elena's welcome voice. And of course, he didn't expect to hear it. After hearing the sound of the door opening, Elena also knew that Subei was here, because Jasmine was still in school at this time. Despite this, Elena still didn't move at all, and didn't even think about pulling down the skirt that was open to her thighs, even though she knew that if someone squatted in front of her at this time, she would be able to see the sacred light. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Why don't you try to see what it feels like to die? Although I felt it when the blood ran out, the pain was still not enough. It didn't hurt, as if it wasn't my own blood. Subei sat on the side of the sofa where Elena was lying. From this angle, he could only see Elena's pale face. Then, she glanced at him with empty eyes, and then looked up at the ceiling, which was scattered and out of focus. Your sister is alive. Elena frowned slightly, raised her head, and slowly moved her eyes to the top, revealing a disdainful expression and making a laugh. Who are you trying to fool? I'm going to negotiate with the Duke of Gloucester this afternoon, and I pick up your sister. Do you want to go? Subei continued. Elena turned over and rolled her eyes again. She obviously didn't believe what Subei said. If she wanted to live, she would have lived a long time ago, and she couldn't wait until now. Elena had already given up hope after searching the Holy Light Church that day and couldn't find anyone. It's okay if you don't go. I let Jasmine find you after school. Subei had expected Elena's reaction, so he didn't take it seriously. Anyway, the coffin is on the way, so it doesn't matter if it takes an hour or 2. As for letting Jasmine come to Elena's place, this is a necessary measure. Otherwise, Elena will starve to death sooner or later. So, Subei left the house. After Subei left, Elena tilted her head. Her eyes were empty, and 2 tears suddenly fell. The hand beside her leg was clenched tightly, piercing the palm, and blood flowed. After a long time, she still felt extremely uncomfortable when she heard the news about her sister again, even though she knew that the other party was well-intentioned. But she hasn't gotten over it yet. She hasn't gotten over the past memories. Subei first asked for leave from school, and discussed the next arrangements with Jasmine, and then walked towards the Winter City Lord's mansion. The Winter City Lord's mansion is located in Wall Street, the most prosperous area in the Hua district. Although it is only a few miles away from Chu district, the degree of prosperity is worlds apart. This is a place that people in Chu district can hardly step into even if they are busy all their lives. After all, it is not just the gap between the rich and the poor that separates the 2 districts. There is also a pathetic class barrier. After showing the invitation letter, Subei quickly entered the Chinese district. In the Chinese district, the surrounding houses are made of cement, with fancy patterns, and several small magic circles are inlaid on the walls. Every household is a villa with a small courtyard, raising cute monsters, such as slimes, or cats and dogs with special bloodlines. The residents of the Chinese district are all nobles or descendants of nobles. At least their ancestors were prosperous. To live here, You must have money or power. Or at least have a certain network of contacts. Otherwise you will be ashamed to live here. This is the difference. The security in the area is very good. And there are patrols with soldiers wearing fine armor. Judging from the quality of the other party, he may be a first-level knight. Subei walked towards the tallest building in the area. Although his clothes were not appropriate, he did not receive any strange looks. There is no arrogance or prejudice. Most nobles pay attention to decency, and it is not uncommon for them to look down on others. This made Subei feel much more at ease, thinking that he would pass by the area where teacher Amanla lived on the way. Subei hesitated whether to say hello, so he bought some fruit first. However, Subei didn't make it in the end. After taking a few deep breaths at the door, Subei thought it was better to forget it, so he left with the fruit. After all, it's always bad to visit someone without warning. It should be bad. After crossing teacher Amanla's house, Subei's breathing became much smoother, and his slightly red face became normal. In this way, Subei came to the Lord's mansion of Winter City. Subei took out the invitation to visit, and was greeted by a sweet and delicate elf butler. The elf butler led him to a separate room, then prepared tea and snacks and stood beside him. The etiquette was thoughtful and flawless. Subei sat quietly, without touching the tea or snacks, mainly because he was being watched by the elf butler. He felt a little embarrassed. Subei always had a blank expression on his face, and occasionally changed his posture, so that he could always look at the elf butler with a smile on his face. He couldn't help but feel a little strange. Wouldn't it be tiring to smile like this? And seeing that Subei was a little uncomfortable, the elf butler smiled more gently and took the initiative to talk. Guest, don't be too restrained. Just eat. Okay. Subei nodded, not knowing what to eat. So he picked up a piece of cake and took a bite. Are the guests from Chu district? Because I was bought by the city lord's mansion when I was young. I haven't been there yet. The elf butler continued. I heard that it's also very fun there. There are not so many rules, and the prices are very low. Yes. Subei nodded. There was no further news after that, which made the elf butler a little unbearable, and he pulled the corner of his mouth behind Subei's back. Then what? The elf steward thought for a moment and continued. Although the Duke of Gloucester is famous and sounds scary, he is very kind and easygoing to the people in his territory. For so many years, he has let Winter City, Holy City and Lion City go, and has not interfered too much in political matters. He is a very humane lord. Isn't it just laziness? Although thinking so in his heart, Subei still nodded and responded. Indeed. Then he listened to the elf steward continue to say, I heard that the one who came to negotiate this time was the only daughter of the Duke, Miss Lilizi, a talented and beautiful girl who was famous in the imperial capital at a young age. But almost no one had seen her. I heard that she is very dignified, stern, cold, and mysterious. But these are just rumors, because there is little information about her. I heard that this is her first time helping the family with affairs, and she came with the attitude of giving a perfect answer. I hope you can have a pleasant chat with Miss Lilizi, but don't quarrel. Subei nodded again, but he was a little unsure. Headache? This kind of person sounds difficult to deal with. Cold, mysterious, and very serious. Therefore, accepting the gift and leaving quickly was the best choice. Subei sighed. At this moment, heavy footsteps sounded outside the house. Not fast or slow, but full of oppression. The door was opened. What came into view was an elegant white gauze hat, and below, a dark blue long skirt wrapped around an immature body. Subei was stunned, and suddenly he was no longer nervous, but frowned. The white gauze hat trembled. Snap. The door was closed. Chapter 73. Handing over the coffin. Outside the door, Lilizi held her white gauze hat tightly and squatted at the door. Bang, 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 hitting the wall in front of her, with only gray in her eyes. Her little head was dizzy, and she couldn't figure out why this world was so small. How could it be that guy? When did he have anything to do with Elena? How could the guy on the side of the devil and the believers of the Holy Goddess of Light be in the same group? Hey! I can't figure it out. I don't know. It's not right. No. No. Lilizi paused, then raised her eyebrows. No matter what happened, Lilizi, the living goddess of wisdom, the daughter of the Duke of Gloucester, a super genius. Why would I be afraid of him? It makes no sense. How could he be so mean to me in public? Yeah. Lilizi nodded to cheer herself up. turned around and opened the door. As soon as she opened the door, her expression changed immediately. She showed the attitude of a lady from a noble family. Opposite, Subei sat on a chair, changed his posture, looked a little restrained, and had a calm face. Duh. Li Lizi's 10 centimeters high heels stepped on the floor, barely pulling her height to about 1.65 meters. Full of aura. Her feet stepped on the ground, walking slowly and rhythmically. On the side, the elf butler trembled and swallowed his saliva. The self-discipline and calmness he had cultivated over the years could no longer be maintained. Li Lizi's footsteps, step by step, seemed to step on the elf butler's heart. The elf butler tensed up and felt nervous, as expected of the daughter of the Duke. Lady Lilizi, you have such a strong sense of oppression. Her walking posture is so special. Perhaps this is the uniqueness that a noble lady should have. On the other side, Subei was stunned by Lilizi's walking posture. Why does it feel like she is wearing high heels for the first time? She walks so strangely. She must be sprained. Right? Will she fall? Snap! Subei's eyes suddenly blinked. Quiet, the elf butler trembled all over and was petrified on the spot. Lilizi's right foot was dislocated and twisted, and she fell headfirst on the glass table in front of Subei. The elf butler swallowed his saliva again. His head was buzzing, and he felt like he was not conscious at all. It was over. It was over. The city lord's mansion was over. The Duke of Gloucester's beloved daughter, the Honorable Miss Lilizi, fell down in the city lord's mansion. The officials of the city lord's mansion would not be beaten from head to toe. Right? Who designed the floor? How could there be a 1 millimeter height difference, causing the floor to be uneven and causing the Honorable Miss Lilizi to fall down? It must be reported. It must be reported. I give that group of irresponsible workers a hard lesson. If I don't handle it properly, my position as a housekeeper will be over. Miss Lilizi. The elf housekeeper wanted to reach out to help. I'm fine. Lilizi supported the glass table and slowly climbed up, revealing a red forehead and a blank expression. I'm fine. Crack. The glass table quickly cracked from the contact point and shattered into powder. Although Lilizi's face was calm, her eyes were red. And if you look closely, there were 2 tears that were squeezed back. She looked at Subei, looking at him with extremely calm movements, and opened her mouth inadvertently, but couldn't say a word. There was silence for a moment. The atmosphere was oppressive, and the elf butler felt suffocated. Seeing that the other party didn't speak, Subei thought that this would not solve the problem, so he chose to take the initiative to speak. Hand over? Li Lizi shook her head and nodded. Outside? Li Lizi shook her head again and nodded. I took it away. Subei got up and walked out the door. Sir, please come this way. The elf butler couldn't bear such pressure, so he took the initiative to open the door for Subei, and then said awkwardly, Miss Lilizi, I go help. After that, he followed. Hearing this, Li Lizi nodded, and didn't turn back to say goodbye. The moment Subei passed Li Lizi's expression instantly twisted. Tears flowed out, and the corners of her mouth were twisted into a ball of grievance, sucking her lips into her mouth. The moment the door closed, Li Lizi grabbed the hem of her skirt and bit it, recalling the pain she had suffered before, and bit it hard. Wow! It hurt so much. The next second, tears flowed endlessly, as if they were the magic power in her body. In the blink of an eye, a thin layer of water stains covered the ground, and there was a tendency to submerge her toes. I tried my best. Li Lizi really tried my best. It took all my strength just to hold back the tears. I couldn't even open my mouth. Not a word. She couldn't cry in front of others, because she represented the face of the Gloucester family. Why did I change into high heels at the door? It's so embarrassing. After crying, Li Lizi wiped her tears, touched her chest, took out a small notebook, and then wrote, Article 972. No high heels in the future. It can be predicted that she had suffered 971 lessons before. Looking at this eye-catching number, Li Lizi was completely emo. Outside the door, the elf butler wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and watched Subei move the coffin from the carriage. That Miss Lilizi is too scary. She doesn't say a word, but her eyes look like she wants to eat people. It seems that all nobles are like this. You can't tell what the other person is thinking at all. Every move is very creepy. Don't you think so? Sir? Subei glanced at the elf butler. Although he nodded, he always felt that things were not what the other person thought. Lilizi's actions were too deep and didn't seem real. The other party was an old actor. Moreover, this time meeting Lilizi made Su Bei have new questions. The other party is a living person. He is a person. So he is not a god. According to the setting in fantasy world, the gods stay in the kingdom of God until their death. Su Bei has never seen a living god, and most of them are recorded in a few words. Just like Qin Shi Huang. He only exists in history. Therefore, it feels so inconsistent that the gods are suddenly separated from history. However, Lilizi is related to the goddess of wisdom. If the other party is not wisdom, then what is it? Could it be the illegitimate daughter of wisdom left in the world? Although Lilizi has an invitation to the kingdom of wisdom, knows many secrets between gods, and has omniscience, but I always feel that she does not have the high divinity of gods. She doesn't look like a god at all, but more like a little girl of 15 or 16 years old, or a spoiled and stupid daughter of a landlord. And Lilizi has never appeared in the game plot. Is it the butterfly effect? Su Bei threw out one question after another. There were many questions in his mind, all of which were speculations that could not be answered for the time being. Finally, Su Bei gave up thinking and raised his hand to weigh the coffin. The weight was fine. It was a person. Su Bei held the coffin and walked towards home, saying goodbye to the elf butler, and asked the other party to say goodbye to Lilizi on his behalf. As for saying goodbye in person and asking some questions by the way, it was not necessary for the time being. Now, the most important thing is to bring Elena's sister back and inject some energy and motivation into Elena. If the other party is idle again, there will be no time to continue the next plan. The matter of setting off for the White Rock Kingdom needs to be implemented as soon as possible. It would be best if it was this month. At least it should be set off before Luminera. Su Bei carried the coffin and walked away. Chapter 74 successfully activated Elena. Inside the 3-story villa, Su Bei entered the house and saw Jasmine feeding Elena, and 2 slime kings were wriggling back and forth in Elena clothes. From the outside, you can see 2 small hills moving around, and occasionally they can make Elena look strange and gasp. Jasmine explained that this can massage Elena muscles to prevent her from lying down and causing muscle atrophy. It makes sense. But Su Bei always felt that this scene was a bit awkward. Letting a monster massage the saint in front of the Holy Light Church. What's the difference between this and letting the devil and the hero make friends? It can only be said that it is incredible. Seeing Su Bei carrying the coffin into the house, Jasmine was so happy that she smiled and waved at him. As a result, she forgot to pull out the spoon inserted into Elena's mouth. She stood up and gently bumped the spoon. MMM. MMM. It's inserted. It's all inserted. Almost inserted into the throat. This pain made Elena open her eyes wide, and she felt as if she saw her dead father at that moment. Jasmine hurriedly pulled out the spoon. Trembling, gently comforted Elena's shoulders, and cried, "Elena's sister. Are you okay? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's Jasmine who's sorry for you." After Elena lay down again and lost her expression again, Jasmine got up to meet Su Bei. "Mr. Su Bei, welcome back." Elena's sister is also safely brought back. Elena still didn't look back, as if she didn't hear it. But just now, she decided something very important. She could die, but not by being stabbed to death by a spoon. This was too painful. At least she could choose a quicker way to die. Behind her, Su Bei's footsteps slowly approached. Then, a coffin was placed in front of Elena. Elena's brows moved slightly, but she felt too tired, so she didn't frown in the end. After a long while, she slowly uttered a few words. "Thank you for your hard work. I won't commit suicide easily. You don't have to go to this extent." Su Bei and Jasmine had good intentions to worry about her to this extent. They even found a coffin. This coffin looks quite real. Elena looked at it with a dull look, and suddenly paused. Then her eyes slowly focused and blinked again. "It looks a bit like it. Not sure. I take another look." "Wait. Wow." Jasmine was shocked. Elena looked at the coffin and suddenly sat up. The noise was so loud that even the slime in the body was thrown out and landed on Jasmine's forehead, making 2 duong sounds. The Slime King thought that this guy really couldn't be kept. He was still so annoying without the holy light. Dong. Dong at this time. Su Bei knocked on the coffin. The sound was dull and solid. He turned around and said calmly, You open it or I open it. His tone was indifferent. Just like scratching a scratch card. But this is not comparable to a scratch card at all. Elena could no longer remain calm. And she reached out to touch the edge of the coffin. This familiar texture. Special material. Just by reaching out to touch it, she could feel the powerful vitality contained in the coffin. This coffin. It was that one. Definitely that one. Is this true? But it was kept by your master, and was bought by the Duchess of Gloucester the day before yesterday, as an apology for what happened in the city lord's mansion. Elena quickly figured out the cause and effect, and burst into tears again. I was really blinded by hatred. I'm so stupid. Really. I should have thought of it earlier. How could Master Grace leave my sister somewhere else? She must have been afraid that I couldn't maintain my divinity, and didn't tell me. Yes. How can Ian, a bishop, hold a legendary treasure? Elena had 1,000 words to say. But she stared at the coffin for a long time, and didn't say a word. She pushed the coffin open with force, revealing the woman lying in the coffin. The one sleeping in the coffin was Elena's sister, Eleni. She looked about 20 years old. She had a pair of callous hands, which was caused by years of sword practice. Her skin was not white, but a little rough. She looked quite heroic, and was 50% similar to Elena. Seeing this familiar face, Elena fell into a trance. For a long time. It was not until the sky gradually turned dark that she came to her senses, and closed the coffin. Turned around, looking at Subei and Jasmine, who had been playing Go Bang at some point. Elena was stunned. Then she smiled. This was the first time Elena had smiled in 3 months. It was also the first time she had smiled from the heart in 3 years. She hadn't smiled for a long time. And she almost forgot what it felt like to smile. It was a long-lost feeling. It was great. The feeling of being a human being. Elena smiled, and looked at Subei and the others. She didn't know what to say. Should she say something to thank them? She also needed to be thanked. But I think this was not the answer they wanted. Elena knew that Subei and Jasmine wanted her to cheer up. But she didn't know why they did that. Jasmine had her reasons. But what about Subei? They had only known each other for less than half a year. Was it to team up with me? But could a useless person like me really help him? Elena looked at her hands. She clenched her hands. And the holy light she had tried so hard to gather could not even last for a second. And it completely dispersed. I am already a useless person. It was at this time that Jasmine noticed Elena turning around. She was stunned, and then quickly patted the seat beside her. Sister Elena, come here quickly. Mr. Subei said that he knows who is the curse that makes one unable to wake up. Elena breathing suddenly became heavier. Subei turned his head and said lightly, it should be Magic Weapon Sequence 11. Magic Weapon Dream. It has the ability to create a dream that cannot be woken up. Elena held Subei's shoulders tightly, and her heavy breathing kept hitting his face, causing Subei to quickly dodge and then frown. Stinky. I haven't brushed my teeth for at least 3 months. It smells like a mixture of dessert, strawberry and milk. Seeing Subei's disgusted expression after he dodged, Elena was stunned for a moment, coughed awkwardly, and said, what else do you know? Tell me quickly. Is there a solution? Subei nodded. There are 2 ways. As long as the person in the dream can realize that she is dreaming, she can break free from the dream. Or, someone else can kill the dream host and forcibly end the dream. Elena immediately said, help me. Subei looked up. I saw Elena biting her lower lip tightly, and the fire of anger burned her again. It has been activated. However, Elena has no holy light. Just like Subei has no demon king path. The road ahead is blocked. And the other party's realm has also dropped to the 1st level. Still need to deal with this problem first. Finding that Subei fell into thought, Elena was startled and blinked. Oops. You won't be unwilling. Right? Wait. Do I have any bargaining chips? Elena thought carefully, and felt cold in her heart. The other party doesn't seem to like women. But I don't have anything good left. Gritting her teeth, Elena said everything she wanted to say. And said seriously, the money is yours. The house is yours too. I will work for you. Help me. Help me. Help me. Help me. Help me. On the side, Jasmine also pulled Subei's sleeve. Subei came back to his senses. And after thinking about what Elena had just said, he shook his head and said, you are too weak now. There is nothing I can do. Elena's face turned pale instantly. Jasmine also felt that Mr. Subei was too much, and the hand holding the sleeve shook vigorously to express her protest. Sube slowed down and continued, "So you should replenish your body first, and then level up." You said it all in one breath. Elena jumped up happily with a bright smile. "Can you stop breathing so hard? You bastard." Paw. Sube kicked Elena in the face. Swoosh. Elena flew out backwards, turned upside down, and buried Jasmine under her chest, with stars in her eyes. "I can't breathe. Breathe. I can't breathe." Sister Elena. Under Elena. A small hand waved helplessly. "Help. Save me. Mr. Sube. Breathe. Help." Chapter 75 Iris Adventure Group. Winter City. Wild Area. The entrance to the Winter Dungeon. June is one of the months when adventure groups are most active. At the entrance to the Winter Dungeon, adventure groups come and go, exchanging their experiences in conquering the dungeon. The vendors take up their positions and shout, selling the latest information about the dungeon, as well as various enchanting materials and potions. There are also lone wolves looking for teams, or teams that are short of people recruiting lone adventurers, all of which are offered generous rewards. At the entrance of such a lively and harmonious dungeon, there was a team with a completely different style from the others. They looked like children arguing in a playful way. A heart of miracle, a tear of the goddess, and a can of blood with light attributes, and a 4th level monster above the lord level. Elena followed the material records read by Sube, and her hands were shaking as she wrote. This. There are so many expensive auxiliary materials. You might as well tell me that you need to reincarnate. You stupid thing. I can get these materials. Why don't I spend a lot of money to retrain a profession? I feel that I am also very talented as a ranger. Sube frowned slightly on his calm face. No, you don't have the talent for a ranger. Although I don't want to hit Elena. But through the dark game in the amusement park, Sube can easily draw this conclusion. Let Elena change her profession to a ranger, and the danger will not only be the enemy. It is even possible to shoot a transformation for Jasmine. Sube sighed and explained, I have a way to get the goddess's tears. You can find the Heart of Miracles on the 20th floor of the Winter Dungeon. The hardest one is the 3rd one. But I heard that there is a dragon knight in your Holy Light Church, and his contract partner is a 5th level light dragon. A king level hybrid dragon. The scene was silent for a moment. Elena showed a dull expression, and it took a long time to recover. After about 10 seconds of silence, Elena reached out and covered Jasmine's ears, indicating a relieved expression, and then opened the firepower that had been continuously suppressed, and gritted her teeth and cursed at Sube. Your tone is quite calm. You're talking like you're pumping chicken blood. Is that a chicken? That's the contract partner of His Highness Oteliati, the Hammer of Punishment, one of the 4 demigods of the Holy Light Church. What do you want me to exchange for a can of blood? Elena was so angry that she felt dizzy. You should know that monsters are divided into 6 levels: ordinary, elite, lord, king, legendary, and mythical. And now that mythical and legendary species are unheard of, having a king-level contract partner is enough to increase Oteliati's strength by 30%. The priest Oteliati even worshipped his dragon pet as a treasure, and valued it more than his own life. That was not a dragon pet. It was clearly the dragon father. How could he take a can of blood from his father and give it to a former saint whose divinity was broken? Sube fell into deep thought, a little uncertain, and took out the diary to check it. Then, he slowly said, he should like your teacher. Elena fell silent again. Although I don't know where the gossip came from. But this gossip is too wild. Are you saying that His Highness the Oteliati priest, a 100-year-old virgin, likes my emotionless robot master who is about to evolve into a god? I think the channel where you got the information is not even from unofficial history, but a pile of shit. If you believe this, you might as well believe that I am the daughter of the Holy Light Goddess. Are you crazy? Looking at Sube's expressionless face, Elena stopped the loss in time while cursing, and suddenly hesitated. I am a little uncertain. Although I don't know where Sube got the news from, Priest Oteliati often showed his courtesy to the teacher, and from time to time he played with his few remaining white hairs, exuding his unique charm. This is fucking true, right? Elena was silent for a moment, and then said, let's not talk about whether this matter is true or not. Even if it is true, are you trying to match them up? Do you want a goddess of holy light with perfect divinity to walk on the earth and have a passionate youthful love with the most pious and powerful priest of holy light? You are blaspheming. You are destroying the foundation of the Holy Light Church. If the Holy Light Church knew about your idea, you would definitely be treated as a heretic and purified. Your ashes would be burned clean. Not even a black spot would be left. The last few words were really too loud. Even though Jasmine covered her ears, she still heard them. Jasmine opened her mouth, not expecting things to be so horrible, and quickly interrupted. Mr. Su-Bei, you can't do that. It's too dangerous. And Sister Elena, stop swearing. Elena shut up. Feeling that she was indeed a little irritable, she looked at the lovely Jasmine and said sullenly, "It's all his fault." Sister Elena, calm down. Many people are looking at you. Jasmine poked Elena back and pointed around. I didn't. I just blamed him for saying something that made me angry. Well, I won't say it. Looking at Jasmine's obedient gaze, Elena was too embarrassed to make trouble. Feeling the gazes around her, Elena reached out and pressed down Jasmine's cylindrical hat to prevent Jasmine from exposing her identity and causing trouble. At this moment, Su-Bei recalled the plot of the game. Elena's repair process sounded difficult, but Su-Bei remembered that Luminaris solved it this way in the plot of the game. However, there are prerequisites. In the plot, Luminara took out enough chips to let Ms. Grace come forward to exchange dragon blood with Priest Oteliati. The bargaining chip is a dragon heart. Found that more and more people were paying attention to this place. Su-Bei suppressed his thoughts for the time being. Reaching out, he opened the dungeon entrance of the winter dungeon. When entering the entrance, a blank space appeared at the entrance. You need to fill in the name of the adventure team and each member before you can enter. Su-Bei paused. By the way, what is the name of our adventure team? Elena interrupted. Holy Light Adventure Team. Su-Bei thought. This can well conceal the identity of the Demon King. And no one would think that the Demon King team is named the Holy Light Adventure Team. Get lost? There are at least 100 adventure groups with the same name. Elena pushed Su-Bei away and said after thinking hard, let's call it the Dawn Adventure Group. Not only is it a nice name, but it also has nutrition and connotation. More importantly, it contains the power of hope and new life. Elena looked as if it was a matter of course, raised her head, and was quite proud. Su-Bei frowned as if he remembered something and said, it's just average. Nothing special. Huh? You? The guy who named the Holy Light Adventure Group. Are you ashamed to say that to me? Elena yelled. Light Adventure Group. Su-Bei continued to suggest. Why not Redemption Adventure Group? Dawn Adventure Group. Hope Adventure Group. The two of them argued with each other, proposing one name after another, and were rejected by the other. Finally, Elena was tired. Su-Bei also gave up thinking. So, the two turned their heads together, looking at Jasmine, who was listening attentively. Jasmine, you tell me. Elena frowned. Su-Bei nodded. Are you asking me? Jasmine blinked, thought for a moment, and said slowly, how about the Iris Adventure Group? Why Iris? Elena asked. Jasmine narrowed her eyes, recalled the appearance of Iris, and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. It is like a flying butterfly, dancing in the wind, bringing good news and blessings to people. It symbolizes light and freedom. It is the messenger of love. Then, Jasmine looked at Elena and Su-Bei. Or rather, at Su-Bei. It seemed to be a response to the question that Su-Bei had inadvertently asked a long time ago when they had just met. Will the future be beautiful? Jasmine thought about this question and gave her answer again, saying with great confidence, Iris also means that we will all be happy. The future will also be beautiful. Chapter 76 Ice Palace. As she was talking, Jasmine suddenly blushed. She thought that she was suddenly talking to herself and saying something that made no sense, which was too embarrassing. Jasmine lowered her head and stammered, I just said it casually. In fact, I think the Dawn Adventure Group is also very good. Uh-huh. I think what you said is quite good. As for what I said, it is true that it is commonplace. What do you think? Su-Bei? Elena turned her head and was about to ask Su-Bei's opinion. Seeing that Su-Bei had already entered the name, he asked in confusion, what did you just ask? The name he entered was the Iris Adventure Group. Nothing. You dote on Jasmine. And whatever she says is true. You have no interest in me at all. Is it because you are a perverted Lolita control? I'm warning you. Jasmine is too young now. Shut up. Sister Elena. Jasmine blushed and yelled loudly, making a 20 decibel groundhog scream. Bei interrupted the meaningless conversation between the two. Get ready. I'm going in. Oh, I'm ready. Jasmine responded quickly. The portal opened, and Bei stepped in first. Jasmine puffed her lips and stared at Elena, as if complaining about her previous impolite suspicion. Okay, I'm kidding. Elena took Jasmine's hand, and the two entered together. What came into view was a piece of white. The first floor of the winter underground city. White snow. Although they were in an unknown space, the climate perfectly replicated the winter city, and it was still the coldest time of winter. In such weather, even an adventure group composed of first-level adventurers may not be a match for a group of snow wolves. This is the unique feature of the winter dungeon. Extremely cold. It is also because of this that a special magic weapon was born here. Magic Weapon Sequence 26. Magic Weapon Extremely Cold. This is a combat magic weapon that can create absolute zero and derive many combat styles. It is a completely different type from Gluttony. Bei looked up, looked at the direction of the sun to calibrate the direction, and said lightly, "Follow me." It was easy to pass through one floor. As long as you didn't get lost, you could confirm the direction by observing the sun. At this moment, Jasmine suddenly took a few steps back, blinked her eyes, stretched out her hand in confusion, and looked towards the ground. There's something strange in this direction. Jasmine's words caught the attention of Bei and the others. A talent for treasure hunting? Elena frowned, picked up the staff and used it as a shovel, throwing it into the snow. It was also a second spring for the fine staff customized by the Holy Light Church. Bei nodded, without any doubt, and started digging with the magic sword Gluttony. After all, when Jasmine was fleeing, opportunities followed her wherever she went, and the luck of the Demon King was no joke. Of course, the same is true for Luminera. After receiving the blessing of the Goddess of Luck, she is also the chosen one favored by God. Bei held Gluttony and started digging. Gluttony did not dare to say a word, but Cuckoo worked hard to vent his dissatisfaction with actions. Since teaming up with Elena, Bei has made Gluttony shut up, for fear that his identity would be exposed and cause unnecessary trouble. Although Gluttony was unwilling to shut up, it had to do as it was told now that it and Bei were wearing the same pants, so it could only do so to avoid getting into trouble. Looking back at the beginning, it never thought that it would be treated like this in the future. It thought it had made a good move, following the Demon King in one step, and then it could start frantically fusing other magic weapons, becoming bigger and stronger, and becoming the new leader of the magic weapons. Unexpectedly, the road was completed, but the host turned out to be half a Demon King, which made it cry out in grief. I can't see the road clearly. I can't see it clearly at all. It felt like Jian Sheng had no hope. The three of them dug deeper and deeper, moving in the opposite direction of the second floor entrance, until they dug a door. It's the end. Elena said something nonsense. Indeed, Bei admitted this nonsense. He looked up. He saw that the door was engraved with gorgeous and simple patterns, and it was still running, containing incredibly powerful magic. The patterns engraved on it were complicated and complex, at least the work of a demigod, and the magic circle only served to protect the door. What a grand ceremony! A hidden dungeon? Because it is not forced to enter. Even if it appears on the first floor, it will be very difficult. Elena's face was solemn, recalling some bad memories. She hated hidden dungeons. If it were not for hidden dungeons, her sister Eleni would not have been in trouble. It was also that accident that made Eleni fall into eternal sleep. Otherwise, with her sister's rich knowledge reserves and superb swordsmanship, she would never have died in the wild area of the quiet forest. Bei turned his head and looked at Jasmine. Jasmine should have the most say in the discovery here. Bei speculated that in the game plot, the Demon King was able to exit the game at the maximum level, in addition to clearing the winter dungeon. This hidden copy also played a certain role. In this way, the difficulty of this copy may be much higher than Bei imagined. Need to think carefully. Seeing Bei staring at her, Jasmine took 2 steps forward, stretched out her hand, and pressed it against the door, keeping her posture motionless. The moment they touched, the door suddenly lit up, with bursts of light flashing. Mr. Bei, it seems to have thoughts. It's welcoming me, wanting me to open it, but it pushed me away again, reminding me that my strength is not enough. Jasmine was gently bounced by the door and took 2 steps back. Elena frowned, strode forward, and put her hand on the door. What's so fancy? Let me take a look. As soon as they touched, a strong wave broke out. And then the door was shaking. What's going on? Elena began to tremble. Subei felt something was wrong. Let go! It was too late. The runes on the door connected piece by piece, and then formed a huge magic circle. Boom! There was a loud noise. Sister Elena. She flew away. She flew away. Molly pinched her hands quickly, pinching out more than 10 buffer magics in 1 second. But she still couldn't catch Elena, who was blown away. Subei was stunned, and Elena had already flown away. He fell headfirst into the snowdrift. Crack. Only a pair of feet were left outside. Jasmine hurried forward. Hey! Help! Help! Mr. Subei. The two of them took some effort. They pulled Elena out like pulling a carrot. Achio. Elena kept sneezing, and she was frozen like a frozen carrot, shivering with cold, and quickly pinched a few skills. At least she was left with the identity of a first-level priest. Although she didn't have the holy light, she could still use a healing spell to repair herself. Elena closed her mouth, and after a moment she kept muttering, "It's because I've fallen in realm now. Otherwise I can't stand this grievance. I'm so angry. So angry. So angry. I'm going to kill it. But it's just a door." Subei sighed. As expected of Elena. Elena, who has divine nature, is just a fool who refuses to give in. She will take revenge on the spot. Not to mention that she has no divine nature. It can only be said that she has deepened the degree of foolishness a little bit, which is equivalent to a fool who will not turn back until he hits the wall. How did such a person become the teammate chosen by Luminera, and can grow to that level in the future? Still muttering in her mouth, Elena suddenly frowned, thinking about what happened just now, and suddenly said, "By the way, this door is very resistant to me, which means that it won't let me in, and will kill me if I touch it again. I can't stand it. I really can't stand it." Elena raised her staff, and was about to hit the door with a few hammers. Behind her, Jasmine hugged Elena waist tightly, not daring to let go and let her die. "Sister Elena, let's bear it for a while. We will be blown away. We will really be blown away. If we are blown away again, we will die soon. It's impossible. I hit it with my staff. It can't blow me away. I want revenge. I can't stand it anymore." Ignoring Elena, who continued to go crazy, Subei walked forward. "I plan to try it myself." So, Subei stretched out his hand. Touch. The moment he touched the door, Subei quickly retracted his hand. Not good. He felt that the door was secretly happy. Excited. And happy. It was like a loli who opened her skirt to welcome him. Damn. It's a trap. Crack. The door opened. Behind the door was a palace of ice and snow. Subei paused, quickly drew his sword to buff, and slashed violently with his backhand. He slashed behind him with a sword. Behind him, endless wind mixed with blizzard surged. Subei and the storm were in a stalemate. Elena was still rushing forward, but she was caught off guard, and was pushed into the ice palace with Jasmine, who was holding her. Seeing that the palace gate was about to close, Subei instantly released his strength. The three of them were swept into the ice palace by the storm. The door closed again. Outside, the snow continued to fall. This special door was buried, hidden under the snow. Chapter 77 Skeleton Warrior. Holy Light City. Wild area. Deep in the hidden dungeon, Luminera pressed the hilt of the sword with both hands, and closed her eyes in deep thought. In front of her, a huge monster fell. Looking closely, it turned out to be a Lord-level Earth Dragon. 4th-level Earth Dragon. Subdragon species. Lord-level monster. Very difficult to deal with. It is durable and fast. And the most important thing is that it is durable. Even her holy sword can hardly break through its defense. Luminera spent a lot of effort, and spent a lot of treasures to break its defense and kill it. But when the treasure chest behind the boss was opened, it was empty. In other words, Luminera gained nothing except the body of the Earth Dragon and improved some combat skills and skill proficiency. This ending is unbearable for any adventurer. It is like working hard outside, and the neighbor sneaked into his house without going through the door or climbing through the window. How did he get in? It is just one example. Maybe it can be described as a coincidence. But this is the case all along the way, which is a bit intriguing. Isn't the treasure chest a gift from the gods to those who pass the level? How could it be empty? Who could have taken the treasures from the treasure chest? Luminara frowned, feeling uneasy, as if she was living under the shadow of others. Although opportunities always follow her. But this way of consuming energy and physical strength, as well as many disposable treasures, without being replenished, still caused her a lot of trouble. This will greatly delay her progress in promotion and strengthening. Is it an accident? Or am I the only one like this? Luminara felt confused for the first time. In the underground palace. Silence. As soon as she entered the door, the light was blocked. The heavy smell of rust, blood, mildew, and decay was so thick that it seemed to be within reach. Su Bei narrowed his eyes, relying on his eyes full of buffs. He could only see the dripping water on the wall and the sword scratches on the corners. The sense of history is very strong. Perhaps from the last century, or even traced back to a longer time ago. The visibility in the environment is extremely low. It is obviously an empty palace, but you can only see more than 10 meters ahead when you close the door. If you close your eyes, you can hear the sound of water drops hitting the ice. Everything is silent. Not even the sound of the wind. This is a sealed secret place with no exit, so you can only move forward. Su Bei helped Elena, who was dizzy from the fall, and instructed Jasmine, who was alert behind him. Follow me closely. Fortunately, Elena can't release the holy light. Otherwise Su Bei would have to remind her not to illuminate. You must be very focused. This is not a simple dungeon like the silent village where you just mow the grass. It is not the time when there was a foolproof strategy in the magic tower. Not to mention that he brought a burden with him. Jasmine, you hide in the middle. I will cover you. Elena held the staff with a serious expression, not realizing that she was only a first level. Okay, Sister Elena. Jasmine nodded, and was also very vigilant. After experiencing the fighting in the silent village, she is no longer a flower in a greenhouse. Hearing their conversation, Su Bei sighed. Well, it seems that someone didn't figure out who was the burden. But it doesn't matter. The pressure comes from the front. As long as I can withstand the pressure, there will be no problem behind. If I am broken through, there is only a thin membrane behind, which will be broken in an instant. Su Bei clenched the gluttony and remained alert. Walking forward, he could clearly hear the dull sound of the wind, rushing towards the three people. From the opposite side. Crack. It seemed to be the end. The bones rubbed against each other, making a crisp sound. And the smell of pickled dust hit me. There was a lot of noise. Su Bei stopped immediately. What's the noise? What kind of noise? The first sentence was a question from Elena, and the second sentence was said secretly by Gluttony. Then two balls of bone fire burned. Are those eyes? Right in front of me. A collapsed skull was quickly pieced together, crackling, continuously accumulating and stacking. Feet, calves, thighs, hips, waist, chest, all the way to the neck. The bones seemed to be still being pieced together, but they couldn't put together a head. The skeleton assembly was stuck. Head? A dull sound came from the skeleton body, as if it was wondering, and as if it was asking Su Bei and his group for it. Su Bei frowned. How could they have each other's heads? He turned his head and remained silent. How could they have each other's heads? Su Bei looked at the two slime kings playing volleyball with round spherical objects next to Jasmine, and fell into deep thought. Hey! What's wrong? Jasmine thought Su Bei was looking at her, and responded quickly. Mr. Su Bei, is there something wrong? As she said that, Jasmine put her hands together and passed the ball to the white slime king. Snap. An emergency stop. The ball was intercepted by Elena. She looked at the ball in her hand and thought. After a moment, Elena nodded and said, Add me one. So what exactly did she think about? The ball was passed out again, and the four people passed it back and forth, and finally it fell into Su Bei's hands. Su Bei looked at the ball in his hand, and then at the happy volleyball quartet behind him. Turning back, he looked at the headless skeleton warrior who exuded death and black air. Clearly different painting styles. Behind him might be a children's comic for children, and in front is a youth and hot-blooded anime. Through touch, it can be vaguely distinguished that this is exactly the skull that the skeleton needs. Do you want to give it back? Su Bei thought about it, put the skull back, and passed it to Jasmine. The skeleton paused, obviously stunned by the scene in front of him, and made a harsh sound. You are looking for death. It was like wood scraping against glass. As it stood up, a piece of white light fell on its head. The most common purification technique has a certain restraining effect on undead creatures. This is Elena's most practical skill at present. If it can add some holy light, it may cause stiffness to the opponent, or even directly purify the opponent. Unfortunately, there is no such skill, so the skeleton warrior can only pause. Elena sighed. What a pity. It was almost killed in seconds. Then, the skeleton warrior shot over like a bullet. General skeleton warriors can only reach level 1 to 3 at most. But this skeleton warrior was made with the corpse of a level 5 awakener, and his technique is very advanced. Conservatively estimated, the body strength is at level 3. But with the awakening skills and developed characteristics, it should be at level 4 elite level. Of course, the lack of a head will also affect the strength to a certain extent. So it is, like elite level. Elena visually inspected the skeleton warrior and made an analysis. As a former saint of the Holy Light Church, she was naturally aware of the strength of the undead creatures. And this was the last contribution she could make to the team. Of course, if the team encountered an unsolvable crisis, then she would still have blood to shed. The holy light always favored her, even if she had no holy light at the moment. Sube nodded, indicating that he had received the message. Level 4. Elite. Average. Just a piece of paper. Back off. Chapter 78. Elena gradually doubts her life. Don't be so stubborn. If you can do it, take out any treasures and use them. Otherwise, it will become more and more difficult. The undead are not afraid of a protracted war. Elena frowned. If you can't do it, I'm ready to take action. She said it very easily, as if there was no price to pay. Also because she owed Sube and Jasmine too much. Elena thought that this life was given, and she didn't have any psychological burden. In the future, Sube would do his best to save her sister. Of course, the reason for doing so is that if Sube can't beat him, it's also because Elena has never seen Sube's real fighting level. So she is uneasy. Although Sube helped Elena when she was alone against Ian, she was focused on the present at that time and didn't pay attention to the other side. However, the opponent burst out and was able to single-handedly kill the silent village. It should be about half an awakener, and should be a third-level professional who is about to awaken. But such strength is still far from enough to deal with a fourth-level monster that has touched the elite species. Elena showed a bit of solemnity, but saw Jasmine behind her take a few steps forward, and immediately stopped her severely. Jasmine, stay here and don't move forward. It will distract Sube. Jasmine blinked, pinched the Slime King with both hands, and said, Don't worry, Sister Elena. I won't go. I just asked Xiaobai and Xiaohong to help. Elena's expression became serious, thinking that Jasmine was still too young and had not been exposed to the horror of the fourth-level monster, and hurriedly said, Slimes can't help in this situation. Xiaobai and Xiaohong are so cute. There is no need to let them die. You know how fierce their fight is later. Even if Xiaobai and Xiaohong are rare elite fire slimes and ice slimes, they can only reach the second level at most. This is the upper limit of the main slime. At this level, it's enough to bully the clergy of the Holy Light Church, who don't know anything. They are no match for ordinary second-level adventurers. Molly nodded thoughtfully, raised her head and asked again, Sister Elena, what if it's the third level? Elena was stunned, wondering how it could be a third level. Thinking that Jasmine was probably studious, Elena showed a gratified expression, thought for a while, and continued, if it is a third level, it will be the Slime King. If it is a Lord level, it can suppress the Skeleton Warrior. This is what you have to learn in high school. Because of the restraint attribute, the slime is not afraid of slashing, and the elemental resistance is also very high. The Skeleton Warrior cannot break the defense of the Slime King. Only some extremely powerful awakening skills can cause damage to the Slime King. But the awakening skills of the Skeleton Warrior should not be the type of point killing. So the Slime King should definitely defeat the Skeleton Warrior, based on the overall strength. At least a 5th level awakener, or a very powerful elite in the 4th level, is needed to defeat the Slime King. What if there are 2? Molly asked again, seeming to be very curious, tossing the slime back and forth in her hands. She and the slime in her hand both looked eager to try. Elena shook her head and laughed. The 2 must have been beaten up together. The kind that the Skeleton Warrior couldn't even recover from. But it's just a thought. After all, a Slime King is already very rare. And the probability of two appearing at the same time is about the same as picking up a dragon egg. You have to know that the Slime King is a Lord level. And the Lord has a strong sense of territory. Unless they are split from the same mother, the two will fight each other. As they were talking, the battle had already started on the other side. Elena immediately looked over and clenched her fists. Nervous for Su Bei. I have milk. Although not much. Let go and fight. Su Bei and the skeleton warrior collided with each other. It was a pure swordsmanship clash. The battle situation was completely different from what Elena imagined. Elena thought that Su Bei could only barely avoid being at a disadvantage if he exploded. But she didn't expect that a simple collision would result in a fight of equal strength. Then a quick slash broke out. No! It's not a match made in heaven. It's Su Bei's one-sided attack. And the skeleton warrior is invincible. How is this possible? Watching Su Bei constantly suppress and deflect the skeleton warrior's bone sword, Elena realized something terrifying. Su Bei's strength far exceeded her expectations. This also means that the opponent doesn't need to burst out when he is alone in Silent Village, and only needs to take drugs to recover. But how is this possible? This is definitely not the level of an ordinary adventurer. Elena also joined an adventure group when she was training. And those guys were as stupid as pigs. And their strengths were also uneven. The weak guys can be on the same level as the group of people in the Holy Light Church. And the powerful professionals are also quite outstanding. But no matter how outstanding they are still human beings. A third-level player is beating a fourth-level player. Is this a human being? Elena has never heard of such a situation. Could it be that he is really a genius? Elena suddenly realized that Su Bei, who had been silently helping her, was a super genius whose fighting talent was definitely not inferior to her Holy Light talent. In this way, she might have joined an adventure group that would be very remarkable in the future. Maybe they can grow into the main force to defeat the Demon King. But this is the limit. Right? After all, people will get tired. But skeleton warriors will not get tired. If this continues, the offense and defense will switch quickly. I hope Su Bei still has a trump card. Otherwise it will be troublesome. Elena made a guess. And at the same time raised her staff and waved it continuously to cast a spell, adding a buff to restore Su Bei's physical strength. All you can say is that you can do your best. However, Elena's estimate of Su Bei's strength still has errors. Because Su Bei hadn't even revealed his underwear, let alone his trump card. At this moment, he blocked and slashed without any rules, avoiding the fatal points of the skeleton warriors, just to get familiar with the body enhanced by the Demon King path. He simply used the skeleton warriors as a whetstone. This was the first time he got familiar with the strength of the body that entered the Demon King path. Just pulling out 1/3 of it made Su Bei feel an all-round improvement. If he faced the third-level god again with this strength, he might be able to pass it without any injury. Is this the Demon King? He has not yet fully awakened, and has reached this level of strength after only 1/3 of his awakening, and can easily control the 4th-level monster that is about to become an elite. Recalling that he had to go all out to face Stir, and then he only needed to easily hit slot. The contrast is very obvious. After experiencing it personally, Su Bei was even more shocked. I think the brave man's body will definitely not be weak. No wonder it is so difficult for players in the game to kill these two protagonists. How to play with cheats. Oh, it turns out that I was cheating. That's fine. The battle was intense for a while. After Su Bei got familiar with his body, he planned to use his strength to quickly pass the skeleton warrior. Suddenly, his footsteps paused. I saw 2 balls flying behind him. One white and one red. Wait, Jasmine, why did you throw these 2 guys out? Seeing Su Bei pause, Elena thought that he was probably exhausted, and hurriedly said, hold on for another 10 seconds. Find a way to delay the skeleton warrior for 10 seconds. I will use a treasure to pull them back. Elena thought that the slime was accidentally thrown out by Jasmine, so she gritted her teeth and took out a long rope from her pocket. However, the next second, she fell into a daze and completely doubted her life. Am I dreaming? In my vision, the slime kept getting bigger and bigger, and it was definitely not the size of the 2nd level. It was clearly the size of the 3rd level, and the pressure it gave was even stronger than that of the General Lord level. Are these 2 slime kings? Ah! How can a 2nd level magician raise a 3rd level monster? Won't it kill the master? When Elena thought of these 2 slime kings who were often bullied by her and kneaded back and forth like dough, she felt a chill in her uterus. Not to mention that she had accepted the massage service of the Slime King with peace of mind, and did not realize that the other party only needed to grow bigger to crush her. I'm so stupid. Really. I only knew that Jasmine was a second level, and forgot her identity as a former princess of the Empire. This must be the trump card left by the Friend Empire. Elena blinked and touched her nose. It was as if a small red ball was put on the tip of her nose. So in this team, I am the only waste. Chapter 79, A Corner of History. Under Elena empty eyes, Jasmine controlled the two Slime Kings to play a mixed doubles match against the Skeleton Warrior. The two Slime Kings were ruthless and cruel. As if they were playing with the Skeleton Warrior. It seemed that they also raped Elena's brain. Elena recalled the action of teaching Jasmine just now, which was like explaining to a millionaire what it felt like to have a million. It made her lose face. She looked at Su Bei, who had retreated to her side, and gritted her teeth and said, "Aren't we a team? Why don't I know anything? How can we cooperate in the future? What else are you hiding from me? How long do you want to keep it a secret? What else don't I know?" A set of combined punches silenced Su Bei. Su Bei was stunned. What did I hide? Has the identity of the Demon King been seen through? No. Su Bei frowned in thought, and was extremely sure that he had not been exposed. Could it be Jasmine? That's right. Jasmine is only at the second level, and her behavior of subduing a third-level Lord-level monster is indeed outrageous. But is it possible that she has a talent for this? It's a bit far-fetched to force the connection. What do you want to say? Su Bei frowned. Are you an idiot? There's no need to hide it from me. We know each other well, so we can have a better understanding. Right? Elena bit her silver teeth fiercely, and asked again with resentment, as if she wanted to bite Su Bei to pieces. So what else are you hiding from me? Su Bei paused and said calmly, if you have already guessed it, then there is nothing else to hide from you. So what do you want to do? Su Bei had no expression on his face, but he was beginning to get nervous. So, what would Elena choose? Elena frowned and asked in a roundabout way. Huh? What are you talking about? I've already seen it. Do I need to guess? Besides, what should I do? We are teammates. The more powerful you are, the happier I will be. Which priest doesn't like his knight to be smart and capable? There are two round, soft and hard front row in his family. Elena frowned and continued. Since we are teammates, you still don't tell me anything. This is too much. You should let me know. Su Bei fell silent. No. After thinking carefully, Su Bei suddenly raised his eyebrows. So you were talking about hiding your strength? It's scary. But it's already like this. Even if she knows that we are the devil. Will Elena still get off the pirate ship? Su Bei thought about it, and decided to keep it a secret for a while. At least we have to wait until the other party completely turns into a team to ensure that there is no risk. So, Su Bei thought back to Elena's previous question and responded calmly. You didn't ask either. You won't tell me if I don't ask you? What do you say if you don't ask me? Why would I ask if I don't know anything? Elena yelled. If you don't tell me, I don't know if you know. Su Bei looked away, and his calm look made Elena angry, but she had nowhere to vent. Damn. My mind was a little confused, and I couldn't figure it out. Elena frowned. Don't make a fuss. I think about it for a while. Su Bei nodded and looked across. The Slime King was still beating up the Skeleton General. That scene reminded him of a game he used to play. Beat up kids. It took the Skeleton General a while to get out of the two slimes' pincer attack. And Su? He was smothered by the Red Slime King. It didn't make any waves. After a while, Elena remembered what she wanted to ask. So, was that all your strength just now? Su Bei said calmly, 30%. Duo Shao? You awakened? Elena was puzzled. 30%. Su Bei continued to nod. Are you playing a crossword puzzle here? 30%, 30%, and 30% again. You are going to make me 30% mature. Elena was angry. 30% strength is fine. But 30% awakening? Why didn't I know there was a progress bar for awakening? You were awakening and doing the task? Not to mention that you only showed 30% strength. Why didn't you say that you could beat the legendary monster with your full strength? You think you're a dragon warrior? The most common legendary dragon is a young pure-blood dragon. You want to kill a giant dragon alone? Su Bei retracted his gaze and glanced at Elena, wondering, is it difficult to kill a pure-blood dragon? He had never seen a pure-blood dragon when he played Fantasy World, but he had heard a lot of descriptions about giant dragons. So he had always been vague about the strength of pure-blood dragons. Elena looked as if it was a matter of course, throughout the ages. It is recorded in history that only heroes can kill giant dragons of the same level. And the heroes need to meet many conditions before they can kill the not-so-smart pure-blood dragons with difficulty. This reminded Su Bei of Luminera. Luminera is the same? Su Bei asked. It's different. It is said that the heroes in the past have only been favored by 14 gods at most. But that princess has been favored by 20 gods. Her strength is outrageous. But there are still 4 gods, who just let her pass, and did not give her blessings. Even so, Luminera may be the most powerful hero in history in terms of potential. So, can the gods still not favor her? Don't you like her? Su Bei was puzzled. Who would look down on her? Elena shook her head. Who knows? I only heard that there is a goddess of wisdom. And I don't know much about the others. But compared with other gods, the favor of the goddess of wisdom is not that important. After all, the followers of the goddess of wisdom are basically extinct, and her believers have not received a response from the gods for a long time. Maybe she has fallen. As the saint of the Holy Light Church, Elena has heard a lot and knows a lot. After all, there are 4 living demigods in the Holy Light Church, and she knows a lot of buried history. After listening to Elena's words, Su Bei thought for a long time before he slowly sighed. Gods will die? Yes. Most people don't know about the War of Gods. In fact, gods have been replaced. These histories can only be passed down in ancient traditions. And the Holy Light Church happens to be one of them. The last War of Gods was said to be before the establishment of the Friend Empire. Many gods died that time. And the Holy Light Goddess became famous in one battle, and gradually became the mainstream belief of the continent. After that, the environment suddenly became quiet for a moment. Su Bei thought that gods would die. So even if he became a demon king and turned the brave team against him, would he be able to survive? Not sure. But even if he didn't know, he had to do it. Su Bei couldn't think about the distant future. At least, he had to seize any chance to survive in front of him. Elena patted the sentimental Su Bei and smiled calmly. Well, there's no need to think too much. The last war between gods can be traced back to 800 years ago. Or even longer. Rather than that, it's better to pay attention to the boss you will meet later. As she said this, Elena's expression suddenly became a little heavy. According to my understanding, each step in the hidden dungeon is more difficult to walk. If nothing unexpected happens, the next boss will be a 4th level monster close to the Lord level. That is, like the Lord level. We must cooperate well at that time. And you should also tell me what your strength is, so that I can have some calculations. It was at this time that the skeleton warrior was completely defeated by the Slime King. The skeleton couldn't even be put together. The bone fire in the body was extinguished, and it was dead. The red Slime King snatched the skeleton warrior's bone sword, and the white Slime King pulled the skeleton warrior's spine, and they swung at each other. It can be regarded as taking up weapons and strengthening yourself. Looking at the configuration of the opposite side, he turned back and glanced at Elena, who was eager to try. Su Bei responded seriously without thinking, You don't need to cooperate. It depends on your mood. It's not that Su Bei doesn't want to cooperate. But Elena's first level strength is at most 30% to 70% with the next monster. That is, there is a 30% probability that the monster will be 70% full. Chapter 80 Lich Gargamel. In the underground ice palace, Su Bei and his group crossed the first obstacle and continued to move forward. In front, the Slime King led the way, looking arrogant, waving the bone sword and spine whip in his hands, making crackling sounds on the wall from time to time. It seems that he has regained the confidence he lost in Sophia from the skeleton warrior. How much strength did you use just now? All the way. Elena was chasing Su Bei for answers, and got the other party again. 30%. After receiving the affirmative answer, he finally gave up the question and rolled his eyes. Obviously, he didn't believe it at all. Just blow it. And no one makes a sound. Who can blow it better than you? Walking forward, Su Bei suddenly stopped. Swoosh. The 2 Slime Kings flew back at an astonishing speed. Listless, they showed bitter faces and lay in Jasmine's arms to comfort their injured hearts. It seemed that they were beaten violently, and their defenses were broken, causing the jelly on their bodies to flow out continuously. The clothes on Jasmine's chest were all wet. Su Bei looked at the shadow opposite. From there, a pair of lower bodies, like skirts, floated from the air, not touching the ground. rust, blood, mold, decay. The image is like a skeleton, and the flesh is already close to the skeleton, giving people a terrifying and gloomy feeling. It looks ugly, without eyeballs, and the clothes it wears are inlaid with gems and gold. And there are many treasures that cannot be named. A lich. Any lich is a king-level monster, and it is also the most difficult monster among the king-level monsters. All liches believe in the same king, the Lich King. Their king is a legendary creature that is close to mythology. Several times it has appeared in history. It has set off a natural disaster of the undead. Hee. 2 slime kings. This harvest is much richer than before, enough to arouse some interest in the great lich. Lord Gargamel. Gargamel floated out of the shadows and stopped on the right side of Jasmine in a blink of an eye, looking at the 2 trembling slime kings in her arms. Hee. Smiling. By the way, I am Gargamel. Looking at these 2 cute slime kings, my eyes are about to fall out with excitement. As he said that, he stretched out his hand to touch his eyes and smiled. Oh, I forgot. I don't have eyes. Jasmine was frightened by the lich, who suddenly appeared beside her. She stepped back a few steps and laughed out loud at the hell jokes told by the other party. Haha. You are so funny, Mr. Gargamel. And just when Gargamel approached, Subei blocked Jasmine with a sword and collided with the lich's bone claws. Clang. A crisp sound. And it was retracted immediately. Queen Gargamel floated a few steps, touched her head, and continued with her own narration, looking at the expressionless faces of the people opposite. The great Lord Gargamel showed a confused expression. So he asked a question. Why don't you laugh? Is it not funny? Or don't like to laugh? Hee. If you don't laugh now, you won't be able to laugh in the future. Guess why? Because you have been made into skeletons. And skeletons can't laugh. Ha. Oh! By the way, a lich can't make a confused expression. Gargamel laughed. But Subei and his group obviously couldn't laugh. In another blink, Gargamel returned to the starting position. It was as if he had never left. Subei held the sword calmly, expressionless, without any timidity or fear, and was thinking about how to chop it into pieces, preferably from the mouth. This guy's chatterbox and gluttony are 2 different types. Which sounds mean. Behind Subei, Elena's expression was solemn, and she said in a deep voice, the enemy this time is beyond my imagination. Level 4 King. Lich. Its strength is terrifying. It has inherited all the abilities from its previous life. And it also has the characteristic of not being able to die. Subei nodded, but only acknowledged the first half of the other party's sentence. There are also several liches in the game fantasy world, each of which requires players to repeatedly try and fail to kill, and is a very disgusting boss. Subei has also been stuck at several levels by liches, and he knows this group of liches very well. They use magic to achieve immortality, inheriting all the abilities from their previous life, and they use black magic and necromancy to transform the living into undead creatures. The most important thing is that they store their souls in the magic instrument, the phylactery. The only way to destroy a lich is to destroy the phylactery that stores their souls. Otherwise, the lich can create a new body to revive. Therefore, it is not impossible to die. But the right method has not been found. Subei looked around, looking for a place to hide the phylactery. Don't define the great Lord Gargamel in the way you define monsters. Trash. Don't struggle. Transform into an undead, and become a general under the great Gargamel. The men will be made into skeleton warriors. The women will be made into skeleton archers. The slimes will be transformed into undead slimes. And as for you, the lich pointed his finger at Jasmine and sighed. Just leave. You are the cutest. Seeing the strange expressions on Subei's group's faces, Gargamel protected Jasmine more carefully, and he couldn't help but explain. I will only kill 4. And I must kill 4. Because last time 4 plants stole my extreme cold while I was doing research. 4? Who else is in Winter City? They are a group of 4 people. And they can steal the treasures of the lich. Subei frowned, and couldn't think of where the 4 big guys were hiding. Shit. Lord Gargamel is so angry without the extreme cold. Even though Gargamel has no heart. Gargamel waved his hand. Stand up, my people. A huge black portal opened behind Gargamel. Countless skeletons poured out from it, and there was no end to the wave of skeletons. The entire underground palace was filled with skeletons, making it difficult to find a place to stay. Oh my god! I have too many collections. And it's time to get rid of some of the garbage. So, are you ready? Gargamel opened his hands and laughed loudly. And his jeweled robe fluttered, becoming the only color in the dark palace. Seeing this, Elena's expression became more solemn, and she hurriedly took 2 steps forward, intending to fight side by side with Su Bei, but was thrown behind by Su Bei by the collar. What the hell are you doing? Elena and Jasmine stood in a row, angrily cursing. Su Bei responded calmly. Don't make trouble. Chapter 81 Gargamel is on the scene. While summoning the army of the undead, Gargamel took out an eyeball from his chest and placed it in the air. This historic scene of transformation into the Slime King must be shown to those bastards. Let them see that the great Gargamel is the orthodox lich. It will be a lifetime loss for them to drive me away. At the same time, in every corner of the kingdom of the dead, countless king-level undead creatures took out their organs or certain objects. The 3-headed hellhound spat out the bone in its mouth. And the picture flashed on the bone. Hey, isn't this Gargamel who has spent his whole life researching but has not come up with anything? Just bored. Let's see a joke. The butcher leader showed his kitchen knife, and the picture was reflected on the knife. Gargamel. The shame of the lich. This is the 7th time it has broadcast live. Probably to attract attention again. I really don't know how such a person can be on the same level as us. The skeleton lord took off his skull. Gargamel. The shame of the undead. Don't worry about it. The shadow demon stripped off his own shadow. Gargamel. The last time, I studied the stupid thing that turned the extreme cold into the undead attribute. I heard that it was frozen by the extreme cold for 100 years. And the extreme cold was stolen. This magical communication mode is unique to undead creatures. When they died, they signed the same contract with the goddess of death, and promised to share their research results when transforming special creatures, so as to please the goddess of death and gain the favor of the goddess. But few undead creatures will broadcast live. No undead creature is willing to make their research results public. Only undead creatures like Gargamel, who were driven out by the lich, would use this method to publicize and try to prove their abilities. Once the twin slime kings are transformed into undead creatures and fused together, they may be able to create a king-level undead slime monarch. Just wait for me. This time, I want to take back everything I lost with my own hands. Gargamel laughed loudly, unable to wait any longer, and waved his hand. Go. Crush them. Opposite, Su Bei raised his sword, and the force of each sword was just right, easily chopping several skeleton soldiers. His movements were relaxed and elegant, and it was hard to tell how fast he was, but he could perfectly intercept each skeleton soldier. It made Elena seem to see a scene that the silent village could not see. It's quite handsome, Elena muttered, feeling that Su Bei's hidden strength might be here, and hurriedly shouted, Can you do it? The 3rd-level skeleton warrior is coming to kill us. Su Bei looked up, watching the number of skeletons on the opposite side suddenly decrease. And then the disintegrated skeletons continued to combine into stronger skeleton warriors. He stretched out his hand and said sincerely, This is 50% of the strength. As he spoke, the buffs on his body quickly stacked up. Frenzy. Clear mind. Wild burst. Mental concentration. Boiling beast blood. Clear mind technique. The light began to light up. Elena opened her mouth wide. What is this? That's 5 professions. Right? Elena never thought that someone could learn skills like this. She learned the knight skill Frenzy, which makes the brain unable to think, but can enhance strength and speed. And she also learned the mage skill Clear Mind, which makes the brain clear. The wild burst of the ranger and the mental concentration of the priest are based on the same principle, which offsets the side effects. You know, the skills of each profession with side effects have exaggerated attribute value increases. If the side effects are offset, Elena couldn't even imagine how big the improvement would be. And this wasn't just one group. It was dozens of groups. I saw that the buffs on Su Bei were stacked up crazily, to an incredible degree. With a wave of his hand, the power was seriously overflowing. And he could even release the external energy. Even the undead kings who were watching the live broadcast fell into silence. After a while, an undead king asked suspiciously, What is Gargamel doing? This sentence ignited the undead channel. Many undead kings watched this scene and took out the communication tools to communicate with each other. Is it trying to transform this human? This human is too powerful. Much more powerful than before I died. Maybe he can create an unprecedented legendary undead. Lucky. Gargamel is lucky. That human is only level 3. Gargamel might really have a chance. Fuck. If Gargamel creates a legendary undead and trains it well, wouldn't it really be true that you should not despise the poor young? On the other side, Gargamel wiped his non-existent eyes and was stunned. Slurp. He wiped the non-existent saliva again. Superb. Superb. How come I didn't notice it? TSK TSK. This figure. This face. This strength. Hiss. Gargamel took a breath and swallowed his saliva repeatedly. For the materials used to make undead creatures, potential is more important than strength. And if Subei, a 5 professional oddball, retains consciousness and then improves his hard power through some rare materials, Gargamel can quickly create a legendary undead that is close to a demigod. Great! Great! Gargamel shouted. If you give up resistance, I can let the 2 guys behind you leave. What do you think? Gargamel stopped talking. It's not that he didn't want to speak, but he couldn't. His eyes turned white. Even without eyes, he was flashed by the bright light for a moment. The light faded, and a hand quickly enlarged. The bone fire in Gargamel's head shrank instantly, and he took out several treasures from his body with his hands. He grabbed and smashed, and the flames, ice walls, and thunder were shattered layer by layer in front of him. Immediately, Gargamel used a special means of escape and exchanged positions with a piece of bone. But the hand was faster. It didn't have time to prepare for defense. And even the brain didn't react. And the eyes were still in the previous position. Subei's figure twisted quickly. And then the same hand appeared in front of Gargamel's landing point. It was like this hand appeared in 2 places at the same time. Fast. Too fast. Gargamel couldn't react at all, and was pinched by this hand. Then, the floor rapidly enlarged in front of him. Rumble, the ground cracked. The lich fell apart in 1 round. But it was only broken apart. The lich was difficult to kill. Not to mention that it could be resurrected through the life box. But Gargamel dared not take it lightly anymore. He looked at the scabbard that was rapidly enlarged in front of him, waved his hands and said, "Brother, don't move. It's all a misunderstanding. Listen to my explanation first." Subei frowned, and the scabbard stopped for a moment. It was at this moment that Gargamel's teleportation cooled down and recovered. It first hurriedly used a skill, swapped positions with the innermost bone, and left Subei's sight and the live broadcast room. Then, it used dozens of self-defense skills to enhance its defense. Thinking that it was not safe, it hurriedly chanted another verse and added an awakening skill buffer barrier. This awakening skill can greatly slow down the approaching cold weapons, including fists. After thinking about it, Gargamel took out a set of armor with a good glow and put it on. Even so, Gargamel felt that it was still not safe. So he quickly took off several enchanted gems from his robe and embedded them on his armor. With everything ready, Gargamel breathed a sigh of relief, wiped off the non-existent cold sweat, and flashed again. This series of actions seemed cumbersome, but in fact it only took 10 seconds. Then, Gargamel stood on the skeleton throne carried by 4 skeleton warriors, and 2 skeleton warriors below massaged his feet, even though he had no sense of touch. And the skeleton wizard also used a skill to roll up the wind from behind Gargamel, blowing up his armor, which was very powerful. Subei looked up and saw that Gargamel had changed his clothes for explanation, which was quite formal. However, he waited for a long time, but still didn't get any explanation. So he asked again, "Where's the explanation?" Gargamel didn't even look at Subei, and said disdainfully, "Explanation? The explanation is that I will make you into a legendary undead and plant a mark on your soul. From now on, you are my dog. If I tell you to stick your butt out, you have to lie down. If I tell you to bark, you have to bark. Tremble. Mortal, you have successfully angered a lion. It's time to let you taste the real pants, and let you know what despair is." Chapter 82 Gargamel is broken. In the Undead channel, the Undead Kings fell into silence watching this scene, and soon began to discuss with each other. Gargamel can't do anything else, but he is good at pretending, even though he is almost the worst king level. Indeed, all the awakening skills he learned are defensive, and the offensive methods are all based on the army of undead. And he has not learned even a little bit of the Lich's taboo death skills, but its characteristics are well developed, and we will see how far it has developed later. I heard that it has a bone dragon, but I don't know if it's true or not. It's probably because it can't see such a trump card. The guy on the opposite side is only a third level one, with no characteristics developed, no awakening skills, and limited magic capacity. So it can't fight a protracted war. How can it be compared with a professional? Which king doesn't have some trump cards? If you ask me, Gargamel is trash. But he's just good at pretending. Fuck. If I can subdue a human pet like this, I pretend more than him. Gargamel sat on the skeleton throne, and countless skeletons broke apart and reassembled as he clapped his hands. Quantitative change led to qualitative change. And in the blink of an eye, the skeleton soldiers turned into 4th level skeleton warriors and skeleton bone bows. More than 20 elite skeleton warriors and 10 skeleton bone bows. Such a luxurious army can easily defeat any 4th level lord. Even the Slime King will be torn into jelly. Kill. 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 Fuck. Fuck. Beat them and kneel down in front of me. Unexpected? The skeleton warrior who blocked your way before was just a vanguard I summoned at random. Lord Gargamel has more than 20 skeleton warriors like this. At this time, Elena turned to ask Jasmine, "Can Subei do it?" Jasmine didn't know. She clenched her hands and shook her head, then nodded and said slowly, "Mr. Subei will definitely do it." She had never seen Mr. Subei take action, but she thought he was very powerful, because she had seen Mr. Subei look terrified. That was when the two of them just met. At that time, she kept poking Subei's back and happened to see him looking scared. So Mr. Subei would be afraid. But he is not afraid now. Then, Jasmine thinks, it should not be to the point where he needs to be afraid. Right? But Elena doesn't think so. Subei is already very powerful to be able to fight to this point. Only a few people can kill enemies across levels. Such people either use countless treasures to assist in killing the enemy, or are top geniuses favored by gods. But almost no one can cross the level to kill a lich, because the lich was a true genius when he was alive. Only a genius can get the attention of the goddess of death, and be qualified to transform into a conscious undead creature. Can Subei do it? Elena doesn't know. If he can't do it, I can only rely on him. Elena looked at her palm, and tried to condense holy light. It was not golden, but bloody. At this time, Subei turned around again, stretched out his hand to Elena, and said, 70%? When it reaches 100%? I'm afraid that thing can't be concealed. Therefore, Subei doesn't want to use 100% of his strength for the time being. It's better to solve it directly. Hearing this, Elena was stunned and suddenly became horrified. The hair on her body stood up straight. Ah? 70%? Damn. It can really be stronger? Then, the gluttonous mist began to spread around. Subei slowly pulled out the magic sword and quickly inserted it again. The vision was lowered, hiding Subei's whereabouts. The skeleton warriors became headless flies. The formation was in chaos, and even the lich on the throne was thrown out. And the exasperated fuck. The lich was completely confused as he watched the skeleton warriors standing there, tearing each other's bones and stuffing them into their bodies. What's going on? However, all the units in the fog were like lighthouses in Subei's mind. Subei moved. He didn't play any turn-based games, but just sneak attacks, picking up the skeleton warriors when they were picking each other's bones, and hitting them on their heads. Every time he drew his sword, a head flew out. The undead kings outside the field were scratching their heads, and could only see the skulls flying out one by one, and couldn't see the situation clearly. Many kings recognized this magic weapon, but it was useless to recognize it. The main reason was that they couldn't see clearly inside the fog even if they recognized it. Fuck. Gargamel is going to fail. Right? Gargamel didn't learn the awakening skill of range killing. No way. Didn't he learn the innate skill of death and decay? Wouldn't every lich know that? That's why Gargamel was driven out. Even if that's the case, Gargamel is a 4th level king. There's no way he could be killed by a professional? It's a pity. Otherwise, if the death and decay skill is released in this fog, no matter what it is, as long as there is blood, it will bleed out every second. Behind Subei, Elena looked at the familiar fog and suddenly realized. This is the fog in the silent village. Is the secret hidden by Subei the magic weapon Gluttony? After experiencing the incident in the silent village, Elena investigated the origin of the fog and quickly locked the magic weapon Gluttony based on the characteristics. So, Subei subdued this magic weapon. Is this the secret he was hiding? Elena was slightly stunned, but she let it go without thinking too much. It was obviously nothing. The magic weapon itself was not good or evil. The key was the person who used it. As long as it was not in the hands of the devil, it would be a good thing in anyone's hands. Thinking about it, Elena frowned again. Strange. It seemed that she had forgotten something very important. But she didn't have time to think. Her eardrum suddenly tore. She subconsciously covered her ears with her hands. And when she opened her hands, she could only see the turbid blood in her palms. And could not hear any sound. At this moment, a roar sounded in the mist. The shock wave was faster than the sound. The roar was shrill and piercing, causing the eardrums of Elena and Jasmine, who were standing at a considerable distance from the back, to be instantly torn. And a stream of blood gushed out. Elena hurriedly hugged Jasmine and covered her ears. And the two squatted down and cuddled together. This was the only death awakening skill that Gargamel had learned. The death scream. The closer the distance, the higher the damage. And within a circle of distance, it can easily shock any professional to death. Even the awakened ones will be seriously disabled. Even the undead kings who were watching the screen felt that Gargamel was safe. This was an awakening skill with extremely strong killing power. And it was at the top level among all awakening skills. But the scream only lasted for a moment. It seemed to be interrupted forcibly. In the mist, Su Bei didn't care about his shattered eardrums, but looked at Jasmine with a hint of worry. So, Su Bei made a decision that was not planned. He waved Gluttony and whispered, "The devil is coming." Gargamel trembled in fear. In the mist, a flash of black that was thicker than the mist flashed by. It was pure black. And what was released in an instant was the brutality and madness that came to one's face. That was the most extreme backside of the world. And it was also the fluctuation that made the undead kings most afraid. This was the power that could kill the undead. No. You are? The voice was interrupted. And then the sound of the skeleton falling apart came from the mist. The soul fire was extinguished. The undead kings fell into silence. They all knew that even if the soul fire was extinguished, the Lich could be resurrected. However, just as Gargamel's soul fire dissipated, the bones of a skeleton soldier suddenly broke. The original appearance of its life box was revealed. No one could break its life box through the body of the Lich. No one. Unless he was not human. The king of the dead realized a terrible thing. And this matter quickly fermented in the circle of the dead. Even if Gargamel did not finish a complete sentence, the king of the dead also realized that the devil was born. Chapter 83 replaced Gargamel. In the kingdom of the dead, the undead kings were silent. They will remember this heavy day. And behind the undead kings, there were several deeper figures. Looking carefully, you can see that the undead kings all leaned down halfway, respectfully listening to them and discussing. The demon king is born. Should we take sides? No. I think everyone knows the previous ending. No matter what the ending is. We, the undead, are the ones who die the most in every war. Yes, in this kind of house-playing game, it is wise to protect yourself. But the young hero was leveling up and finally came to us. She doesn't think we are good people. Hide. It is common sense that the demon king and the hero can't live more than 300 years. And 300 years is just a sleep for the undead. Agree. Second. Take care of your subordinates, and don't mess with these two disaster stars. Do you need to release the information about the demon king birth? No. In the underground palace, the fog had not yet dissipated. Brother, I'm too greedy for the body of the Lich. If I can't speak anymore, I die. Brother, give me its body? Give it to me. Satisfy me. I go in and rub it. If I don't continue, there will be no chance. Gluttony was shaking in Su Bei's hands, trying to materialize his image through the body of the Lich. The elf body was broken by Su Bei before, and Gluttony never found a satisfactory body again. It's not because he's not satisfied with his body's strength. It's mainly because Gluttony has some special fetishes. In short, it's fine if it's not human. A skeleton soldier will do. Not to mention a Lich. It's rare to have a better carrier. Gluttony swayed in Su Bei's hand like a crazy child who was seduced by a lollipop and cried and made a fuss. Su Bei couldn't do it. Su Bei shook his head and a pool of blood came out of his ears. Realizing that he was temporarily deaf, he looked up and gave himself a few recovery buffs. After completing this task, he lowered his head, looked at the Gluttony in his hand, and frowned. Is it crazy? Seeing Gluttony thumping in his hand, Bei realized that it wanted to do something. So he loosened his palm slightly. Caw. Bei was stunned. Swoosh. In an instant, Gluttony flew out. It inserted fiercely into the body of the lich. A stream of mist quickly poured into the lich's body, and the disintegrated body quickly assembled. It was done in 10 seconds. Soon, Gargamel returned to his original appearance. Then, with a click, the scabbard of Gluttony fell to the ground. At the same time, the soul fire in Gargamel's head burned again. No longer a cold blue fire, but a cluster of black flames. The mist gradually thinned and dissipated. Elena looked up. She saw Gargamel's body confronting Bei, and Bei's sword was still stuck in the ground. This frightened Elena. Her face turned pale instantly, and she thought, "This is bad. Do I have to give up my life today? Is it so hard to fight?" Elena raised her hand quickly, and cast a few simple healing spells on Bei. Then stared at Gargamel's body vigilantly. "Have you never fought before? Retreat first. The lich is indeed a king. The skill just now was too terrifying. I can't hear it now. So you don't have to respond to me." Seeing Bei standing there without turning his head, Elena shouted again. "You come back first. I be there if you can't." Jasmine on the side was stunned and blinked at Gargamel. Strange. How come the hostility has completely disappeared? Seeing the situation clearly, Gluttony also had an idea. The smart brain instantly figured out the situation. It first looked at Elena, and used its third-level healing technique to heal her ears. Then, with its nose raised high, it said disdainfully, "Stupid thing. Can you see the situation clearly? How can you be so irritable? What are you arguing about? I'd beat your dog head off later." Then he lowered his head and looked at Jasmine. Thinking that this distance was not polite, he took a few steps closer, bowed his head, and said flatteringly, "Unlike the sister, she is calm and elegant. You can see that she will achieve great things in the future. She also looks more profound than that guy who only has appearances." Now not only Elena was confused, but also Jasmine. Under Elena's confused gaze and Jasmine's puzzled eyes, Gluttony stretched out his hand, pointed his index finger at his head, and proudly said, "I, the great Lord Gargamel, the king of the dead, have been tamed by my brother." Gluttony pulled his body out of the ground, held it up with both hands, and quickly sent it to Bei, and said excitedly, "Isn't it, brother?" Bei was silent. He frowned again. What happened? He could only hear the buzzing sound. After all, his ears had not recovered yet. Bei silently took back the sword and tied it around his waist. He did not think much about it. Anyway, it was good this way. Anyway, the sword could be used as it should be, and its function had not changed. And he did not have to listen to Gluttony's mumbling all day long. When he found that Bei's ears were still bleeding, Gargamel quickly gave himself 2 big sinuses. "Fuck. Look at my memory. It's my fault that I yelled and hurt my brother's ears just now. But beating is love and scolding is love. Now that the beating is over, we are a loving family." Gluttony searched through his body, wishing he could take off his ribs to make soup for Bei. And then he took out a few bottles of magic potions that looked good and handed them to Bei. Bei also took a look at them, but he really couldn't understand them. His education level was only elementary school, and the content of lich research was a bit beyond the scope. But Bei could feel the life energy contained in it, and there was a health code on it. So he opened the potion and drank a few sips. In fact, it doesn't matter whether it is healthy or not. Gluttony can't harm it anyway, and they are now in the same boat. Ton! 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 A bottle of potion was swallowed. In the blink of an eye, green light began to appear on Bei's body. If you were in the game, you could see the prompt HP +1 constantly appearing above his head. In 10 seconds, Bei was revived with full health. Seeing this, Elena finally dispelled some of her hostility towards Gargamel, and her vigilance that was ready to explode at any time. Then she walked forward a few steps and moved closer. Elena couldn't figure it out. Was there something wrong with the lich's brain? Or was there something wrong with this lich's brain? How can he be obedient after being beaten? Seeing this, Gluttony also squeezed away Elena, who was coming here, and left a special space for Jasmine, pulling Jasmine and letting her stand in the middle of his Bei. Then he stretched out his hand, spread it, and said, "Brother, let's go inside. There are still treasures I left for you. If you are not satisfied, you can smash them all, just as a way to vent your anger." Take whatever you like, Gluttony said, and suddenly slapped himself. Fuck my brain. I don't like things, so I smashed them. You don't have to take them. The things are originally my brother's. This is completely out of Elena control. Gluttony has figured it out. Su Bei is the current demon king, and he is the body of the demon sword. Su Bei's death means he is sleeping. So Su Bei cannot die. And the holy sword is also a sword. And I am also a sword. Why don't you ask if the holy sword is afraid of me? It takes 300 years to lie flat. And it takes 300 years to work hard. In this life, my brother and I will work together to become bigger and stronger and create more glory. Gluttony stepped forward to lead the way. After walking to the front, his kind expression suddenly turned serious, and he looked cool as hell. Chapter 84 The Thief. At the end of the Ice Palace, there is no treasure chest. Perhaps this place was a hidden copy at first, but was later opened by Gargamel and occupied by him. So there is no divine reward. But there is a dragon bone. It can be seen that the dragon bone is quite old, and there are still traces of Gargamel on it, which should be Gargamel's trump card when he was alive. But at this moment, the dragon bone is severely damaged, and only its shape can be vaguely recognized. Inside the dragon bone, there are 3 research tables, on which there are various alchemical materials and many animal corpses. As they got closer, the pungent smell of blood hit them in the face. Fuck. You are nothing. Elena frowned from a distance and couldn't help but curse at Gluttony. Indeed, Gluttony nodded in agreement. The main character is of unknown quality. You have the final say. Several people searched the research table. There are many notes made by Gargamel during his lifetime on the research table, as well as some good treasures. Dragon blood. Fuck. It turns out to be dragon blood. I was wondering why I kept this dragon skeleton. But it turns out that I wanted to use the dragon blood to reactivate and repair the dragon skeleton. Su Bei looked sideways and saw Gluttony holding up a transparent jar. The blood in the jar was turbid, boiling and beating, as if it was full of vitality. Su Bei glanced and then looked away. Subspecies dragon blood is not pure, and its own value is not as high as this dragon bone. Using this jar of blood will exhaust the potential of the dragon bone. No wonder Gargamel didn't use it up early. I'm afraid he thought it was a waste of dragon bones. The 4 people searched for more than 10 minutes and each got something. But the 4 people couldn't put together a storage ring. So Su Bei asked Gluttony to throw all these research materials and alchemical materials into the space where it summoned the skeleton soldiers, just in case they could be used in the future. After processing all the materials, the research table became clean. A poker card was revealed underneath. Su Bei bent down and picked up the poker card. 3 of spades. Su Bei stroked the card, feeling a little emotional. There are also poker cards in the other world, but they are rare. And this card looks more like a product from his hometown. Turning it over, Su Bei's pupil shrank suddenly. The devil cannot kill the hero. There was a line of words on it. It was in Chinese. Is this a divine poker card? Behind him, Elena stopped beside Su Bei without knowing when. Su Bei glanced sideways, and was only 2 fists away from Elena. So he subconsciously took a half step back. The scent of roses still lingered on his nose. Elena looked at Su Bei's puzzled eyes and explained, the homemade weapons of the new god, the thief, are 15 in total. And the materials used to make each playing card are enough to make an epic weapon. It is a comprehensive artifact that combines various functions such as attack, defense, and storage. However, the playing cards can only be used by those who are recognized by him. But so far, I haven't heard of anyone who has been recognized by the artifact. So it's more of a collection. Thief, new god, poker, Chinese. The devil can't kill the hero. Su Bei's mind was full of thoughts, as messy as a tangled mess. Each piece of information was easy to understand, but when put together, Su Bei was completely confused. Is the thief also a gamer? Or did he learn Chinese through other channels? He became a new god. Why did he leave such a message? And where is he now? Will all this have something to do with wisdom? Many doubts were left unanswered, giving Su Bei a headache. After exhaling, Su Bei turned the playing card over, revealing the back, pointed at the words on it, and asked Elena, "What is this?" Elena raised her eyebrows and said, "These square symbols should have some special meaning. It is said that the thief left them on his weapon when he was in danger, and he had to break them up and shoot them all over the world. You still say you want my treasure?" If you want it, I give it to you. Go find it. All over the world. I put everything I explored there. It was this sentence that attracted countless adventurers to collect playing cards 500 years ago. But it was only in the past 200 years that it gradually became unpopular. Su Bei was silent for a moment, wondering, then what about the thief? This sentence made Elena silent as well, as if she had something to hide. On the side, Gluttony laughed. He and continued teasingly, this story is always interesting. The rumor is obviously a joke. Elena frowned. Obviously. They heard the same story. Gluttony ignored Elena and looked down upon her with a calm look. Not to mention that the other party was big-breasted and brainless. At this moment, the other party's strength had dropped to the first level, and the future promotion path was blocked. Although his body was reshaped, his strength was the real extreme third level. A quasi-awakener. And a king. He could also improve with the host. And the future road would be wide and broad. Why would a third level give a first level a good face? Of course, Jasmine doesn't count, because her second level is almost equal to God in Gluttony. Except for Jasmine. Gluttony looks down on everyone who is weaker than it. It turned around, lowered its body slightly to Su Bei, and explained, there is a rumor that a thief broke into the divine domain of the holy light goddess and stole her pants, and was chased and beaten. Almost his soul was broken. But the thief is really a role model for our generation. If I had the strength and thought realm of a thief, I would definitely steal from all the kingdoms of God and steal everything from the goddesses one by one. And it would be best if I could steal their divinity. I did it secretly. Gluttony was not satisfied with that, so he gestured with his hands to grab. After listening to it, Su Bei was stunned. After a while, he nodded and commented, he is really good. He is worthy of being a master thief. Hearing this, Elena shrugged her shoulders, but she was not very angry. Instead, she said calmly, although it is embarrassing, this rumor is indeed the most widely circulated, but everyone just treats it as a joke. Whoever believes it is stupid. Big breasts are stupid. Gluttony nodded. Elena kicked over and said angrily, you, ignoring the two people who were playing. Su Bei put away the poker cards, sighed again, and looked confused. Seemed a little melancholy. The plot suddenly became confusing, and it seemed that a layer of mist was shrouded in front of him. Mr. Su Bei. Hearing this, Su Bei came back to his senses and turned his head. I saw Jasmine pulling his sleeve, looking worried. Is Mr. Su Bei unhappy? Not bad. Su Bei shook his head. Don't be unhappy. Mr. Su Bei. I found a ring. Help me take a look. Molly raised her hand, and a black ring was quietly placed in her palm. It was quite mysterious and looked very simple. Maybe it was a storage ring. Su Bei picked up the ring, and with the idea of studying its function, he put it on and transmitted some magic power. Strange. No reaction? Su Bei frowned, and his voice suddenly became cold and soft. A little thin. Bang. Elena didn't hold the staff firmly, and hit Gluttony on the head with a stick, and he didn't come back to his senses for a long time. Gluttony opened his mouth wide, and his head fell to the ground in fear, rolling several times. Molly widened her eyes, pointed at Su Bei and stammered, "What's wrong?" Su Bei frowned and looked at the mirror on the research table. Fuck. A man-girl? Chapter 85 Winter Dungeon 2nd floor. Su Bei immediately took off the ring and stared at Elena and the others expressionlessly, as if saying, I kill you if you dare to tell anyone. A man who is a sissy is impossible. I can't accept it. I can't accept it at all. I was almost killed by your eyes. So cold. Elena shuddered and smiled strangely, as if she didn't expect Su Bei to be so beautiful after her gender change. And she said TSK with a feeling of unsatisfaction. It was a standard iceberg beauty, which could arouse the desire to tease. And even Elena couldn't help but want to touch it. Gluttony still looked indifferent. It was difficult for it to distinguish the concept of gender, and it was not very interested in the image of humans. In its view, it was just like how ordinary humans looked at male and female goblins. If you don't take off your pants, you can't see any difference. Jasmine was shocked. So magical. So interesting. The reactions of these guys made Su Bei's stomach hurt. He looked at the ring in his hand and sighed. Now he just wanted to get rid of this ring quickly. Otherwise seeing the ring would bring back bad memories. Do you want it? Su Bei looked at Elena first. He thought Elena might need it more. as the former saint still needed to disguise her identity when she went out. TSK. Do you want me to change my gender and take advantage of my male identity to get some benefits? That's not necessary. Just give up. I won't be a man. Before he finished listening to Elena's confusing words, Subei had already pointed the ring at Gluttony. Gluttony spread his hands. Brother, I am a skeleton. Skeletons are not gender specific. Of course, if you want to see what I look like after gender change, I can satisfy your curiosity. It is so sensible. It really makes me cry. Of course, Subei refused without thinking. So, Subei put away the ring. Swish. Molly raised her hand and asked curiously, What about me? What about me? She felt that the ring was very interesting. If it were me, I would definitely be willing to wear the ring to cover up my former princess identity. Then I can travel around the world freely. Subei put the ring in his trouser pocket and said calmly, It takes a lot of magic power to use it. You can't use it for the time being. Keep it with me first. I won't give it to you. You just need to be cute. If nothing unexpected happens. Subei should have seen the image of Jasmine after her gender change. A big man of 2 meters and 5 meters. With muscles all over his body, and a pair of bull horns unique to the demon clan. He looks too much like a demon king. Even if he is not a demon king, he will be mistaken for one. It is too dangerous. However, why does my gender change not change much? But Jasmine gender change changes so much? Could it be related to my expectations? Subei had a bad guess in his mind. But he quickly cut off the urge to associate further. It shouldn't be. I have never thought about it this way. This is too scary. With the idea of seeking knowledge, Subei asked, If you can change your image, what does Jasmine want to become? Jasmine said without hesitation. It must be an adult. The older the better. The more mature the better. And the scarier the better. In this way, no one will recognize you anymore. And your identity will not be suspected. Jasmine squinted her eyes and smiled. Her eyebrows curved. And her smile was bright and bright. She easily talked about the sad past. It seems that she didn't take the past experience to heart, not knowing how to comfort him. Subei smiled back. The smile was a little stiff. It was obvious that she was worried. After all, from Jasmine's answer just now, he got a not-so-polite conclusion. Seeing Elena holding Jasmine's hand to encourage her, and no one noticing his forced smile, Subei immediately returned to his expressionless face. He breathed hard unconsciously, and looked around, not knowing where to stop. After a while, he slowly said, You can leave. After leaving the portal, the entrance to the second floor came into view. Subei and his group stepped into it. The second floor of the winter dungeon. Subei looked up. There was a vast expanse of white in front of him. But unlike the first floor of the winter dungeon, the white here was irregular. If you looked closely, you could see plants buried under the snow. They were white grasses, shaped like green grass, but with unique ice properties. This was a material unique to the winter dungeon. Snow grass. Snow grass could be used to make many potions that ice mages loved, such as amplification potions, recovery potions, etc. It could also serve as an auxiliary material for certain treasures, increasing some elemental reactions, because it is easy to pick and preserve. Adventurers often come to the second floor of the winter dungeon to collect it and sell it to pharmacists in other cities. Where there is snow grass, there is usually a unique monster. Wow, it's very cute. Jasmine leaned over and reached out to touch the monster in front of her. It was a round, white rabbit that touched her knees. When she reached out to touch it, the furry touch instantly captured Jasmine. This is the meaning of adventure and travel. To appreciate the scenery along the way and feel the beauty of nature. Jasmine gently hugged the snow rabbit and rubbed it with her face. On her chest, the two slime kings seemed to warn the damn rabbit not to occupy the position that belonged to them. But because the snow rabbit was too low level and had not yet opened its spiritual intelligence, it was not intimidated by the lord-level pressure of the slime king at all. Instead, it sat on their heads and rubbed them hard. Damn it! This stupid roe deer was actually very arrogant. The slime king seemed to be bullied and felt very helpless. On the other side, You stupid rabbits! Get out of here! Elena used her staff to knock down the snow rabbits that rushed towards her. But there were too many of them. The snow rabbits rushed towards Elena one after another, mainly because the holy light aura remained on this guy, which made the monsters uncomfortable. They are born enemies, and it is impossible for them to coexist. In the blink of an eye, the snow rabbits pressed Elena under them, and one of them sat on Elena's face. Puff puff. It nibbled on the snow grass, not caring about the bad environment, even if Elena could roast it with a skill. Elena couldn't bear it any longer, and was about to use her magic power. But she saw Sube rushing over. The snow rabbits then scattered and fled everywhere. They were probably frightened by the terrible aura on Sube. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. These rabbits. I thought they wanted me to hug them. But they attacked me as soon as I stretched out my hand. Elena was so angry that she even looked at the rabbit in Jasmine's arms, and became a little dissatisfied. I should have judged this group of monsters and purified them. I'm so angry. Sube looked at the rabbit in Jasmine's arms thoughtfully. Generally speaking, snow rabbits avoid adventurers. After all, these monsters that are less than the first level are not the opponents of an adventure group at all. Instead, they will become materials or food in their hands. Who doesn't want to eat a hot rabbit dinner? So today's situation is rare. Is it because of Jasmine? Sube looked at the snow rabbit in Jasmine's arms. When facing the Slime King, the snow rabbit was stupid and kept rubbing Jasmine's chest. Obedient. Once it turned its back, the snow rabbit's red eyes narrowed, revealing a humane scene, as if laughing at the two Slime Kings for overestimating their abilities. And the snow rabbits but kept pushing back, almost squeezing the Slime King out of Jasmine's chest. Ah! This Sube was stunned. Could this be the Snow Rabbit King? Chapter 86. The demonic tide is coming. Jasmine rubbed the head of the snow rabbit she was holding, and suddenly the snow rabbit jumped out of her arms. Then she jumped in front of her. Thump thump. And hurried on, looking back from time to time, as if signaling everyone to follow. Jasmine blinked her eyes, picked up the depressed Slime King who was squeezed into a ball in her arms again, and looked at Sube. Follow us and see. After all, it's only the second floor. The risk factor is not high, so there is no need to worry about encountering danger, unless you encounter a hidden copy. But hidden dungeons are so rare that the probability of encountering hidden dungeons in succession is no less than getting 3 golds in a row in a game. After a while, the Snow Rabbit King came back wearing a white down jacket, which covered the entire head of the snow rabbit. The snow rabbit jumped, and fell in front of Jasmine without standing firmly. Jasmine was so distressed that she quickly hugged the snow rabbit in her arms, and squeezed the Slime King into a pile. However, the Slime King thought that the snow rabbit was pretending, and he wanted to tear this green tea snow rabbit into pieces, and make a roasted rabbit. After comforting Snow Rabbit, Jasmine took the down jacket and smiled. Is this for me? Snow Rabbit moved his ears. Jasmine touched the clothes. A little curious. No one present knew this piece of clothing. After experiencing the horror of the gender-changing ring, Sube didn't dare to try it on himself to test the effect. So, Sube raised his hand and released an identification spell. If you ask why Sube knows the identification spell, but doesn't use it much, it's naturally because he doesn't have many opportunities to use it. Although it is rarely used, Sube does know some life skills. For example, identification, forging, medicine, alchemy, enchantment, etc. He is proficient in all professions, and naturally all secondary professions. However, Sube can only be considered to have a basic understanding, just average, only at the master level. There is also a master level, which is a real master, who can use a detection spell to detect the color and model of the target's underwear, and even detect the year, how long it has been worn, and whether it has been marinated. That is the real master. Compared with this level, Sube is still a long way away, so he can only be regarded as a little knowledgeable. The main reason is that the game fantasy world does not allow players to practice sub-professions to the master level, even if they pay money, saying that it will affect the balance of the game. It can only be said to be a pity. As soon as Sube raised his hand, the properties of the down jacket were like a girl who took off her clothes, and there was no secret at all. A bunch of messy data streams flashed before his eyes, and they were summarized as follows. Snow Rabbit brand down jacket, excellent grade, unenchanted, unenhanced, features, constant temperature, maintain body temperature. Guardian, create a barrier based on the magic capacity. Escape, can block 1 fatal injury. Then the treasure is damaged. Note, the Snow Rabbit King is woven from the fallen hair. and can only be obtained by those who are recognized by the Snow Rabbit clan. Su Bei looked at the identified content and briefly summarized it. Protect, keep warm, and save lives. Hearing Su Bei's summary, Elena recalled the not-so-good past and complained, "Why don't you just stop talking if you are so frugal with words? I can't hear anything at all." Su Bei looked at Jasmine. Jasmine nodded thoughtfully, put on her down jacket, and said excitedly, Oh, is this the effect? It's great, Mr. Su Bei." After putting on her clothes, Jasmine turned around to show her clothes. The size was just right. Su Bei nodded. Not bad. Behind her, Elena fell silent and began to doubt her life. Gluttony curled his lips in disdain. "Don't doubt the bond between my brother and my sister, you big-breasted, brainless idiot." After putting on their clothes, Su Bei and his group continued to follow the Snow Rabbit until they saw the teleportation array. Teleportation array. Su Bei was silent. As we all know, there are 3 ways to go to the next level in the Winter Dungeon. Generally, the adventure team will activate the teleportation array to the next level by killing a certain number of monsters. This is the fastest and simplest way. And you can also collect materials from monsters and obtain a treasure chest from God. Some senior adventure teams will choose a more difficult way to kill the boss guarding the level. Killing the boss of the guarding layer will give you the richest rewards, but the corresponding difficulty will also increase a lot. The first 2 are more common. Few people choose to leave through the teleportation array, because the teleportation array will randomly appear in various corners of the map. Not only is it very difficult to find, there is no God-given treasure chest when you go to the next level through the teleportation array. However, looking at Jasmine stroking the Snow Rabbit in her arms, she was smiling. Such a warm and happy picture. How can people bear to break it? Just watching, Su Bei's mood also improved a lot. Since Jasmine is so happy, then other things are not important. Let's go to the next floor. Winter Academy. Meeting room. Principal Kanwan sat in the main seat of the meeting room with a serious expression. He pointed to the documents in front of him and said seriously, "Everyone, something unexpected happened. Everyone, please read the documents first." After a while, "Is the news true?" Audrey put down the tale that she loved so much and asked solemnly. "It's right. This is the result of Sophia's research." After hearing Kanwan's response, Sven frowned and asked, "Damn it. What can Sophia really research? Is she trying to trick you and squeeze your funds?" Sophia raised her hand and used the silence spell to seal Sven's mouth. Kanwan sighed and continued, "Although I don't want to admit it, we have to be prepared. I also got accurate information from the Kingdom of the Dead and the Holy City. The Demon King was born. So the authenticity of the material in everyone's hands has been verified again. It is speculated that it is very likely to be true. Everyone be prepared and don't leave your post without permission. The Demon Tide is coming. Our Winter City is the first stop." Chapter 87 Basic Stealing Technique. Led by the monsters, Su Bei and his group reached the 10th floor at a very fast speed. Looking at Jasmine's shiny equipment, Elena was a little unconfident. She even suspected that there was something wrong with the clearance strategy taught in the textbook. There is nothing better than monsters rushing to give you equipment than killing monsters all the way. The ones leading the way were either snow rabbits, snow wolves, ice bears, ice scorpions, snow chickens, etc. All kinds of monsters gathered around Jasmine, vying to lead the way. If she didn't know Jasmine's identity, Elena would have suspected that Jasmine was a demon incarnate. Far from the truth, since the clearance process was too simple and there was no danger along the way. Su Bei started to study the playing cards. Let's try to see if it can be used. The result was unexpectedly easy. As soon as Su Bei's finger touched it and input a little magic power, the playing cards came up as if they were given for free. In other words, they were tamed. Su Bei frowned, and without thinking much, he began to study the ability of the playing cards. Treasures are generally classified into ordinary, excellent, sophisticated, perfect, outstanding, epic, legendary, and artifact categories. With Su Bei's master level, the treasures he creates are generally perfect level, the same level as Jasmine down jacket, and his treasures emit a faint pink glow. Poker cards are epic level. Far beyond this level, the outstanding orange treasures in the future require the master to operate, and must have superior materials and perfect proportions. Only when the hand feels extremely good can such a treasure be created. It is a treasure that even nobles can only encounter but cannot ask for. Not to mention the epic level. Most of the epic level items are not made, but are born and raised. The raw materials are rare. After processing, most of the impurities of the raw materials are removed and some of the essence is purified. The legendary level is even more mysterious. Rare is just one of the labels. The more important thing is that the name is as it is, and it generally only exists in legends. The last artifact is easy to understand. It is a treasure of the gods, and the upper and lower limits are very different. After all, the weapons used by the gods are artifacts, and the panties worn by the gods are also artifacts. But the two are obviously not confused. In addition, there are holy weapons and magic weapons, which are not included in traditional treasures. Although the poker cards in Subei's hand are not considered artifacts, they are at least epic main weapons, and their own abilities are not weak. Along the way, Subei has studied the role of poker cards thoroughly, and has almost figured out the characteristics of poker cards. Poker cards have three main abilities. The first ability is to use magic to rub the poker cards, which can rub the cards from 1 to 5. The effect of shooting a card alone is not weaker than a full-strength arrow shot by a ranger of the same level. The second ability is to throw out the 4 cards that have been transformed together, which will become a bomb, with a power equal to the explosive fireball released by a wizard of the same level. The third ability is storage, which is described as being able to stuff stolen things into the cards, which is extremely hidden. Through observation, Subei discovered that the space inside the playing cards also contains the experience of stealing things and the basic path of the thief, and it lists the glorious deeds he has done. All are described in Chinese. For example, he stole the heart of the elf queen and was irresponsible. Or he stole the godhood of the undead king and made it into a light bulb hanging on the ceiling. Or he stole the biological mother of the dwarf princess, etc. In short, it was not a good thing. After thoroughly studying poker cards, Subei spent most of his time studying the skills of the thief. The thief was promoted from the assassin path, although the combat power of the thief in the future is not strong. The skills are very abstract. They are special awakeners that no one is willing to team up with or be enemies with. Among them, some skills of the thief can be learned without awakening, and the learning difficulty is also average, but very practical. For example, the basic stealing technique. The effect is to be able to steal objects of the size of a palm and less than 100 grams in weight through the air. Subei felt that it was not difficult to learn, so he started to learn. Now he has understood most of it, and he just needs to experiment. Subei thought for a moment and glanced at Jasmine. He looked sideways, watching Jasmine holding a little white bear, innocent and cute, and smiled. I won't steal Jasmine. So Subei looked at Elena again. I saw Elena frowning. Her eyes were cold. I don't want to steal Elena. Subei thought for a moment. Is there anything to steal? It's not easy to steal the innerwear. It's mainly about quality. Then what else can be stolen? Subei glanced at Gluttony and saw the ring on its middle finger bone, and his eyes lit up. Seeing Gluttony sneeze, Subei didn't think much, narrowed his eyes, clenched his hands, and grabbed. Not difficult. Done. Spreading his hands, there was a pink sock in his hands. Subei was stunned. He stole the wrong thing. He wanted to steal the ring on Gluttony's hand. So how could he steal its socks? No. Where did Gluttony get the socks? Subei narrowed his eyes and looked at the socks. He saw that the socks were small and exquisite, and there was a faint jasmine scent. Is this Jasmine's? In front, Jasmine, who was stroking the little bear in her arms, suddenly blushed, widened her eyes, and lowered her head in panic. She looked around again. Her body couldn't help but feel a little hot, and murmured, What's going on? Where are my socks? She unconsciously moved her feet back and forth, feeling empty on her feet, and subconsciously looked at Subei for help. She glanced over and seemed to see Subei, swishing, hiding something in the inner pocket of his clothes. She didn't think much about it, but hesitated for a moment, and then quickly retracted her gaze. A little shy. I just felt hot all over, and my head was steaming, and soon my face was flushed. It was too embarrassing to mention this to Mr. Subei. So embarrassing. Jasmine thought about it, and decided not to say it for now, and endured the discomfort. I can only buy a new pair after leaving the winter dungeon. As for how it was lost, even if Jasmine's little head was confused, she couldn't figure it out. No one should take her socks. Right? They have been worn for so long. They are not very clean. Behind her, Elena frowned, stepped forward and touched Jasmine's forehead, wondering, why do you have a fever in such a cold environment? Jasmine shook her head quickly. No. Elena's sister. Then Jasmine's mind turned quickly, thinking of a suitable excuse, and quickly said, the little bear. The little bear is too warm and cute. Looking at the little bear grinning at her, Elena slowly closed her mouth. I shut myself up. On the side, Gluttony looked at the ring in his hand in confusion. Strange. Why did my ring suddenly break? Isn't it used to resist targeted skills? Is there a sneak attack? Gluttony suddenly became alert and looked around carefully, thinking that he had secretly arrested the criminal and brought him to Su-Bei to take credit. After that, the team passed all the way. Su-Bei was silent, looking at Jasmine from time to time. Jasmine's face was red, and her head was always low. Elena was a little autistic. She didn't know why she was always disliked by the monsters. Gluttony prepared the skills and remained alert all the way. The group reached the 20th floor with different expressions. Chapter 88 Druid is extremely arrogant. The 20th floor is different from the previous ones. In each level before the 20th floor, the adventure team fought alone in a separate space. The 20th floor is completely different. It is called the Dungeon Transfer Station, the only safe zone in all dungeons, and a trading platform exclusively for adventurers. This is a super large independent space that can contact all adventure teams that enter this floor of the Winter Dungeon. In other words, this is a free exploration area. As soon as they stepped into the 20th floor, Jasmine and Elena were stunned. It was different from the previous 19th floor. This floor was beautiful with clear water and mountains. In front of them was a clear lake. And at a glance, there was endless lush greenery. And at the edge were endless mountains. Birds sang on the branches. Butterflies danced. And squirrels jumped up and down on the treetops. Tents and villages formed one after another, and developed into small and medium-sized business circles. Wow! General! Elena and Jasmine exclaimed. Gluttony was still vigilantly pinching his skills, not daring to relax his vigilance at all. Su-Bei had seen it before, so he wasn't too surprised. He was still somewhat shocked. Feeling the nature in person is something that can't be replaced by playing any game hundreds of times. Su-Bei continued to walk forward and suddenly said, the Heart of Miracle needs to trade with the druids. Elena was stunned. Huh? It's actually that group of old stubborn people. Can we really communicate normally? Druids, followers of the goddess of forests and nature, are extremely xenophobic. Apart from small animals, they have only been heard to have dealt with fairies and elves. It is said that there is a saying among them, we look down on humans because they are selfish. We look down on goblins because they are greedy. We look down on demons because they are cruel. We look down on orcs because they are barbaric. We look down on dwarves because they are stupid. We are humble, peace-loving, and enjoy nature. We are the final form of nature's evolution. It can only be said that the first druid which brainwashed them very successfully. In addition, druids do not have a good impression of dragons, undeads, etc. This is the druid, known as the most pedantic of all races. However, Su-Bei thought, logically speaking, the druid should be able to communicate. After all, Luminara did it. Let's try it for now, Su-Bei said. After speaking, Su-Bei walked forward. Opposite Su-Bei, there was an adventure group. At this moment, the adventurers were talking and laughing, sorting out the materials they had obtained from the previous level. Let's not go down for now. Let's see if we can use these materials to buy an awakening path from the nobles. Otherwise it will be too dangerous to continue going down. First, provide Daniel with a promotion. Without him, we can't get promoted. Of course, Daniel is our chief knight. It seems that this adventure group has a rich harvest and is in a good mood. They should be more tolerant. How about trying to say hello? After taking a few steps closer, Su-Bei suddenly stopped, and his expression seemed a little hesitant. Hey, what's up, kid? The adventurer over there noticed Su-Bei and his group and waved to them. What's wrong? Elena frowned. Jasmine blinked, trotted closer, tiptoed closer to Su-Bei, and asked, Mr. Su-Bei, do you want to ask for directions? Su-Bei was silent and nodded. After getting confirmation, Jasmine took the initiative to pass Su-Bei and asked, Hello, may I ask, do you know where the druids live? The leading adventurer heard this and responded generously, Druids? Those arrogant guys have always been elusive. I heard that someone has seen their traces along this road. Of course. It's not true. You can go in and ask. There are many adventure groups inside. It is the nearest adventurer trading center. Thank you, uncles. Molly smiled and bowed to thank them. Then stepped back, standing beside Su Bei. Su Bei was silent for a moment, nodded, and led them to continue walking inside. He clenched his fists, thinking, when will I be brave once? Next time. I must be more proactive. Next time for sure. The further we walked inside, the more adventure groups there were, and the shops gradually appeared in our sight. Afterwards, the flow of people increased visibly. It was not until Su Bei and his group approached the commissioning desk of the Adventurer Association that they officially entered this market. In a trance, Su Bei seemed to hear the receptionist in a green uniform standing in front of the Adventurers Association say, "Towards the stars and the sea. Welcome to the Adventurers Association." Su Bei's liver seemed to ache. "Hello, adventurer. I'm Caitlin. Do you want to make a commission or accept a commission?" Jasmine leaned forward and put her hands on the commission table. "Sister Caitlin, can we find any traces of druids here? Make a commission?" Caitlin put on a professional smile, looked at Elena and Su Bei behind her, and took a few more glances at Gluttony. Undead are not common in this area, let alone liches. These guys who often conduct human experiments are not popular with adventurers. Su Bei nodded. The reward for this information is 1 silver coin. But Caitlin cannot guarantee that you can find it. If you need the Adventurer Association to send someone to lead the team, you will need 50 silver coins, which are mainly provided to the professional who leads the team. The association only takes 10% of it as a handling fee. Su Bei nodded, touched his pocket, and handed over a gold coin. This was all his belongings. The second plan. Wait a minute. Caitlin handed over the change, raised her hand to signal to wait for a moment, and then entered the tent behind her. Is it reliable? Adventurers Association. Elena suddenly mentioned it. She remembered it very clearly, and the Adventurers Association's misjudgment of Silent Village was still fresh in her memory. Maybe, Su Bei responded. Su Bei wasn't sure if it was reliable, but it was better than running around like a headless fly. A moment later, an adventurer came out of the tent. It was a druid. Su Bei slowly typed a question mark. What the hell? The druid was in the Adventurers Association, and he wanted 50 silver coins. On the other side, the druid waved his hand and shouted with a fake smile, "Are you looking for a druid?" After discovering that there was a lich in the adventure group opposite, and that the little girl was holding 2 slimes, the druid's face froze instantly. "Since you have met, the commission has been completed. Goodbye." Gluttony frowned and floated forward a few steps. "Wait, what are you going to do?" "I am a druid. Do you want to stay on this floor?" Gluttony was not happy about this, and stepped forward to grab the druid's collar and hit him with a big sinus. Fuck. Chapter 89. Druid was tamed. After a good beating. Fuck. What strength do you have? You dare to talk to my brother like that? You dare to embezzle my brother's money? Gluttony grabbed Druid's collar and asked in a cold tone, "Speak. Why didn't you tell me when I asked you a question? You tell me." Druid was dizzy and asked, "What can I say? You don't have a fucking..." Before he finished speaking, Gluttony beat him up again. "You dare to talk back? I didn't expect you to be tougher than me. I guess I was too gentle." "No. No." Before the druid could speak, Gluttony held the druid down again and slapped his whole body with his ribs, making a loud bang 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 noise, attracting the crowd who were watching the excitement. Molly glanced at Elena, who was watching the excitement, and asked reluctantly, "Did Mr. Gargamel ask any questions?" Elena was stunned and shouted, "Gargamel, stop hitting me. You haven't." Gluttony suddenly got angry and yelled, "Fuck. This bit is really stubborn. He didn't say anything even after being beaten like this. I must let him taste what torture is." Gluttony pinned the druid to the floor and scratched his feet with a feather. "Ha ha ha. I'm the druid. The druid you're looking for. Don't you have something to ask me? Fuck. Why don't you tell me when I ask you? You're greedy for your father's money." Gluttony was at full power, dancing with his hands and even scratching out after images. "Ah ha ha. Help. Help. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. Ha ha. It's broken. It's going to break." At this time, Elena pressed Gluttony's shoulder. Gluttony stopped his hand sensibly, curled his lips at Elena with disdain. trotted to Subei's side, and bowed slightly. Elena said this. Idiot. You haven't asked the question yet. Gluttony. Uh-huh. Smiled and said softly, Of course I know. I'm just not happy with him. What the hell is his strength to dare to dirty our money? To dirty our money is to hinder my brother and I from being invincible, and to cut off the cornerstone of our team's survival. He must be tamed. Look at the adventurers around. Who came to stop me? Even Caitlin didn't react to such a big commotion. This old bitch must be a bad seed. Fuck hack fuck. If you hadn't interrupted me, I would have to train him again. Elena looked at Subei, and saw that he didn't blush or react at all, and said sullenly, Do you think so too? Subei shook his head expressionlessly, then nodded and said, He did steal our money. Elena narrowed her eyes and looked around, until she turned around and saw Jasmine blinking her eyes in confusion. Then she realized that she had found a kindred spirit and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I'm not the only one who doesn't understand the situation. No. How can an adult like me be put in the same category as a child? Elena's shoulders slumped. She sighed in frustration, and showed a bitter face. Suddenly, she realized that she was not very smart. Subei didn't think so much. He raised his head and looked. You can see that on the druid's cheeks. Hot tears and unstoppable saliva mixed together and kept dripping. And there was a pool of yellow liquid around his pants. That helpless expression was full of thoughts about life and confusion about the future. As if life had completely died and lost the meaning it should have. That empty expression seemed to be regretting. Hating why he didn't do a good job as a druid. Why he was greedy for these 50 silver coins and let himself lose his reputation in his later years. And why he came to the Adventurers Association today to pick up bargains. An hour later, Subei and his group entered a tent, waiting for the druid to clean up the mess on his body. After a while, the druid came out from the back with an indifferent look, changed into a robe woven from branches, and looked arrogant. Gluttony frowned. Pa. The druid knelt down and said tremblingly, Brother, don't hit me. I really can't hit you. I'm already 300 years old. If you hit me again, I will be buried in the ground. Oh, you're still an old thing. Guess how old I am. Gluttony snorted disdainfully. Brother, are you 500 years old? The druid guessed. Gluttony frowned again. I've lived in a volcano for 500 years. Can you speak? No. Brother. Let's get down to business first. You guys have something to ask me. Gluttony nodded, as if he was very satisfied with the results of his taming. And then he led the druid to Subei and flattered him. Brother, you can ask. It's already tamed. There is only this druid here. If he dares not to listen, we will train him into an undead. I see his character. Other adventurers will definitely turn to us. This scared the druid half to death. And he quickly held Subei's hand with trembling hands, and said humbly, Little brother, just ask me, and I will tell you everything. Fuck. You messed up the generations. Gluttony reminded in a deep voice. Druid hesitated, seeing that Subei seemed to be younger than his grandson. But when he thought that his life was more important, he forced himself to let out a sound. Brother, just ask me. Uh-huh. Gluttony sneered. Druid trembled all over, and finally couldn't help it. Damn. How can we tolerate this? Do you really think that we druids have no temper? Go out and ask which druid is not a proud and upright venerable. Gluttony tilted his head. For a long while, there was silence for about 5 seconds. The air seemed to become heavy to breathe. Elena thought the druid was going to explode, and hurriedly pulled Jasmine back a few steps. At this time, a voice so weak that it was hard to hear suddenly sounded. Dad. Elena opened her mouth. Could this be the young man Kalabi Ding? Chapter 90 The Druid Who Loses His Morality in His Old Age. What? You want to ask about the Heart of Miracles? No. I cannot answer. This is something I will never compromise on. Don't even think about it. After hearing Subei's words, the druid's expression changed drastically, and he quickly refused. Gluttony sneered. The druid's face froze. Hesitating. It's not that I don't want to say it. It's that I can't say it. Can I tell you this? No. I can't tell you that the Heart of Miracles is a treasure of our natural elves. Only when a tree man who is more than 500 years old dies can it condense into a natural heart. It is a priceless treasure. It is absolutely impossible to give it up. I will not tell you that every miracle heart can guarantee the awakening of a druid. Druids cannot give up the opportunity to awaken to others, because the number of druids is already scarce, and there are only a few dozen druids in our winter dungeon. We love each other and are exclusive. Anyone who wants to take the miracle heart will kill us. I will not tell you that the reservation quota for the miracle heart has been booked for 50 years, and there is no spare. You should know that these are things that you must not tell. If you tell me, I will become a sinner. So I will not tell you. Just give up on this idea. Understand? Brother. Brother? Very skilled. Gluttony laughed. You can call me Rui. I see you speak very smoothly. You have said a lot. Right? Druid wiped the sweat from his forehead and coughed awkwardly twice. Slander. Defamation. You didn't ask. And I didn't say it. Brother. This is all the information you found out by yourselves. It has nothing to do with me. The more he called him brother, the more comfortable he became. This made Druid look weird, as if he had eaten shit. Who will be the next one? Sube asked. Andrew Ethan. Druid answered. Who would know who he was if he said a name? Sube frowned and asked again. Do you know him? Druid smiled awkwardly, touched his long black beard, and hesitated, not very familiar. Take us to meet him. The Druid waved his hands and shook his head, refusing. No. No. Once you start fighting in the Druid's base, it will be considered an invasion, and the result will be a fight to the death. The other Druids are not as easy to talk to as I am. I am the most open-minded in the tribe. So the tribe sent me out to socialize and handle interpersonal relationships. You have been greedy. Right? This 50 silver coins, and that 50 silver coins. Gluttony touched the Druid's head. Misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. There's not much. I'm saving this for filial piety. Filial piety. Filial piety to my father. The Druid understood the tone of Gluttony's implication, and his green skin turned red before he managed to utter the sentence with difficulty. Then, he reached into his pocket with difficulty and stuffed 50 silver coins into Sube's hand, feeling the increasingly cold air behind him. The Druid's face turned red with anxiety, and he laughed awkwardly again, rummaged through his pocket, and added another gold coin. No more. Not a single one left. This is all I got today. I left the earlier ones at home. Gluttony then looked at Sube. Sube nodded, took the money with a clear conscience, and continued, arrange for us to meet. We won't fight. Let's negotiate terms. The Druid frowned, and his wrinkled face was squeezed into a pile. He seemed to be quite entangled. After thinking for a while, he replied, I won't agree. Druids have a long lifespan but limited potential. What treasures have they not seen? No treasure is more important than your own promotion. Is it possible that there are not enough? Sube was puzzled. Druid said disdainfully, what's the use of more? Even if you take more than 10 at a time, it's useless. This is not a matter of quantity. Sube frowned and looked at Gluttony. Gluttony snorted coldly and snapped his fingers. Snap. Release the other dimensional barrier. This scared the Druid so much that his legs trembled. Fuck. It's not that bad. Are you going to release the undead army directly? Can we still talk? Brother. It's not that bad. It's really not that bad. I know him. I know him. I know Andrew Ethan. As the pressure in the other dimension became stronger and stronger, the Druid's heartbeat became faster and faster, and he was so scared that he quickly knelt down, closed his eyes, and shouted, I am Andrew Ethan. Clatter. Precious materials fell to the ground in the other dimension. The scene fell into silence. Andrew slowly opened his eyes and looked at the rare materials in front of him as high as a small mountain, and was stunned. Andrew was confused. Trade? Not a dozen. It's more than 10 pounds. At the same time, Winter City, Winter Academy. Students, in view of your hard work, the school has organized a summer camp. The activity is led by teachers to conduct field combat training. The rewards are ranked according to the number of beasts or low-level monsters killed. The highest ranking can get rewards and credits from the school. Students, I hope you all have fun. Next, I will focus on the precautions for camping. Don't leave the teacher's sight. Don't. Canwin made a simple camping mobilization, and couldn't help but admire Sven's proposal in his heart. Sven, you are really good. Calling on students to clean up the monsters that frequently gathered in the early stage of the magic tide in the form of camping. Not only can students have fun, but also gain the love of the villagers. This is a capitalist. Woohoo! Long live Winter Academy. Finally, we can go out and play. The students talked and laughed, celebrating this special day. They would never have thought that the camping range was actually 3 miles around the gate of Winter City. Principal Canwin looked at the students with clear and stupid eyes, and finally stopped his sight at the last row. He looked at the head of the staff Sven, and smiled knowingly.